and vomited. At the end, it was just dry heaving. Very, like, Jesus, can't remember the word. It feels like spicy, burning, acidic. That's the word. That's what it is. Thought I figured out how to hold off /stand the flow of vomit to not go through my nose at all. Got carried away, maybe lost awareness, and came out my nose at the end. While vomiting, felt motivated to write as much as I could about, like, filling in updates, doing self-help and Tau Day articles today. I can do the Tau Day one easily. 4:05 p.m.
Check it out. So I'm gonna work on a trash can thing. All this is rolling.
I do a few times. Ate an apple and heated 2 tortillas on the stove and put olive oil, garlic, salt, vinegar on them on the phone. Conversation ended with me saying something like, "It'll be better if we just get off the phone. Please trust me. I know we'll feel better if we just stop." And Mom, not really wanting to stop. After we got off the phone, I watched a YouTube video of a man talking about the plasticity of the brain and how it's possible to rewire your neurons if you modify your behavior. Started falling asleep. The man's face wasn't in the video. It was called ASMR Motivational Tips for Anxiety, Depression, Derealization, Depersonalization, or something. Felt casually not interested enough to disturb falling asleep process. Afraid of the man. The way he was stressing he wasn't a medical professional at the beginning seemed scary. Remember thinking things like, it's possible he's included some kind of coding in the video that my brain understands, but I don't, and he's rewiring my brain for this benefit somehow. And my window is open, and picture something watching from the perspective of outside my window, and a face like Mulholland Drive dumpster man showing up next to my bed. Mom called again. Short conversation, mostly like consoling each other about previous conversation, like we were both saying, it'll be okay. Ate 1 milligram Xanax after we got off the phone, set alarms for 7:31 a.m. and 7:47 a.m. and 8:47 a.m. and fell asleep watching a YouTube documentary about borderline personality disorder. We'll update with what I remember from Thursday. From the perspective of it used to be Sunday afternoon, will now just be whenever I finish lock catalog things, option so when I have time. Turned off alarms, ate new caffeine pills, sugar-free Red Bull. But I only had until 2 p.m. to finish the tweet thing. Finished most of one of the tweet things and was going to turn it in looking shitty. Reread email and saw deadline was June 4th at 2 p.m., not today. Reread email from last night. Deadline for Chris Killen transcription has been pushed up to June 4th at 6 p.m. I wasn't thinking things like time yesterday. Still 1 p.m. Threw away cans and paper recyclable things. Talked twice with Mom on the phone. Masha's package was outside door. Sometimes the package will be sitting outside my door. Haven't turned out with the mattress yet. Seems annoyingly symbolic. Ceiling fan stopped working yesterday, but the windows have been open and cats are acting insane. I think because old cat pee on the curtains was activated by open window moisture. Moisture activated insanity curtains. Need to do laundry today. Wash curtains. Cats are out of wet food, but they seem happy with dry, she typed to make herself feel better. Lit candle. Swept mop floor and cleaned cat wax. I did those things multiple times.
I wonder who's there right
I feel like
now.
the woman in the dude.
Just like a text Rachel.
Being sort of like sand and just never ending. I'm always sweeping things, it seems. I felt very preoccupied with having a clean floor and no crummies in the bed since living here. Not interested in why, but I'm pretty sure there are annoyingly symbolic reasons for all this too. Masha sent phenylpiracetam and aniracetam, extra goodies with 5 amps Adderall shipment. Texted her something about her packaging skills and thank you, and I was thinking about buying phenylpiracetam or another nootropic thing last night. Thought something like, nice men and women in their 20s helping each other by mailing cutely wrapped and thoughtfully assembled packages of drugs and drawings and miscellaneous things while opening her package and remembering my package to her and Matthew's recent package. Ate one of the, I'm not sure which one I ate. Ate 50 milligrams 5 amps. Downloaded Camtasia to keep track of the time I transcribe. I'm getting paid to do this. We'll wait on typing May 31st to June 2nd update until I finish. 3:33 p.m. Transcribed about 3 minutes. 1 page of Chris Killen's 37-minute monologue about Newt Hampson. 820 milligrams Adderall. 3:34 p.m. Paused Camtasia recording to make celery, cucumber, coconut water juice and call Mom back. Only 1.5 hours and 3 minutes of recording had gone by. I was doing the transcription the whole time, except I looked at Chrome to see how to spell Edward Munch once. Camtasia takes a video of your screen. Seems funny to have a video recording of me doing the transcription. Talk to Mom in Chris' voice. Chris talks like British Woody Allen, kind of. At one point he says something really funny, and I was laughing transcribing. About my brain being in mining for punctuation, where punctuation would occur in a voice mode, talking to Mom. On the phone, washed vegetables. Mom is going to a furniture store. Seems like we are both currently worried about getting things done, potentially disappointing people / ourselves. Apologized to her about letting conversation get intense last night, and she apologized too. She said, what does the sky look like there? I said, it's like blue. I mean, gray, white, it's white, gray. It's really bad. What about you? She said, oh, it's just the same. Isn't it so awful? 4:49 p.m. Going to focus less on getting down Chris's microscopic if there could be microscopes for ears, voices, vocal tics, and more on typing. Humorless ass day. Laundry today. Needs to happen. Then I can call Mark and get the fan fixed and throw away the mattress and call back to Navy and apply for jobs. What the hell? Things got out of control somehow. Losing focus. 1 month left. Need to start. Gee, we're just gonna put a signal with it. Seems funny actually, all of this, not humorless. A lot of the time I think, look at what you're typing. This is what feels best to come out of you, and kind of laugh and want to apologize to you, whoever you are. Also, one last thing. Though I obsess about small cleanliness-related things in my apartment, but have been neglecting fixing large things and not eating properly, reminds me of does anyone remember in the end of the story where it's like a long thing about that, kind of, how she's succumbing to doing things like that? It's before she shows up on his deck / porch, I think. Only I'm not as, I don't have reasons for feeling depressed or like I'm surviving or anyone's deck / porch I want to show up on. That's just how I'm feeling. Also, did the guy not have red hair? I think I've always pictured him with red hair and have felt aversion. Also, Paul Auster's and Lydia Davis's relationship seems equally and yes, I understand. Makes perfect sense to me. Also, when I think of Paul Auster, I think Motherless Brooklyn, no, and picture of a CGI black dog with wet eyes, and picture of a script, and tap dancing detective, and that guy from American Beauty who plays the real estate agent. When I think Lydia Davis, I think saltine crackers, and picture I always see of her face on Google Images looking older than how I think she is. And picture of her sitting at her desk in the room from Secret Room or something movie with Johnny Depp, but her head is cut off at the neck and there are a lot of papers and an open thing of saltine crackers near her typewriter, which she feels weird about using, but also like she has to use, or like not enough motivation to start using something else yet, but aware of the possibility. 9:01 a.m. Transcribed Chris Killen thing marathon style, a little under 4,700 words. Great job, Shitty Shoe. 10:44 p.m. It's 10:44 p.m. now. Just so you know, I'm addressing that the beginning of the ending of this break ends at 10:44 p.m. So that probably means right now it is 10:44 p.m. I think you know that. Addressing it now, though, officially going to transcribing Chris's thing at 11:05 p.m. Everything I remember doing from 9:02 to 10:44 p.m. Went to Pickles and Pies to get more energy drinks, groceries, cat food. Talked to myself in Chris' voice while dressing. Emailed Tao to see if I was taking too long on transcription / if there were money issues. Recorded video of me talking like Chris, but seems unseemly. Drank remaining liquid and sugar-free Red Bull can. Saw Matthew Donahue text from 7:28 p.m. Picture caption with, my roommate is making grunting sounds while I look at him from the couch. Started typing response to Mira's text from earlier, thinking this will not garner a response, but I want to respond more. Approached Colin, a fancy food student, on the way to Pickles and Pies. Seemed like we might not talk then, but then I said hi. He asked where I was going. I said, oh, just Pickles and Pies. He said, word. We had already passed each other. I was standing and had turned around to face Colin and friend as they continued walking to a... Colin said I missed something on Saturday, the Irish music festival thing. He said, my texts. I was holding my phone. I said, I dropped my phone or something. Embarrassed. He said, feel free to stop by on your way back. We're just hanging out. There was a moment. I said, have a good night. It seemed obvious that something has changed. Not responding to text has changed something. He understands something now. Resumed typing Mira text response. Veered course of walk trajectory into street to avoid potentially acknowledging the person approaching on sidewalk. The person was wiry, puffly haired, wearing earphones and white t-shirt with greenish graphic, but cartoonishly uninterested in everything going on, including themselves walking. Past man sitting in wheelchair outside library. He was looking at me like, I saw the whole thing. I saw you walk into the street to avoid the person who wasn't even paying attention. Texted Mira about that.
Can you guys hear?
Walked into Pickles and Pies. Eventually used basket to carry a full pack of sugar-free Red Bull, 2 Monster Zeros, Sabro Classic Hummus, 3-pack canned tuna, celery, parsley, lettuce head, 2 lemons. Asked cashier for Logic e-cigarette refills. He asked if I smoke more now, and I said yes, but it feels better. He said, no, no, gestures to chest and makes a face. I said, no, none of that. At one point I said, yeah, I don't know. Because in like 20 years, maybe they'll figure out these things are worse for you.
So I'm
Did you say a
gonna,
long thing about the mafia?
should I make it rain live vlogs?
He said, the mafia. He said something I didn't understand fully.
I sent one of these to Matt Romney. So I have,
you don't even know
I
what
think
it
my
is.
buddy Chris
I said, you never
in
know.
Philly has
It
one
was a good
also.
one. Good
So, like,
conversation. Can't remember. Man was
But
walking
yeah,
around our area.
really glad I did that stupid
At one
TurboTax
point he
job
said, 4,
so that
7?
I could,
Excuse me. Y'all don't do the lotto anymore, do you?
this
Matthew texted,
webcam
looks
is
beautiful.
pretty good, I think. So
How
I'm gonna turn this back
email
up and then you can see me like
transcription looks
working on
okay,
things.
to keep going,
for
no
a
money
bit, I guess.
/ time issues. Started rereading
Probably fuck
transcription
with the
and
last
laughed through
two.
notes while walking inside. I like reading things like this a lot, like word for word, extremely detailed transcriptions of things that don't exclude or things and treat punctuation like the same things as words, kind of.
Uh-oh.
Pressed up on elevator and debated saying hi to Colin and his friend, distractedly smoking e-cigarette. Thought, say hi after you put away groceries. What are you going to say? Was he the one who brought up the package? Thank him, that was nice. What if it wasn't him? Another light has gone out. The red light, the outlight above it seems to work. Put away groceries and fed cats. Cats officially enjoy Fancy Feast more than tuna. Changed from jeans to pajama shorts, but did not take off get out of the apartment shirt, thinking, maybe I will say hi to Colin and friend. It's not too late, just say hi. Be a neighbor, a normal person. Looked at face, pupils in mirror, pupils big. Pictured myself saying, hi guys, I'm working on this thing all day and night, transcribing this thing, and eventually saying the word gig and pee running down legs. Ate an amount of Vyvanse, I think it's 25 milligrams. The one Masha drew something on, I think, to indicate it contained less. Texted Masha a response, thinking this will not garner a response, but I want to respond to people more. Willis texted if I'd be at home / at Rockaway tomorrow, and I thought today was Tuesday, and Tao's reading was tomorrow, and Mira Scott's and my Baltimore reading was the next day. Relieved, I said I might be sleeping during the day, probably. 11:15 p.m. Drinking Monster drink. I don't like typing Monster, ever, ever, ever. Now, especially. Surely on the bed, both windows open. They don't let you do laundry in that building after 10 p.m. It's okay, it's okay. When I started typing this, I felt insane, aberrant, very not normal lifestyle, very alone, very, what am I pretending I know how to do? Will it help to call mom? Lit candles. I've been texting with Matthew a little and feeling better. Back muscles tense. Pulled back her body, stomach muscles also, like I've been exercising. Can tell elbows, arms are tense when I type. Headache, chest tightness stuff. Okay. Chewing Trident gum. It is a spearmint flavored. I'm leaving it typed like that. That's what it sounded like in my head. No buts about it. No buts. Resuming transcribing at 12:05 a.m. Maybe if I live blog long enough, I'll eventually become consistent about saying AM/PM all the time or none of the time and figure out what I want. Number consistency. Low 10. Spell, not, when, not, and things like that. So stay tuned for that. That's right. Stay. Instructing you to stay. Something, which means assuming you are already something, tuned in this case. Instructing you to continue doing what you're doing. If you're doing what is it, if what you're doing is what I think you're doing. Okay, just so we're clear. June 4th, 2013, 12:26 a.m. Have been continuing to luxuriate, lay, allow muscles to stretch in preparation for marathon transcribing the finish line. Pee, finish Monster drink. Perhaps will reward myself with headache medicine. Backlog of 41 questions on Ask FM to answer. Also emails, texts, overwhelming debts. I'm the one who decides the feeling is overwhelming, but knowing that doesn't change anything or comfort me. Talked to mom about this last night. She said something about she was nervous to go to dad's office and was physically shaking thinking about it. I said I felt that sometimes from just passively laying, thinking about how many people are on the internet and not on the internet, like waiting. I said cliched things about how the internet makes agoraphobia happen too. Mom didn't act interested or felt surprised at her not immediately agreeing and not wanting to talk more about today's fast-paced culture, new parameters for social anxiety or things like that. Felt comforting her not wanting to do that. June 5th, 2013 did not update. June 6th, 2013 did not update. June 7th, 2013, 11:12 a.m. Almost wrote 2011 just now. Sitting in PetSmart parking lot. LiveBlog has made me aware of how long it takes me to leave a parked or driving car. We'll need to park far away today for the weekend due to summer parking restrictions. Getting used to things like this. 11:43 a.m. Still in PetSmart parking lot. Have been rereading parts involving me/Aaron in Taipei. Imagine Tao writing the universe hugging itself part alone. Years later, a journalist person who would be the best for him would actually be the person with whom a relationship can be sustained, would be reading the universe hugging itself part. This would be far enough in the future so that he would be able to really do the thing where the dot of himself shrinks past zero and ends up in a suburban neighborhood or city too big to know how big it is and starts living again. But by then he wouldn't want a relationship anymore. Not being clear. Shit, how do I say this? I pictured this person in the future reading the book, and Tao would be like technically dead by 2080 or something, but the component of him that lives forever past the singularity would be alive in a different way, not the way the person who he could be in a relationship with would. She would be alive during her version of Tao 1983 to 2080 life. Tao would be alive during the source code like afterlife, where he might be in another dimension or something, concurrently existing with the relationship person, but as a new kind of life form where he shrinks and ends up places. So it would be impossible to know the person reading the same way he would have in his 1983 to 2080 life. But he wouldn't want that anyway, maybe. It would be like some kind of irony, relatable to Sirens of Titan somehow, the thing I'm trying to say. Hard to convey this. I don't know about... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Kicking up great.
Doing great.
Yeah.
That's how many.
Where you at?
Huh? 476. Where did it start?
It was at 407, 222. You did like 70 pages, so you were at 35 pages.
Worried about that.
Wow.
Yeah,
you can
that's
hear
good.
everything.
Oh my god.
Be real careful with that lamp. It's shitty.
How's that?
Good job.
Thanks, man.
Right?
It's going good.
I'm sorry. Can I do anything?
No. You gotta move around. You wanna look some this.
How you doing?
You look really clear. Hi,
Nice to
Tom.
meet you.
No, Rachel. I don't know.
Hey, Rachel.
We met at the bed reading. The
Maybe.
bed with in the gallery where there were beds. No?
Mhm.
With Bud Smith?
No, but I know Bud. I like Bud.
I met you with Bud Smith.
Yeah.
It's my house.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do that. Do that. Do that.
So this is that visuals apartment. This is like the end of it, and it's like the bathroom's like right there.
How's it going? Great. Good. I'm Nick. Nick, cool. Cool, you're making
What's up, Nick? Hey, guys.
You have to be up a lot too.
Hmm?
You have to be awake a lot.
Yeah. We both slept for a couple hours from like 9 to 2, but yeah.
It's a marathon, man. You sure athleticism. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it's good.
I started looking and not being aware of what I was saying.
This time you did?
It's amazing
A
how you can like read so clearly after so long. I drew a lot of squares while you were reading.
Squares?
Yeah.
You do squares?
Yeah.
Where?
I'm trying to organize. There's these.
Oh, this is the bullet journal?
Yeah.
I
I'm
think
using this
squares.
photo of me holding a blank piece of paper to make my mind straight. When I
Whoa.
was on break from the mental hospital.
Oh, fuck. Whoa. That's when you're 16?
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, cool. I love those.
I'm messing up. I hope you made it back. No, dude, I didn't actually.
Like, you press photos, like,
Just wondering
never send it. I said,
I
I
could,
sent it to Megan, is that okay? And I was
say,
like,
hey.
yeah.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
yeah, I can see it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right now.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you.
Sing that.
Yeah.
It sucks, dude.
Hello?
Okay. All right.
It's all right.
Well,
It was rough this morning. This morning it was rough.
Okay.
You guys go outside at all today?
Huh?
You guys go outside at all today? The fresh air is.
Yeah, we
Seems
You know, we talked
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
It feels
we
really
had
good.
we had really good intentions to go outside.
Reject.
Yeah.
We did not.
I got rejected.
Wait, someone's calling me because they're outside. I'll
So
push them one
fresh
second, I'm
out there. So,
sorry. Hey, are you here?
Someone says I sound perkier than at
4 a.m. Poppy. Who's this Poppy?
It's Poppy.
Oh, Poppy.
I'm Poppy.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like a Greek grandfather or like a Dominican.
Like the flower, I think spelled. Yeah.
How do I get on
Not Poppy,
Megan's
the
live
conceptual
stream? I
art
don't even know
project.
how
Sorry.
to do this.
Oh, cool. Oh my goodness. What's your story, Tom?
I don't have one, man. I don't know. Yeah, just here to hear the thing.
Oh, cool.
I know Bud and
Do you want an Uber?
a few people in common. I was at your reading on Hannah's friend.
Okay, I'll call and
Hannah
send you
Sadi,
the
you guys read at Powerhouse.
Oh, okay. That's
340 Murmrr.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I'll send
Oh,
you
cool.
the screenshots.
Yeah. How's the marathon going? How you feeling?
Very tired.
No shit, I'm looking at your book. It's so like,
No.
you got a chunk.
Yeah.
What would you say, 475?
476.
476.
You have creme brulee.
No, it's a mint.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's my deodorant.
Me and Zach.
I'm doing great. We're so happy for you.
Yay.
I feel really good after you did it.
I know, you can't wait.
I know, I'm so happy.
I was gonna not do it.
No, what?
Like, I was so tired this morning,
Uh-huh.
and at 12 I had to take a nap.
Yeah.
Okay, to my house from.
But, yeah,
Near the end, there's a lot of pages where you don't.
I can't wait till that part. That's gonna be like taking a cool
You know,
vacation.
this.
That's the best part.
You got some of those in this past couple
I know.
blocks, too. Yeah.
Started to feel really encouraging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm burning these pages.
Yeah.
I'm burning for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know that.
What is that? No, I don't know. It's an old song.
Oh, yeah, so it's like classic rock, yeah.
Is that
It's like
Elvis?
Blue Oyster Cult.
Yeah, it is Elvis.
Are you going?
We gotta smoke.
Here, try this. It'll make you feel like a bad person.
Where are you even? Is it this side?
No.
Why do you smoke such like a niche?
Is that
It's
Thunder Saber make?
yeah, this is a saber. This is the saber version of Juul.
Looks like a
No,
Jordan
it's
thing,
not
right?
called Saber.
No, it's
No,
called
but it's-
Soren. It's
It looks like an
Soren.
ocarina.
Like a mockery.
An
Yeah, we
ocarina.
can get
Is that like a Ouija
With a
board?
little flute.
Oh, like a
Yeah.
Ocarina.
Yeah.
Like from Zelda.
yeah. I picked this because the Juul was costing a lot for the cartridges, and this you could
When I
just refill.
was in Paris, I ran out of fuel pods and I refilled it.
Yeah,
Like you refilled the actual pot. and
Yeah,
just like
it's messy though.
you can like hack them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My crafty bay.
Your crafty bed.
Crafty vibrator designing bay.
Oh yeah. Spatial awareness bed.
Megan, like when you're reading it, like I know that like I don't want to be presumptuous, that we have a lot in common.
Yeah.
Like, you and I as people, but you say things that I've thought, or like the way you talk to your mom is just like how I talk to my mom. I also say everything. I went through a period where I said everything growing up pancake all the time about myself.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's just like weird.
Oh whoa.
It's just interesting.
Troubling.
Yeah, I know. I'm worried about myself.
Damn.
I think it's cool. It makes me feel good about myself.
Yeah, that me too. I mean, wait, do you think I like stole from you?
No, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm saying like it's. I think we've organically had some of the same thoughts, and then also just like experiences also.
Yeah.
Like, football and like just we have more in common than I realized. I'm learning it through hearing.
That's really cool.
I like it.
I know. I love to know more about those. But well, I mean, if we have them in common, then I already know.
True. There's no shared.
Fucking DePaul, that's like a weird connection.
I know because that's never a school I would have ended up at. Like,
Yeah.
I would just never.
Yeah.
Where is that?
Chicago?
Chicago?
Chicago.
Minnesota or
Well, I grew up in Indiana, and there's another school called DePaul.
Yeah,
With a
DePaul.
W.
DePaul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So telling people from like my high school I'm going to DePaul, they'd be like, "Why are you not here?" I'm like, "No, it's Chicago, bitch. Bye." Have fun at Indiana University getting blackout drunk. My brother got kicked out of IU because his GPA was .07.
That's like, yeah,
27 is my son, not 07.
that's like okay to drive drunk, but after
Yeah.
you're college. Yeah, Jesus.
My brother my brother's lived in Indiana his whole life, he's 2 years older than me. And he, I told him I'd move into a 1-bedroom with a girlfriend, and he goes, oh my God, your rent must be like $1,000 a month. I was like, here.
That's so sweet.
I know, it's so
Such a
nice.
sweet little naive angel. Yeah,
Not quite.
just about. Yeah. That's
Can you read this? Is it backwards?
Oh God.
It's all cars and cars and areas, right?
Oh my God, you tell anybody in like a small town in the US.
You know, it's funny because
Like racing, the 500 player.
I'm going to Indiana for Christmas.
Where?
My in-laws just moved there. I don't know the city.
You wiped up?
I'm wiped up.
Holy.
I'm 35.
I don't want to talk over them, but
She's a screenwriter and a teacher.
it's funny because
Where in Indiana?
I'm not sure they, because I haven't been.
fuck Indiana talk. So when it's funny because we used to do this live stream called Space Dads, me and Daniel Alexander and Chase Kersey, and it's not online anymore. I don't know how to get those videos. Man, I would pay money for like one of them or two of them. But
My father-in-law was.
one night we had Megan Boyle while she was like early on in the process. So you'll see me in Space Dads mentioned in LIVEBLOG if you read it. But she read on live stream with like a rolling comment thing. Like this didn't exist back then, this YouTube thing. Like this was on Spreecast.
You just need somebody in the family line
So,
that then like
Yeah.
It's funny.
It's literally a billionaire, and like they had a house in
I'll turn it back up.
Chicago, but also land in like North Wisconsin, just so that his dad could own a bunch of land and do controlled burning to encourage wildflower growth. He was obsessed with wildflowers. So he had like
nice.
50 acres he would set on fire on purpose.
Yeah.
Just to see what flowers grew a year later. It was crazy.
That's
So like
great.
that's such a cool thing.
I had a friend in college who did something like that, but it wasn't for flowers. My friend in college was like, he lived in the country, and his dad was like, there's a bunch of weeds on that hill. Go pour gasoline on the hill. Kill the weeds.
Exactly.
And he was like, okay, I'll pour gasoline on the hill. Kill the weeds. And then he did, and then he was like,
Oh my God, controlled burning! Uncontrolled burning!
Yeah, he was like-
Man.
he was just like, I couldn't help it. Like, it was like, I just poured gasoline all over the entire hill. I had to.
I have almost all my family is from the deep south, except for me.
Shout out to Theo.
And I would not. Are we live streaming?
It's live streaming.
Okay.
But I don't know if people are.
I
You're
recently.
like my friend's family.
No, well, I recently found out that my uncle, who I've known my whole life, he's like, I've always thought he's like super country, like definitely
Also, because I don't need any more shit in my apartment.
super mask. He is a helicopter pilot for EMTs. Like flies down into like emergencies. Anyways, definitely thought he was like redneck Republican.
Mhm.
Has been like disagreeing with his wife. We've been fighting a lot, and he said like, I can't believe I ended up marrying someone who loved Trump and hates Obama. And then my mom and I were talking about it on the phone. She was like, he was actually very gentle. He tried to keep bees, and when they died, he wept. Oh, I love macho old dudes like being soft. It's so cute. Imagining my like badass uncle crying because like she's died.
Bees are scary.
My attention was split because after you pointed out that spider, I was like,
Yeah,
an
right.
eye on it.
Where'd it go too?
Last I saw it, it crawled all the way down to here, so I think it went
Okay.
among the cracks somewhere.
And
But I had an eye out for you.
Yeah, that thing was spooky.
Like if it jumps.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't think I'd be changing clothes so much in this. But I'm like sweating through things.
starting.
I haven't
Yeah,
changed
so it's gonna be a week so monthly.
at all. I wonder if I,
Lovely lines where I can make those. I still
maybe I should.
only
just-
myself. And then,
Yeah.
I'll have a daily log, but I also want
I'll change.
on the very
Oh my
Just to be
God.
safe.
I think after this, I might need to take a nap a
Oh,
year.
yeah?
I might need to do a 1 hour nap.
Like after
After this
one?
hour. Yeah.
like all kinds of
That's
stuff.
nice.
Yes,
You gotta
you-
get like
you
the
make your own,
super like
yeah.
colored pencil combination
Yeah.
or whatever.
I still have like 5 or 6 comments, but I think it will make me be more intentional about like what I consume.
Hey, Rachel.
Yeah.
Do you have any antacid?
I don't think I consume.
Oh.
I don't have.
I could run to the store. Do you want some?
I want
Does that
some.
some? Or
Like,
no, I don't know what kinds are there. I've never done that.
like Malox?
Maalox? Okay. Zantac?
Dude, my first boyfriend, we were 16 years old, he bought Zantac, and I was like, what is this stuff? What is it?
Oh, it's like the pill kind, like Malox.
You know Maalox?
Malox, I love.
Alright.
Yeah.
We go to the grocery store.
Thanks,
Hey,
Zach.
want anything?
You know what it is?
I'm gonna go to the one, the real, isn't that a real grocery store, like Associated or something? Or is that what? It's on Greenpoint.
You go on onto Manhattan and south, like 3 blocks.
But there's one on this street.
Yeah, but it usually closes.
Oh, it's an alright.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, it's 10.
Yeah,
Wait, so on Manhattan or something?
at Manhattan it should be.
Yeah, there's something.
Or even what, you can get that at a.
Maalox?
Yeah, Malox.
Okay, Maalox. See ya.
What does Malox do?
It makes your stomach stop going blub and blub. I've never tried Pepto though.
I had to do a bunch of that. I was in Mexico and I got really sick, and I started doing Pepto-Bismol because it was supposed to help.
Yeah.
But it just hurt my ass. Like it made my
I was gonna
intestines
have
all
it
twist
anyway.
up.
I don't think
No, my ass didn't hurt before I was taking Pepto-Bismol.
my digestion rate was so perfect, like there was one time I didn't cook for 4 days and I thought I was gonna die. I
From not cooking?
out. I
It's
was
a terrible
so
feeling.
scared. And it was right before I was going on an international flight too. It was like, I'm going to explore on a plane.
I guess cooking is good.
Pooping is really good.
It beats the alternative.
Yeah.
I was crazy.
The third function of the digestive system, I just learned that today, is pooping.
The third?
Yeah,
What's the first and second?
digesting, and then
Digestion, that system, that shit.
and then
Oh.
absorbing is the other
My face
Whoa.
will definitely be shit.
I thought they were all sort of digesting.
one.
Like I
that
thought,
too.
yeah.
But I had no kids studying for science test today, and apparently digesting is just breaking down only.
Oh.
Yes, it can happen in the Paracelsus.
Yeah, indeed. I had to learn about that.
Biomeasurement.
Were you really?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I was like, I'm gonna go to Johns Hopkins and be a
When you were sitting
biological
there like
professor.
studying for special kids.
Whoa.
Now I make memes for my.
I have all these boys and girls who just like.
Like, I don't know why, but when I grabbed this picture to make lines, it's from the curated stack I have of some kind of
Like private
glitter
clients.
and then
Yeah.
I want to show you.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you're like parents, you can't really like.
All they want to
Yeah,
Do I have rainbow braces?
It's
from like, I'm like mid spinning around.
Yeah. Wow.
That's
Whoa.
Like,
What's it more? Whoa, it wasn't- Yeah. Oh, that's cute. This is like
to essentially be like the fucking.
Oh wow. Yeah, it looks like they were going in.
Yeah.
For the kids.
Wow.
For, I mean, they tutored the kid. but
I thought this
parents
was
are so
me at
involved
first.
with it, and they're like,
I really think we have a lot.
I know.
Like they have such
I have the bank.
dynamic, right?
I do.
It's just that's-
I do.
This one's really good.
Isn't that insane?
Yeah.
Austin loves Instagram the worst photo I've ever seen myself. He like found it in my stack of old pictures. And it's like, my mom told me I should get a pixie cut in 8th grade and then it's growing out. Oh, horrible.
Oh, damn.
I just have pigtails for
Yeah,
ages.
this is cool. I like it.
I had like very short hair, like pixie in and out stuff.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Come on, no one's wearing that now. Yes, please, if they're wet. They're probably not that wet. Oh, wait. Is there from Johnny?
Oh, cool. Hi, Johnny.
Huh? Oh. Can we have your goat roasting? You know this one? That's Megan. Megan's the one doing the reading.
Nice to meet you.
There's a live stream on, so don't incriminate it.
No confessions.
Or incriminate.
Do what you want. Don't let her tell you what to do.
You want me to take your jacket?
Josh.
Turning right. Yeah, I think it's going on.
Okay, freshen up solidarity. Done.
Yeah.
Is it go time again?
Almost.
Okay.
I'm gonna wait. I kind of want to wait for the antacid. I'm starting to wilt.
I need to start carrying thumbs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really inconsiderate of you.
It was and is constantly. I'm so tasty.
I'm texting Zachary.
I smoked weed one time in like 3 weeks or something. Oh, I'm so glad I remembered that. I wanted to look for a pen while you weren't looking. Oh, it's back here.
Hi, I'm Jim.
Oh, hey, Nick.
Nick's filming the thing. It's been away for a very long time.
So how long have you been?
Started,
This is like 20 hours.
yeah, 9 o'clock last night. We took a break
Yeah.
for an hour or two. Yeah,
Almost there.
I love the beef jerky that you have. Oh, thanks.
yeah, we got
Yeah, do you guys
What,
want
like-
any?
No.
250 pages left, something like that.
I think so. So it's page 476.
That's bottles actually.
Two-
Amazon
240.
How long did you say that went?
Nice, Cameron.
How long were you just reading?
Yeah.
Well, we did 2 in a row, so it's just over 2
Johnny,
hours.
you want to see my
Okay.
And you did
About 30.
about 70 pages in that time. You were on 407.
like
I think.
6
Okay.
We didn't check the page number in between those. So yeah,
Okay.
you did like 35 pages an hour.
Okay. So we're gonna get to 500 now.
You were being pretty, you were reading pretty quick.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to go that
Yeah.
fast. I feel like
back on my left hand side.
dizzy.
Yeah.
Mm. I think he gets to like emotional parts too.
So you returned the crying Megan that we got in
Yeah.
the wee hours of the morning.
Yeah, I had like a like falling asleep as I was reading and then kind of like woke myself up. Like I just started like crying and I woke up about like a non-emotional part. It was just like this weird part.
But yeah,
I was just like really strung out.
But it's like it's one of the weirdest parts, I think. Like
Yeah.
it was like if there was a weird part in the book to like suddenly find your unexpected.
Wait, fuck, what happened?
This is so cool. Oh, cool.
I don't know how to fix this. Alright, now I gotta search Megan Boyle. You still alive?
I did do that.
That sounds like a great idea.
I could slow it down.
Fuck you, PlayStation.
I think, yeah, that might help. Maybe I just need some more oxygen.
Do you have any like sugar things?
I have some honey. You can eat some honey.
What about like fruits?
I got some apples.
That's my help.
Yeah.
I was gonna bring fruit, but she was like, "We're super set on food."
Yeah. It was pretty good.
That's good. I was worrying about food too. I worry about that.
Yeah, you offered a burger last night.
Yeah, I didn't bring it because she said no food.
No, I took it. Yeah, I got burrito. That's
Yeah.
a sweet offer.
Was the burrito good?
Mm-hmm.
Should move my lamp from the other.
I still have some of it left.
There you go.
How do you know Rachel?
I don't know Rachel.
You don't.
I know Gian.
You know
And I
Gian.
know Jordan from the internet, kind of.
Mm.
I just met him in person though yesterday. First time.
Okay.
Yeah, I recognized when I came here. I recognized people from Mellow Pages, where I was there a lot back in the day.
Mm.
So I don't know. I don't really have friends.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so meeting new people.
Yeah. Welcome.
Thanks.
That was one of the things I didn't write about, I think. Or like, I don't really, I went to
Meeting new
like,
people.
the Mellow Pages thing.
That was at that time too.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah,
That was fun.
yeah.
I'm trying to remember because I think I remember one of your books being there, but I don't remember what it was. Or at least I remember your name from that time.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
You know, Matt is like a math teacher now.
No, really?
Yeah, in California.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Where
I
in
bet he would be
California?
a dope math teacher. I think it's one of those like Spanish names, like maybe San Jose. Maybe what's the one that's San Diego?
Mhm.
Is that the one that's near LA?
It's not far, yeah.
I think that's where he lives.
It's like 2 hours.
So that's fine here.
He's a math teacher. I can totally imagine him with a bunch of little children. Sweet soul,
He's the one with long curly,
blonde hair. He was the blonde haired one.
oh,
And then Jacob
can
was the one
almost
with the
read.
long dark hair.
okay.
And
Almost
he
read
lives
his
in
Twitter.
Bend, Oregon now. And he built his tiny house that he lives in with his wife.
Oh, he's a tiny house person?
He is. He builds them.
Whoa.
I know. And he sells Sasquatch. This is actually legit. I totally believe him. I believe him 100%. That's awesome. Sasquatch on the back of my fucking phone, dude. He definitely saw Sasquatch.
Sasquatch is particularly attracted to tiny houses.
Yeah, he's so big.
I think everyone has a friend who makes tiny houses. Is that, do you know anyone who makes
I
tiny
know,
houses?
that's
Oh,
the
okay.
first person I've heard of.
Yeah, no, I know a guy who makes tiny houses.
Tiny house people. My mom's obsessed with the tiny house show.
Yeah.
Although my friend who does tiny houses is like super alt-right. So
Oh. Is there an alright connotation with
I don't know. That's what I guess that's what I'm. That's my association with.
Gotta be careful with this.
Neck pillow. Oh man, I'm not even looking at. There's chat stuff.
They're like, shut up and read.
Oh no.
Yeah, I saw it last year.
Philip Larkin doesn't have a friend who makes tiny houses.
Is Philip Larkin watching right now?
Philip Larkin's watching right now. We got 11 friends on the live stream watching. So this has been going for 7 hours.
Trying to think has a neck pillow.
Maybe we should
Oh,
just
I've
start.
got a neck pillow.
You have a neck pillow?
I think I do.
That might be nice.
Oh, I know. I give it to.
Oh, is she at the hotel?
She's staying with a friend, but I just like gave her some of the stuff for my backpack because she had a bag that didn't have much stuff in it, so I just didn't want to load all my stuff around. But yeah, I didn't think I'd need a neck pillow. Hi, welcome.
You guys aren't really break.
Hi guys. We're
Is this-
just back into it.
Do you guys use these knives
There's a wardrobe change.
that have these like?
Wardrobe change, yeah.
Wardrobe malfunction. Oh my god.
with
Yeah, you
the-
missed it. Things got pretty,
It has a thing that's
pretty
like
wild.
a lock. You know,
How you doing?
I fucking
Oh yeah, I left my book
love
bag.
these things.
I mean, it's chance, so I can pop them off right now.
Isn't it? The live stream?
Yeah. It's like the active playlist on WFMU.
Did you want to listen to
Like
the
that.
cashew cranberry almond mix? Stuff on it?
I have not.
Like that mix one place?
Nice.
So when she goes back to reading, I'm
Try
gonna
to
start.
start.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're probably.
Later.
Yeah, they
You're probably gonna need while
understand.
you're reading, but like, so we're gonna ask, I guess, that
Oh, yeah.
to rock it tomorrow.
That's right.
As long as it's not like full blown snowstorm. Well, we can even do that then, it'd be fine.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to snow for
Okay.
at all anymore. I think.
Is the rain gonna
It's
happen?
just raining now.
At
It's
4.
like 5 a.m.
Yeah, around then, yeah.
Okay.
So, but like whenever, if it's sooner, just let me know what, like whenever you feel like it's coming up, and I'll try and get here as quick as I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like wilting
How many,
Okay,
hard.
like, how much volumes is
if you didn't get it,
Cool.
yeah.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Good job, guys.
Thanks. Alright.
Sorry, David.
I feel good. I've only been
Your
here for
future
like 2
house
days.
service, yeah.
Yeah, man. Gianna asked about that earlier.
You told him what's what, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's exactly what I
told,
Yeah,
You have 3 kids?
You have an Anthony Kiedis impression for the rest of them?
Yeah. I'm like 9.
I was like, look at, okay, so you just don't see very many wool sweaters that are that color. I think it's cool.
This sweater?
Yeah, like it's kind of neon.
Yeah, I think it's a cotton poly blend.
I wonder if you could dye wool that color, or if it would be harder than cotton.
I don't know much about wool dyeing.
I feel like it's harder.
Dying.
There it
It's
is.
just Xantai.
There she is.
Oh, crap. Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, that's gonna be.
Yeah. Ooh, it's 7 Select brand.
What is it? Antacid. The wrong kind.
It's
I
okay.
think it's antacid. Really? It should be antacid.
I'm like in the chat right now. I could be more interesting.
No.
She started reading
Actually, it didn't say either. It said like acid reducer. No way.
last night. I have a video of it.
Okay.
On my GoPro, which ran out of space for some reason. I don't know how to run my life, obviously.
All right.
This is why live blog means so much to me. So,
11:43 a.m. Still in PetSmart parking lot. Have been rereading parts involving me/Aaron in Taipei. Oh, I already read this part. Jesus, sounding stupid. Can't do it. Abandoning ship. 12:01 p.m. Went inside PetSmart. Cow wrote live blog in my copy of Taipei I didn't see until now. I'm in the car now. Didn't see many grilled or sliced options. Albie and Shirley like those best. Walked to an area between aisles maybe 3 times. Every time I'd leave an aisle, I'd see a cat looking at me. It was the only cat there. It was sitting in a metal cage inside an enclosed plastic-looking space behind which was some kind of endless-looking maze of metal things leading to a back room maybe. There were maybe 6 to 8 empty cages in the cage complex, which was under a large photo-printed decal that said something like PetSmart Adoption Charities, Brooklyn, Animal Something, Hospital, or Rescue. Then a series of numbers strangely out of order. 4, 5, 1, 2, 8.
Just remembered something about how in lucid dreaming you're supposed to pay attention to if numbers make sense. That was big enough to give a pre-ceiling area the appearance of a billboard. The cat looked so small and frozen in place every time. He was looking at me every time I'd walk out, also not moving. Stomach and chest felt tight. I'm unsure if it would be nicer for me to look at him or walk over to him or leave him alone. But if you were my cat, I wouldn't even be able to figure out what kind of food you like. 12:11 p.m. Leaving parking lot. 3 pieces. Tried an spearmint gum in mouth. Pictured myself driving around to find a Dunkin' Donuts. Not really that though, just like vague image of the store containing all the carbs I could ever want, where I would buy no less than 4 but no more than 10 menu items and take them out to my car, where loud rebellious teen anthem music would be playing to party. The windows of my car would be down. There were these kids who would hang out in grocery store parking lots when I was in high school. What I'd be doing with the Dunkin' Donuts would be partying harder than those kids could ever party, like more alone, drifting, hopeless, and significantly more. One time Zachary and I had a 6-pack of High Life and were in some kind of strip mall parking lot, and I drove slow past a group of high school kids partying/milling around, and he handed one of them a High Life out the passenger side window. They didn't seem appreciative. I think this is Zachary. I forget. Remember laughing with whoever it was and saying things about, how did they not want the beer? Was that you?
Of course.
Oh, okay. 12:20 p.m. I'm in a Dunkin' Donuts parking lot, going to look at the menu online so I can know what I want before face-to-face confrontation with the cashier person. Lovingly preparing myself for the transaction that's about to happen, taking everything into account to ensure there will be no surprises, no unnecessary talking, the smoothest and quickest transaction possible. 12:42 p.m. Ordered bacon, egg, and cheese on multi-grain bagel, coffee with cream and sugar. It was free donut day. Cashier said, "You pick a free donut," with his arm near the strawberry frosted ones. I said, "Oh, wow, great. That's great. Wow." I felt pressured to pick a flavor. I said, "Strawberry frosted." He put it in the bag. He said, "You come in here before, you live?" I said, "No, this is my first time here. I live in Rockaway Park, I think." He said, "But this is your first time in store. You never come in here?" I said, "I don't think so. I think this is my first time here." He looked familiar to me too. He said, "She fixed your sandwich over there." Walked to trash can. Saw a man who had let me go in front of him so he could figure out what flavors of coffee. The people ordering wanted. Man said, "Now I know," to the cashier. Felt negative things about the man waiting for my sandwich, like, how do you think you have so many choices? How do you not figure out what you want before you order? How do your friends make you pick up coffee for them without knowing what they want? Looked at Cherry's Jubilee ice cream vat with 1 scoop removed. This is also a Baskin Robbins. There was some kind of special 2-scoop day promotion. Sad about donut day and 2-scoop promotion. Seems like it's before my period to be feeling things like this to the degree I am. Ate bagel in my car, put ketchup on it. Thought about calling mom, but I didn't know what I'd say. 1:07 p.m., leaving parking lot. Turned head and experienced sudden, barely graspable memory of dream, like turning my head, suddenly released dream memory chemicals, maybe. Waited for man bouncing balloon on street to pass, in traffic now. 1:34 p.m., pulled into parking spot on my street. Thought, what is today? It's winter. And expected to see January 7th on iPhone when I checked date. Thought, how do you say the thing about omitted without directly involving omitted, but still involving omitted, but you don't want omitted? There is no way to write about it unless you do thought, and don't say all you thought, like use vague language and say you're omitting things. I should say that this part was omitted. Part of why I omitted it is because I didn't like him that much, but I wanted him to like me, so I'm like being dishonest a little bit. Not proud of this part, totally. Here we go. 1:35 to 11 something p.m. Put away cat food and fed cats. Peed and felt UTI pain, and sat on toilet to drink water and waited out. Read more of Type A. Can only read small parts at a time without having memories and thinking stuff like what it's like now, what it seems to be like for town, what it's like for me. No, I'm being dramatic. This isn't that bad. I'm okay. Good things are happening to him, I think. Looked at pictures of Courtney Love and thought about her life to the extent that I could envision this period of time as a memory in the future. Courtney Love should start doing something really unexpected, like getting really into live Civil War reenactments. Remember going to the bathroom a lot, bringing my bag with me every time, thinking drugs are in the bag, they are close. I can always just do one of the drugs, then placing bag next to bed when I return from the bathroom. Didn't do drugs, sat in room, read internet and more of Taipei. Mom called at one point. I said, I don't feel talkative right now. Ordered pizza around 9 p.m., drank a lot of water, gave pizza delivery man $12 tip. He looked like lost present-day Richard Brodigan, unemployed, maybe just stumbled upon a pizza. Didn't want the pizza once I had it. June 8, 2013. 9:30 a.m. Woke, peed and refilled water glass. It was sunny and reminded me of a day in winter 2009. 8 remaining pizza slice. Looked at internet. 12:47 p.m. Woke, drank leftover Dunkin' Donuts coffee and ate maybe 5 milligrams Adderall. Pooped. Moved bed to look for missing e-cigarette and crack between bed and wall where phone fell. Didn't see. Swept floor. Read texts from last night. Found e-cigarette. I've been avoiding updating due to spending large portion of my time doing a thing I want to omit from LIVEBLOG, which I want to write about, but if people know about it, there could be negative consequences for me or another person. I've thought about this, imagined consequences. The thing I'm omitting is making me happier. Deliberately avoiding talking about why I want to omit this. New thing for LIVEBLOG, to exclude something to the degree I plan on excluding it. That's good, I think, in that it's new. 1:26 p.m. Ate half a Concerta, unsure milligrams. Going to update this with everything I remember from May 31st to June 2nd from the perspective of no longer June 3rd afternoon, Saturday, June 8th afternoon, option that won the most votes on the poll. Then I'm going to update everything I remember from June 4th, not written about to now. God damn it, which disjointed iPhone update had gotten the most votes on how should I update this poll? Complaining stupidly. This is what I wanted. I wanted to do what people voted on so I wouldn't have to decide, and now I want to stick what I've decided. I shouldn't complain. 4:04 p.m. Have been answering Ask FM questions. Here goes. Everything I remember from when I stopped updating May 30th, 2013 to June 2nd, 2013 from the perspective of Saturday afternoon, June 8th, 2013. Put on pink and white striped dress and dried hair. Ate 3 milligrams Xanax on the way to Marie Calloway reading at St. Mark's Books. Texted with Mira, who would also be late. Listened to less than Jake in car. Wrote mean response to a mean Ask FM question. Parked on 6th Avenue in Cooper Square. Kept walking the wrong way on the street to the reading. Think I walked up and down 3rd Avenue maybe 6 times. Tweeted things I was seeing. The air felt hot, heavy, and nice. Withdrew set $40 from 7-Eleven ATM to buy Marie's book and drinks at the after-reading party. Heard a woman on the street saying, "We eat lollipops," or something, like she was selling them. Saw a person giving her money. The woman was standing in front of a van that said "Highlight" for High Times. Walked to van. Small couple ahead of me in line were buying 2 lollipops. Bought the last 2 for $10. The woman said, "I thought you were all together." Looked at the couple and didn't say anything. The man who bought the weed lollipops before the couple stopped them to talk, a little ahead of me. St. Mark's looked empty. Asked employee if they had Marie's book and he used a ladder to get it from the shelf. Paid. Mira texted that everyone at the reading was now at a bar close by and Gian was paying for everyone's drinks. Walked to bar. Seemed fancy, a fancy people bar. Gave bouncer my ID. Walked upstairs to bar area where maybe 20 people I recognized from the internet where other events were standing. Talked to Stephanie Georgopoulos about her new job at Gawker. Remember asking how the office was set up, like if there were cubicles or if it was an open space. Felt a little stupid. Was also distracted by wanting a drink and seeing Mira and Sam Cook and Ralph waving to me, aware of my waving back as maybe interruptive. Saw Brandon Scott Grill in a white t-shirt approach behind Stephanie and me area. Thought, it's okay to not say hi to Brandon right now, he understands. Stood and talked with Mira and Sam, then Ralph came back. I met Ralph. I follow him on Twitter and have heard stories about him from Mira and Sam. A container of limes, lemons, olives, onions, cherries was near where I stood. I think I said, I want to eat them, or I want to drink. People were saying things about how Ralph ate the drink condiments. He either ate them the other night at a bar tonight, or he eats them at home. Ordered a vodka club soda. Mira and Sam disappeared for a minute. It seemed clear to me that people were drunk / had been drinking and had high energy and they needed to catch up, but I was also worried about my car. Seems like I completely forgot being on 3 milligrams Xanax, or the Xanax worn off. Stephen Dierks and Spencer were nearby. Saw tall head of Willis bobbling up and down. At some point, Mira, Sam, Stephen, Spencer, Willis, and I stood in a circle. I said we should make it into a game where one person turns to face outside the circle, so one person is excluded from the conversation at all times, but no one tells them what they missed when they turn around. When they turned around, another person had to immediately take their place as excluded person and face outside the circle. This was fun. This deteriorated. Spencer and Willis each said things to me about coming to the beach the next day. I think Willis said Rockaway Taco. I said they should come. Saw Marie and Rachel White walking out of VIP area. Saw Cal talking to maybe 2 short girls near entrance of VIP area. At some point, Mira and Sam and Steven and me decided to walk inside VIP area. It was loud. I think I hugged Dion before this. The VIP area was mostly empty. Remember it is red. Remember sitting in a group of maybe 6 people near the back on a booth facing the room, behind a table, seeing the bar area where we were formerly standing. Remember talking about weed lollipops. Mira said she thought Tao had bought weed lollipops from the person on the street also. Tao and a man in a suit approached table. The man in the suit seemed gregariously preoccupied with other things in the room. Something about him reminded me of Tom Cruise. I think I greeted Tao by standing and hitting him or something. I think we hit each other playfully. Tao said he was leaving because he wanted to do work. I said, I bought weed lollipops and took them out, I think, expecting to hear about how he bought them too. He said, I bought weed from a person on the internet. Asked what was in his pillbox, and he said, just Adderall. The man in the suit seemed to pay more attention. Tao introduced him, but I didn't hear. The suit man asked if he could have a weed lollipop, and I said, if you have $5, then felt like this wasn't appropriate due to Tao's face before he left. I said, you can just have one, don't pay me, and gave him one. Other things in VIP rooms, stood away from group table for a while, forget what incited this. I asked Marie to sign my book and complimented her dress. Rachel had an e-cigarette, and I was smoking my e-cigarette inside. Rachel said that she did that, so I thought it was okay. Talked with Suit Man, who I discerned was Tao's editor. They had just come from another party. He asked me things about being a character in Taipei. Felt unable to answer his questions, teeming with enthusiasm and gregarious preoccupation with other things. Marie said, can you hold this for Rachel? And handed me Rachel's e-cigarette. Mira and Sam and Spencer and Ralph passed and said they were going to Java Dog, and I said I'd meet them there soon. Heard Japanese hot dog several times. Gave Rachel her cigarette and I think talked to her a little. Recognized my editor from Vice, have not met in person. We had a talk. He asked why I stopped sending things. I said I've been depressed and out of ideas and have been doing the LIVEBLOG, but I want to start column again. I said, am I the flakiest contributor? He said there were definitely worse, but I was up there. We did a shot of Jameson in the main bar room. He said he had been there for a while, but left for a little bit. Something else was said. Shit, something funny. I forget. Felt good, fortuitous to see him. I said I wanted to go meet the hot dog people. And he went to talk to Gian. Left bar and searched Java Dog on my phone. Mira texted or called to say it was close to the bar on 3rd Avenue, I think. It was called Java Dog or something, actually, though. When I arrived, they had already eaten. I remember feeling like I'm still not drunk enough, and that everybody had high energy and I was an out-of-context object in their conversation. Sounds negative. I didn't feel negative, just like, yeah. Put a red plastic hot dog container on Mira's head and said, I forget. This is my attempt at high energy. Walked back to bar in a group. Spencer said goodbye. I think it was taking me a long time to find ID and first to give to security guard. I think I told people to go upstairs without me. Talked to Gian and Tao's editor by the bar. Ordered another vodka club soda. Remember seeing Ryan O'Connell at some point and hugging him and saying, do you want to slow dance? And he said, you know I do, or something, and we danced a little, but we were both moving to other places. It was a seamless stop and dance transition to other places we were walking. It was nice. But I want to talk to Ryan more, but he'll probably leave. I remember having trouble discerning what editor was saying in some funny conversation that ended with me saying, I bet $10 he can't remember exactly what he said. Thanked Dion for paying for the open bar and talked a little about New Orleans. At some point it became clear that a drug dealer was coming. I said I wanted to buy heroin. I've had difficulty swiping my card at ATMs. Dion said that the guy was coming soon, and if I wanted things, I should go to an ATM fast. Walked downstairs, outside the bar. Saw Marie and Willis and Rachel standing by the door. Someone said, are you leaving? And I said, no, I'll be right back. Jogged to a deli. Card didn't work. Jogged to another deli. Withdrew money from my savings account, and I think it must have overdrafted or something. I don't know how I was able to withdraw $100 twice. Jogged to bar. Texted Gian if the guy had coke, because I was able to take out more than I thought I had. It took a long time to find my ID for a security doorman again. Downstairs bar still seemed very empty. Gave Dion my money and asked if he saw my text, and he hadn't. I gave him all my money and said if the dealer had other things, I'd like whatever he had with the other $100. A little after this, the upstairs bar closed. Tried to buy a drink from the upstairs bar person. She said, you can buy it downstairs. Tried to tip her, but she refused. People moved downstairs. Sat at the table booth between Ryan O'Connell and Rachel White and talked about writing. Further down the table were Mira, Sam, Ralph, Stephen, Gian, and one or two of Gian's friends maybe. Sometimes I'd see Mira, Sam, Ralph gesture to me in peripheral vision. Saw Stephen with his head in his hands at some point, maybe sleeping. Distributed 1 milligram Xanax to everyone at the table by, I think I just said, pass these down. Gian left and returned and gave me a baggie and $90. I said something like, keep the $10. He did open bar. Ryan asked what drugs I bought, I think. I said heroin. Remembered him saying disapproving things to Mira about crack use, and I think he said something disapproving or just, I don't do that about heroin. Gian asked if I wanted to do a line. I think I tried to get him to come to the bathroom with me to do it together, but then it seemed like a bad idea. Went to the bathroom alone and snorted a large amount using pinky finger length hot pink straw I keep in my purse. Handed straw and bag to Gian. I don't remember things for a while. Have an image of myself like watching myself curl up in a ball on a booth. I was watching myself from a distance of maybe 20 feet, like where the stairs were. And I was in the bathroom with Mira. Mira was reviving me with Coke. I remember feeling like Denzel in Flight, like actually very much coming to / becoming aware of things the more Coke John Goodman administered to him. Sam came into the bathroom. I think I said things about how great they were and how much I liked them, and was thanking them for reviving me. Kissed Mira on the cheek and lips, I think. It became May 31st at some point during this night, omitting May 31st and June 1st until sometime in the afternoon when I picked up my car from parking spot on 6th Avenue. There was a group text message involving Spencer, Mira, Steve, and Willis Tao about going to the beach. Tao said he didn't want to go, and Willis and Mira flaked. Spencer texted that he and his brother still wanted to go, regardless of other people coming, and asked for my address. Didn't see this until it was too late. Spencer sent another text saying they got restless and went to Coney Island. Texted Tao something like, sorry to involve you in group message for this long. He said he was joking by continuing to say, sitting this one out. Walked to my car, there was a ticket. It was sunny and warm. Sat in car and read email from Jordan asking for thoughts about him moving to NYC. Someone asked if I was going to move my car, so I did. Snorted a small amount of heroin driving on Houston Street and felt happy. Drove home. Texted Spencer that I wanted to shower and make juice / feed cats, but I'd text when I was leaving for Coney Island. Walked to apartment, talking to mom on phone. In the apartment, Jesus, I forget a lot. I made green juice, milled around for a long time, hung up clothes. The overhead light was on. Around 6:30 p.m., I texted Stephen that people went to Coney Island and I said I was leaving soon. Texted Spencer to see if he was still there. He said they had left already. Figured I had flaked due to no word from me and me not showing up yet. He said there was a roof party in Brooklyn. I was texting with Mira about all of this also. She was at Spencer's. They were going to the party together in a few minutes. I texted Mira. I told Stephen to go to Coney Island if he knew he was probably there already. Texted Stephen sorry and that I messed up and would give him a ride to the other party. Put on green dress and beige high heels and dried sweat from hairline. Brought jar of Cheetah mixture to eat in the car. Sugar-free Red Bull for Stephen and me and MacBook for unsure. Walking to my car, made eye contact with older man. The man said, excuse me, miss. He said I shouldn't be walking alone. He had an Irish accent, seemed drunk, moved slowly. He said, one more thing, and why are you doing here? A few times. I said I lived here. I asked what he was doing here, and he said surviving. Driving to Coney Island, Mira texted that she was leaving to pick up Sam, would return with him, and the three of us would hang out after the party. Picked up Stephen outside Nathan's dance. He had gone to a biker bar. He was chill about the whole thing, also a little drunk. We talked a little about the after-reading party. I said I saw him sitting with his face in his hands, thinking maybe he'd say, I felt alone then. Talked about how he felt bad, but he said he didn't remember that and he was probably sleeping. He said something about how he didn't like to leave right away and how people are flaky and it's hard to get people together to do something. I agreed and said I was part of the flaking problem. Parked outside apartment building. Stephen had to pee badly. The parking was at Michael Seidlinger's house. Everyone had left to get food. Walked with Stephen to find the party and pee place. Saw Spencer, his brother Tyler, Michael, and Eric on the street. Everyone was wearing white t-shirts. They were waiting for dumplings. I said I wanted a BLT and was going to walk somewhere to get that, knowing, I think I didn't want one, but I didn't want dumplings, and I didn't have to stand there Stephen, what? Was directed to a pee place. Met Michael, who I knew from the internet already. Met Eric. Remember shaking his hand and thinking, I am being presented with an Eric. aka Eric. Shortly after this, I think I said I was going to a deli. Remember asking them if they planned the white t-shirt thing several more times. Asked it again as I was leaving. Spencer said, "We're the plain white tees." I said, "Hey there, Delilah," and he knew other words I didn't expect to hear as I walked away. Texted Mira to see where she was, walked into maybe 4 delis, all of which had closed seeming sandwich counters. Typed about surroundings in iPhone notes. A lot of people were on the street. Got lost. Typed, "What am I doing? Why did I come here? What should I do?" in iPhone notes. Standing in a deli listening to a woman in a green dress tell the deli man she wanted toilet paper and Newport 100s and other things she wanted in a funny way. Exited deli, past a man sitting in a stoop who said, "Girl, you better be careful." Looked at him and said, "You too." Spencer called and I told him I was lost and couldn't find an open sandwich counter. He said things suggesting I was walking big time in the wrong way and that I must have missed the deli he was at. I think he was on Prospect something. He ordered a BLT for me while on the phone. Felt good / reassured about entire thing. Felt comically overdressed, green dress and high heels. Walked maybe 4 blocks to BLT deli. Girls were petting Tyler's dog. Felt face definitely looks like it can't conceal lying about wanting a sandwich. All the deli is considering leaving, texting Mira, feeling overdressed, deciding everything was okay and I'm gonna be here. Paid for sandwich and bought a 40-ounce of Valentine. Entered another deli with Michael and Steven to buy more beer. Stood by a freezer. Michael talked about working for Melville House. Steven said something about wanting woodchuck, but thinking people don't like hard cider. I said I liked it. Opened freezer door and stepped inside and showed them my sweat-stained armpits. Michael bought Hogarden, I think. Gave someone $2. Sat on the roof in a chair formation and talked and drank beer. I don't remember everything. I liked this. Went from shit to this is nice. Drank the 40-ounce and maybe 4 beers. Everyone was joking and talking left. Could see the skyline and it wasn't hot on the roof. At some point I said, someone should name their dog June 5th, 2003. I drove Steven and Eric home. Eric lived in Manhattan, kind of. We left Mira a voicemail involving yelling something about fried chicken. Sang along to things by myself in the car ride home and I made a video. I had a concrete fixture in the passenger side mirror. It's fucked up now. Got home around 4 a.m. and went to sleep around 5 a.m. I remember how it looked in my apartment and what it felt like, but it's hard to type. Woke a little before 9 a.m. Felt bad. Aldi was making noises. Ceiling fan stopped working. Felt stressed about omitted and how I would write about it. Cut a mango and fed cats, and it seemed like I just continued typing into my phone until I decided I wanted to fall asleep watching Broken English. Ordered a amount of heroin. I thought it was small. I didn't feel anything. Bread smoked Taipei. Waited for movie to download even though I have the DVD. Snorted more heroin. Vomited. Tao emailed me asking if I wanted to write 15 tweets by published poets that negatively reference homeless, and the Chris Killen transcription for June 4th, which he would guest edit when he would guest edit Thought Catalog. Said I wanted to do that. Vomited maybe 6 times and had mild hallucinations and felt worried about going to sleep and embarrassed for doing just not liking what I was doing. Not looking forward to posting anything I had written that morning. Aware that I hadn't been updating, worried about omitted. I think then I made the poll asking people how they wanted me to update. 6:41 p.m. Peed and got water. Ate 20 milligrams Adderall. Answered Ask FM questions. It's hot in the apartment. Fan still doesn't work. Feels terrible thinking about how I'm still in the bed doing this yesterday, like this yesterday. All the time it's gone by in June. I don't know what else I'd be doing. I'd be at Mira's or Spencer's reading, charging e-cigarette battery. I want to be in Maryland. Writing about all this feels sad. I don't know why. Shouldn't not knowing why you feel something cancel out the feeling? Like you do a geometry proof and it results with there's no way to solve this, so you move on. 7:34 p.m. Mira texted, "BB girl, are you coming to this shit?" at 6:41 p.m. 7:47 p.m. Texting with Mira. 7:50 p.m. Making short updates like this so people who scan through long-ass retroactive update will maybe see a new long-ass retroactive update is about to begin, but this is the present time before that. 7:51 p.m. Phone vibrated and I jumped. 7:52 p.m. Considering eating last 20 milligrams Adderall for this shit-ass update, then using it to work on, goddammit, article, need to restart column, things, shit, would take too long to describe this thing I'm feeling. 7:53 p.m. People reading this. It's about to be another long-ass retroactive update. Get ready. Maybe not now, maybe not tomorrow, but someday, yes, I will finish what I started. 7:54 p.m. My goal of the week is to get a job. It doesn't seem like I'm going to get a job. I have to do the Navy, then school, goddammit. There's nothing I want really, I think. Getting a job seems best, nicest, most considerate of me right now, considering my state of what I seem to be in. Living here for a month after a year-long unstable living situation, preceding more unstable living situations. 7:55 p.m. It's getting darker and colder and smells like rain. 7:57 p.m. Maybe I should shower and buy energy drinks and maybe alcohol for later. Then call mom. Jesus, e-cigarette cartridge refills. 7:58 p.m. Texted Mira I'd like to hang out later. 8:02 p.m. Still don't know what I want to do regarding this update / what I'll do tonight, getting things from store, anything, shit. Something I haven't written about. It smelled like boat or heavy machinery exhaust outside. That's why I closed the window last night, to stifle the wafting. 8:13 p.m. Cleaned cat box, stomach achy, wish juicer wasn't broken. 8:47 p.m. Called mom and left voicemail, got in the shower, heard phone noises. 9:06 p.m. I don't experience thoughts or feelings fully. I experience something else fully. It's pre-thought, pre-feeling. The text you're reading is maybe 5 steps down the line from what it started at. Maybe. Tried to discern how I was feeling in the shower, but it felt hard to do things other than look at a wall on the shower curtain and sometimes scan down torso legs. Mom left a voicemail saying she wouldn't be available until tomorrow, but tomorrow would also be busy. Tomorrow I need to get my oil changed. 9:19 p.m. Albie Shat made plans to do something I'm omitting. 10:58 p.m. Driving to IFC to do omitted. Drinking soaked chia mixture. Car is 2,000 miles overdue for an oil change. A light has been coming on and a negative miles past oil light flashes. I refilled the oil recently though. 8 new Pep and anti-race tan before leaving. 10:59 to 11:59 p.m. omitted. June 9th, 2013. Parts I feel comfortable not omitting. Walked around Greenwich Village after movie. Bought 12-pack Corona beer at Pickles and Pies around 2 a.m. Heated pizza in unconventional frying pan way in my apartment. Went to sleep around 6 a.m. Woke around 5 p.m. Dressed in turquoise button-down shirt, navy blue skirt, high heels. Split order of French toast, bacon, egg, and cheese on an English muffin, hash browns at the Last Stop Diner, Beachwood, 16th Street. Looked at AS train next to the diner. Donned bathing suit, black and white striped dress, yellow cardigan. Laid on a towel on the beach in front of my apartment building from around 5:30 to 8 p.m. Napping and reading Tracer by Frederick Lockman. Showered, dressed in blue collared wrap dress, beige high heels. Watched Spurs versus Heat in my apartment. Went to Lenny's Clam Bar in Howard Beach. Watched second half of Spurs versus Heat at Lenny's Clam Bar. Omitted said, I notice you do a lot of drugs when you're by yourself, but not with me. I said something like, I think it's because I like to feel occupied with something else. And don't take this the wrong way, but I think you're occupying me. Bought toilet paper. Watched VHS on Netflix. Ate 5 valerian root pills. Scared to fall asleep due to images from VHS playing on the back of my eyelids. June 10th, 2013. 10 a.m. Woke, drove to Q train, then back to apartment. Almost out of gas. I have 1 bar. Engine oil light flashes. Light is flashing. Negative 89 miles. 11:13 a.m. Ate 1 milligram Xanax to induce nap. Heated pizza and toaster oven. Think I made 2 hummus tortillas. 4 p.m. Woke. Drank Corona with lime. Read more of Tracer. 4:43 p.m. Mom called, but I didn't hear. 6:50 p.m. Called mom back and talked. She's reading Taipei. She read this aloud to me and started crying. That small and irreducible thing. At some point she said, are you still listening? And I said yes. And I remember tears on my face and trying to sound okay. Forget when I started crying. I didn't expect to be crying, but something hard to describe something. They sat facing hundreds of the same types of 4-story buildings, the expanse of which in most directions darkened dramatically, creating an illusion that one could see the Earth's curvature until blurring in the distance into a texture. Sometimes looking at a city, especially a gray or brown one at night, Paul would intuitively view it as a small and irreducible thing that arrived one summer and rapidly grew, showing patterns of color on its expanding surface. Then was discolored by autumn and removed of its exterior and deadened by winter, in preparation for regrowth in spring, but was unable in its form to enter the natural cycle, so continued growing in a manner as if faceless and skinless, through summer, autumn, etc., less in belligerence or tyranny, with some abstruse knowledge of its own. Or some abstruse knowledge of its own readiness. Then as a stranded thing, sightless and uninstructed, with an objectless sort of yearning, seeing the streets and bridges and sidewalks while living inside a building, locked in a room. One could forget that it was all a single alien-seeking entity. After mom read this, I think she said, "I'm sorry," and something like, "It sounds so much like you," and something about it touching me and how, as she was reading this. And I didn't know how alone you felt. I see it very clearly now. I had no idea. We were both crying in a good way, read several parts aloud to each other. She said, "I just love this so much. This is so beautiful," and tearfully read this aloud. That the universe in its entirety was a message to itself not to feel bad, and ever elaborating languageless rhetoric against feeling bad. And he was troubled by this, suspecting that his thoughts and intentions at some point in April or May or years ago in college, where as a child had been wrong, but he continued in that wrongness and was now distanced from some correct beginning to a degree that the universe and himself as part of that universe was articulately against him. At some point, she said in a frantic panic, almost angry sounding voice, something like, "I had no idea how much drugs you were doing. I mean, I think I knew sort of. I didn't want to pay attention to it. And I want to say things like, don't do that. You're ruining your brain as your mother. But also then I read this and I thought, it's fine. It's fine. The way he says it, I agree with this. And I feel this. And I don't think your relationship is about drugs or whatever. I agree with this." Then read this. He felt to convey mostly by slowly saying variations of no. And I can't think right now that there is no such thing as a drug problem or even drugs, unless anything anyone ever did or thought or felt was considered both a drug and a problem, and that each thought or feeling or object seems touched or absorbed or remembered at whatever coordinate of space-time would have a unique effect, which each person, each moment of their life could view as a problem or not. She cried at space-time. I was also crying. I don't know why. It's hard to read this sometimes. I feel lucky or something to be sort of involved in this. To be written about in this way, that a tough hour to describe these things. I also remember feeling and thinking too, but I haven't made it into words. Mom kept saying I had no idea. She cried about the part where I'm in 4th grade, putting glitter on my eyes and wearing a purple shirt every day so aliens would see and come take me away. She said I felt that too as a kid. I didn't know that's why you did it. I said he got it wrong. It was 7th grade and only on Fridays. Do you remember Herman? My Herman necklace? Ball and chain necklace with a glow-in-the-dark alien charm on it. She said, "Oh yeah, oh Herman." I said something about how Tao was able to articulate things I didn't know how to, and I read this part, crying a little while reading. The unlighted space around him, outside the SUV, the trees, sky seemed more visible by being blacker, or a higher resolution of blackness, almost silvery with detail than normal. Instead of what he'd sometimes and increasingly sensed in the past 2 months, mostly in his room. Since one night when, supine on his yoga mat, his eyes while open had felt closed, or farther back in his head, and his room had seemed literally darker. He'd saw it as if the bulb attached to his non-working ceiling fan had been secretly replaced, or like he was deeper inside the cave of himself than he'd been before, and he didn't know why. Mom said things about Jenica and how she didn't know that was how our friendship ostensibly ended. She said she pictured Tao as a little boy and remembered me in preschool hiding under tables and not talking to anyone and not knowing how to deal with people. And how I'd cried before school, a lot of middle school, not wanting to go in, and how she felt like, why am I doing this to my child? Why does she have to go to school where it's so horrible? And that Tao dealt with what I was dealing with by becoming quiet. She kept saying, I had no idea. In a Gmail draft, type these things, she said as she said them. It's about 2 essentially playful souls who connected, but the real world got in the way. When I was young, I was this reactionary person waiting for whatever meteor would come my way. It's not about drugs. It's not about breaking rules. It's about 2 people coming together in a moment that was beautiful and impossible to sustain. I said I wanted to come back to Baltimore. I was thinking about taking a bus tonight. Mom said Wednesday would be better. 7:44 p.m., drinking 4th Corona. Supposed to figure out what's wrong with my credit card. If I just don't spend money for some amount of time, it would be better. I have money in my PayPal. Going to find some way to transfer money from my PayPal to savings account, then to my checking, so I can pay for oil change and gas tomorrow. 7:47 p.m. Zachary emailed that he was going to Philadelphia. Something about bringing my bike back to his apartment, then never mind. 7:58 p.m. Mom called and I told her money plan, new job, more income. I haven't billed Vice for my last 4 articles, getting paid for doing the transcription. We'll have about $800 for those things. Need to get a job, shit. 8:25 p.m. Drinking another beer. Is this bad? I don't know. Can't tell. I'm not interested. I'm going to do a yoga DVD. Whee! I live in Rockaway Beach, Rockaway Park. Someone come knock on my door already right now. Do it. I'm here. It's 129 Beach 118th Street, Queens, New York. 10:44 p.m. Smells like cigarettes in my room. Listening to Odd Nostone song. Feels like an emotional map, like looking at a map of my emotions from Earth from space. 10:56 p.m. A person from Facebook might sell me Adderall or Vyvanse. My idea of what my PayPal looks like, Jesus. My funds as I know them to be, PayPal, less than $200, savings account, thought it'd be zero by now, but was able to withdraw $200 from it the other night to buy heroin. When I looked at it last night, it said around $500. Seems like bank must have made an error allowing me to something. Also, I have a CD that's maturing in July that's around $600. I thought that was my savings account that I was withdrawing / spending money from. I didn't know the 600 or 1600 still existed. I think I will be allowed to use it mid-July. Checking, it says I have 1367, but it also says negative 91. I can't use my card, I have no cash. Money owed to me, bikes, $400, transcription, $325, accident settlement, around $3,900. Not as dire as I thought. Dad agreed to give me money for groceries and things. He puts it into my checking account, guilty about this, seems shitty of me. I'm 27 years old and sick. Things recently withdrawn, which seem to be accounted for via my dad is paying for me to exist for 2 months in NYC without getting a job. $750, June rent, $1,500, move-in fee and May rent, things I owe to people. $200, monthly truck payment, monthly truck school loan payment. I'm 2 months behind on. They called and left a voicemail. Bucks. I'm fine. 11:43 p.m. Pooped. Unsure if this is a suicide. I took birth control. If I don't wait, then I authorize everything I've written to be. Everything I've done goes to Calvin. Everything exists to decide what to do with that. It is 11:44 p.m. My cats have enough food for a few days. Please don't worry, I'm setting my alarm for 1 a.m. So maybe I'll wait then or take this down. Just not sure if I'll wait. It's okay if I don't. No harm, or it's not an ill will thing. Everyone is nice to me. Just not sure. I've got enough whatever to keep me going until tomorrow. June 11th, 2013. 12:45 a.m. Made hummus, romaine, parsley, garlic, lemon juice, olive oil, salt, chipotle, tortilla filling. 12:55 a.m. The update before this seems extreme. I'm reading it via, it's what I wrote and did was stupid. There's no reason for me to cover up something I felt at the time. It's just a passing thing. I'm fine. Ate another 1 milligram Xanax. No more beer. I feel okay. Like tomorrow I'll be able to do things at a no kid pace. Be a normal person. 4:47 a.m. Woke, deleted, extreme update, drank glass of water, 3:40 p.m. Woke around 1 p.m. I think. Repasted extreme update, hard to move. It was sunny and now it's cloudy. Watched the emailed, answered Ask FM questions, pooped twice. Painted second coat of paint on nails. Dad put $181 in checking account. The oil change place will be closed. Maybe. Think my license might be suspended already. Okay. 8 p.m. mixture. Drank 8.4 ounces sugar-free Red Bull. Todd paid me for the transcription. Looked exactly his Twitter. It's funny. Want to eat pineapple. 5:10 p.m. Mom call. Attorney's office also called. I'm picking up paperwork for them on Thursday. Money from PayPal. Will take 3 to 5 business days to transfer to savings. Left long and rambling voicemail for Dad. Slept and did dishes. Ate new pep. And snorted remaining heroin. Cut open the straw I've been using and licked it. Light container of baggie also. I feel good. Made celery, romaine, parsley, lemon juice, blender drink. Today I want to exercise and eat a black plastic bag for the mattress from the hardware store and take the mattress the fuck out to the dumpster. It has been in here too long. They won't pick it up if it's not in the bag. Rachel White invited me to a thingy tonight. I might go to that. Okay, I feel better than I felt since waking. I'm sure if it's due to heroin. I don't care why. If something makes you want to be more productive and improves your mood, that's good, I think. Defending drugs boyle. 7:59 p.m. Nap. Remember also feeling conscious that I was a body on the bed. Answered Ask FM questions. Felt calm and good when I woke, like everything would be easy. 8:07 p.m. Walked to hardware store for mattress bag. It was closed. Walked to Sleepy's mattress something store. An employee was helping a man on the bike. The employee said, "Why, hello, how are you tonight?" I said, "I'm very well, how are you?" He said, "Outstanding. How may I help you?" Asked him about mattresses. He said, what size do you have? I said, full? He said, full. I don't know about full. Let's see. I said, or queen? Queen, maybe. And followed him to the back to an area of mattresses stacked on the wall. He said, now these are for a customer. They already bought, see? Sold. I said, oh. He said, they only send me twins, see? And it's wrapped like this. I can't, I have to take it off. He pulled in a mattress bag and laughed. I said, oh no. He went into a little room. I said, I could just take 2 twins and tape them together. He said, see, but I can't take it off. I said, oh, well, that's okay. Thank you anyway. He said, I tell you what, King's Plaza? I said, yeah, on Flatbush. And he gestured with his arms like a wingspan. He said, yes, it's this big. And there are 2 sleepies, one on this side and one on the other. You go there and you say, I'm a Sleepy's customer. They sent me here for full-size bag and they give you for free. I said, okay, great, thank you. He said, just a 10-minute drive up there. I said, what train stop is it? Do you know? He paused and looked outside and said, train? No, it's just a Q35 bus, Q35. Get it right there, okay? I said, great, yes, thank you, and left smiling. 8:15 p.m., stood by a bus area, typed directions in iPhone notes. Bus sign said Q53. Thought he maybe got it wrong. Asked teenage couple where the 35 was. The girl pointed to his sleepies and said, over there. Walked to there. A woman in a green shirt with a cane was standing by the Q35 bus sign. Went into deli next to the bus stop. The man said hello and smiled really big. Selected a thing of pineapple, sugar-free Red Bull water. Another man rung me up. The first man said, you from Rockaway? No. I said, I am. I just moved here, 118th Street. He said something about my tattoos while I looked for my credit card in the bag. I said, and I left it at home. I left my card. I'll be right back. He said, okay, take your time. Walked back home, fed cats. 8:31 p.m., approached deli with credit card. 4 people are standing with 2 dogs, giving the dogs attention. The man said, 25 dogs. That was my mission for my birthday, to pet 25 dogs, and I did it. That's what I did for my birthday. Bought the things I had selected. The deli looked empty. The man was talking in another language to someone I couldn't see. When I left, he said, you come back soon, right? I smiled and said, okay, I will. 8:38 p.m., bus approached. People disembarked. Walked onto bus, and the driver said, 9 o'clock, that's the next bus. A short older man made eye contact with me and said, that's late. I made commiserating face. The bus driver walked out and said, hi to a man standing next to me, also leaning against the wall. The man said, what's up, man? 8:45 p.m., waiting for the bus. The leaning man is singing, seems like Sleepy's will be closed. It's starting to rain. 8:48 p.m., they close at 9 p.m., walking wall bounds to get green smoothie things. Deleted, debating going to Manhattan to buy drugs. Jesus, the second I typed that, I got a text from the drug dealer I buy from, 10% off. Shit. Going to buy wine from liquor store to use for something for dinner. Don't want to spend more money on drugs right now. Feel like I can do it. The only thing I need to do is not buy drugs, then I won't have them. 9 p.m., I want to make a nice ass dinner. Get a recipe from mom. The man in the liquor store asked to see my ID, and I said, that's kind of you. He was acting suspicious of me the whole time. The man came in and asked for Captain Morgan. They were playing Dirty Deeds, done dirt cheap. Zachary and I used to sing that in funny voices. 9:06 p.m., walked to ophthalmologist's office and turned down Papa John's to take a picture of the Manhattan skyline. Pretty. I don't think you can see the skyline in picture. Feel really good. 9:34 p.m., sat on curb outside Wall Bounds talking to mom on the phone. She told me to watch Amy Schumer on Comedy Central. She said, she's turning into a feminist, surprisingly. I don't know if you'd like her personality, but some of the things she says are just really, really funny. She says women should exercise their vaginas so they can use them as weapons. She apologized for crying the other night, and I said, don't apologize. That was nice. I was crying too. I felt good talking to you about it. Walked by the plants outside Wall Bounds. Mom said, oh, honey, you should do it. Just buy a plant. I said, maybe tomorrow. I don't want the cats to eat it. Asked her for a seafood recipe. I'm going to make this. Typing before I forget. Scallops, butter, garlic, shallots, mushrooms, tomatoes, white wine, lemon capers. Saute the scallops in butter and garlic, then set them aside. Using the same pan, saute the mushrooms, shallots, tomatoes, capers, and more butter and lemon. Then you make it really hot and add the white wine, and when it cooks down, you put the scallops back in. Hell yeah. Mom said she figured out the recipe from a restaurant whose t-shirt I have. It says Shea Fernand. Restaurant has since changed their name to Tercigels. I don't think I ever went to it when it was called Shea Fernand. 10:34 p.m., walking home from Wall Bounds, very windy. Followed a group of 4 college-aged girls in basketball shorts and team sports t-shirts and flip-flops around the store. One of them said, yeah, but we can take the shuttle. We'll take the S, and no one will see the liquor, and we can take shots. And the rest of them laughed. They were leaving a checkout line to be hanging out with them. 11:07 p.m. Called mom to confirm some things about the recipe. She said to call her when it was done, if I felt like it. 11:53 p.m. Dad called. I chopped garlic, shallots, tomato, mushrooms while we talked. He talked about how he likes working with mom in new offices. They're like partners. He said, it just makes my heart sing. He said he was happy to see mom outside of work because usually they don't talk. He kept saying, I'm so happy to have a partner. Mom is office manager. He gave her that title. Dad said, it's just so good to hear your voice, to talk a little bit with you. I said it was good to hear his voice too. Made plans for dinner Thursday. He seems very excited about the new offices. Felt complex things, but it was easy to talk to him. It's not usually easy. I told him I was feeling better overall. Told him things about doing the transcription for Tao and the transcriptions I'll do for Zachary. Felt good to be talking with him comfortably, non-awkwardly. Hung up and made food. Texted Matthew Donovan with a few pictures. June 12th, 2013, 12:45 a.m. Finished eating. Tasted so good. Called mom at 12:45 to tell her how it turned out. Drank 2 glasses of white wine with club soda. Told her I wanted to go to yoga in the morning, then do car things. Then I'd be in Maryland. Chopped has been playing on TV since I got home. Also, I took out the trash. Great. 1:43 a.m. Typed most of this and imported pictures onto computer. Texted omitted picture of food. Watching Tattoo Nightmares on TV. I feel okay. 2:52 a.m. I felt really nauseated, vomited, embarrassed to write that for some reason. Want to say I didn't make myself vomit. Maybe there was a scallop issue. I think I just ate too much. It was really good. 4:11 a.m. Woke to an infomercial. Eat some Haagen-Dazs green tea ice cream. Stomach feels better. Put on Spurs versus Heat. 7:23 a.m. Woke to basketball stuff on TV. 11:30 a.m. Woke. Basketball stuff was still on. Have been laying in bed petting cats and reading internet. Detailed dream I can almost remember. 12:26 p.m. Drinking sugar-free Red Bull. I haven't mentioned this, but think I broke my right middle finger a few days ago. A door slammed on it accidentally a few days ago. It's okay. Also, I haven't mentioned that the other night I spilled glitter everywhere. Now my bed is sparkly. Looks better this way. 1:41 p.m. Answered Ask FM questions. Got rid of the backlog of questions. Okay. Just deleted a long thing of me shit-talking questions. I'm happy to receive questions still. Some of the recent questions I like. It's probably obvious the kinds of questions I don't like. Great. Going to initiate preparing to leave apartment. Phase 1. Shower. Now. 3:42 p.m. Phase 4. Take out trash. Feed cats. Pack big. Pack bag. Make bed. Look at American Apparel. Sale bathing suits and start in order you don't intend to finish. Completed. Preparing for departure of apartment. Official departure sequence activating in 5, 4, 3, 2, 4:06 p.m. Filled gas. Asked attendant inside if they do oil changes. He said, no, but gestured to the back and shook his head no. I said, are they open? He said, no, they closed. Inside heftily. I said, oh, okay, thank you. And I started to leave. I said, do you know who's open? He gestured down the road and said, mobile? I said, oh, mobile? Thank you. I liked him. 4:10 p.m. Pulled into mobile. Saw 2 sets of legs hanging out of the front seat of a white conversion van. One of the sets of legs looked like they were attached to a female ass. Bang a gong by T-Rex was playing. Got out of the car and said, hi, excuse me. A set of man legs attached to a man body slid out the door. The woman's legs remained where they were. The woman turned around. I recognized her. She's Kendra. She took pictures of my car for a photo inspection so I could get insurance. She said, how may I help you? I said, oh, hi, do you guys do oil changes? She said, yeah, you come back tomorrow? I said, oh, no, I need it today, I think. But she said, you come back tomorrow. Right now, I'm trying to finish up this one. I said, that's okay. Thank you, though. She was smiling really big the whole time, leaning out of the van. When I left, the man scooted back to the front, into the front seat. They were looking at the floor. 4:22 p.m. I'm in a waiting area at the Gulf station across from the first gas station, being helped by an attractive man named Chris. He is servicing my car. I think servicing is really funny. I'm being serviced by Chris. It will be about 20 minutes. I smell a little like the scallops cooked from last night. I'm bringing leftovers for mom to try. A Drake ringtone just went off. A man's voice answered the phone. He said, hey, Ma. He's talking in Spanish to a woman's Spanish-speaking phone voice. 4:25 p.m. Man with a shaved head wandered into the waiting area. Just felt excited about getting to do this, like LiveeBlog is my version of living in a Sims-like video game. Holding my phone like I'd hold my DS. Where the hell is my DS? It was a DS Lite. It was pink. What happened? 4:27 p.m. Insane email from dentist. This isn't the first time I've received an email like this from the dentist. 4:36 p.m. I have finished being service. Transaction complete. Going to start saying transaction complete after sex. Maybe service. Maybe no. I don't like it too. Sarah Silverman. Pulling into Dwayne Reed parking lot. 4:50 p.m. Bought this pink silicone sea urchin toy for mom. Got snack happy in Dwayne Reed. Treating my snack happy ass just.
Oh, what happened? Oh, damn it, this PlayStation. Fuck. Fuck. All right.
It's signed here, and I did. She said, your card is damaged. She had gold lipstick and a Jamaican accent. Felt like she was my fairy godmother. I said, oh yeah, it's been acting weird. I'll get it fixed tomorrow. Fairy godmother daycare person letting me have all the nothing snacks in the pink thing, lovingly tolerating my childish ways. 4:58 p.m. Thought it's sometime, baby, and I'm your snack daddy in Austin Powers' voice. 5:02 p.m. So I'm going to poop this out eventually. That's how this is going to work. It's going to give me cancer. That's how this stuff is done these days, nowadays. 5:05 p.m. These things are like what I imagine you need to eat as fuel supplements before time traveling. Like how in the abyss they breathed in this pink fluid so they could breathe underwater. So these things are like that, hypothetically. See, you feel me? 8:09 p.m. Pulling off an exit where there was a Chick-fil-A sign. Have to pee bad, also very hungry. Sang along to Nico in the car. I made a video. I can impersonate Nico kind of. Pretty embarrassing video. Uploaded to YouTube. Responded to email from person from Rolling Stone who's profiling Tao and wants to ask me some things. 8:34 p.m. Woman in a handicapped spot next to me is talking to a man on my other side. She yelled, shh, baby, you know what that means? Now she is following a man in a truck on torn at him 6 times in a row. 8:58 p.m. Listening to the new pornographers. Got caught up in a Missing Zachary thing. He liked this band, but the missing thing happened before I was listening to music. So you could say I'm listening to this because of missing him. That is one thing you could say. Emailed the Rolling Stone person. Can picture Zachary going, they want to talk to an idiot like you, huh? I miss him a lot right now. 9:26 p.m. Gave mom pink sea urchin. Dropped it on the way in. It makes neon rainbows. Mom liked it. She put it in her dress and she said, or it could just be, like this if you ever want a baba boo. I said, yeah, for the club, for that extra boost you need sometimes. One boob only night. An old SNL was on TV. I said, oh, samurai. Mom said, I know. I said, I have to talk to Rolling Stone now. Ha ha ha. Mom said, I know. Want me to turn the TV down? I said, no, it's just fine. We're going to shut my door though. She said, okay, honey. Messaged the Rolling Stone person on Skype. Air is fizzing out of my sparkling water bottle. 8 new pep. Put a new cartridge in each cigarette. 9:31 p.m. Rolling Stone person said he'd call on Skype in 5 minutes. 11 p.m. The Rolling Stone person was female. Haha, me. Ambiguous name. Worried I said too much about Tao. Also, I don't think there's too much I could say about anything. 11:59 p.m. Watching Steve Martin host SNL. Dad came in at some point when I left. June 13th, 2013, 12 to 2:30 a.m. Unprecedentedly long text message conversation was omitted. Maybe longest text message exchange of ever. It was like constant, like a G-chat. Okay, good. I'm thinking, okay, good, or okay, great, as kind of brain hiccups lately. The periods are part of it when I think it. 3:51 p.m., tired. Emailed Rolling Stone person links to all the MDMA Films event coverage, trailers, movies with corresponding page numbers where I think this happens in Taipei. She said, this is probably excessive in beginning of email. Maybe ghost. 12:01 p.m. woke. 2:09 p.m. talked with mom. She finished Taipei. Ate 4 small pieces toast, drinking coffee, having a hard time waking, need to go to a lawyer's office. Do people ever shake your head or sit up too fast or rub your eyelids too hard and you see black swarming glittery dots? They're really pretty. They move softly, like soft. They're like drills, little spinning drills. Anyone? Sparkly. It is key that you understand the sparkliness, like when cartoons see stars. Anyone? Mom said, you really are slender. You lost a lot of weight. She got a call from someone renting one of my dad's offices, and I went to my room. We talked a little more about the book, but I felt this fatigue thing, toast-driven fatigue. I want to drive to mountains in Frederick, Maryland. I used to drive to Frederick when I didn't feel so good. I feel okay today. I went to pick up papers from the attorney for the accident settlement. 2:32 p.m. I'm listening to System of a Down, one where he's like, why have you forsaken me? It's so funny. Overheard mom say, oh, you're in Aruba? Encouraged that? Oh, that's wonderful. On phone. 4:08 p.m. Mom offered me half her bagel. talked about the pros and cons of going outside. She left a little while ago to go to Bath and Beyond to get a toilet thing for Dad's office. Forgot I'm having dinner with Dad tonight. Feeling strange. Answered Ask FM questions. Have been reading about aliens on the internet. Drank 12-ounce sugar-free Red Bull and maybe 3 cups of coffee, but feel only up to barely normal levels of processing functioning. Looks like it's going to rain. There's thunder. 5:01 p.m. In car now. Guess I'm driving to Frederick. Attorney's office called. I called them back. Coming in tomorrow. 8-10 milligrams Adderall to improve mood. Receiving concertorship this week. Comforted by this. Like this is my cushion. Now looks like too much traffic going to Frederick. Now too much traffic in the new direction I'm going. I'll go to Towson. 5:24 p.m. I'm going to the Goodwill I like in Westminster. Keep thinking about this Ask FM question I was asked, about how exciting and scary as hell it would be to have my consciousness reformed into a computer living forever. Eternal consciousness. I believe in that kind of anyway. Things I don't think people would think I believe in. God. Existence of souls. Guess that's it. Sounds stereotypical or whatever, but I attribute belief in both these things to experiences with DMT and transcendental meditation. Also, just doesn't make sense for those things not to exist in some way. Person in Jeep behind me just skidded to avoid collision. I'm in front of a Jeep too. I think of God as like my little buddy. Like when I'm alone in my head, there's this other awareness, existential awareness. It has something to do with how I suddenly started existing. Since I was a kid, I felt this, like it's not just me. It could also be schizophrenic. I mean, I know it's just me, my voice, ego, internal monologue in here. The thing I'm talking about is more of a feeling, like I wouldn't be feeling it if it wasn't alive. Hard to describe. Where I might be making this up is coping with mortality defense mechanism. So there's that doubt thing, Kierkegaard, the leap of faith thing, felt impacted by that essay in 2010 philosophy class. Crazy how much better I feel on just a little bit of Adderall. The difference is astounding. Adderall, the difference is astounding. The difference, simply astounding. Make a difference. The Adderall difference, a different difference. The Adderall difference by Stephen Elliott. God is just farming me out to, it's like being paid by a pharmaceutical company. I'm an Adderall ad paid for by God. Prove to me that's not true. I'm walking into Goodwill now. Also, what a difference wearing undies that don't fall down makes. Especially when wearing a skirt over them. What a difference. 6:11 p.m. I've seen like 10 to 15 Alfred Dunner brand women's tops here. Someone is clearing out their Alfred Dunners. I decided about replacing my entire wardrobe with Alfred Dunner. Dunnering it up. Alfred, who flips for Dunner. I want to meet the person who is exclusively Alfred Dunner. Watch TV with them in their Lazy Boy NASCAR. It would be a male somehow. I don't know. Alfred Dunner makes the androgynous, almost exclusively size 12 clothes, from what I can discern from this Goodwill. 7:28 p.m. I've been doing fast-paced fact-checking emails with Rolling Stone person, exciting, meeting Dad for dinner. 9:15 p.m. Going back to Mom's to Milk Green for June 4th to June 6th collaborations. 8:15 p.m. Mom made hot dogs and baked beans. They smell really good. She is watching Monty Python. Showed her my Goodwill bounty and tried to answer questions about the quality of furniture at Goodwill to the best of my ability. 8 last 10 milligrams of Adderall and a little bit of Newpep. Everything I remember from June 4th, 2013 to June 6th, 2013 continued. I stayed awake working on the Chris Killen transcription June 4th, ate Adderall from Mantra without thinking about rationing, like allowing myself not to ration to finish transcription. Tao gave me extensions on the deadlines, sent him the hummus thing around 7:45 p.m., the Chris thing around 10:15 p.m. My phone was on silent and Spencer had called maybe 5 times. Forgot about Alex Seidman, Spencer, Willis excursion to beach. Told Willis I might be sleeping due to working on thought catalogs all night, but then time kept going. I think this is the night my juicer stopped working. Talked with Mom for maybe 2 hours and got off the phone around midnight. People at Dad's office don't like how she decorates. There's this one person renting an office who gave her an unnecessarily hard time about chairs. It seems shitty. My dad makes the office really nice. He buys coffee and snacks for renters / colleagues. My mom is decorating for free like it's a full-time job, and there's just chairs. I don't know. So she vented to me about this one person I know and like, who I could also picture throwing a tantrum about chairs. June 5th, I texted with Mira about if we were going to the launch party and that we'd figure out things about driving to Baltimore for our reading the next day at the party. So she said she's doing an internship at Penguin Books and works part-time. Slept a little. I did laundry. There were 3 loads and I didn't have quarters. It was sunny. Went to the non-pickles and pies deli to get change for $7 and the guy gave me $5. A woman by the counter said, "You never give me quarters." The deli guy was the guy who told me I smelled nice the night I got Thai food and talked to Masha on the phone, and it was windy and there was a concrete fixer man in the doorway. He's always there. He's chill. We encountered him the day before yesterday too. He said he was falling asleep. Easy, effortless communications. He gave me $5 of quarters. Walked to the Chinese food place and got remaining $2. Looked at menu for the Chinese food place on the walk back to the apartment. It was around 4:30 p.m. I knew I should leave by 6 p.m. to get to Powerhouse Arena by 7 p.m. Dr. Marco loading quarters in the machines. He was mopping the floor and advised me to use 2 dryers. He said, "Does it smell like beer to you?" I said, "No, maybe it's my detergent though, because I washed my clothes with beer." He laughed. I like Mark. We shot the shit. Felt like I wasn't the one doing the talking for me. Someone else had stepped in. Mark asked how my apartment was, and I said, "The fuses blew out the other night, and my fan and the other lights don't work." He said, "Oh, you gotta flip the fuses. You got a fuse box on the wall." I said, "I know, I tried. That's how it happened, the blowing out." He said, "Well, I'll come up and take a look at it sometime." This is the first time conversation felt difficult, explaining to him it's even hard to type what I just typed. Knew he wouldn't come up to check. Asked him if he was the person who puts packages by my door. He said, "No, that's the mailman. We had the mailman do it. They put it up to your door." I said, "That's so nice." It was getting later. Remember considering ordering Chinese food from the place. This day is very much colored in my memory with, should I buy Chinese food and looking at my apartment with no curtains on the walls or sheets on the bed. Looked at the menu for Ciro's Pizza also. I think it was around 5:45 p.m. when I walked up to my apartment and putting the clothes in the dryer. Realized I wouldn't be able to shower because I didn't have towels, so I did my toes and fingers, like scraped the dead skin off my feet and rubbed a 4-sided stick on my toenails. Make it shiny.
That was intense. Pee time.
Zach's time to pee.
Zach's
Dude, I
time.
got this so.
Oh my god. Who's got a few words?
You guys can both go.
I love
That's how you
Zach's
can tell.
voice.
You guys should go step one.
Swartz.
I'm so
506.
Oh god.
It's cool, Cam.
I'm starting to get like so tired. I think I like it's like a similar thing happened.
Well, this time it made sense.
It was, yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
an emotional part of the book where you're talking about you're
Being emotional.
you're like, here's a specific part of
Yeah.
a book that made me and my mom cry on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really sad.
But I was really
Right, yeah. You were probably really tired when it happened the first time.
yeah. I was like really tired this entire book.
Yeah. Well, isn't like the first like 40 pages of it, you don't sleep in.
Yeah.
It's like the first 4 days of it.
I've heard on that ball. God. As long as you guys are gone. You're sleeping.
What time is it now?
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
30 hours, I think. It'd be crazy.
Yeah.
Like a day and a half. It's bad. It's the most fucked up shit you can do yourself.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, you guys are doing it right now, sorry. You didn't mean it that way.
Yeah.
We guys gonna take a nap.
I could do like one more and then take a nap. I feel like oh, I guess I will feel. Yeah. Patrick.
Oh, are we doing the live streams?
Yeah, you're reading it now. It's the end. You're playing it out.
Theo's laugh.
Yeah. It's you.
It's you.
Hi, Patrick.
Are you doing it right or is it over? Or we have to break on the tape ends every 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I should be.
It's terrible outside. It's very sad. There.
Why is it terrible?
Terrible what they've done to
The weather.
Oh.
Is it Rachel for me? Yeah, Rachel. Yeah. She unfollowed with Rachel Rabbit White
Oh.
yesterday. That was so
Here?
funny. Yeah, Gianna was like, "Oh, this is Rachel Rabbit White's place," and like I was like, "No, it's Rachel."
I told him Rachel Bell.
Yeah.
Gianna's so weird.
Whoa, Austin Islam's blowing up the top chat in the live stream.
Yeah, the chat room is like the coolest thing that's happened on the internet in a while.
I haven't really been reading it much.
Was it tiny chat or something?
It's like
Yeah.
YouTube chat.
YouTube. YouTube.
Have you not slept for two days?
I slept from 12
That
to
would be too
2.
long.
Yes. I slept a little bit today.
Yeah, we cheated.
Cheated. But I guess now that you guys are here.
Fuck 'em.
Yeah. No, that would be good.
How are you, man?
Great.
Good.
Okay, we're going into hour 20 of the tapes.
What's the pace going? Seems like she's pretty far into
Yeah.
the book now. It's not gonna go as far as it.
Yeah.
So she's 500 and
It's
change
finished
in.
tonight.
Yeah,
Before noon, probably, right?
that's what I was thinking, guys.
Yeah, she's on 506 right now.
All
So
right.
there's another 200 pages. Well, that's still a lot, yeah.
7 hours.
200 pages, 7 hours.
He's gonna be before tomorrow.
I'm really sleepy. So I get in my bathroom.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Feeling good.
I'm really tired, and I have to figure out someone else to let people into the apartment now. We can close this.
I think Megan plans on taking a more substantial break after this state. So,
People are probably gonna have to leave for that,
I gotta go now.
there won't be much for them to see.
right? Yeah, because I'm gonna be asleep in my bed.
Did you go to Betty?
No, I was thinking about it, like, now I gotta coordinate, like, if they're letting people in or not.
Oh. Cool.
So, are you gonna take a break? Are you gonna take a break, do you think?
I mean, I'll keep going. So, like,
I don't know, like, I can't believe you're operating the way you're operating.
Your voice is so good.
oh,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, that's the one that surprised me. Because, yeah, I thought by 12 hours in, your voice would be shot.
My throat doesn't really hurt anymore.
It's like an incredible act of will.
Yeah.
Knows it.
Will and grace.
Okay, well, wait,
I don't know, it feels like I'm cheating.
but how do I go to sleep? Should I bring your charge of it?
Sure.
Okay.
Did that, or, I mean,
I can't get it to make a sound, someone just has to be glancing at it.
someone's gotta be glancing Martin.
Wait, did you see the text that I sent you? I was trying to think of other things that you read about, like, I had, that I also had. Okay.
I don't know what to think.
Do one of you want to volunteer to look at the computer screen every so often and see if anyone's texted a phone number trying to get it?
Oh, your screen still comes?
Are you gonna leave as soon as you finish?
Tomorrow. I'm gonna sleep.
I can't let go of responsibilities.
We were thinking of going to Rockaway, the last part, for a grand finale.
So I have to
It's
be,
too hard.
I have to be in Manhattan at 1 tomorrow. Y'all can stay here just as long as you need to, but I'm gonna have to be gone for a long time, so I won't miss that.
I forget what Jordan said. I think he's like free at 4.
Yeah, but he also said, he's like, just let me know with as much advance notice as you can when you're gonna be ready, and he'll try to be here. So,
Well, I probably won't see you then.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Well,
I'll see you
maybe.
again sometime.
You're peacing out.
I like.
I love you,
Thank you very
Zachary.
much.
Thanks for being with me
Um,
during this
always.
part of my life.
yes,
You're the best.
you're the best.
Bye.
All right, we go, dude.
Bye.
All right.
Alright, yeah,
Good job,
nice meeting you.
straightened up. Yeah,
Yeah.
good job.
Thank you.
Great to meet you, John.
Yeah, really good job. You're doing a great
We're
job.
hanging out.
I'm really feeling that.
Oh, yeah.
It's really, but you're really. Bye.
Oh, bye, yeah, thanks for coming over. Be safe, have fun.
Oh, my top 3 and get this.
I'm like, my
my.
sense of time is like totally warped now.
Mine's fine now, but like 3 hours ago, I was so confused, 4 or 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing, ready?
What?
Don't open up any other windows, because I used to use this for camming, and I don't want you getting on my free cams account.
Ooh.
Please do not live stream this from
Hamster.
Chatterbait. So far, no one used to be on their way or anything. Just, I'm gonna leave it plugged in so the screen will stay on, and if there's like a text, it'll just show up here.
A bold print.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good. Make it smooth.
Yeah, Megan graduated. Are you guys watching the chat on that Megan's responding to probably? I'm writing back to you, Kim, right now.
I had to censor myself more than once.
Oh, that's the impression.
Oh man, I went through and watched them doing this camera video. Okay, is that okay? No, it's not.
What? Oh.
Walkable.
Oh.
Okay. Wait, Megan, is
Yeah.
this lazy?
Hmm.
If I ask you to tweet that people should call and forward it to your phone,
I could just say,
is that too much?
no, I could say my phone number.
I can just forward it to yours so it's the same one, but
Oh, I see your text.
I wish I could help them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I feel like I'm advanced.
Oh, my mom's reading it. I mean, not reading it.
Watching it?
She said, "Hi, honey, again. Can't believe your strength and perseverance. I can tell how tired you are, but you still read. Good job. A better woman than I." No.
I hope if Megan's mom, if you're watching this right now, I teared up listening to Megan talk about your phone conversations.
Oh.
I love your mom. And I don't know, what's your mom's name?
Pam.
Pam is amazing.
Shout out
Yeah,
to
she's the
Kim.
best.
Pam, yeah. I fuck with Pam.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I forward this to you?
Yeah. Wait. Let me see. What am I saying on Twitter?
Oh, so just call the number. 312-600-7063.
Okay. Wait.
Sorry. Here's a 410 number, right?
All right.
I don't think anybody's gonna. Right?
Wait, you're the 410 number, right?
Yeah.
I can forward text to you.
Oh.
Boom, bim, bam, boom.
Bim, bam, boom.
So I'll just get the text.
Yeah, you both will. Just in case.
Okay.
Wow, why wasn't that an option yesterday?
Who does the song that's like, just be one step closer to the edge, and I'm about to break? Is that Linkin Park?
I think so.
What's the word?
Why is it letting me now? Okay, maybe people have to call, I'm sorry.
Whoa, and I didn't have a sip of liquid in 35 minutes.
There's someone tracking you.
I didn't know that.
Is someone watching tell you that?
I think someone tweeted.
Well, okay. Megan?
Yeah.
Sorry, before I go to sleep in my bed.
Uh-huh.
Said people have to call, I think. I can't get it to forward.
Okay. Wait, let me see. No,
But the calls are still forwarded, so they can call that same number.
cool.
I'm sorry.
No, sorry. I'm just like trying to. What should I say?
Please don't stop me. Help me while I lay down. From now on, call if you need to be let in.
Okay.
Do you want me to say the number?
No.
I'm going to back to laying down.
So Rachel,
Yes.
if I should happen to sleep,
Yes.
is it okay
Oh,
if I sleep here?
of course, absolutely. I think this is your best option for comfort, probably.
Yeah.
And there are blankets on this top shelf,
Okay.
and I'll leave these good pillows out here for you.
Okay.
Is that just do anything else?
No, great.
I love you.
I love you too. Thank you again.
I hope that I will see you more in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. You're doing great work also. I don't know you well enough to like love you, but we spent a lot of time together.
It's fine.
And I like you. I don't think I knew your name for the first like 6 to 8 hours.
I like you too. I remember your name because you have the same name as mine.
Yeah, plus it's like my mail is laying around and stuff.
I didn't look at that.
Good night. Now you don't have to look at the computer.
Night, Rachel.
Donnie, you have to shut me in. Oh wait, if you have jackets in here or something, you have to, people have stuff in here. They need to leave with it, they can just open the door and get it.
Okay. What's this? Oh.
You want to step closer to the edge. Oh, that'd be great.
Okay.
What page are you on, Megan?
Like
506?
5 billion?
5 billion?
5 billion? Something like that. No, what is it? Oh, it's gonna be. Oh, 5. Page 5. It's been grueling. We're starting over. Okay. 5, no. What page is it? 506. What was that just now?
Well,
That started at like 4 something? 470 something? Went to 5?
about 30 pages.
Yeah.
You were 475, I think.
Cool. I think I slowed down a little, but oxygen's important. Okay.
June 12th?
June 13th. Are you gonna read them all?
Yes.
Hell yeah. No, cool. Okay. Anyone want an antacid?
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Antacid.
What does it do?
Helps your
Oh
stomach.
my god,
Are you
Theo.
less acids?
I guess I'll take one.
Oh my god, Theo.
Does he make food?
Huh?
Food?
Oh, there's apples. Would you like apples or nuts?
Apple's great.
Oh, yeah, I'll take an apple.
Yeah.
I have nuts
Here,
if you want to.
Take one down, pass them around.
You get the lentil walnut thing earlier? What do you ever do?
What did I eat today? Bananas.
Alright, looked at menus for Ciro's Pizza also. I think it was around 5:45 p.m. when I walked back up to my apartment from putting the clothes in the dryer. Realized I wouldn't be able to shower because I didn't have towels, so I did my toes and fingers, like scraped the dead skin off my feet and rubbed a 4-sided stick on my toenails so they'd get shiny. I knew I was going to be late for the launch party, which at this time I thought was a reading. Around 6:15 p.m. I went downstairs to get mostly still damp clothes from dryer, threw everything on the bed, blow-dried hair, and changed outfit a few times, then used hair dryer to dry my sweat from hair, being hot in the apartment. Wore a white dress I had only worn once on New Year's Eve 2011 to 2012 at a motel with Zachary, with black tights and a black belt and black high heels. Thought high-class hot girl from Girls whose dad is a newscaster in real life and isn't a character that much anymore. Nervous about omitted this whole time. This was part of why I was late, I think, nervousness. Left apartment around 7:05 p.m. Really did get pretty fast, I think. Realized I didn't know where I had left my car the other night after coming home from Michael's Highlander roof party around 5 a.m. Jogged to the street and made eye contact with an older woman who said, "Hurry up," and I said, "I will," quietly. Walked up and down 118th to 108th streets looking for my car. Passed a Zumba class and texted Mira, "I don't know where my car is. Should I just take a Zumba class?" She said she and Sam were at keep wanting to call it a reading. I was driving when I found out it was just a party already. It was 45 minutes away. Looked up cabs in my area and didn't see any. Followed a cab-looking car down 113th Street on the giving up walk back to my apartment, and my car was still there. Got in, drove fast, did a small bump of heroin, and Gian texted to see if I had any, and I said yes. And then I was on my way in bringing it. Mira asked if I had Xanax for she and Sam, and that they'd pay for it. I said, "You can have it for free if omitted," and she said omitted. Saw Spencer and people exiting Powerhouse Arena when I turned left in front of it to look for parking. Remember Mira saying Spencer and people left to go to some other bar maybe 3 times throughout the night. Seemed really funny every time, unintentional non sequitur. Parked on Wall Street. Nicholas texted that he was at the party and getting ready to leave and asked where I was. I texted that I was walking inside. This was around 8:30 p.m. And Mira and Sam cooked pretty fast. I think, they were outside. We were all outside. Willis's NYU friend who works at the Powerhouse joined us. Remember hitting Mira and Sam in an excited frenzy and repeating, "Is it just a reading? And what did I miss?" And maybe, "Where are you going now?" And then saying, "They just ran out of alcohol and Spencer and people just left to go to some other bar," and shrugging with these faces. I'm laughing. We were all on overdrive. Inside, seemed chaotic, recognized a lot of people right away. Saw Gian right away and handed him hot pink straw and blue compartment drug container thingy with heroin in it and watched him disappear in the crowd. This became my thing. I would leave conversations to say, "I want to find Gian. He has my drugs." I don't know if I told Gian that. He was my out. Had funny inner dialogue with my frantic, illogical, insistent desire to leave conversations as soon as I'd start them, and Gian's passive involvement. I felt like I was talking to him, about him, like he was Tino from my so-called life, who I don't think really existed. The audience never saw Tino. I repeated, "I need to go find Gian. He has my drugs," to people a lot. Lost track of Mira and Sam after Gian drug turnover. I remember Sam saying the person was guarding the alcohol and seeing the person standing on the upper level, deciding we'd all go up there to steal it. Then suddenly being presented with Nicholas and hugging him and introducing him to Mira and Sam, saying that we worked at Yukazu together. Where Mira and Sam, maybe not knowing I worked at a bookstore called Yukazu. Then they disappeared. Talked with Nicholas about how long we'd been at Powerhouse. He said they just ran out of alcohol. He said something I'm not sure he's comfortable with me writing about, but he seemed happy and I was glad he was happy about it. He said something about an event next week or the week after, which I said I'd like to go to, and it was good seeing him the other night. He was walking away just as this happened. After Nicholas left, I started feeling what I feel for the most of the night, until maybe 2 or 3 a.m., like I was in an episode of Rocco's Modern Life where Rocco is falling down a tunnel, and faces of supporting characters keep popping up to say nightmarish catchphrases to him. The Bermuda Triangle episode. I didn't feel this in a negative way, or that people were popping up in my tunnel were actually nightmarish. Just, there was this feeling of out of control popping up, a feeling of looking around a lot, kind of like I was just tagged, like I was it, and it seemed like I would probably be outnumbered / solid and wouldn't be able to find another person to tag and make it. Remember standing in line with Marie Calloway and Rachel White to get my book signed by Tao. I sort of sidled into the line. Rachel said, "They're taking pictures for New York Magazine. We'll have to get your picture or something," and disappeared for a moment. Marie seemed happier than normal. Talked about where she lives now and how Powerhouse just ran out of alcohol and text messages, and where I live now and job. I think I asked if she was on drugs, and she wasn't. Rachel came back with Cat Stowe, not even going to look up on Facebook how to spell, who I didn't know worked for New York Magazine. Approached me and Marie in line. I think a guy behind me said, "Are you Marie?" to Marie, who looked at him as this was happening. Remember turning around for a second time and seeing a man's face who said, and you must be Megan or something like that to me. And I said, hi, I'm Megan. I said, I'm Megan. And Kat was there already. I think, shit, memory's deteriorating at this point. Big time Rocco's modern life. Kat asked me for a quote about Taipei, and I didn't know what to say. I said, I liked it. Great, really great. She seemed to be asking Maria or Rachel for quotes. I interrupted her to say, no, I have a better one. My quote is, he spelled my name wrong. She said, that's funny. That's really funny. There was a time where it felt like it was just me and Kat. And I was looking at her and thinking, I know you from somewhere. What should I say? And maybe said Facebook or tried to pronounce her last name. Marie and Kat took pictures of the four of us in groups of 3 with their phones. Kat said she wanted a picture of Tao signing my book for the story, then gestured to a tall photographer who seemed to pop out of nowhere. She said he would be standing on a platform to get the shot of Tao and I. I'm laughing thinking about this, like remembering his face, happy non sequitur friendly face and camera popping out of nowhere. The sensation of people popping up everywhere out of nowhere. Approached Tao. He asked a question about omitted. Remember pausing and thinking, picture the photographer sees will be of this moment where Tao said that and I'm about to say whatever I'm going to say. I have a choice to lie right now and mostly feeling nervous. I thought complicated things about Tao asking the question right away. Asked him how he knew and he said, it just makes sense in a dismissive way, like he had considered our interaction about this in advance, maybe. I answered his question. He said, that's good, I'm happy for you. I said that I wasn't sure, but I thought you'd be okay with it, and he confirmed being okay again. He was writing something in my book while we talked. He seemed confident or present in a way that I didn't feel like it was hard to look at him. I asked if he was on drugs, and he said he was coming down from Xanax and Molly and other things, maybe. He asked what drugs I had on me. I said heroin, Xanax, Adderall, Molly, and that I'd given them to GM. At some point I said a photographer was taking our picture from New York Magazine, pointing to the area to the upper level where he stood, distracted by people behind me in line and trying to see what Tao was writing in my book. Wanted to talk more. I think I said good job a few times. Tao said, why didn't you try to convince him that I'd be fine with it? And I said, I wasn't sure all the way. He nodded like affirmative. I received information, walked away. It's 9:47 p.m. and I'm late to meet my dad for dinner. Resuming this after dinner. Shit, should have waited to eat the Adderall shit. 10:16 p.m. I don't approve of my phone/Goodwill update from earlier. Upon reading it and other things from today, sounds like I'm just indirectly talking about this thing I'm about to say directly now. I feel good about my recent weight loss and I think I look better. Driving to Dad's now. Anxious about how much I said about omitted I might delete. Mulling this over at dinner. The amount of anxiety right now is high. It's a little better now that I said that thing directly. 11:17 p.m. Dad gave me a tour of entire office building. He offered me a beer and said, Schwanta. Driving to Double T Diner in separate cars now, not looking forward to eye contact at dinner always seems difficult, like even just now on office tour. The talking part is fine, just eye contact is hard. 11:32 p.m. Have been seated. A man asked me if I wanted to drink or wait for company. I said, a Stella, Artois, beer? He said, Stella? I said, yes, please. He said, okay, 1 minute. A woman approached. She said, can I get you something from the bar? Are you waiting for company? I said, oh, I think he got it already. She said he didn't. I said, okay. Can I have a Stella? She said, Stella Artois? I said, yes, please, the beer. Surprised she didn't ask for ID. They usually ask when I seem anxious. She came back and said, the beer, right? I said, yeah, thank you, and nodded my head. June 14th, 2015, 12:45 a.m. Heart is pounding like it wants to escape from under skin. Bathroom thing. I said, Jesus Christ, the pee on the seat. Could not even pretend to pee. How could they leave it on the seat like that? Both stalls, and they both saw me coming in. Neither of them had finished yet. Horrible dinner, talking bad shit. Now Dad is taking forever in the bathroom. 12:47, 12:48. Walking to the waiting sitting area. Outrageous reverse psychology lying. It's like a Richard Yates novel or story where you see them be this way, and you can just so clearly see why it's not working and how neither of them can stop. And sometimes someone will want to stop, it seems like, and you identify with the person, but you can see how the other person just wants to continue hiding in this dynamic. They don't know how to act another way. Richard Yates would be able to write down the key points of dialogue or at dinner things that happened that made things bad, or maybe he just experienced those things enough so he was able to invent totally new dialogue or scenarios or whatever, but I feel too deep into it that I'm not able to detach enough to write about it right now. It feels too bad. Like an actual mental block. Oh.
You're fine, I got a little technical hiccup. But I got a second camera, so. Just let's switch to that. Hold that thought.
You guys have cute posture.
We're getting close to the point where
It's a
we're mining
sleepover.
sessions.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, when's mine here?
Yeah. Patrick, are you in it, Patrick?
Oh, so.
Oh.
I was really happy to like take my girlfriend to like McNally Jackson, take the book and like go
Oh.
straight to the page and be like, "That's me."
Oh, cool. It's at McNally Jackson?
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
yeah. It really like it stands out with all the other books. Whereas the one in Soho did.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, get out there.
Yeah. Real shit.
Okay, 5 to 10. Can we figure out 8 hours? Maybe we'll just try to stay up.
Let's just do it.
Yeah, do it to it.
Okay.
Okay,
Let's do it. Get her
Okay.
done.
Go ahead and shoot.
okay. I'm not able to detach enough to write about it right now. It feels too bad. Like an actual mental block or like a white wall or something. In this one Children of the Corn sequel, in one of the Children of the Corn sequels, the main guy prevents the kids from reading his mind by picturing a wall or the ocean. That's what I feel like I'm doing right now. This is the most I can say about anything. I'm not saying anything. Currently feel instinctive. I want to flee. I want alcohol or drugs overtaking things. Wave of I want drugs against the wall. It feels protective or something to want that. Like computer will overheat if you don't turn it off. It might be interesting to read the dinner conversation. I'm interested in reading things like that. Wish I was a person who could push himself to not do the wall thing. It felt helpful to write this, the least I can do for now. 1:10 a.m. Parked at Mom's, and now at the level where I feel like I shouldn't have let things get out of control and I shouldn't say anything negative or argue at all with Dad ever. I haven't earned that privilege. It's spoiled and titled of me to argue. God damn it, the thing I was saying was just honest. I said, it feels like you're telling me a parable about this guy. And he wanted to argue and deny that there was anything similar about the guy, and it just seemed fake. I said, he thinks the lady doth protest too much. And he said, that means you think I'm lying. I said, I just didn't expect you to react with this grandiose denial of it. After I said the parable thing, he I don't know, it felt calculated. He was saying oh, no, never. I would never, ever think you were like Ted, ever. I swear on my mother's grave, he doesn't like his mother in the Bible. And if I could, I would slit my wrist right now to show you that in no way that I'm aware of do I think those things or any similarity at all, really, between the two. I see him as this terribly self-centered person who will take everyone down with him if he's going down, not like you at all, not about you at all. I don't know, maybe I'm just imagining it and he's telling the truth. Really does not feel like it. I'm not exaggerating what he said. He said the mom's grave and Bible and wrist thing and all the never-evers with this rehearsed looking face and sarcastic tone. 1:21 a.m. Headache. Shit, one more thing. What preceded what I just typed was a long monologue about how Ted had betrayed him and was hopeless and had zero interest in psychotherapy, zero insight, on the surface all the time. Dad repeated those phrases maybe 3 times during each monologue, all context points from previous recurring arguments we've had regarding me not wanting to do therapy and not liking it after having tried therapy and it not seeming to work. He said Ted was depressed and wouldn't leave bed for 6 months, and his son, who was 3 or 4 years old, would walk by his room and say, "Mom, is Daddy sleeping?" I said, "Ted sounds sad." Dad said something about how Ted was depressed but didn't have feelings. I said, "It feels bad to feel depressed, to have no feelings. I think depression is a feeling." Then Dad said the zero insight things. He and Ted were childhood friends, and Dad won't talk to him anymore because Ted got Dad and his friends to invest in real estate before shit hit the fan around 2008. Dad thinks Ted is hoarding all their money because he won't return phone calls. I don't return phone calls either. That was another thing Dad kept repeating to emphasize Ted's shittiness. He never returns my calls. I said, it just feels familiar. I can understand you wanting to talk about problems with me in this way by telling a story instead of saying directly. Dad did, and he thinks the lady doth protest too much things again. He said, I would never do that. I'm not up to anything. I don't see any similarities between you and Ted at all, and I'm truly shocked you would think that about me. I think it's bad when people don't say what they mean, and I want to only say what I mean and not go around saying parables. I'm not up to anything at all. I'm really just so shocked you would ever think I thought anything similar between you and Ted. I said, but there are similarities. I don't think it's bad. You're the one giving it a bad connotations, like up to something. It makes sense to me that you or anyone wanted to talk about something indirectly at first. I relate to that. There are similarities about Ted and me. I don't always return for phone calls. I'm depressed and don't like therapy. You keep saying about the thing about him not feeling loved, and that was an argument we had this spring that seemed to impact you. I understand why you think there are similarities. You're repeating all the similar things in a way like you want me to notice, and it feels fake that you're denying all of this to the extent you are. 3 to 5 a.m. it turned into another thing with Mom. The thing with Mom ended with me saying, please, can I just go away? I can't talk like this anymore, and crying. At some point I said, when people tell me how much I mean to them, I don't feel anything. There's just something wrong with me. I don't feel things when they say stuff like that. I feel like I'm an empty room all the time, but the room is me and I don't know how to get out. Sounds crazy now. Mom said, I just read this book, Taipei, where you're doing a lot of drugs, and I worry that a person I liked is gone and not coming back. I said, it's too late. I already did everything. I'm already different, and I can tell. I'm sorry to be disappointing. The thing I was trying to drive home was that I didn't want to say everything was okay about dinner because it didn't feel okay, and Mom was. She does this a lot, I understand. It's a nice thing to do, trying to comfort me and get me to say how it could be better. The first thing she said when I walked inside was, I talked to Dad, and I want you to know that everything is okay, in an overly calm voice, but I hadn't even said anything. At some point when things felt heated, I said, I didn't even ask to be here. You guys are the ones who made me, and all you want to do is fix me or hear me say, everything is okay, I'm fine, I'm sorry, soon I'll stop being so messed up, and you won't have to worry about me, and I won't bother you anymore. That's like operating behind every conversation like this, or any time anything goes wrong. I don't get it. You just made me say you could fix me, and I could say, everything's okay, you did a good job, please don't worry. She person me. I feel like the problem is me and not my parents. The desire to not keep my mouth shut comes from a reaching, stretching sensation combined with an about to jump off a cliff sensation. I can see opportunities to keep my mouth shut. Near the end in relationships, when I get discouraged, I take these opportunities more and more, and my ideas about the person become rigid, hopeless, and I return to being alone. So, guess I have this to look forward to forever. How do you be different? Does anyone know? People go to therapy for this. Maybe it will help to write this down. Does anyone know how to stop being the way you are? Is it always going to involve some kind of compromise? Like, I wish I could do the other thing where I just act like how I am naturally, but it doesn't work, so I'll intentionally do something I would never do now. That would be okay. Does anyone want to be paid to tell me what to do? Follow me around and say, do this differently. You do this other thing too much. I'm unable to say what those things are because I don't know, because I just act how I naturally act. 4:21 a.m., 81 milligrams Xanax. 6 a.m., 9 a.m., 12 p.m. Look at all these times in these small pieces of carbs. Hard to fall asleep again. Felt UTI pain, took medicine. 1:55 p.m., woke and peed. Mom said she wanted to go to the hotel resale furniture store to buy me a mirror so I could see the place. She told me all of this while standing over me and patting my head while I was in bed. 2:02 p.m., attorney's office called. I said I'd be over there by 3 p.m. 2:28 p.m., texted Matthew Donahue video of Mom's apartment. 3:35 p.m., signed release forms for accident settlement at attorney's office. A girl named Elise came to the door. The doorbell was broken, so I knocked. She said she went to Jekyll and Hyde in NYC. I said, Broadway? The Broadway place? She said it was a restaurant where people in costumes approached your table. She guided me through signing papers. I got $6,000 total, but my hospital bills and attorney fees made it $39.01. I said, hell yeah. She said, you can't sue them again. I said, I don't want to. Thank you, though. My mom got me more money than me, I think, because she went to therapy after the accident and had knee replacement surgery. Stopped at a Carol Fuel Mini Mart and bought Monster Lemonade Rehab, 200 calorie. Oh, people. 200 calorie, 20 calorie energy drink and 16-ounce sugar-free Red Bull. Made video for Matthew Donahue. Mom called to say she'd be late to the hotel furniture resale store. Going to storage unit after store, then Dad's office, then back to NYC. 3:53 p.m. Pulled into parking spot at Solo Furniture Installer and Liquidator Hotel Furniture Installation and Liquidation Services.
Waiting for mom, listening to new pornographers, 5:11 p.m. texting with omitted, meeting mom for lunch. I want an EKG or something to see if my brain is messed up. Mom bought me a sweet huge ass mirror and lamp. They look hotel style. Wish my entire apartment looked like a hotel. Feeling extremely lethargic, fatigued. Chugging sugar-free Red Bull before lunch. 6:28 p.m. Ate at La Madeleine, a vaguely chain French restaurant amidst a confusing, sprawling strip mall of ethnic food franchises. Talked more about Taipei. I told mom about omitted. Ate salad and a cup of soup and strawberries and iced tea and coffee. Still feel extreme mental lethargy. Something feels wrong with me. 7:59 p.m. Back in car from Starbucks. Before that, in reverse chronological order, walked in lilting dust mote carried by breeze manner into Starbucks and greeted employee with sleepy confidence. Ordered large iced red eye and for me and medium mocha frappuccino for dad. Pretty music was playing and the sun was coming through windows emotionally. Sat in a chair and waited for drinks. Felt like I couldn't stand when drinks were called. Read my account of Powerhouse Lunch Party, moving past, tweeted, sitting in car. Sat with eyes closed in Starbucks parking lot for maybe 20 minutes. Drove for under 10 minutes down Route 40 and saw Ford's Diner where I used to eat with Dad was torn down, getting turned into a Glory Days franchise. Dad emerged from office and handed me $20. I said I'd go to Starbucks and return at 8 when his session was over. Knocked on Dad's door, but could hear he was in session. Dad called as I was leaving storage unit. I asked if I could poop at his office. Loaded car, holding in poop, cried. Looked in boxes in storage unit and saw things from my old childhood house, which has now been foreclosed or something, or maybe other people bought it. Went around to back entrance of storage unit and cleared a path to the front so I could check if my books were there. Books were not in the front or back of storage unit. Front door locked. The storage unit didn't work. Pulled into storage unit. Mom called to say to take the price tag off the mirror and to call Dad. 9:12 p.m.
Oh, it says.
Driving back to mom's from Dad's
I gotta
office.
get a
Went
picture
well.
of it.
Sat and talked a long time about new peps and other drugs. Agreed we didn't want to talk about last night and we were both sorry. 9:38 p.m. Driving from mom's to Dad's apartment. 10:39 p.m. I have a lot of drugs on me. Took a variety of what Google searches confirmed were opiates seemingly hidden in vitamin bottles of Dad's. Driving back to NYC now. This is underrepresented in the book. How much I did. Driving back to NYC now. 10 milligrams of fun. 11:15 p.m. Smoking clove cigarette I found in the storage unit. Must be from 2005. Still works. 11:34 p.m. Peeing in rest stop. As I was writing that and peeing, I thought, I'm peeing my pants. I really felt like I was and got confused and worried. It still feels that way a little. Funny Twitter exchanges with Gian. June 15th, 2013. 5 a.m. Met omitted in Bay Ridge. Got drinks at 2 places. Had sex in Park Drive, Arizona Bridge. 6:14 a.m. Ate bacon, egg, and cheese items and donuts with omitted at Dunkin' Donuts on 116th Street. 7:30 a.m. Had sex in my apartment. Omitted washed my back and shower via grass rash from Park Gate Annex. Fell asleep holding each other. 11:29 a.m. Woke, had sex, 2 orgasms. Omitted showered and helped me bring in mirror from hotel furniture resale store. Drove to his apartment to meet his parents. Last night and this morning talked about what it is we're doing together exactly. Established mutual unusual attraction and excitement. Bailed on lunch with his parents. Have been sending text messages back and forth about stuff we want to do together. 12 something to 4 something p.m. Drove alone to Bedford Stop area. There was some kind of annoying street festival. Ate 60 milligrams morphine. Bought green juice. Got free iced coffee and tipped $1. Ran into Sam Cook and his girlfriend on the street. He introduced us. I thought, she doesn't know why this is awkward, but Sam and I do. Told him I was sleepy and on morphine. Ate 1 milligram Xanax, half a banh mi sandwich, and ice cream cone from Gale Yellow Van Heusen ice cream van. From Organic Planet grocery store, bought 3 coconuts, 3 avocados, Dr. Bronner's Road soap, skin detox tea, 2 pints Van Heusen ice cream, half pint raw cinnamon vanilla ice cream candle. 6 p.m. Driving home from Bedward Avenue area, texted Chelsea and Mira, made plans with Mira to go to Tyrant Books reading tonight. 6:37 p.m. Lit candle in car, feeling good. 7:33 p.m. Back at apartment, homemade groceries. Snorted 30 milligrams morphine and prepared things and died for tonight. The new lamp looks good. Mira didn't text that she left for reading yet. 7:36 p.m. Drove to reading instead of taking train. Met Eddie on the street. He had a U.S. Army flag on his bike and talked about believing in karma and the law, not like the Lord, the law, and pointed to sky. Ate maybe 60 milligrams morphine. Earlier ate a concerted to wait. Unsure if I like morphine. 8:01 p.m., 81 milligrams Xanax. 8:03 p.m., made a legal U-turn. Stephen said they hadn't started yet. 8:32 p.m., about 20 people milling around in tiny beer cigarette room. Saw Stephen and Moon Temple and Theo. Then Lucy came in, mirror veiled. Now. 10:57 p.m., talking with Moon, walking to my car. 10:58 to 11:59 p.m., did not update. June 16, 2013, confused about how what I typed above happened on June 15. June 17, 2013, did not update. June 18, 2013, 8-something a.m. Black keys in car. Zachary W. took a picture, wanted to include video that was recording all last night. Moon and Theo are nice. 9:08 a.m., driving home, listening to Rival Kylie. 9:41 p.m., things I feel comfortable saying. 8 ambient as soon as I got home, woke around 4 p.m., bought ice cream and wine from places on 116th Street, came back to apartment. I'm drunk now, I want to just chill out and not do the big thing right now. Juliet is interviewing me at 11 p.m. and I want to chill and eat leftovers and watch Netflix till then. There was a lot of fun stuff that happened with Omitted this weekend. That's where I was, what I was doing. June 19th, 2013, 12:01 a.m., somehow abruptly ended Skype interview with Juliet. No idea what happened. Drank a Magnum bottle of white wine, vodka something. Opened package from Juliet and put on I Heart Read shirt. Made an emotional, embarrassing long video of myself rolling a spliff to Must Be the Colors and the Kids by Cat Power. Read Charity by Joy Williams. It became hard to focus. Eyes on page. Ate an ambient before bed. Ate leftover pizza from the other night. When Omitted and me ordered pizza and watched Game 5 of the finals and didn't leave my room all day. June 16. 10:03 a.m. Woke saw a disaster zone from muffin eating last night. Muffin crumbs everywhere in kitchen. Powdered sugar. A plate with 25% of a mostly melted stick of butter and half a muffin with sugar on it. Ate half an ambient and slept until maybe 2 a.m. Toasted and ate another chia muffin from the free bag from the Pan Quotidian that a person gave away at a reading. Looked up nutrition facts, 300-something calories, seemed better than I thought. Looked at the internet, then felt drifting. Read a little more of Honored Guests, could not sustain attention, felt bad about doing excess of don't be present, be asleep, be on Xanax or Ambien or weed drugs, and maybe effects of coming down from cocaine the night of the reading, June 17 through 18. Watched a Netflix movie called 30 Below via wanting to see what normal people do when they live in New York in the summer. Tried to call Mom. Jesus, there are probably about 15 phone calls back and forth total. My phone is doing this thing where I can hear the other person, but they can't hear me. A woman named Erica from AT&T called 4 times to try to put Mom and I in touch. Did not work. Finally called her from Google Talk, and we talked for an hour and a half. She said something funny like, I don't want you to be all alone thinking about dying at the end of years. Texted with Chelsea and made dinner plans for Monday. Then have a day Saturday where we walk around PS1 and get drunk and I sleep over on her new twin sleeper sofa. Texted with Omitted who was making salmon and arranged to hang out at his place. Texted Chrissy that I loved and missed her. 12-something to 11:09 p.m. Did not update. 11:10 p.m. driving to Omitted. 3 teenage boys running on the street. I put my key in the wrong car. Felt sinking thing, thinking this is my street now. Apartment in Baltimore. Remember that? Chelsea. Studios in Chelsea. This is your street. How is this now? How's it this now? Listening to Jeffrey Lewis, have eaten maybe 60 milligrams, concerted to feel normal. Memorable things post 11 p.m. Post 11:10 p.m. Circled around a cop and a Popeyes more times than normal looking for parking. Texted with Zachary W. Made plans to do Bing.com, get $10 for photographing restaurants, Safari Week Friday. Chrissy texted back that if I ever need a break from the rat race, she was only a 16-hour drive away. Read that as I walked to the wrong address. Imagine driving down to Florida to hang out, bring my cats, maybe 16 hours in the car. I miss Chrissy, would be fun to visit. In 40 years, we'll probably be the only people left in our immediate family. I'll be 57 and she'll be 77. Called Omitted to say I was outside, but that he didn't live where I was. My phone was doing the thing where I could hear the other person, but they can't hear me. Texted Omitted, same information. Omitted sealed, does Omitted text me correct street address, and I checked, and it's what he texted in the first place too. Sometimes some numbers look the same to me, or else I'm just not paying enough attention. Numbers easily confused for me. 2, 8, 9, 6, 4, 5, especially 8 and 6. I'm also the worst at my 8s and 6s tables. Also, for the hell of it, letters easily confused for me, mostly confused about where they appear in the alphabet. While working at a bookstore in Baltimore, I'd be shelving books by authors with names starting with these letters, and I'd have to mentally say the alphabet: B, D, P, Q, R, S, T, J, K, U, V, W. Parked near omitted and walked to address, looking around a lot, stood outside door to omitted's building and texted I was here. Heard someone say my name from maybe across the street and looked vaguely out into nothing and said, yeah. Person said my name again and I looked up and it was omitted, smiling, smoking cigarette from fire escape window. He was wearing a hat. His face looks different every time I see him. I felt bouncy heart and I was laughing, I think. Surprised, said, throw the ladder down to me, I'll climb up or something. He'll said, I'll buzz you in. Door buzzed for comically long time. Thought, good, he's prepared for my slow motion door opening. He knows about this. He knows this about me already, maybe. Do I open doors slowly? No, I just have a fear of getting locked in places. I move fast. He doesn't know any of this about me. I don't think he's just being considerate while walking upstairs. His door was open, lighting in my memory his duskily lit apartment. Nice, safe feeling. He showed me a video he made of me walking up to his apartment and him saying my name, me not knowing where to look. I said, oh my God, I felt a big smiling thing, and we were standing close together. We'll pull back my face from kissing sometimes, and I'd be smiling, and he'd be smiling. Said little compliments, and happy you're here, and do you want a glass of wine? Things, mid-kissing. Had sex on couch for maybe 20 minutes.
Fuck, this PlayStation thing, man. I don't get it.
Think about it sounding like the level of the ocean where there's just anglerfish with light up things bumping into each other. Later the music changed and I said, more like dolphins now. And he said, yeah, we've moved up several layers in the ocean, closer to the surface, not remembering exact words. June 20th, 2013. 2:27 a.m. Omitted is making food. I'm not supposed to see what it is, but I saw I had been sitting on his couch drinking wine since sex, feel calm and nice. Earlier, Omitted sat next to me carrying cigarettes and an ashtray. I said, let's make a bet. Bets are fun. He said, okay, what do you want to bet? He lit cigarette. I said, one time Zachary and I bet each other $100 we wouldn't drink or do drugs or drink alcohol. Then I lost after like 3 days, thinking something about how I was smoking e-cigarette and how Omitted had said he wanted to stop smoking. But that wasn't fun. He smiled and made a face and said, yeah, that doesn't sound like a fun bet. I said, let's bet we can't say the other person's name. The first one to say the other person's name loses, but like I can say Megan, you can't. Conditions of the bet we agreed on. Loser pays $1.25 via it's annoying to get change for $2. You can't ask the other person for change. You have either 3 minutes or can go to 3 stores to get correct change. You get out of change thing by saying the name 3 more times and making it $5 you owe the other person. Remember looking at Omitted, laying on couch from my upright sitting position. After a moment, he said, you know, I was thinking it felt weird to say your name when I called you from the balcony. We don't say each other's names. I said, yeah, it's weird to say your name too. The last time he was at my apartment, I confessed that I usually have to stop myself from calling him 2 names that are not his before I remembered his name. He said, yeah, well, I mean, you think I'm wrong name number 1. I'm like, wrong name number 2. I batted at him playfully and said, you just look so much like the wrong name number 1. It's not my fault. I said, the bet will be easy. It'll be a good reason to not say each other's names. We'll be good at it. A little later, he asked me to read something aloud and it had his name in it. And I reacted like big, like, fuck, and we were laughing. Found $1.25 in my purse while he said, 3 minutes, come on, 3 minutes or 3 delis, come on. Used a fake mad, aristocratically defeated voice to say, I have it. I have perfect change here. I moved the $1.25 up his underpants, trying to maneuver into his ass crack. Unsuccessful, I think. This is good stuff. Read stuff on our phones for a while. He brought over maybe 4 poetry books and got excited and showed me parts of poems he liked and had forgotten. There were things I didn't think I'd like, surprised I did. It seemed evident they struck more of a chord with him than me, but I liked them. They were funny, absurd. He is currently still making the food thing. 2:31 a.m. He came over to couch, took a break from food, and laid on me. We sometimes kissed and put pressure on different body parts and experimental, trying to fit yoga-like unofficial pressing on each other, finding comfy spots yoga. You hear the other person breathing and it sounds good and makes you think about how you're breathing close to them and you feel your torso is expanding, contracting this roiling organism with double consciousness, but barely moving, like moving at a century pace. Like you could keep the pace of what you're doing for centuries if you couldn't die. 2:33 a.m. Omitted said, what time is it? I said, it's 2:33 a.m. And he said things about Elliott Smith. 3 minutes have passed. The album playing his New Moon. I said, you know, New Moon like Twilight? You know, Twilight? Omitted looked busy with the food thing. He said, I guess not, sort of. I said, Stephanie Meyer, that thing? He seemed big time distracted. So I laughed a little up to myself, typing this now, aware of myself not wanting to say the Stephanie Meyer thing at all, but making myself further to like socially painful extent, but it's funny. I think an inside joke with myself. I do like things like this on purpose a lot. I think it's funny when the other person doesn't realize what's going on, or they're just like occupied with their own concerns and acting obviously naturally disinterested in this obviously uninteresting topic brought to my attention by the usually otherwise benignly amusing or quiet Megan. 2:38 a.m. seems evident that I'm typing about things now, like when I take a break, like now to respond. You can tell maybe 2:40 to 3-something a.m. sat at kitchen table eating edamame food thing out of cast iron skillet. Amanda said she's been thinking about making this for months and months since I first ate it at this restaurant. No, it must be years, a year and a half. I've been thinking about making this. I've been thinking about how to replicate the recipe. Talked about him writing a book. He said, like, just think about how long it'd take me to write a book if it took me this long to make the edamame. I said, we just have a marination process. Your brain is just like, where's the stuff marinates? Talked about, here it is. Difference between us. I like having a lot of information available about myself on the internet. I want to eventually have the most information about a person possible on the internet. Omitted is private and sometimes makes comments like, this is why I shouldn't have a Twitter. There's barely any information about him available on the internet. Not really that different. Typing all the things I type about myself neutralizes their impact in my head. Like I'll be thinking or obsessing about something and when I write it down to figure out, no one really cares that much. This isn't a big deal. Omitted seems to think similarly for reasons I don't think he'd be comfortable with me writing about, but that I understand. The not really different thing is that I think we both think a lot, overactive head thing. 3:24 a.m. Mark McCarthy. That is the name to remember. He is smoking and showing me books on his shelf and talking excitedly about them. I am feeling like an idiot. I've never read Murakami. Me neither. Well, I started to read Norwegian Wood and it didn't, but trailed off as I typed this. 4-something to 7-something a.m. Had sex in the dark, then turned on the lights and I said, yeah, better. Laid in bed and showed each other pictures on our phones. The minute showed me all the things in his old iPhone. He was going really fast, kept asking questions to slow it down, wanted to look longer at all the pictures, also saw it. His going fast was cute and excited. Started showing him all my tagged Facebook photos and he said, I don't know if I want to see that. He said things like, I don't know if I want to read the live blog. I want to just know you like this. He's read parts of the live blog and other things I've written in Taipei on the couch probably around 1 a.m. Something interesting about almost unfollowing my unedited Twitter because of Jesus, going to paraphrase. That night when you got drunk recently, I don't know, it was like a Tesla coil of this. It's like this thing I like about you, your energy. But I said, Tesla coil? Is that the thing in the light bulbs? He said, no, it's that, it's this glass ball that has a blue light in the corner and center, and when you put your finger up to it, all the blue light goes up to your finger. I said, oh yeah, I know this. He said, well, when you put both hands on it, it's like all these blue lights going everywhere on the ball. They don't know where to go. Interesting. During this time, he also accidentally said my name. Forget how. He gave me 5 quarters. Earlier, I had eaten 1 milligram Xanax, and he'd ate Benadryl, but we still felt awake. I said, let's split an Ambien. Then we ended up eating 1 Ambien each total, I think. 9-something to 10-something a.m. Woke lazily, had sex, good, showered. Omitted was going to be late. I said I wanted to sleep a little more and then go to the library. And he gave me keys, and I said I could stay as long as I wanted, then go back to Rockaway Park and meet up after work to watch Game 7 somewhere. I said, I'll sleep and go to the library to work and hang out around here until you get back. 10:46 a.m. Drove Omitted to the Q train. I hit a pothole and my car shook, and then a few seconds later, Omitted almost opened his door on a man on a bike who said, wake the fuck up, man. Parked 2 blocks from his place, walked to his apartment to sleep a little more. Then library. It's nice outside. I'm happy. First favorite thing I've seen today. Omitted space coming out of his white button-down shirt, standing still, watching the bike man ride away in the distance, face looking indignant, but behind that something sweet and childlike and almost disappointed, unconsciously displaying some core level of emotion, like this must have happened before. The guy who yelled because of something I did and then he got away. Anger and ultimate resignation. There's a mouse in the secret of naming makes this face. Big time endeared to him at this moment. 2 p.m. woke, but was like now. 3:57 p.m. woke, want to get green juice and coffee and go to the library. Read Chelsea text from last night and RSVP'd to Google Calendar events she made for her hangouts this week. Warm feelings about Chelsea, making the Google events. Chelsea, I miss Chelsea. Looked at pictures of her ex-boyfriend on Facebook to make sure he wasn't dating anyone else because I rage against dating anyone but Chelsea. 4:41 p.m., 860 milligrams, 5 bands, large kale, spinach, cucumber, apple, ginger juice from juice place across the street. Jamaican music was playing. Walked to deli and remembered wanting an energy coffee thing. Walked to deli. Second favorite thing I've seen today, older girl with black curly hair and 2 younger girls kicked the ball. A man in neon orange jogging gear near them. The older girl kicked the ball into the man and he kept running. She looked at me with this drop jaw horror movie face and said, "Oh my God," and I smiled, almost winked at her. One of my smile to convey, "It's all good, baby doll, you did good." A family of 4, 2 little boys, dog, dad, mom, walked the same path as the jogging man opposite mom. The mom seemed to see the entire thing and smiled at me the way I smiled at the girl. 4:44 p.m., hovering near line at deli now, holding 12-ounce sugar-free Red Bull on Monster Zero. The things keep happening. Third favorite thing I've seen today. Little boy puts a green Palmolive soap bottle on the deli counter. Deli man says something. Little boy says, "That ain't $5.50. Deli man says, "You want straws?" Little boy says, "I ain't gonna drink that." Disappears. 6:42 p.m. I've been sitting in library, typing in, organizing LIVEBLOG. Told him that I would write an article. He said, "You should do that. Write other things besides LIVEBLOG too." I don't know what to write about. I don't like losing track of days since I've been back from Maryland. It's felt like the same day, and I'm never sure what day of the week it is. When 7:10 p.m., I had texted something funny about his name around 4 p.m. I haven't responded. 7:24 p.m., still sitting in library, no article dice, listening to the colors and the kids on repeat. The part where she says, "I could stay here, become someone different. I could stay here, become someone better." Oof, I don't know. Before I typed text in front of 7:24 p.m., I had typed, "I think I have a problem with drugs." 8:08 p.m., leaving library, omitted to eat before 9 p.m. game, which I hadn't slept so much today, and I didn't have plans tomorrow. Walking fast, unsure where I'm going. He said to meet at name of restaurant I thought was maybe fake. 8:14 p.m., the place was real restaurant. Saw the sign for it and crossed street. He was standing outside with a plastic bag, snuck up, ran to him, and went, "Ah," and hi, and we hugged. Started walking to a liquor store. He said, "Do you want wine?" I said, Yeah, wine. I want a wine." He said, "White, cool, maybe the cat I was talking about is here." I said, "The cat?" He said, "The cat I come here for." I said, "The cat." I remember. "The cat, white wine, yeah, cool." Then we were in the back looking at a fridge. He said, "Should we get champagne?" I said, "Champagne, yeah, Prosecco." All this felt like a rising action musical comedy number where the characters are acting determined yet unsure and like they know something the audience doesn't. 8:30 p.m. eating takeout at an apartment. Jerk chicken have been hurried pace. He said 8:30, we have plenty of time. I said, "But we should still hurry just because it's fun." He acted looked excited. 8:38 p.m. Now we're done. Finished food. 8:33 p.m. One of us said that he started streaming the game on his phone. I sang along to an 800-588-2300 Empire commercial and said, always going to know that. Asked if he'd seen the Eagle Man commercial, showed it to him in the commercial break. He liked it, remembered Lakers champion video, Nate and Seth and I used to watch and laugh, and said, "Oh, there's another funny thing that I want to show you later." Started to describe video and said, "No, wait, I shouldn't build it up. It won't live up to the hype." He said, "The Eagle Man lived up to your hype." 8:38 to 11 p.m., 11:59 p.m. walked to bar to watch games. I bet him if the Heat won, I'd get to call him by his name again. He didn't really agree or disagree to bet terms. I thought, I'm being too eager to think of ideas. No more bets for a while after this. During the first or second quarter, we stood outside, and I smoked maybe 75% of a cigarette. I said, "It's making my stomach feel weird. Do you want it?" And he took it. Happy to be there with him and everyone in the bar, all of us there for the same thing. Said, "It smells of cabbage in here 2 times." A minute said shrimps. I said a 12-inch shrimp, tweeted from my edited account. Talked to people, bought 6 beers for each of us. When the game ended, I cried a little and said, "Imagine how they must feel right now walking to their locker rooms." A minute said, "I always forget that it's happening right now, that's happening now. They're doing that right now." I could tell I was hamming it up a little, but not disingenuously. We were walking and holding hands. This feels like a Ben Lerner style confession. I wanted to get another drink or do something to prolong the period, but before we were back at his apartment, I felt restless. A minute expressed not wanting to drink more, but wanting me to be happy. Sat leaned on a benched-in tree by an outdoor seating area. He pointed to a window and said, "See, they're putting the chairs up already." I said, "That's okay, it'll be good to go back." Then we used to race from where we stood to the end of the block and back separately with the other person timing. He groaned. I said, just time me then." He said, "No, just stay here." I said, "No, just please, just time me. I'll be right back." He said, "Okay." Ran as fast as I could, pretending I was getting chased by the nothing from the never-ending story and vague thing that wants to get me. Past a man, the block was longer than I thought it'd be. Jogged and walked defeatedly. Hamid was holding his phone and watching. I did 1 minute, 30-something seconds. He said, "Did you really run the hallway?" I said, "Yeah." He stood and said, "Okay, I'm doing it." I said, "Even with the cigarette?" He put it out and said, "Oh boy," it timed him. He ran faster than I felt like I was running. Watched him shrink under streetlight shadows and reappear full size by me. I said, 1 minute, 54 seconds. He said, "That's a good 200 meters, breathing hard." I said, "Did you really go all the way?" He said, "Did you really go all the way to the sign?" I said, "Yeah." It was hard. I don't think I did. I think I cheated. It was hard for him to walk. He hadn't been wearing socks, felt guilty for making us run, but that also he could have stopped at apartment. Remember him standing in the kitchen, taking off shoes and showed me his feet. Skin was peeling off the toe and it looked red and bleeding underneath. Both heels were also not good, not in good shape at all. He talked about how his feet bones, from the impact of hitting the ground in a certain way while running due to the shape of his arches, have started growing abnormally into spurs, bone spurs. He was in pain, big time, didn't know what to do. We sat on the couch. I said, "Oh man, and now can I show you the other video?" June 21st, 2013. 12:35 a.m. Loaded Lakers champions video onto my phone. He said, "I hate the Lakers." I said, "It's not really about that. Just wait." Video started. He said, "Oh no, he reminds me of this guy in high school." I said, "It's not. He's not. Don't worry." Watched a little less than half of it. I was laughing a little and sometimes repeating lines, and he was not doing those things. Haha. I said, "We don't have to watch it. You don't like it. It's okay." Argued. First argument. He thought the guy was taking advantage of the basketball fans in a mean-spirited way. I said I didn't think he was doing that, and I don't think mean-spirited things are funny. He said he's acting. It's like Jackass. He wants to show how stupid basketball fans sound. I said, I think he's making fun of himself more than anyone if he's making fun of anyone. He said, he's definitely making fun of the fans. I said, you don't know though. I also don't know. He was in the kitchen. I said, as long as a person who likes basketball and a person who likes to, I thought it was funny. Also, he must like basketball because he knows how to talk that way. He said something about the guy being clumsy or unaware of how he's talking. I said, no, at the end he repeats himself perfectly. He goes like, no, I couldn't have said it no better without myself twice. He knows what he's doing, I think. Omitted kind of smiled. I was smiling too. He said something like, yeah, but you and me and the guy, we're all in a position of, we're aware of some things. I said, I don't like stuff like that. I don't like when people point out how stupid other people are so they can look smart. The thing about it that's funny to me is the language thing. He's pointing out how absurd language can be. He said, but he's doing it at the expense of these people he's making them look stupid. I said, you just have a personal bias. He just reminds you of someone you don't like in high school. I remember really wanting to hammer home my thoughts about the video's pure intentions. I said, I feel like the guy, I don't talk well, especially about sports. I'm just saying a lot of nothing. Like at the bar tonight when I said to the guy, we know who's going to win it or whatever. It's like this social agreement to say nothing sometimes. He's just making a video about that. Remember, omitted emphatically saying something about how much the game meant to the fans, and I felt like I agreed. I said, but even if it is that, what about that would even be bad, though? I feel like anything can be viewed as funny or just not always serious. Told story about acting school exercise where small groups of us went out to the street and stared, pointed incredulously at non-existent thing in the sky to see how passersby would react. He said, yeah, but you were doing an experiment. It wasn't being filmed. No one could put it on YouTube, so there would be no risk of anyone getting taken advantage of. I said, I'd like it if someone made a video of me like that and put it on YouTube. He said, but you're okay with things like that. It made sense to me. I felt like it was coming to an end around this time, but I still felt interested and wanted to be clear about humor and what I don't like. I'm laughing. It's called 2:59 a.m. now. Without further introduction, hearing what I think I said, officially stopping trying to make myself not sound like an ass. Oh my God, God damn it, LOL. So there's two kinds of humor. There's schadenfreude, which is when there's a plot to make someone feel bad, humor at the expense of someone's feelings, it's aggressive. Then there's this other kind, which is about absurdity. I think it's not directed at anyone, it's directed at ideas or something, which is what I think the video is. I don't think schadenfreude is funny ever. Like Looney Tunes, I never thought that was funny at all when I was little. It's just like, why are they being like that? I don't get it. The minute seemed to kind of agree, or I think we're losing interest in talking about this maybe. He said, you don't even think Wile E. Coyote was funny? I said, no, not even, no, I just didn't get it. I said, mainly, I just don't want you to think I think it's funny when people are made to feel bad or stupid. I don't like that. He said, I don't think you think that. Jesus, I can't. Believe I'm still typing this. Agreed. Napoleon Dynamite was funny because it seems sweet-natured and not designed to make fun of anyone. What's funny about all of this is I'm sitting here now feeling very serious as I'm trying to accurately recapture and now resolve minor argument where I was feeling very serious about articulating why I was doing YouTube videos fun and how I like being able to not take things seriously and have stuff is funny. It's when it's not supposed to mean anything. 12:37 a.m. No, I need surgery. Walks away. I've been told. Walks back. I've been told I need surgery. 12:39 a.m. He is laughing from bathroom washing his feet. I said, "You soap." He said, "Uh-huh." He's now laughing maniacally. Recently established Band-Aid situation. Out of Band-Aids. Prepared paper towels and offered to dress wounds. Said, "My dad would change bandage stuff when I was little. It felt good to have another person do it." 4:07 p.m. Applied makeshift paper towel bandages, and he said, laid face down in bed. Tried to be careful and slipped a few times. Remember saying, "You have to drink this whole thing of water before bed," and offering painkillers a few times, saying, "Shit, I'm acting like my mom. It can be annoying, I'm sorry." Then saying, "It's okay." Put on a t-shirt, had sex, then went out to sit on the couch. I'm not trying to be aloof, dismissive, detached, whatever it is people think of me when I write about how I had sex. Put on big glasses, mom and grandma. Said grandma could have stolen. Took pictures of each other, talked about not comfortable elaborating, felt closer to him at the end. Went to bed, joked about how he hated the Lakers video. I said, "That was the first time we argued." Interesting. He said something like, "You were just feeling strongly about something. It's okay. It didn't change anything about how much fun it was to watch the game and do other stuff with you tonight." Hard to sleep. At some point, I ate 5 milligrams hydrocodone and gave him a small amount of morphine. Or 08 a.m., laid in bed in the dark, talked about writing LIVEBLOG. Felt annoying, insistent urge to Jesus. I said, "I'm not all this one thing. Will you read this? I don't know why I want you to." He said, "I'd be happy to." And I texted him a link to a Vice article, and he read it and laughed sometimes. And I tried not to react. And he looked at my phone and felt fragile, shaky. Then it was over, and I felt normal again. And gave him treasure hunt background thing Mom used to give me. 5:34 a.m. Can't sleep. He's snoring. Listening to Brian Eno on earphones didn't help. I am loud, moving from the bed to the living room. 1.5 Ambien units, 5 milligrams hydrocodone, 6 beers, half a bottle of champagne tonight. 10:30 a.m. Woke to hug, kiss from freshly showered, omitted, drippy, nice. He asked what time I'm meeting Zachary in Coney Island. He's going to a party tonight. Asked if I wanted to hang out after party tomorrow. He's having a hard time walking. 11:24 a.m. Did dishes, felt late and embarrassment about asking him to read my article, like how I make my mom listen to me practice monologue before auditions in high school. He said, "I wanted to read it, that's why I read it." It's bad when you ask someone to be interested in something, knowing real interest only happens without prompt. Then you feel like you pressured the person to 1, be interested, 2, reassure you of their interest. Never works, always bad, my fault. Why I don't want to read it so much like that. Real cringe fest, boyle, never again boyle. Sitting on couch, 8 new pouch, 54 milligrams considered, not feeling effects yet, going to sprinkle some Adderall balls on my tongue. Fuck. 11:46 a.m. Zachary texted him I wanted to rest before Coney Island, Bing.com, photo safari. I said I could pick him up whenever he was ready. Wanted to get green juice and walk around, I guess. Wonder how long it'll be. 12:05 p.m. did time. Plus paper towel wasting thing. Drew pictures of fish chasing fish on paper towel. Cut them out with scissors. Placed on his bed. I would leave things like this on second ex-boyfriend's bed, like objects or drawings. He would leave in the morning, and I'd make his bed and tuck in a bottle of Windex or something. 12:17 p.m. at Green Juice Place. The juice is being made. Feeling and seeing bad for some reason. Yesterday I felt good because I knew I'd go to the library, then there would be basketball. Now I'm about to do a potentially fun social thing, but I don't know when to expect it will happen. I feel like I have nothing to say right now. No, I don't know. It'll be fun. Lately, my baseline waking feeling is several notches below the normal line. I think most people naturally wake somewhere above the normal line. Like most people are plankton at the surface of the ocean. I'm something slow moving and groaning and as yet undiscovered in the bottom middle area. 12:30 p.m. Bought 2 16-ounce sugar-free Red Bulls and e-cigarette. Deli man said, "I smoke this. I try them all. You like this one?" I said, "Yeah. I like how the smoke doesn't hurt." He looked at me and I waved my hand over my face and said, "My eyes don't hurt." He nodded like, "Of course, of course." And I said, "Oh yeah, the smoke don't hurt." 12:34 p.m. Sitting in car to garner air conditioning for a minute. No ticket. Have to poop kind of. 12:38 p.m. Affectionately thought of myself as a clumbering lummox, chugging Red Bull and going to library to update. 12:48 p.m. Exited car. Have to poop badly. 8 remaining 12 milligrams XR Adderall because why not? Looking Looking very, this is the third day in a row of this dress, and unwashed. Found mascara and armrests and put it on. Kind of used it like eyeliner, dotting a line and blending black smudges. I feel happier walking around here than my neighborhood, but I think it's just because the library is so big and nice. 12:54 p.m. Calm, assertive bodyguard type man in tight t-shirt gave a "whoa, buddy, please slow down" arm gesture to a slowing and stopping van, and I did the same thing way after it was appropriate for me to cross the street, or for the man to still be stopped. Felt like Chimney, lord of the devilish pranking street elves. 12:58 p.m. Pooping big time stanky, using the handicap stall, which has a broken lock. Lady is next to me. While walking to poop lockers, started going on a mental tangent about chimney, like the distressing discovery that one is in fact a chimney, and widespread undiagnosed chimney symptoms in the population, not to be ignored. What if there was a hell where the door was just barely locked? You could just always almost lock it, or when it's sort of locked, you don't feel confident, it will stay locked if you don't constantly stare at and tend to it. The little girl is saying, typing as it happens, "Mommy, can you flush it for me? It's so loud. Mommy, when you flush it, I feel it in my ears. You don't understand. It's so loud. Thank you, Mommy. Am I finished? Now you flush. I don't want to hear it. Mommy, does it bite? Wow, it's so big. Okay, okay." The phone is ringing. "Do you like it? Can I flush it? Do I press it?" 2:13 p.m. Have been answering backlog of Ask FM questions. Again, there was a period where these men were near me and it was irritated. They were like, I don't know, just hovering, looking around with slot heated eyeballs at a hovering face. Heated eyeball hovering. One of them was across from me. He kept leaving and coming back and looking up from his computer to scan the room. I was typing hard for a while and forgot about him. Heard a voice say, "Is that bacteria?" Looked up from typing and he was looking at my arm. I said, "No, it's a rocket." He pointed lower and said, "No, that one. Is it that bacteria?" I said, "No, it's the moon." He said, "What?" I said, "The moon. It's the moon." He said, "Ah, a rocket going to the moon." I nodded and pretended to continue typing. He said, "Now, what are all the ones on the other arm, the left arm?" I said, "Just a lot of stuff." I was smiling and trying to be nice. He said, "Like what?" "It's very colorful and pretty." I said, "It's just a lot of stuff." Resumed fake typing. He said, "Does it have any meaning to you?" I said, "No, not really, just stuff I like." Continued fake typing. He said, "It's very colorful." My head was screaming typing, just remembering this. Used bathroom, have been sitting outside at the table to avoid man in garner sunlight. I haven't heard from Zachary yet. 2:45 p.m. Composed flaking text. God damn it, can't not flake, can't not cleaned up purse, can't find e-cigarette. I'm sitting at the wired table under a large umbrella. It looks like Spain or somewhere European out here. A man in a yarmulke walked up to a man at the table across from me and said, "Aaron, hello, is that you?" Got scared. I was a rampant Taipei fan. Seated man did not even seem to know the yarmulke man who was talking at length to him about a new media social networking platform. The sitting man responded minimally. The yarmulke man said, "Hey man," and not Aaron. May have said, "Hey man," and not Aaron. After a maybe 2-minute uninterrupted monologue about the social networking thing, the yarmulke man said, "Good talking to you, brother. Glad to make contact." 2:53 p.m. Zachary replied with mutual flake text. Made plans to do Bing Daham Safari next week. 8 bucks, 60 milligrams, 5 grams. Might feel worse tomorrow having eaten this now. Shit. Don't think about tomorrow. I'm not rationing well. My tolerance is down. This is shitty. I don't want to do this. It's just so I don't feel as shitty right now. I feel shitty because of alcohol and Ambien and hydrocodone from last night. Maybe my brain just needs to recover. I'm not giving it time. Too late to shit. Too late. I'll just learn. This is what learning is. 3:07 p.m. Sitting man, bothered by the yarmulke man now sitting in front of the salad. I can smell it a little. He's looking around peacefully, exuding, "I respect the aloneness of everything and of myself. I don't want anything from the world that's not already given to me. I'm entitled to nothing." 2:09 p.m. 2 women just sat at a table, completing triangle of tables between unentitled man and me. One woman is saying, typing as she says, "My blood pressure is high. From the subway. I'm lightheaded, you know. I need to sit down and eat a sandwich. It's from the subway. I don't do well in inaudible. No, it's hot, flat. I don't do great in the heat. Stay in the shade. I just never sit on the beach. I just never sit in the sun. Never. Well, I never did, but I certainly don't know. Inaudible. Forever. Then I will come out of the water. I'll sit under an umbrella and read a book. I'm not a beach person. Lie in the shade, right? I don't know about just lying there in the sun. Dumb. Just dumb. First of all, it's your skin." She is quieted down. The other person sometimes encourages her malignant talking force with an inaudible question. Perhaps the other woman is worse than the woman. Why do I hate everyone right now? Hating everything. Hate shit. Hating hard. You know, I'm dressed much cooler than you. You and my sister. It's not good yet. you know, if you don't sweat it, it means your heart's not right. If you sweat it, it means your heart's not as efficient. It's not working as well. That's terrific. That's terrific. You go 3 times in a row. I must go inaudible. I must. That's great. Oh, it's inaudible. I have to make a commitment. Never mind. I like her. I'm enjoying hating her. She is allowing my head to be occupied with typing her voice. She is okay. The only okay person, forcing herself. Like, I don't even have to think about how to describe her. She is so strong. She's just talking. All I have to do is type what she's saying. I had to describe the sitting man, his demeanor. The woman is just going, yeah. 3:22 p.m. Cop is circled sharp like behind me maybe 5 times. Very sharp of him to do this. The sun-hating woman and her inaudible friend took their traveling sideshow elsewhere. The exclusive street theater production of Waiting for Godot. I was the only audience member. They meant it to be that way. This was all planned. Now you're part of the audience too. This is progressive. I feel 100% that this is what I like about art. Or if there's a thing called art, it would be the scenario I just described, which now involves you. Or actually, I don't know anything about art. Don't listen to me. People are setting up instruments near the library entrance. Unentitled sitting man who was bothered by yarmulke man has been replaced with bearded yet scabby-faced college student. He has rearranged his chairs like we've been seated facing each other at separate tables. I can feel him smiling and looking around dopily, but I'm not bothered because he's like, I'm laughing. He is my scallywag. A girl approached and he said, I was so productive in there. Yeah, right. I love him, my scallywag. It's 4:21 p.m. The instrument people are playing something loud and jazzy. I can't take it. Not going to last much longer. Farewell, my scallywag, my beloved partner in crime, my one and only bumbershoot. Shh. I feel Vyvanse. This is brought to you by Vyvanse. You've just been subjected to a new kind of subversive advertising technique sponsored by Vyvanse. 4:28 p.m. Walked to the library entrance carrying MacBook with open lid and still attached earphones. Tossed earphones over my shoulder as I opened the door. Thought something about this is like a clumsy sidekick scenario. It looks like MacBook is my clumsy sidekick who I'm always dragging around, but actually it's in charge. I'm the sidekick. Saw Sharky Cop preparing to make eye contact with me and initiated counteroffensive, look important by dimming screen until its blank maneuver. Closing the lid would have admitted defeat, like if the cops saw me doing that and I saw him seeing me do that, we'd both know I was a shifty lawbreaker up to no good. 4:58 p.m. Open bathroom door and stood behind 2 women in line, closed MacBook lid and stowed in bag. This is how it happened. First woman in line cautiously opens handicapped stall door.
Can I pee?
Yeah.
Please do.
5:37.
That's good. So you're hitting 30 pages each time pretty consistently. When you got this 35, it was probably, you had lots of flip pages.
Yeah.
Did not update pages.
Maybe.
I think you did because because you have 2 that are like 3 days in a row that are right near each other, like within a few days of each other. I think
It's so good when I
you
get to do that.
Yeah.
I love turning the pages.
You skip like 3 weeks towards the end, but
Yeah,
but you don't have pages for them.
Yeah,
Too bad.
but it gets, there's like only one more section that's like really, like the punishing long. I guess it's a couple more.
Oi,
Oh,
this is good.
yeah.
We're on a roll.
How you guys doing? Yeah. You want anything?
No.
Red Bulls?
The copies of Nazareth.
Oh,
They just got up.
shit.
Do you want hummus? You still hummus food?
How much from work?
Trader Joe's hummus? You guys like that?
Oh, yeah. It's great. Like in a, oh my god, it's in a big thing. I don't have anything to put in it. I'll just put it.
Only the date like stays, so these are not like stay.
What?
Only the date stays in my calendar.
We'll keep it out, in and out, for a while. He's probably clocked like, what do you think?
Who's that?
Dave? He's got the long black hair, like 3 hours. Okay.
That was take 20.
20?
Yeah. At least you don't have to do an audiobook now. You can just take the audio.
Yeah.
Solid.
I just feel like it's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I thought we were gonna get Jesse Eisenberg to do that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That'd be so good.
Mm.
Because he'd be saying I.
Yeah.
It's so funny that I was here for that part where my name was there. And I even have, because you know how we recorded that night? I have a hard drive from my dad. So I have
Oh, yeah.
because I was in my apartment and I was like, oh, I have a hard drive. I should try and get it out. And I brought it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, when I get to my.
Every time I hear a booming male voice, I know that I can not take you.
You always grumpy, come on.
You're a grumpus?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, no.
A lovable one, though. God, my bathroom is so easy.
What time do you think we'll finish?
Time is it now?
12:45?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna push it 4 or 5 a.m. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Just from my understanding of reading.
What page are you on?
5:37? There's 7.
So
I can figure it out.
6 hours?
Mm-hmm. There's 170 pages left.
Yeah.
There's
You do, well,
it's like 5.5 hours. Right?
plus 5 to 10 minutes in between each one.
Yeah.
So between 6 and 7 hours.
Okay.
Damn, we done early.
Yeah. Well,
Unless you need to stop it.
I think it might be good to take a little 3-hour nappy.
When? Right now?
Well, if you wanted to do the Rockaway Park thing, Jordan is free at 4 p.m. tomorrow. I don't know.
I gotta take my ass to Douglas.
Yeah.
Not feeling.
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah.
It's weird that you're also on the floor.
We can just do it here.
Nice.
In Rockaway might be hard.
How are you, Richard?
Tired. I realized it says something and I can listen to it.
I'm going back to your trees now.
Okay.
How are you feeling? Do you need anything?
Feeling good.
Feeling good, living better. Good.
Good.
Can I kiss the top of your head?
Yeah.
Alright.
Oh, thanks.
I believe in you.
Thanks, Rachel. I believe in you too.
Oh, and the rest of you too.
Okay. Let me see.
Okay.
What's the address to?
334 McGinnis
No,
Boulevard.
not here. To where we'd be going.
118th Street. Wait, I forget.
Or is there like a landmark I can?
It's like Jacob Reese Park, like RIS. IIS.
RIIS.
Yeah.
The People's Beach. It's Jacob.
Jacob Reese Park. Yeah, sure. 33 minutes.
The other option is that we could without Jordan just get him a lift.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And do it.
Yeah. That's cool too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't mind spending a little money.
Okay.
I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm like, what's one more?
Yeah.
Have you seen the snow, Megan?
Oh no.
We haven't been outside
I've been
today.
outside.
It's so pretty.
Yeah.
We'll save it for the surprise ending.
Yeah. It's gonna wane.
Yeah. Oh, it felt like it when I was walking here.
Congratulations, Megan. It's really cool what you're doing.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Conan. Thanks for stopping by.
Great.
Too.
What's that?
What?
No. Oh my god. Oh whoa. No, it wasn't you. Oh no. My everything went away on
No.
my screen.
It happened right when I scooted my chair loudly.
I don't think it had anything to do with this. Oh, unless I maybe jostled my hand. Probably it was that.
This thing makes the reader listening to the read a lot. Because then you can just you don't even have to read really. It's you just look at the words and it's rush word.
I barely remember it.
Am I getting most of the words right?
For the most part, yeah.
Cool.
I like how you read it.
Cool. I was saying slash.
Just not the numbers.
Yeah, the numbers are tough. Man, I see just a 12 and I want to say 1 because it's just the 1 comes first. Okay. Are you ready?
I'm gonna switch cigarette and I'll leave in 10 minutes.
Cool.
I'm gonna switch cigarette and then I'll come back.
Okay.
And then I'll hang out for a little.
Okay. Okay.
Are people still watching
12.
on the stream?
12 peeps.
It's been pretty much at 12, 11, 12 the whole time.
Yeah. That's cool. Cool. She brought a pigeon, Patrick.
Should.
Do you have any that you keep in your home?
Yeah, there's 2 in my room now.
Wow. Do they can you pet them?
Yeah. Jennifer is good better. I was thinking about them a lot recently.
Yeah.
While you were reading.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
About what were you thinking?
I think the biggest thing is for some reason I think reading this made me have a dream of living by the water, a secret waterfront of New York. And I ended up adopting right now I don't have enough space for the pigeons. I'm gonna move to Sunset Park and then I'll have the pigeons.
To where?
Sunset Park.
Oh, cool.
Move space for them there.
Oh.
Right now they live in the closet.
Oh, do you like let them out and come back?
They like, so it's like a couple and they both have bad wings, so they can't really fly. So I do let them out in my room, they can't really fly. So they mostly stay in the closet.
Oh, how did you come about them?
One I found in Bushwick when I was out one night. Like their wing was hurt. Like 3 in the morning. This is like walking around, and then the bird was just on the street, and then I had somebody help me put up. And then the other one is this Russian woman who lives in Caves. We traded pigeons. So then I have 2 birds with bad wings.
Whoa. So you just found Jennifer?
Jennifer.
Okay.
And then the other one is, and then I found another one, and I traded her. I found like a white one that's probably like somebody released from the dove release. Funeral.
Like pigeons get mixed up in them?
No, doves are pigeons. All this stuff is so complicated.
Patrick's really into pigeons.
Too much. Cool. I feel like it was weird, like pigeon Instagram, you know, you like post a lot of pictures of pigeons, but like it's like a lot of explanation.
Yeah.
And so then I like don't post pictures. Just explain.
Oh.
About all these birds.
They're just cute.
They're cute.
I always want to touch them. Pet them.
It's really easy to just feed them. They're basically they're mostly they're like most of them are like racing birds that like got lost with pigeons in the street.
Oh, racing birds?
Yeah.
Like a
Not really-
sport?
What?
A sport?
Yeah, people race pigeons.
What? How? Oh, if you don't want to explain, you don't have to.
No. You know like wing pigeons, right?
Like wing pigeons?
Homing pigeons.
Homing. Oh yeah, yeah. Like carrier.
Yeah, like pigeons will return home no matter what. They're very good at that. It's like it's one of their ability. They can release like 1,000 miles, like certain types of pigeons, and they'll fly home. And so like there's a sport where you raise pigeons, and then they take a bunch of them and they all release them and they fly back, and the one that gets back fastest, they win money.
Oh, cool. So it's not like linear. It's not like a to B. Well, it is, but
it's like go home. They only go home.
There's not like a track.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. There's no track. They just want to go back. They're very good. They want to just go home, basically. They're very good at just going home. But then some of them don't find their way home, and those are the pigeons who in the street. Like racing pigeons who don't make it more or less.
Worst of the worst.
Or the ones that just, you can look at it that way, I guess. There's a lot to go into. They're very fun to hold.
Yeah, they seem like it. They seem like the perfect shape to hold. Yeah.
Pigeon shape.
Yeah.
So beautiful. I feel like it's an infection in like conversation. It's like we didn't have a conversation. I just told you about pigeon.
Yeah.
That wasn't a conversation.
But I wanted to know about them.
I know, but I could talk about this for like literally. It's like the equivalent of your live blog. I could talk about this for like. I'd probably like 48 hours for pigeon knowledge.
You should drop it all in the book.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't really a conversation. So I feel like it's a welcome trade-off.
Yeah.
Because like, oh cool.
That's true, you're right.
Yeah.
You probably enjoyed.
I very much enjoyed that.
Having somebody tell you things as opposed to you talking.
Yeah, I love that just
Should have gone. Okay.
Thank you, Patrick.
Cool.
You ready to go?
Yes. 4:58 p.m. Opened bathroom door and stood behind 2 women in line. Oh. And stood behind 2 women in line. Both closed MacBook lid and stowed in bag. This is how it happened. First woman in line cautiously opens handicapped stall door. Woman in handicapped stall. Excuse me, what do you think you're doing? Opening someone's first woman. Sorry, the door was open. You didn't lock it. Handicapped stall. The lock is broken. How do you not check? How do you not see? I'm first woman. And how am I supposed to know if a fucking door is broken or not? I'm not looking around everywhere for your stuff. Calm down. How am I supposed to handicapped stall? And how do you think it feels to be me? Huh? Toilet flushes. Getting walked in on. Getting a door open on me. Third woman emerges from non-handicapped stall. First woman, oh my God, it's not that serious. All that happened was I didn't see you in there. It's not that serious. You acting like it's all handicapped stall. No, this is serious because of you. Because here you are, say all this. When if you just said, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry to walk in on you, first woman. I said I'm sorry. Oh my God. Walks to non-handicapped stall. Handicapped stall. Excuse me, but you did not. First woman, oh my God, yes I did. Why can't this be over already? Handicapped stall, because you started it. You started this. Otherwise we would be talking now, would we? This can be over and we can be smiling anytime. I didn't start this. First woman, oh, quiet for a few moments. Then skinny model-looking woman emerges from handicapped stall and avoids eye contact with woman in front of me in line. Me, new woman behind me, woman in front of me walks into handicapped stall and to the next middle stall and I walk into that one, pee. First woman, I can't believe that. She mad. She flipping out, thinking it's my job to check the first shit on the floor before I do. I don't even know. New woman says something supportive that I forget. Someone said princess, I think. New woman and first woman say a few things back and forth, then it's quiet. Me, from stall. She was out of line, I thought. First woman, I know. She walking around acting like that, thinking she can get away with whatever. Door opens and closes. Me, flushes toilet, walks to sink, out of line. New woman exchanges eye contact, grins with me and mirror, walks to handicapped stall, and look what she left on the floor. What is all this toilet paper? What is this? This nasty. I know nasty. 5:58 p.m. Library closed. Walked outside and put bag on table to look for phone and e-cigarette. Man with uncomfortably simultaneous soft and masculine affect approached me from behind. Sensed him there before I saw or heard him. He said, "Miss, excuse me, miss." Shook my head no and winced as I said hi and walked away fast. 5:59 p.m. Angelic-looking teen approached on my left, said, "Excuse me, ma'am, your skirt's up a little in the back." Touched dress and pulled it down and said, "Oh boy, thank you," in Jim Carrey voice, aware of how my urge to disguise embarrassment was stronger than maybe non-existent embarrassed feelings. 6:12 p.m. Sitting in car, going to drive home now. Going to feel bad maybe. No, I feel okay. Pulled on my dress. A lot on the walk to the car. I need to catch the pillows. 7:19 p.m. Parts. Do I want to go to Pickles and Pies now or to get e-cigarette cartridge refills and energy drinks? What do I want to do tonight? Man in a wheelchair. Pushed himself backwards with one foot. He took up the whole street, the whole middle where cars go backwards. 7:25 p.m. Still in car. Looked at Instagram and felt paranoid and inadequate. 8:24 p.m. Went to Pickles and Pies, got the stuff, walked to building, thinking unable to be surprised, something. Wait, that's not true. I wrote that I was surprised to hear omitted say something, I think. I wasn't really surprised though. There's just not another word for it. What was it that he said? Maybe I was surprised. I'm simultaneously extremely able to be surprised and the opposite of that. Remembered being on mushrooms and walking towards my building with Zachary however many weeks ago that was, and saying, "Hold on, I just felt like, how is this? This is where I live." No, a few days ago I was at mom's. I live here. Wait, and him kind of like vocally nodding, encouraging me to say more, but I didn't know how. Remember the retired MTA wheelchair man from Collins welcome to building dinner and saying I'd bring him smoothies. I haven't done it yet. I probably won't. Vault containing semi-explored, friendly or selfless, extroverted version of myself feeling off. It feels like an actual sucking. I'm sucking something out. It smelled like this ocean a lot.
Watched a black SUV cavalierly reverse itself into garage of my building. Past dumpster and remembered the fucking mattress still in my room. Inserted keys in second glass door and was stopped when a man exiting from the inside opened it. I said thanks and smiled. The elevator was on the 3rd floor. I thought, am I going to wait to go on the elevator with him? No. Back garage door opened and Mark walked in the building. I said, hi, Mark. Mark said, hey, Megan, what's happening? Something about his face fucked me up. He was looking at me like, there has been a conference about what we should do with you. We have decided that action needs to be taken, but you're safe for now. You're on probation. I said, oh, I'm getting tired. I mean, I am. So, heard Mark say something to the elevator man and the stair door closed behind me. Oof, real shiner. Left a real shiner, that one. Remembered something about last night, starting to foresee problems about myself, think they're correctable. I feel better if I change some things. This is all self-imposed, maybe. Actually, I'm probably just saying that to convince myself I'm stronger and less impressionable. Fed cats, cleaned litter box, took out trash, made bed, organized piles of things and cleaned surfaces all very fast. Scooted around the floor on my knees with the hand sweeper saying, oh my God, and shit quietly. Something had escalated by the time I got to the bathroom and I was sweeping and saying, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, and stopped to sit on the edge of the bathtub. The inside of the bathtub was dirty. I was looking at it and thinking about laundry and all the time between now and shit, hyperventilating. I'm going to stop right now. 1:02 p.m. Listen to Untitled One by Odd Nosdam on repeat. I feel like I'm missing something since I've been back at the apartment, or maybe further back than that. Not missing like not including, missing like a lack, an active absence, something I don't remember losing but can feel the space it left. 11:13 p.m. How is it so late? June 22nd, 2013, 3:11 a.m. I'm not learning anything from the goddamn live blog. I didn't start it to learn anything. I don't think. I lost focus again, simultaneously caring extremely much and extremely not at all about people liking me. At the 50-50 line about this. Over time, everyone will lose interest in me or die, and there's nothing I can do. I can just keep doing this, or doing it in other ways. It's going to feel like this. Pulse is always going to sound like, here I am, again, ... Copying and pasting again a million times would have the same effect of a million other words. Stuff that is different about me right now than on March 17th, 2013. 3 months, 5 days older, live alone, way less, longer, better, hair, use e-cigarette, have been given 2 lamps, other things, more certain of how I like to communicate. More, I don't know, better memory, write more, but maybe worse. More likely to doubt epiphanies, generalizations, maybe, haha. A little less interesting, less motivated, more depressed. Feel better overall, I think. Wanted to delete a bump thing as soon as I wrote it. Have given up on the possibilities for some things for myself, not bothered by, except resigned to this. Also open to being wrong about this, changing drastically, other unforeseeable possibilities, larger record of me, other things like this. Sleep less overall, but have slept more hours overall, other things like this. 4 a.m. drinking vodka club soda I didn't finish from the other night, petting Alfie. Shirley sleeping next to me on the other side. 4:12 a.m. Did I mention that I have been given 2 lamps? 2 lamps have been gifted to me since March 17th, 2013. Let that be a lesson to you all. Merry Christmas to all and to all a good night. God bless us, everyone. Jack Nicholson has never played Santa Claus, but can you imagine? I mean, received mental picture of Jack Nicholson in a sleigh superimposed on an ad from kind of creamy morning food as I typed ellipsis. People don't talk about Jim Carrey and Jack Nicholson are both like that. Do other people think they're like that? Sweet, I'm entertaining myself again. Probably my favorite thing about the live blog is that I think wiggity wiggity wah sometimes now want to start thinking screech. Is it clear what that sound is? Do you understand? I'm not going to say what it is. Now it's 4:30 a.m. Entertaining myself in lone MS Word document. Audience me, cowboy, MS Word cowboy, desert imagery. I haven't said this. There was a letter from the apartment management building under my door when I walked in today. It was a bed bug warning. There are bed bugs on the 4th floor. Not seeing anything abnormal, but that ever elusive, wondrous presence of the possibility of something bad happening behind the scenes. Something I want to talk about. I feel better every time I watch this 2-part YouTube video of David Lynch preparing quinoa and broccoli and waiting for it to cook and telling this whack story about sugar water and coins and Coca-Cola and the train. Also, no matter what, however stinky I am, it smells good. Also, I've never said, damn, still chicken to type it. Also, I've lied 4 times since updating this. No, I lied. I've only lied once. More like willfully withholding the truth from you than creating falsity. Wait, I guess I willfully withhold a lot of things. Goddamn omitting. Laughed a little. The solution to anything, here comes. Pictured a mostly empty movie theater, showing a 3D movie. Jesus. That's the first thing I thought. Something hurts on my toe. Should I look? Huh? Should I? I like when I'm all cats. The first day I ever hung out with a friend of mine who I miss dearly and lives far away from me. You know who you are. The first day we hung out, you told me about having lights. That is what's making me feel okay about the bedbug situation. If you are reading, you know who you are. This is our secret that I'm typing about it in this way. You must absolutely 100% know you're the person I'm typing about if you were reading this. Damn, I want more secrets like that. How good would it feel to read someone giving me a secret shout out like that? Vast network of secret shout outs like that, like all of us yelling secrets anonymously. So, but get it? How it feels better or more special or something? It's like a treasure hunt. I'm doing that for you, anonymous friend. Perhaps a minute actually likes reading this stuff. I don't know, I don't think so. Either way, I'm still, haha, pictured 5-ish bleak life sentence-like scenarios in rapid succession. Dying as an old lady in an abandoned warehouse. Dying as an old man. An abandoned warehouse, a long highway in the desert. Me, 5 to 20 years older, serving food at the kitchen and table. The same ad for creamy morning food product from earlier. Mom told me one time that my writing has a cringe effect. She said it's like a car accident. Mom, I'm laughing. I'm aping the style of shutupmom.diaryland.com right now. Just because I'm writing in all caps and listening to Modest Mouse and being unrestrained, bold baby boyle coming at you. 4:53 a.m. Still here. Oh shit, I just saw that outside it is turning blue. The sky, I mean, too soon. Oh shit, it's like the summer equinox, longest day of the year, June 21st. Isn't that always the longest day? Always going to remember June 21st, 2004. Shit, 9 years ago. Shit, oh my god, oh my god. Well, I'll spare you the details, but let's just say me.
Damn it. Fuck. Did my PlayStation turn on? Fuck. Oh my god, dude. What the fuck's wrong with my PlayStation? Fucking A, man.
Or I was angry at a barking dog, irritated now, no sleep, irritated because of no sleep, mostly, I think. So I'm allowing myself to do this. I'm watching over space. 9:35 a.m. I like how soft Kyle MacLachlan's voice sounds. 12:56 p.m. I've been watching David Lynch documentary things in Twin Peaks and half-heartedly trying to sleep. Tune guitar, made to tuna mixture. Cat seemed interested in can noise, but not the taste of the fish. Negative on fish taste. Practice saying something for an hour or so. Decided don't say anything or ask. Don't say you want to talk about it, but you don't feel bad. Fantasizing about moving to Montana with David Lynch and having lots of kids. 1 something p.m. 8 milligrams Xanax. Strength maybe 4 vodka units over course of evening, morning, afternoon. 2 something p.m. Woke hungry. 8 bite of frozen banana. 4:46 p.m. Woke. Text from Rachel and Mira from last night. Feeling shitty. Hard to move, but don't want to go back to sleep. I don't think I could. 5:15 p.m. Mom called. I could hear her, but she couldn't hear me. Called her on Google Talk. 5:39 p.m. Got off phone, worried about how much I said about omitted, like I expressed too much excitement, or I don't know, messed up something else. Mom said to call back in 10 minutes. 5:55 p.m. I don't think I'd be good for anyone right now. I mean, tuna mixture. 6 p.m. Sitting in bed, really just sitting, that's all, picking at skin, being mad at the beach and sunny nice day for being there just a few feet away from me, and I don't want it. I think I have a chemical problem, brain, chemical issues. 6:07 p.m. Going to get my ass to a PetSmart. What should I eat? Walt Disney ate dog food when he was having a hard time in his 20s, I read earlier. Hard to find more information on this. To clarify, I will be buying wet food for Albie and Shirley, not for myself. Should I get fucking Chinese food, adult, child, big baby, boy? Here's something nice. When I was learning how to talk, I'd have a bottle before bed every night, I think, until I was maybe 3 years old or something. In the morning, Mom would be at the bottom of the stairs and say, bombs away. And that would mean I was supposed to throw the empty bottle down to her, and I'd say, bombs away. 7:04 p.m., 8 last 10 milligrams hydrocodone to be rid of it, and called Mom back and left a message. 7:06 p.m. Mom called, emotional to listen to her talk, knowing we both knew I could hear her and she couldn't hear me. She said, I kept thinking Megan on the beach and I love you. And anyway, call me back if you want, honey. I'll hang up now. 7:11 p.m. Downloaded the Elephant Man in the Street story. You might watch this tonight. Eat lunch, watched at party of 1. 8:26 p.m. Walking to Pearl Harbor Steakhouse. Ordered spinach salad and cheeseburger deluxe. Past a parked car playing the safety dance by Men Without Hats. The guy who took my order said, and who will be picking it up? I said, Megan. He said, Megan Fox? I said, no, Megan Boyle, just regular. He said, well, that's still good. 20 minutes, Megan. I used Google Talk. Goddamn phone. 8:33 p.m. I riffed my ass off with the phone man, Megan Fox man, conversational Olympics, gold medal, lost points at the end of the night. He said, you know what? I think Megan Boyle is hotter than Megan Fox. I said, well, you're a minority. He looked like he might not have been born in the U.S., but until like not many people would agree with your opinion. 8:39 p.m. Walking back to my apartment, stopped at Pickles and Pies to get ice cream because what the fucking fuck it, the conspiracy theory, even the president, even King, so much money, they're all mafia. Cashier rang me up, I love him. I said, is it busy tonight? He shrugged like, yeah, but it doesn't matter, I'm just here for some time. I said, Saturday night, and snickered, and he did too. I said, the moon is really big tonight, really pretty, you should go out and see. He said, end of the month, biggest moon. 9 something to 11 something p.m. Watch most of the Elephant Man. 11:20 p.m. Omitted texted a picture of the paper towel fishes I left on the bed. Paused movie. The Elephant Man had just said, I'm not an animal, I am a human being. June 23rd, 2013, 12:30 a.m. Continued texting funny things. Made plans for Omitted to come to my apartment tomorrow, technically today. Resume movie. I like the movie. Felt bored sometimes. I feel like the Elephant Man. 12:30 something to 4 something a.m. Read Mosh's latest update about Going to Tao's reading recently, but Taffy Mosh is updating again. Read about Joseph Merrick, Elephant Man. Watched 3 episodes of Discovery Channel, My Shocking Story. One was about a woman who woke from a 20-year coma and started talking again. One was about a woman who was pregnant for 46 years. One was about a family who walks on all fours. Felt affected by the pregnant for 46 years woman. She was 9 months pregnant and had labor pains and went to the hospital, and they said she needed a C-section to save her life and the baby's life. Then she heard another girl getting a C-section and screaming, and she got scared and ran home. She said, I thought if I'm going to die, I want to be at home. She was in bed for 3 days or something, I think. And she said, and then I felt him go to sleep. I thought, if he wants to sleep, I'll let him sleep. She adopted 3 children, and they grew up and had kids, and she said, had the sleeping baby in her the whole time. She was in her 70s when they removed the baby. Felt preoccupied with, was the baby alive when they removed it? Could it have been alive? Until maybe the middle of the show. They take a long time to get to the point on My Shocking Story. They said calcified mass about the baby, calcified. It had grown outside of her uterus somehow. When she felt the labor pain, she was actually feeling the baby running out of oxygen, the doctor said. Looked at ASMR videos. I can look at it for hours trying to find the perfect thing. 12:04 to 1 p.m. Woke a few times, dreamed something about Marie Calloway and Rachel White. 1:01 to 4:15 p.m. Tried to sleep, watched ASMR videos, ate bites of ice cream. Want to watch a full documentary of Jay-Z YouTube commercial. Jay-Z sounds like he's talking backwards sometimes, like the dwarf from Twin Peaks. He does this reverse exhale thing. 5:51 p.m. Drank a Monster, absolutely zero. Feel a little better. I didn't eat Xanax or Ambien last night to fall asleep. Proud of that. I read a fan's notes. Limited texted. I want to do laundry before he comes. Shit. Shower and laundry. Can it be done in mere hours? Shit. 6:37 p.m. Limited texted that he was going to get naked and rub olive oil on himself and stand in front of his air conditioner. I said that was a good tenderizing method. Made plans to get tenderized by him at his place tonight so I can impress people at BBQ tomorrow. Drinking sugar-free Red Bull might shirk laundry in favor of exercising. 7:04 p.m. Eat new B vitamin, 24 milligrams in cereal, listening to Alcoholic Faith Mission, updating LIVEBLOG, and wheeling on my abs for 10 minutes, then showering, dressing, leaving, etc. Dinner with Chelsea tomorrow. We'll go to the library after a minute and write until Chelsea dinner at 7 p.m. 7:23 p.m. Got caught in a looking at pictures hole. There are pictures of Zachary from 2007 to whenever I saw him last on his computer. Tao and other people I know are in pictures. Watched a video of Tao and Zachary walking around a casino. Tao said, have you ever been to any other buffets not in casinos? Zachary said, I've never been to other buffets. A few minutes later, Tao opened a camera and pointed at Zachary and said, what do you hate about black people? Grinning. Matching his satirical tone, Zachary said, I just think they're stupid, and they laughed. Tao said, oh shit, the police. Let's film the police. 8:36 p.m. I said, Megan Boyle, you are leaving this apartment at 8:20 in the shower. Around 7:50 p.m., knowing that would ensure I'd leave by 8:30, but a lot for 10 minutes safe time. Sweaty hairline, hair is wavy, walk in a car. I said I'd be at 4 minutes by 9 p.m. Well, 8:41 p.m., jogged 4 blocks. Can see my car. I have looked better. Eyelashes and sand in hair. Mentored left eye since locking apartment door. 8:56 p.m. texted I'd be there at 9:15. 9:02 p.m. 6 or something miles away. I got this. Fuck these red ass lights. 9:04 p.m. Sweating to stabilize. I'm listening to Star Guitar by AFX Twin on repeat. I like the video and the making of the video clip. I do the same thing with my eyes and the cars with the video illustrates. 9:09 p.m. GMAP says 14 minutes of traffic. Holy hell, keep recalibrating. Good thing I didn't do the Eastern Parkway thing. I almost did, but now says 17 minutes. I'm only 3 miles away. I hate this shit. 9:13 p.m. I'm on Atlantic Avenue now. I think, yeah. I always want that thing to be true from The Catcher in the Rye, where he's like, it doesn't matter if a girl is late as long as she looks good. I haven't experienced that to be true. Modern day update of Catcher in the Rye, where he's like, it doesn't matter if a girl looks good. It's always going to piss me off a little bit if she's late. She's not as hot as other girls anyways. I'm also always a little pissed off if the guy is late, so. 9:19 p.m. on the road leading to apartment now, a few hundred feet away. Love following the GMAP dot with my eyes as it follows cars. Like I'm the dot, it makes me feel taken care of. 9:59 p.m. He read updates. June 24th, 2013. 10:13 a.m. Woke to a minute's alarm. We'd be laying, touching each other in some way, and I'd fall back asleep easily. Heard him shower, then move around in the kitchen, then watched him lean over me in work clothes to give a little kiss and say bye. Laying in bed now, dark, air-conditioned room. Feels nice. 10:16 a.m. Moved car. No non-metered parking spaces. Car used to be in front of apartment. Now it's 20 feet away. I have until 12:08 until I have to move car or add me to meter. I feel happy. I want to sleep a little more. Ate a mystery 2 milligram. I think it was Xanax. 12:04 p.m. added mine to meter. 2:23 p.m. woke from Chelsea dream and wanted snacks. Kept sleeping and waking in confused dreams or texts and not knowing where I was. Got in on a grapes and some Omega trail mix thing from last night. The past 2 times I've gone to meter, I've put on shorts and a shirt over the t-shirt I'm wearing. Omitted has a lot of t-shirts from the 1980s that are falling apart. They're the best t-shirts. Think he's the first guy I've slept with who offered me a t-shirt to sleep in, or is at least the first whose offers feel more like I want to see you wearing my old shirts than I want to politely offer you pajamas. Added money to meter. Was going to sleep more at apartment, but saw it get a grip boil and went to the coffee shop. They were cash only. I had a card. The girl said, it's too hot for you not to have it. Here, we've been using napkins. Just write your name on a napkin. I did. She said, oh no, you don't have to put your phone number too. I said, no, I mean yeah, thank you. It's just for credibility, for my credibility. 3:43 p.m., ate 60 milligrams, 5 bands, got green juice, we paid for coffee place. There were like 20 main napkins on the wall. People don't come back. 3:47 p.m., parked close to the library, ate 27 milligrams, concerto, walking to deli to buy sugar-free Red Bull. 4:27 p.m., pooped in an efficient, business-like manner, libraries crowded as hell. 5:13 p.m., what I remember from last night, 9:22 p.m. to 2-something p.m. Texted omitted, I was outside and he texted low buzz, door buzzed for almost entire duration. I was walking up both flights of stairs. Thought he either read the thing I wrote in LIVEBLOG about noticing he held the buzzer for a long time the other night or something else. It buzzed and a little toot buzz when I reached his floor. He opened the door and I was smiling and I thought this is different from the other night when he opened the door. My face looks different. It's reacting to his different looking face. Faces are showing thoughts or hugged and kissed. I said, that was a nice long buzz. I like a nice long door buzz. He laughed and said, I thought you'd like that. He was smiling. We were both smiling, but it felt a little hard to look at him for as long as I usually do. It seemed like he was also having difficulty maintaining eye contact, wasn't sure where to stand. He said he read what I'd written in LIVEBLOG about door buzz, I think around this time, something like, it takes some people forever to get in, they miss the buzz. I said, oh shit, oh no, you read it, or something. And we were standing by the window and kissing. Then I started spinning around in a circle in place and said, I'm going to just be spinning now, okay? And then I stopped and we kissed again. And I turned around and he held me from behind and said something about how high my high heels were. I said, oh, they're just regular style. And he was sitting on the couch and I did a somersault thing over him laughing and saying, I can't believe you read it. No, you read it. You're not supposed to want, you read it. Oh my God. Landed by his head. I said, ow, ow, my hair. And I moved my knee. He said, ow, ow, my hair. And I moved my knee. Kissed him upside down, established mutual hunger. He started making steak. Sat at table where there was a thing to read. I usually sit on the couch. He said, want a glass of wine? And I did. And he poured it and one for himself and brought it to me at the table. And we kissed a little and he started making dinner. He said, you'd like Thing on Table. I think it's really funny. And I read it. It was self-consciously holding e-cigarette this entire time. I liked the thing I read. At one point I sat up from the chair and it stuck to my dress. He was standing near me and we kissed, embraced, and he said, I know they've always done that. I don't know why the chairs are sticky. Felt my head being behind his head during embrace. I said, it's good. It's the chair that sits back. Entire time he was making dinner, I read another part of this thing on the table. We talked a little about would reveal his identity, long pauses. I said, what did you think about what I wrote? He said, I didn't read all of it. I wanted to read it to see how the style compared to the Vice thing. Remember him looking at me in an interesting way when he said this. Knowing I'd written about how I wanted him to see I had different styles of writing and that he'd probably read my uncomfortable description. He said, I'm glad you picked up on the door thing and the man on the bike we never discussed. I was like, wake the fuck up, man. I was like, oh yeah, the man. Yeah, your face after him was really good. You were like, face plus what noise. Felt self-conscious tunnel vision and heightened awareness of conversational pauses that could also be attributed to him making dinner and me not doing anything. I moved to the couch. He said something about an article about a man who ate 413 Red Lobster biscuits and got into a coma. And I looked it up, tried to see if the man had broken the record or not. Walked over to him and said, "Oh, potatoes? Boiling potatoes?" He said, "Yeah, boiling." Stood back to back, touching his ass, returned to couch, loaded LIVEBLOG on the phone, knowing it was at least 4 days ago when the man on the bike happened. I said, "I'm like looking at the LIVEBLOG now to reading to see right now if I said anything embarrassing." He said, "What?" I said, "I'm looking at what I wrote to see if I said anything like embarrassing." "How much did you read?" He said, "I really didn't read that much. I just saw that Moo House had tweeted a quote." He looked at me, "Something about how you want to have the most." I said, "The most information possible about myself on the internet." He said, "Right," and went back to cooking. I said, "So what do you think about snickering? I feel like I want to read, like sitting with you, looking at it, and like interview you." He said, "What?" I said, "What did you think about the parts you read?" He said, "Well, it's definitely, I liked it a lot. I really didn't read all that much, but it was really just, I scanned it. I remembered the thing he said about considering unfollowing my unedited account due to occasional intense emotional outbursts. A little later, he said, I was really fascinated by it." I said, "What?" He said, "I thought it was fascinating." He was crouching by the broiler. I said, Oh, good." He said, "You like yours rare?" I said, "Yes, rare. I like mine rare." I said, "I've been worried that I said too much about you. Like I went from not saying anything at all to just saying everything except your name." He said, "I don't think you should feel worried about that." He said, "I mean, it might mean something to you and me, but I only think person would be able to maybe guess who I was. I thought means something to you and me. What does? It's evident that LIVEBLOG has changed something. Shit. Don't write this much anymore." I said, Good. Some more time passed. I said, "I gotta say, I feel really weird, like a little uninhibited right now, knowing you've read it." He said, "I was wondering about that. If it did feel uncomfortable to you." I was theorizing. I said, "So what was your hypothesis? He said, "Well, I thought she's either totally fine, with exposing all this, wanting to show all of this part of yourself, these private thoughts you're exposing about a person, or maybe there was a possibility that you feel uncomfortable." I said, I'd only feel uncomfortable if you read too much into, if you attributed too much meaning to what I'm saying." He said, "Right." Some time passed. I said, "I sound a lot more insecure, huh? Really insecure?" He said something about not sounding insecure in my Vice article. I said, "No, I mean in person." He said, "Well, yeah, you're definitely exposing a part of yourself that's not represented normally." I said, yeah, but I mean, it's just, thoughts." Some more time passed. I said, "I mean, I'm just always thinking stuff like that, thoughts like that. They're just always fluttery gesture around head going on. That's normal for me." What I wrote about, time passed. Asked him about weed moonshine. He said he had tried it at a party Friday, and he came over to the couch and told me about it. Wanted to ask more about the party. I said, "I went to your website." He said, "Oh, you did? What'd you think?" I said, "Well, I mean, you're definitely exposing a part of yourself I don't see normally. It's definitely different than what it feels like to interact with you in person." And we laughed a little. Talked a little more about the website. I said, "I feel like I should be helping you make dinner." The rest of the night basically will be underrepresented due to needing to leave library in 20 minutes to meet Chelsea for dinner. Dinner topics: apartment was clean, broccoli versus cauliflower, what dinner was made of / how he made / where it came from, what people meat would taste like. He doesn't like talking about gross stuff while eating. He thought he was eating too fast and apologized. I said, "Don't apologize then. Good, be sorry," in fake dominant voice the next time he said it. I said, "When people eat too fast, it makes me want to start talking about disgusting things." He thought my dress was pretty and it had hearts on it. And so did the one I wore last time. I said, I thought they were polka dots, and if you zoom out far enough, it's polka dots. Teased him about finishing fast while I was still eating. Sat on fire escape. Fire escape was fun. Felt more at ease. He threw a cigarette down to a man. I suggested we play a game that's kind of like I Spy, but you pick a thing you can see and say a statement about it. He was better at guessing my things than I was at his. We were laughing a lot. And the last statement I said was, "This might be a mirage. It's full of water. It contains the color blue and the letters blue." It was the design of his cigarette pack. It took a long time for him to guess. At the end of it, one of us made a movement and the cigarettes fell onto the roof below us. Had sex. Bike fell onto bed. After sex, I felt comfortable and normal again. I said, "We're still sweaty even though the air conditioning is on." He said, I know, I should have chilled the room. I said, you chilled the wine, then sang, chill the wine, but not the room, to the tune of Spill the Wine by War. He didn't know the song. I said, it's an old disco song. I know you'd know it if you heard it. Looked it up on YouTube on his phone and listened to it, eating cold frozen chocolate bar and drinking water. Showed him the video of the guy twerking, and he showed me a video of a news story of 33 high school students who got suspended for upside down twerking. He said he was going to learn how to twerk and would be able to next time I saw him. I said, good, and kept moving my ass on the bed. I said, I'm obsessed with twerking now. I tried to twerk on the bed, and he said it was pretty good. He went to the bathroom, and I said, I want to try the upside down headstand kind of. When he came back, I was doing it kind of. This is good. Agreed we wouldn't be able to fall asleep without sleeping aids. I said I didn't use anything last night, and he said he didn't either. He said something like, we have a hard time falling asleep together. We'll be up until, 4 or 5 a.m. He took Benadryl and I ate 1 milligram Xanax. He said, I wish I had a movie or something. Do you have any on your computer? I said, I downloaded the straight story. Showed each other pictures on his phone and my computer, other stuff. Corey brought in the computer, nice time in bed. He said, I'm wide awake. I said, I'm getting another Xanax. Do you want? He said, okay. I said, do you want the Xanax? He said, yes, good. At some point, he got up and rubbed his stomach and looked at it, then said, I'm hungry. Yes. He said, I have to make sure everything is in order before bed. Everything has to be something I forget. Felt I understood preparation for bed. When you don't really want to do something, you have to adjust everything so it's perfect. I said, okay, make the food. He went to the kitchen and I looked at pictures on my computer. He brought in a bowl of grapes. A little later, he brought in a bowl of fried rice. Watched the straight story laying on each other. Held computer on my lap. He said, I'm getting sleepy. And I said, do you care if I still watch it? And he said, no. Plugged in earphones and watched a few minutes. 7:04 p.m. No longer feel weird, nervous about the shit I wrote that he read. I think it's fine. Feel okay about writing this much also, I think. 7:10 p.m. Walking to car, man with yoga mat just passed, saying, oh yeah, the super full moon. That's what it is with a great Gatsby, like wealth and privilege and disregard for others. 7:45 p.m. parked on Berry and 7th, walking to Chelsea at Vietnamese restaurant in Bedford. June 25th, 2013, 4:18 a.m. Chelsea rules the hardest of any dog. If you fuck with Chelsea ever, I will cut you. I keep smoking the goddamn e-cigarette backwards, and when the fuck is this mattress gonna get out of my house? My apartment clean as hell right now, y'all. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and be like, who cleaned my apartment? Whoops. Timothy Willis Sanders, love whoops. So all night, Chelsea and me were talking about having swamp ass. When we left Cameo, I was like, it's wet. My ass is definitely wet. Can you take a pic to see? We were laughing real hard. Chelsea was like, it's not like that. The flash isn't accurate. Flash changes everything. If I were to just see you on the street, you wouldn't be able to tell it all. I'm laughing. Wish there were a documentary tonight. Would be way funnier, better episode of Girls, because the people aren't. We're more I would never want to hang out with the characters in Girls. Feeling great. Great night, great day. Wow. Motivated to do shit tomorrow, like laundry and hot yoga, hot Bikram yoga somewhere. I'm going to use the train. Because just shut the fuck up. I don't need to tell you why. Listen, you're improving my life by reading this. Thank you, sincerely. I like this when I'm sober also. I think this when I'm sober also. Thought the thing I just said 20 to 30, 40 times today. It just feels good to know I'm not all alone. I don't know, you're here too, baby. I don't know. Thank you for deeply real, baby. Albie's breath smells like a stripper who's been twerking upside down at a fish market for 20 hours straight. 20-hour shift. It smells so goddamn good. Love you, Albie. Love you, Shirley. Love you, everyone. 1 p.m. Woke and felt embarrassed about drunk update. Realized I wanted to be awake shortly after eating 1 milligram Xanax and misguided. Maybe I'll go to sleep again after 4:50 p.m. have been watching Drunk History on YouTube, texting Chelsea and omitted. Drank 2 8.4-ounce sugar-free Red Bulls, ate maybe 10 milligrams Adderall, XR transferred money from savings to checking. Things I'm going to do today: 6 p.m. yoga, buy cat food, groceries from Wild Balance, write about last night, start Vice article. 5:10 p.m. Sky suddenly darkened. Wind is blowing, curtains ominously, smells pretty. 7:31 p.m. walked on beach after yoga. The teacher was funny, real New York style, maybe 12 people in class, mostly older ladies. One guy got a 2-week unlimited pass. Hungry. It's 82 degrees and the sun is setting. Groceries, cat food. Need to get a fan for apartment or get air conditioner from the storage unit. Hotter in here than it is outside. 9:52 p.m. and wall bounds past the old man and smiled past him again and said, he said, peaceful, isn't it? I said, good night. Like, yes, this is a good one. I hadn't considered the possibility. He said, good night, like goodbye. 10:04 p.m. Have been walking leisurely in something mournful toned walking. Feel like I'm moving underwater. 10:35 p.m. Paved did self-checkout. Walk to between stores area where you can see the skylines, the city separated by the bay. Thought about my position on a map. Island is 3 blocks wide. You can see the ocean and the bay at the same time if you stand in this between stores area. 10:42 p.m. Cross street to avoid interacting with smoking by door. Megan Fox, Bell Harbor Steakhouse man. 10:55 p.m. Remembered I forgot cat food. Gave cats treats. Poured a glass of wine and said, don't worry, I'll get it. I'll be right back. Whatever I type sounds like I'm mocking myself. Depressed despite yoga today in Chelsea last night. Not really depressed, more guilty and calm. Calmly resigning to just being me. Room I live in memories. Present circumstances, aging, all the people I've ever known, all the others. It's almost July. 11:24 p.m. I still haven't left for cat food. 11:35 p.m. It's raining. They don't even like wet food. June 26, 2013, 6:11 p.m. Going to yoga again. June 27, 2013, 6 a.m. Woke hungry. Boiled no-carb pasta and heated leftover kale, eggplant, tomato sauce I made the night before last. Ate 1.5 milligrams in it. 3:25 p.m. Woke from dream about Japanese airline. Intense. Wish I was still there. Dreams the past few nights. Keep remembering as if they actually happened. Like would think, oh yeah, that's like when the security guards started kissing me. When was that? Then I'd realize it was just a dream and get sad. 8 bag of red grapes, drinking sugar-free Red Bull, listening to voicemail from Dad. I said yesterday that I might be coming up today to get the air conditioning. Last night after yoga, I sat on the fire escape eating a bowl of leftover kale pasta. Watched an old man pushing his walker approach on the sidewalk to mid-building and eventually the ocean. He moved maybe a few inches per step with long pauses between steps. His face was in a fixed position looking at the ground and his back was hunched. His shirt looked like it said Oberlin. He stopped for almost a minute by the alley. He turned his walker and started walking down the alley. Where I'd never seen people. Got nervous he had seen me. Feel breeze on my ass as I dove through window and got into bed. Read a fan's notes and texted with a minute listening to Alcoholic Faith Mission and Anger Bird and Miss Zachary. Right now we would be sitting at the kitchen table playing cards, maybe after dinner. I'm going to Maryland to get the air conditioner, I guess, back tomorrow, hanging out with Chelsea Saturday, excited. 3:54 p.m. Eat 27 milligrams. Considered a new B vitamin. Poop. Clean cat box. Has only been 2 days in a row of yoga, but body already looks different. Maybe just to me. Arms are more toned, flat, and body and legs are more continuous lines. A little smaller. LOL. Stomach is also flatter. Shows ribs and hip bones a little more. I want to weigh 115 to 120 pounds. Weighed myself the other morning in Min's apartment and was 134, but I had eaten a lot the night before and mostly went away. 115 to 120 because I feel healthy. I felt healthy and like limber. Like I like not worrying about how I look because there is less tweaking. How you feels good. Like I diet well in each class. After each of those you stand or like completely still like that. Even wipe your sweat. It feels good to know that I can make myself stand still while my heart rate is freaking out and I want to breathe hard and drink water and wipe sweat. Feel stronger. During Savasana, laying down poses and between floor poses, 4-part starts, maybe 60 minutes into the class. I have 0 thoughts. I think I just pick a dot and look at on the ceiling. I don't even need to blink because the air is so wet and hot and thick. It's like I'm in an eyeball. 0 thoughts feels so good. Getting to have 0 thoughts while your body feels attached to you. It feels loving or something. A loving kind of discipline that's new to me to experience. 4:21 p.m. Stat counter in real life would just be staring at each other, walking down the street where someone says you're the most stared at person. Sometimes people would stare at you for like hours. 5:45 p.m. Bought a bag for old mattress at hardware store. The mattress is out here. It's about to be out of here. Sweating a lot. While walking back from hardware store was smelled enthusiastically by 2 small dogs attached to leashes held by a girl. 6:22 p.m. Now it is gone. I dragged it out to a dumpster. A woman seated on a fold-out chair said, "You putting that out by there?" I thought she might be a mattress authority. I said, "Yeah, I'm just dumping it over here." Mark said I could. She said something hard to hear and laughed. I said, "Oh yeah." I tied the end of the yellow bag and started back to the building. Smiled at her and said, "Whoo." She was smiling. We said, "Have a good night." And at almost the same time, what she said sounded more like, "Now that's a good evening." 6:23 to 11:59 p.m. did not update. June 28th, 2013 did not update. June 29th, 2013 did not update. July 1st, 2013, 10 a.m. woke, saw clock. 12 to 6 p.m. woke, saw clock. 2 something to 5:11 p.m. woke, swept apartment, cooked twice, ate 54 milligram conservative, drank 2 8.4 ounce sugar-free bread bowls, water, texted with Danny, landlord, talked with dad on Google Talk, me, not working phone. Organized screenshots Chelsea sent from June 29 to 30th. I laughed as hard as I have at Chelsea. Past 2 times other than any other time in recent memory, it's like constant laughing, belly laughing. 5:13 p.m. I've been updating writing pretty constantly since whenever I last updated, but I'm undecided about including the actual text for reasons I don't feel like explaining. I'll know whether I want to include the actual text or not in a few days, I think. Quick summary of events from last update until now. I drove to Maryland, arrived at Mom, and talked for maybe 3 hours. Slept. Talked more with Mom, drove to Dad's office to get storage unit keys, got air conditioner from storage unit, went to Walgreens, drove back to apartment, had arrived around 11 p.m. Mark was at the door with the hand truck and offered to install air conditioner for me. I stayed awake until maybe 7 a.m. and smoked cotton painted meals, ate 1 milligram Timex, slept, woke around 3 or 4 p.m. June 29th, went to 2 delis and a liquor store, drove to Chelsea's. Chelsea made a vegetable curry and we drank wine and put on trying to look like we're not trying too hard to look good, makeup and outfits. We went to 3, I think, bars in Greenpoint and sent funny messages to strangers on Tinder, and I laughed a lot. Got a bottle of wine to go to a bar called Diamond. I held on to metal bars gating an outdoor seating area and screamed at people sitting outside. Then Chelsea and me stood and smoked cigarettes for a while, and I convinced her to walk back to the area where I screamed, stared catatonically at people, and we did. No one seemed to notice, laughing now. Damn, I'm going to save details for later. Continued to walk to a bar near Chelsea and screamed, Dad, at other people in an apartment. We were yelling, where are you, Dad? And I need you, Dad. And Dad, we need to talk, and things like that on the way to the last bar. Some guy stopped his car to ask me about my car tattooed, and I yelled something like, my dad did them. Are you my dad? I miss you, Dad. Asked bartenders if they played Drops of Jupiter by Train, inside joke Doug song. Goddamn, we'll write more details later. We sang along, we were laughing. And all the other bar patrons left almost immediately. Something happened that I'm not sure how I want to write about yet. Chelsea made a box of pasta in the morning. We ate it and laughed a lot. Chelsea's boyfriend came over. I dropped Chelsea off at a bar called Commodore, drove back home, read Friends Meet Friends too, and liked a lot. Remember thinking, I can see some people reading some parts and having those parts wash over and confuse them, but I think I understand what he means, and if so, then shit, creative. Good way to say that. Watched episode of The Office where they go to Chili's for the Dundies and got goosebumps near the end. Set alarm for 9:46 p.m. Woke around 11 p.m. Texted Chelsea 2 milligrams Xanax. Watched 2 more episodes of The Office. 6:54 p.m. Danny, landlord, texted again. Can smell my sweatiness. Yoga starts 8 p.m. Might make it back in time. Going to dress in yoga clothes and get the hell out. 7:18 p.m. Made eye contact and smiled with young man wearing headphones, repeating, nigga, I ain't worried about nothing on the street, in car now. 7:22 p.m. Texted, on the way, see you soon, and started driving. A Judd Apatow, like period of comp time. Pat Stanley texted, okay, and phone buzz vibrated twice as I was saying O and K. 7:48 p.m. Parked on 88th Street. 7:51 p.m. Standing on corner of 86th and 5th. Texting with Danny, told him where I was. He said, okay, then I came here now. I said, great, I'm on the corner by Citibank. 8:16 p.m. Danny wanted to get a drink with me. I said, I'm going to yoga next time. He said, next time, and walked beside me. We said, how's it going? Twice. He veered off to peek into a bar and said, we get a drink now. Come. I said, no, I really have to go. I told myself I'd go. I understood maybe 30% of what he was saying as we walked to my car. He asked what kind of engine it had. I said regular, I think. He said V4, V6. I waited around him and said V4. He nodded and said something about gas. There was a time when we were standing by my car and he was saying something about carrying things in a van. There was a better alternative to the van, it seemed. I nodded and tried to exude. I understand that there is a better alternative to the van. 9:43 p.m. Sitting in car after yoga, sweating ass off. Jesus, foggy window, heart is still going. Jesus. 10:44 p.m. Texted Chelsea and omitted while sitting in parked car. Had tentative but unlikely plans to hang out with him tonight and
I confirmed unlikelihood. Graphic, uncensored description of not feeling disappointed but still feeling interested. Graphic, unruly, out of control, supportive, calm feelings. Driving to Chelsea's, not a shower and drink beer. Spontaneous ass hanging out, like what normal people do, I thought. July 2nd, 2013, 5:42 a.m. Driving back from Chelsea. She let me borrow her glasses. They were helpful. Laughed typing that. She also let me borrow a shirt and bra and underwear in her ex-boyfriend's Christmas themed house shorts to wear instead of soggy yoga clothes. We sat at her dining room table and talked about the other night and a lot. Talked the whole time from I guess around 11 p.m. to now. Went to buy e-cigarettes and more beer and walk her dog around 1 a.m. She made pasta with mushrooms and green peppers, and I bought garlic hummus and pita chips. So happy Chelsea is in my life again. Thought about her so much since 2010 or 2011 or whenever we stopped being mutually obliged. She's like a beacon, like, hold on, it's bad now, but maybe you'll see Chelsea again someday. People are always asking, what's your favorite anything? And I never really answer with Chelsea is my favorite person. I'm not saying that to alienate anyone. Every time I sit down to write about Chelsea, I immediately want to say something like, if you fuck with Chelsea in any way, I'll seek you out and punish you, dog for life. At 4:15 p.m., I made a new note in my phone that said, Nyan Madal. It's an island she showed me. There are no people on the island. It's all ruins, ruined buildings. Wikipedia says it is used for mortuary activities. One of us said, what's a mortuary activity? Chelsea said something about weekend at Bernie's and wanting her corpse to be taken to Nyan Madal where people could party with it. Chelsea said I could sleep over, but I knew if I didn't wake in my bed, I would want to shirk out LIVEBLOG, other obligations to prolong having fun. On Cross Bay Boulevard, now I should have stayed over and prolonged fun. I should have laid to-do list things, thinking once this is out of the way, I'll be happier. 6:29 a.m. Parked, walking to apartment, ate 2 milligrams Xanax a few minutes ago, listening to No Emotion on drive back. Girl just opened door to stairs. I'm not climbing. She looked professional and normal and smiled at me and said good morning. Not sure if she saw me for long enough to understand silliness of my outfit accessories in contrast to her outfit accessories. 6:36 a.m. Fed cats, clean box, peed, stood at the sink and thought about Twitter. Seems like everyone is trapped in some building, like trapped. How do I say this? People say interesting things about boredom, but they don't say the boring things they're actually doing, like fed cats, clean box, peed. Should I be a flight attendant? 7:33 a.m. Typing on phone feels less serious. Xanax is working. Getting sleepy. Also hungry again. Gonna eat these fucking pita chips and hummus and wait for the hummus container on the floor. 7:34 a.m. to 11:59 p.m. Did not update July 3rd, 2013. Did not update July 4th, 2013. 12:05 a.m. Last night I talked into a computer camera for 6 hours and 28 minutes, and I've been transcribing the video close to nonstop since maybe 5 a.m. This feels sick. I feel like I focused on doing it. I like feeling focused on doing it, but interacting with the content of it in this way, I feel like I'm in hell. This is hell. Getting to hell has something to do with the duration of gradual sinking in of it. Like hell sinks into you over time without you noticing. Part of what makes it hell is knowing you let it happen. My first talking transcription idea felt like an exciting ending or advancement to LIVEBLOG, and then it was all I was doing, and now it's now. Sometime this morning I was thinking things like, this is all I want to say for anything. I don't have anything to say ever again. Now everyone will know. And here's a new kind of novel where you can watch the video of every moment a word appeared in the author's head. You can know more about how it happened, text and video at the same time. Maybe people can study it and find out where thoughts come from or some thing about time travel. Previous sentence seems dark, like very dark sensation comes with rereading anything from the perspective of knowing what I now know about. I'm afraid to type myself. I was trying to find another way to type it for like 4 minutes. It's going to help me to type this. After I type this, I can think at least one person will have read it and imagined it like they were me imagining it, and I don't know why that's comforting. I feel like every few sentences I'm waking for the first time in a jail cell, and the cop approaches me and says, last night you were involved in a car accident. You were the only survivor. You were driving and you were drunk. Your parents and everyone you could have loved were the passengers. Your punishment is to live for 5,000 years. And it's the same cop every time, waking every few seconds for the first time, but it's the same thing every time. Could other people do what I've been doing today and feel good?
I'm trying to write an email.
Just when people feel good, they just do it naturally. I think it takes me longer to realize when something feels good or bad. Like I can do something that feels bad for a long time and not know it feels bad until way after most people get it. Also applies to good things. I don't fully know how good something felt until the next day or later. This is an embarrassing graphic display of the person talking about what it did today in LIVEBLOG, me, a horrific permanent display of look at me showing myself to you. And can you get me out of here? This is a good time to stop. 5:49 a.m. I'm cracking myself up still. Partying with Gmail drafts. Relocate your party to Gmail drafts. Cuts cost on something probably. Password protected. It's not a party if anyone else but you is invited. Reliability. Great way to familiarize yourself with looking at your Gmail draft screen. I've been typing this in a draft to no one. What if someone said this like a rap thing? It was a rap saying. It was a rap thing. Where are you right now? Help. Dumplings. Code name for puppy part of nipple. Dumplings. Code name for smaller dots on dumplings. Dumpling turkey. Code name for nipple head on a dumpling. That's a really big bear. That's a really big bear. That's a really big bear. That's a really big bear would be a calm response with those whistles, that shit. I don't know what they're called when I picture this sort of man-shaped giant thing made out of windbreaker material that shrink and grow and flap around in the wing. They're usually outside of like mattress discounters or like Brazilian parties. These whistles I associate with those things are in the background. Comcast bundle saves you more. 1-800-588-2300 Empire. Sheep's code name for semen. I like some water. I like some meat. My cat's feet get loud when asleep. Oh no, sheep. Oh no, sheep. Proto, just something people call out sometimes. Bumpy fish, code name for, I want to say bumpy fish. Bumpy fish is a code name for bumpy fish, and maybe that's all you need to know. Not a thing people would say, but what if the whole rap crew repped Jerry Stiller extremely hard, like to the point that Jerry Stiller gets restraining orders against him to make a song called I'm Sorry Jerry on album titled What Jerry Likes. 6:33 a.m. laying on bed with earphones and to block out air conditioner and car and cat noises, crumbs in the bed, sheet is bundled. How do I describe the thing I don't like about sheets? I got to read this way from the motion of my body over time. It is fully untucked from mattress. It is free floating kind of between fitted sheet and comforter. Usually when you buy a sheet, it's folded and packaged in such a way that you can easily handle it during the trip from the sheet store to your house. Then you unfold the sheet and shake it out and make it big. You give it a wingspan. You spread out the sheet wingspan and tuck the bottom corner's edge under the mattress so it doesn't move around much while you sleep. You do the tuck thing. I think it doesn't. I do the tuck thing to prevent my current sheet situation. Free floating bundle, not spread to wingspan capacity. You want to get the sheet to be as flat as possible. Flatness, it's a sheet thing. It's almost 100% certain today's 12:05 a.m. update would be my last update ever. Look at old grandpappy sheets. I like with people who know about sheets. I don't like that the thing on top of me is called a comforter. It is a down comforter, a DTC, like DTF, down to fuck, down to comfort, DTC. Looks like when people have monogram shirts where the middle initial spaces is actually filled by their last name. Initials sound crazy, but it's true. My dad has those shirts. Normally their initials spell out cum or dog or van, but now they have this new kind of reorganized monogram shirt. Their initials look like CMU or DGO or BNA. Why does my dad buy those shirts though? July 5th, 5:50 p.m. made a gif of me at the beach. July 6, 2013 did not update. July 7th, 12 to 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. did not update. 11:03 p.m. dinner at Bar Corvo. I said something about feeling good when I'm improving with the person. He agreed. I said I like to make lists. He said I noticed and laughed. I said the thing about town and working together for like 4 hours and setting a timer kind of. He said something regarding I don't want to do what you and anyone else did. I said I also kiss down other people and I kiss you and I like kissing you, so I'm playful voice. He got a pasta goat cheese dish and I got an Amish roasted chicken. I didn't eat it all. He ate some of mine. He said his weight at some point. I said that's why I started yoga for a few weeks. I thought I was gaining a few pounds and wanted to look good. He said something under breath, interrupting like I didn't notice. I said I noticed. He said something around this point like I've been in relationships where I just forget that those people gain weight. I said me too. I don't want to do that. Food or drinks placed in front of us. He expressed worry about being indulgent to me in drugs, alcohol, food, not sleeping a lot. But those things are fun. Something about ice cream, weight, mentioning weight on the way to the Italian place, smoking cigarettes, sex, threats on couches, and here, remember laying on the bed recently and saying your character and type mentions weight. 5:84 July 9th to 14th, 2013 did not update. July 15th, 2013, 4:55 p.m. at Brooklyn Public Library. I've been feeling like LIVEBLOG is overtaking my life in a negative way, and it's a source of anxiety. Countercredit to me. Mostly I feel a self-imposed sense of obligation to update, and because of that I think I'm losing interest. Why this type reminds me of a dynamic I've experienced in failing romantic relationships. I don't want to say I'm stopping forever. I'm going to continue doing this forever. I don't know what I want right now. We'll update August 1st, 2013. I want to take a break.
Yeah.
I'm too tired.
Yeah.
I want to take an hour-long nap.
All right.
I'm starting to get mad at myself. That would be great.
Oh shit, I just lost the page. Right.
Sitting in the chair. Who is that? Is that the guy, Kevin? The guy that was filming? Is somebody still watching? So Megan's taking a break. Who's in the frame? Is that the guy that was filming? Is that his name is Kevin? I gotta look him up. Okay, so my stream is at 4.5 hours. I was gonna work on this Josh.
What's that? Being food.
Oh.
I didn't think so long. Look at that. You're really taking our long break?
Yeah.
How long have you been going?
Since 2 p.m.
Yeah, well,
Oh, 9 p.m. night before live.
yeah, you just been keeping it up.
Yeah. Took a break from 2.
You want to start?
It's 2 a.m. now, I guess. So do the solid 12 hours there.
Yeah. Okay. Good job, Paige.
How's the sound? I'm trying to keep it so that you can hear the little
Alright, it's set for 3.
banter in the background.
Okay. Is there? Oh, that's there. Never mind.
I should put out my candles. They're expensive. Especially this fucking J. Crew one. Putting out my candles because they're expensive. Don't buy expensive candles. It's not cool. Saw that on my phone. Fucking phone. God, I guess something else, man. Really like. This makes me want to call Louis near that did the like live blogging, reading live blog on the fanzine, which I haven't gone back to check and see if that's finished. Maybe I should type, well, I don't know, fuck it. Because, like, I tried to do that. And, like, I don't know. I did it badly. But I was, like, sort of living the live blog lifestyle, trying to read live blog and then write about it. And it's, like, hard enough to, like, sit and read a book without doing all the things that she's doing in the book. So in the book, she's fucking, like, talking to people, going to see friends, like, responding to things and, like, whatever, working on things. I was fucking sitting in my room for a week, like, in my favorite chair, once I got back from Denver. And then, like, hard as fuck to do. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like me and Louie maybe will have a conversation about comparing our experiences, because I know Louie is better at writing things than I am and reading things. His reading level is, like, above mine. And I know that he doesn't use drugs the way that I was using them. So our experiences are just different, you know. We're different people and we take different approaches. Should I call Theo? I'm gonna call Theo. Where's my phone still? It's like, what are all these fucking? Yeah. Should I? Oh, I can't call Theo. He doesn't have a fucking phone. Theo, get a phone. I wonder if he even saw, like, my messages. Theo. Fuck. Theo. What about Patrick? Do I have Patrick's thing? I gotta get in the chat. Well, I don't know if anyone's gonna look at it. Or I gotta eat too. I gotta work on things. How do I get a hold of Thea? Fuck. Two, one. Patrick Stedman's number. I'm like in the chat. Maybe I'll tweet Patrick. Open up my tweets. Let's see what Tyrant Books has been tweeting. Damn, the content on this is, there's so much content being generated. I love this. Like, all right, I feel like I've wasted the last hour. Like, I haven't been in the chat or whatever. I've just been like looking at my phone. I'm sorry, guys. I meant to be like, I can change the camera angle or something so that you can see me working on the trash can when I go back to doing that. I'm looking at Tyrant Instagram. I mean Twitter. Man. So I'm gonna say this here. Maddie, can you hear me? We're 4 hours, 40 minutes into my live stream. So I'm gonna say this, anyways. Are you even still here? Well, there's nobody in my stream. Okay. All right. Well, so I went to the. Yeah, I guess I can tell people once I share this that they can skip to this part, and I can start talking. And I'll move the camera to. I think I can do that. I just don't know about how the sound will go. We'll figure that out. Okay, so went to the reading, right, yesterday. I got there pretty early. I feel like everybody else was like somewhere else doing something, hanging out, eating, whatever. And I wasn't gonna drink. So I just got a bottle of water from the front. And then I have this sandwich I forgot. Tight. And fries, fuck yeah. Got to the reading. Didn't realize that Murmrr Ballroom is like in a Jewish center. So I kind of spent some time fucking outside, where am I? What am I doing? Whatever, Trying to get everything in shot here. I feel like that's pretty good. So milled around a bit, made a point of sitting up front so I could get good Instagram shots and stuff. And started seeing people. Actually, I went up to pee on the second floor of the Jewish Center. I don't know if it's a synagogue or just I'm sure it's a lot of things. It has 10 floors. I think there's a gym in there too. It's right by, what is it, Brooklyn Public Library or something? It's one of the main libraries in Brooklyn. So I go upstairs to go to the bathroom, and Jordan, Castro, and Megan were sitting there talking. And I just texted each of them separately or messaged them separately, like, hey, what's up? I'm here. Like, want to talk or chill beforehand? And got no response. I'm sure a lot of people are thinking like that. This fucking bookcase is in the way. My sister left this. I'm trying to microwave this shit real quick. Anyways. Fuck, what happened? Fuck. I gotta fix it. Fuck. Is this still going live? I'm doing this fucking bookcase for one's guidance. Just go away. So what I was saying was, Zachary came up to me and said, hey, I brought like 6 or 7 sticker packs for people. Of like, they were like 10-piece packs of like pretty much my best 10 pieces in like a sticker pack. Just like early prototypes for the white pack thing. And how's the sound check. Let me do this again. Yeah, so I got to. Had I met Brad before? Brad Phillips? I don't think I'd met him. Because when Christine Brache came to read at that little tiny gallery, I think it was like, was it Megan's? Was it the first live blog reading? After like, it was like before the book had been released. Forget the name of the gallery. I was staying in Precious's place, like sub leasing it or whatever at the time. But I was hungover as fuck. Anyway, so last night at this reading, I told Megan, like, I brought you a sticker pack, and she was like, I was like, I don't know if I should give it to you now or later. What the fuck is going on? And she was like, yeah, let's do that now because, I'm going to start reading and I'm going to go for 48 hours. And I was like, oh, yeah, okay. So I gave her one. I gave Jordan one. I gave Zachary German one. I later gave Christine one. A sticker pack, I mean. And I put these together envisioning that I would be at Rachel's place where they are right now, like, and it would be like a party sort of vibe with like beer and shit. I don't know why I thought that. Because readings can be that way sometimes, but obviously that's not what this is. It's like a fucking 48 now longer, right? Now fucking something. I got this breakfast sandwich from Woodbrow's here in Philly. I got it off Caviar. Said hey to Jordan, who like I've only met recently after knowing him for years. Cause like if you're watching, I don't know. People know I have like a I was gonna say storied past, but that makes it sound like cool or like glamorous or like something I'm proud of. I did a lot of shit back in the day. I was a hellion I've known Jordan for a while. God, what the fuck is that rustling? What are you doing? Jesus. And then I just sat up front in my fucking great outfit and looked at my phone. Rachel was like prepping her apartment or whatever, so she said she wasn't even gonna come. I was texting Precious. I was like, "Can I stay with you?" Because I sent Connor Lenahan like a message because his Instagram feed's been really funny lately. It's been like him posting content from his Facebook feed because he's from Missouri, right? So just like Missouri people, and they're like Missouri-ass Facebook content. And I think it's really like smart and well curated. And I sent him a message and I was like, "Yo, somebody should interview you about this," like something like that. That was the intent of what I wanted to say. But I said it in a really awkward way. I used a lot of ellipses. It was kind of incoherent. And I guess he was like worried about me, even though I was fucking sitting at the venue, like quietly on my phone typing this message. So then I get a message from Rachel being like, "Yo, are you fucked up?" Because like I kind of had like promised to be at this reading sober. Because, you know, like Jordan's sober, Megan's sober now. Brad Phillips is sober. And, like, I don't know. I want to be inspired by those people and figure out how to live my life sober. And it's like, I don't know. I haven't made it work yet. And to be honest, like, I haven't really put in much effort at all. But anyways, Alex said hi to everybody, and Thea was there. I thought there would be more people there. How many people were there at the murmrr reading? Like, because I feel like I got a fair amount of hype, especially compared to most readings I'm aware of in New York. I have future people I know. Maybe because of the location, or also maybe there's this fucking political bullshit, man. I mean, it's not bullshit. I'm obsessed with it. I think it's cool. But the bullshit, I guess, is just that, like, so I guess the point of me talking was I was going to say some things that I wouldn't normally say. Like, for one, I recorded when we had to leave the Jewish Center or the Murmrr Ballroom. Whatever Megan had planned as her place to do this 40-hour reading fell through, quote unquote, which I don't know what that means. But Rachel graciously offered her place instead. So, like, and she's having to prep to do, you know. And so then we're all kind of milling about. People had already been filing out slowly once Megan started reading, basically, like, they just wanted to see it happen or whatever. Very few people stuck around to the end. I would say, like, if there were 50 people there in total, by the time we all had to leave, there was like 18 of us at the most. I think 18 is a good guess. And like some were staff. So Gion's like, "Yeah, how's everybody getting to Rachel's?" Jordan said he was driving his car. His brother was with him, which was cool. I had like an extra sticker pack And at the end of the night, I gave it to Jordan's brother. So Gion's like, how am I going to get to Rachel's? And I wasn't sure I wanted to go to Rachel's because, like, there was the whole thing with Connor thinking that I was, like, fucked up and sending, like, incoherent messages because I was on a lot of drugs. And I wasn't on a lot of drugs. I thought the way I was writing the message incoherently was kind of funny. So, and I don't think that the fact that I wasn't 100% sober, I was more sober than I would have been had I drank a pint of beer. Is how I put it to someone when they asked. I think Gion asked. So, like, we're all having to leave, and then it's going to continue at Rachel's. I was like, all right, I'll get an Uber. I know where Rachel's is. And Gion asked Theo if he was coming, and Theo was like, oh yeah, can I ride with you? So me, Gion, and Theo are in this Uber with this guy who's like, you know how Uber drivers are, especially the Muslim ones. They're always fucking like, who are they talking to? I think half the time, or sometimes it's like their wife, but most of the time it's just like other Muslim guys, like their buddy, So, in the car ride to Rachel's from Murmrr Ballroom, I got to ask Gion a bunch of questions. We just chatted, and I did it kind of interview style because I would like to get into interviewing people kind of the way Willis does, but like more of a Brad Listy sort of thing. But Brad Listy's older and more established. I want to be more like, I gotta do more research. But anyways, I want to interview people. So, like in Denver, I tripped acid and I asked Catch Business because I was there a day late. I think I made pretty good moves this year as far as putting myself in positions to where I can have good conversations with people. It was like just being somewhere, or reading, or whatever, a show. It's fine. It's good to be seen. It's easy if you live in New York already. If you don't live in New York like me, then when you do go somewhere like New York or Denver, then you really got to make your time count, especially if you're trying to like get some stuff done, work with these people, whatever. So I should get back in the chat actually. So I recorded the conversation and I'm not going to post it online, probably. I might ask Gion about it. I gotta listen back to it, but not enough people are, like I asked him, like, when was the last time that somebody interviewed you? And then he named a couple of times. But one of them was like, in Italian or something. Or Italian magazine. And I asked him about, like, the thing with Darcy Wilder. Because they used to be, like, besties, and last year, at this time, actually, like, what was it, like, fucking the week before Thanksgiving? So, yeah, this exact time last year, there was this whole shitstorm with Tyrant Books and Darcy Wilder, and it was over, like, her lit agent being in her ear, being like, you're getting fucked over by this guy. And then people being on Twitter taking sides. So I kind of got him to talk about that a little bit. And other things, you know, just like living in Rome with his husband and, or they don't live in Rome, they live somewhere else, I think. Florence or something. But like, that's what I want to confess. I clandestinely recorded this conversation, and it's really interesting. So I'll try to share it with Gian and see if, please don't tell on me if you're watching this. And Gian, if someone rats me out before I get a chance to tell you this myself, fuck, now I just have to write an email like tomorrow. Anyways, I try not to make a habit of clandestinely recording things because that's not chill. I mean, I don't know. The idea that people still think they have an expectation of privacy is ridiculous when everyone has a phone and shit, but like, people just don't like you trying to take advantage of them, I think is what it is. So like, you know, or trying to get like a contact high, a contact clout. So, but I don't know. I mean, what is that? Clout, like, why are clout and dick riding in different contexts like looked down upon? Like, that's just success and like supporting people. What the fuck? I don't know. So the other thing I was gonna say about political bullshit was that I think one of the reasons the reading wasn't as well attended as it could have been, and this thing, Rachel's too, is because of politics. It's because, I mean, like, Gion's politics are one thing, Jordan Castro's politics are one thing, Megan Boyle's politics are one thing. You know, each of them have their own, like, they've said different things at different times about different stuff. And Megan specifically has been like, yeah, like, I consider myself like she says, like, I don't like politics. I think she said something like, you know, she doesn't like the meanness of it and the sort of, you know, blue and red, your team versus my team kind of thing. And Gian has just been like, well, she said other stuff that is more problematic, which I think is funny and I appreciate it. And Jordan has explicitly been like, yeah, I'm reading an article about GASP, the virtues of conservatism. And here's another thing that I'll admit that I haven't told many people. I think I've told like 2 people this, like Rachel and someone else. I forget. Because, again, I intend to talk to this person again and ask them about it and have a longer drawn-out conversation about it and get on the same page. But since you're here in my live stream, 5 hours in, I was invited to stay at Zachary German's place in Rockaway, like at the end of the train that takes you out there, right? And that was cool of him to invite me. And he stayed here at my place here in Philly when I had a shittier couch. Now I have like a comfy couch for once. But and he let me read some of what he was writing, which is cool. Actually, like, really, really nice of him. And he knows that I'm like a fan of his, and so we're kind of friends on that level, like, you know. We're friends because I'm a fan of yours, right? And like I don't know. Because I'm not that cool. Like, people are friends with Rachel because she's really cool. She lives in New York. She deserves people's respect. I think people think of me more like they think of, well, I'm not going to say a person's name, but like, I think I get seen as more of a hanger-on or whatever, which I think also gets a bad rap. Like being a fan of our artists, you know, it's not like I'm trying to fuck any of these people or like always begging for an autograph or always begging to fucking hang out or whatever. You know, I've done favors for people, you know, because I'm a fan. Like, it's not, is that a fuckboy thing to do? Like, and sometimes it turns into like kind of a friendship. Like, anyways. I like with Megan. How many copies of that book did I buy, you know? Now I'm trying to sell them. Fuck, where's my phone? It like died. This sandwich is good, but like, has a bunch of eggs and like, eggs don't treat me well, you know, digestively. Well, so Zachary, there's some things I'm not comfortable saying until I talk to him. But back to the political bullshit. Just like, I feel like the Tyrant crew, especially, is on the conservative side. And I don't mean that in like a Republican way, quote unquote. They just seem like, instead of being like fucking, how do I put this like nicely in a way that expresses that I have respect for people all over the political spectrum with all over different interests. They have a different style. And their style is like, to me, with regard to politics, they place more emphasis on style and on finesse, or whatever you want to call it. Where I think some people who are more interested in, you know, raising money for this cause or that cause, or raising awareness for this issue or that issue, are less concerned with, you know, is it cool? Does it look cool? To, you know, not that I'm saying that that's what the Tyrant crew, meaning all the people I just mentioned, not they're trying to be cool. They're just cool people, so they do it in a cool way. And I'm not saying that, like, I don't know, SJWs are whack or whatever. Like, I'm interested in these things as well. I care about people and their well-being as well. I think Trump's an idiot and sucks and is making everything worse. And fucking, I was raised to believe that, like, George W. Bush was, like, you know, fucking evil and shit. But, like, I was talking to my aunt about this because she worked for the UN, for Amnesty International and stuff. And I was telling her, like, I have an interest in politics, but, like, in the context of, like, hanging out with artists, like, you know, people make political art, or just, you can't help but be fucking, like, people demand you have some sort of political angle at this point. And that's one of the things that Brad Trammell has been talking about in his art, that just, like, making fun of how forced all of that is and how goofy it looks sometimes and how impotent it can be to use your art as like a way to like protest against Trump or whatever by just like painting him in a way that makes him look really ugly or something, you know, like, and I agree with that. And it's not that I'm pro-Trump, you know, and it's not that I'm against someone who feels the need to make art that's, you know, anti-Trump. Like they're just expressing themselves, but like clearly it's not being done in a way that is like attracting people to a side, you know. It's you're fucking, what is the saying? You're like preaching to the choir or whatever. There should be, isn't there a different saying that's more like, you know, what is, you're like feeding people something that they already eat, you know? You're like, at the barbecue, like just making more hot dogs. And everybody's sitting there, they came to eat hot dogs. Maybe they've had enough hot dogs. Maybe they want to eat some more hot dogs, but like, do we want to go to the barbecue every weekend and eat fucking the same hot dogs with the same mustard on them or the same ketchup and not have any relish and like never have hamburgers and like, you know, like the same 2 people out of 20 eat the veggie burgers every time, you know, and like nobody ever tries to like get some brioche rolls or like bring some good tomatoes they grew or something, or like make their own hamburger patties with spices and shit in it. I think the barbecue maybe is a metaphor I could work on for like politics and art, like that it's just so boring. It's the same shit. You go to the same fucking 4th of July barbecue every year, and it's the same shit. You go to Walmart, get some fucking Lay's and some fucking Cheetos and some fucking, you know, Oscar Mayer wieners and some fucking Dr. Pepper. And I'm talking about liberals here, okay? I'm making fun of them in like my stupid Texan accent that's probably like not even accurate. Like, it's the same goddamn barbecue every year. And artists are participating in it, and it sucks because like artists should have the best taste. They should always be the ones on the cutting edge of the shit. And I really appreciate the Tyrant Crew and Brad Trammell and Red Scare for pointing that out, because it's not popular to point that out. And then B, doing something about it. By either continuing to point it out, or like the Red Scare people, they have like a whole podcast where they're actively trying to piss people off. I think that's really helpful. Thank you. Thanks, Maddie. Glad you're listening. Glad somebody's listening. And then also, I think there's value to conservatism. Because as cute as it sounds, I was at this fucking open mic the other day, and the guy was like, somebody got up to read their poems, and they were like, hey, if you like join my chapter of DSA or Philly Socialist, I think it was Philly Socialist, like check out this patch. We made patches that say gay luxury space communism. And somebody asked what that was, which I was grateful that somebody else in the audience, I mean, I kind of know what it is at this point. I wish I didn't, but like, I don't know, man. that was like the coolest thing I had seen somebody do in a long time, and even that I thought was whack. Like, I mean, it wasn't whack. I guess no, that I got respect for that. Join my meeting, and we made these patches with this phrase that's really popular on Twitter. But talking to my aunt, Irene Khan, first woman to lead Amnesty International. She also told me, like, somebody wrote she was the first Muslim, and when they wrote that, she looked at it and was like, first Muslim? I'm like, I guess I'm a Muslim. I don't know, but like, it's not even that I'm interested in conservatism that much. I find myself a center person, and I think we need another, like, I don't know. Reagan had a lot of problems, right? The whole, like, fucking 1%er thing. And the first celebrity president basically was Reagan, right? But Reagan inspired people on all sides, of all walks of life. Regular ass white people, immigrants, people in Hollywood, and people still talk about the shining city on the hill. I don't know who wrote that, but it was like Reagan's speech, right? So I had this old guy who was my Uber driver today. And yeah, brought that up. We talked about that. Reagan. Because I listen to David Axelrod's podcast a lot. And David Axelrod will ask people. He'll interview senators and congressmen and TV pundits and journalists. And he'll ask them a lot of the same questions. He has a set of questions. You know, if your parents, you lost one of your parents early, he'll ask you about that because he's interested in that. Because that happened to him. And he'll ask you, how'd you get your start in politics? You know, like, what was the first campaign you worked for or whatever? What was it that made you, like, attracted to it? Where did your parents come from? What was your upbringing like? If you're the child of an immigrant, you know, and he identifies with you. God, I forgot what I was going to bring up about Axelrod's podcast. Somebody was on the other day. And he asked them. Also, another good podcast that I love politically is Ezra Klein's. Because it's the same thing. It's like, there needs to be a new, there's got to be a new conservatism bill. Like, the Republican Party is a shambles. So is the Democratic Party. But, like, what is conservatism? And can we make it cool? And can we make it just a check and a balance? And, like, if it has to be a two-party system, A and B, black and white, or red and blue, like, can we have the other side not be a bunch of fucking assholes, you know? And, like, anti-science, like, people that only want to help millionaires and, like, fucking whatever, you know, big business. And, like, can we create a new kind of conservatism? Which is why when people make fun of immigrants or children of immigrants or gay people or whatever for being conservatives or Republicans. And it's like, fuck you, dude. Like, there's value to adding diversity to the other side. Why do all the cool people have to be in one party? What the fuck is the point of that? And why do we all have to have the same like goals? You know what I'm saying? That's fucking ridiculous and useless. And that's, I'm not trying to sound like a fucking neckbeard Reddit anti-SJW like crowd boy, fuck boy. I'm just saying, like, how are we gonna move forward from Trump? So that's why I appreciate the Tyrant crew, Gian, Megan, Tao. It's not really Tyrant crew, but I feel like the Tao thing, Tao and then E.R. Kennedy has been co-opted by people, especially like anti-Tao people. And I'm really curious to know, you know, I mean, I think it's funny, the fuck Tao Lin button that I saw in Denver, that Simon Wish, who lives here in Philly, who I've supported in ways that I don't feel the need to brag about, because I support different voices, diversity of voices, and I try my best to help people who are trying to make a difference and make things better, whether they're on this side or that side, whether they are down with something or they're down with the opposite thing. I don't think it's really playing both sides, and I don't think it's dishonest, and I don't think it's like a moral failing. I think it's just that, like, I see people doing good work, and I'm like, I applaud you for that. Thank you for that. You're helping make this country a better place to live, a more interesting place to live, a more diverse place to live, and or you're making sure that shit doesn't go bad and go sour. Whether it's, you know, journalists being persecuted, people of color, trans people being persecuted, or whether it's like not being able to speak at a college because you're edgy. Like, what did Milo do wrong? Roll the tape back. What did he do wrong? He said, essentially what he said is that, like, yeah, it's pretty common for young boys and older guys to hook up. Actually, like, that's kind of how I got my start. I mean, then he made some joke about Catholicism, and there's a lot of truth to that shit, and he got fucking canceled for it. What good does that do? I don't know, man. So, like, there's good on both sides, and Trump said that about the fucking racists in wherever the fuck, and so you can't even say there's good on both sides anymore, because now that's a loaded fucking term. But it's goddamn truth. There are people doing good work on both sides. And then there are some people that are doing work that is just like fucking lazy, man. That is not cool. And that I don't appreciate being, that I'm not going to support, and I'm not going to be guilted into supporting. And there's people doing bad shit that I don't support, and I'm not going to be guilted into shit talking or, like, you know, I've got other shit to do. My vision is very clear, you know? I hate when people try to fucking preach to me and like get me to do something that I have no intention of doing. Not tell me about something that I might be interested in doing, or ask me to, hey, like, if you could, you know, I have this, come to my rally, you know, I'll consider that. But, like, if you're telling me I've got to unfriend somebody because, you know, seems like they're a this or a that, fuck that, man. So to bring it back to where I started, I think that it kind of sucks to stick your neck out and be political. And this sounds conspiracy theory-ish or like Trumpian, but like, especially if you're not a goddamn communist, you know? Especially if you're not like, if your work is not, if you don't virtual signal the fuck out of people until they are forced to look. And I know all of that language has been like used by goofier people than me, but I use it again, not trying to be goofy because there's truth to it. But it did make me sad because I feel like what Megan's doing, what Gian's doing with Tyrant, it's really good work. It's really interesting. And politics and art, they don't mix well sometimes. And now it's one of those times. They're mixing really badly, it sucks. I don't know, I just wanted to say that, I guess. And I'd like to talk to Gian about that. I'd like to talk to Megan about that. I'd like to talk to other people about that. I'm talking to my friend Josh Spilkers. I want to talk to him about that. It's late, so I don't know what they're doing with the stream. If they're just leaving it up while somebody takes a nap. If that's what they're doing. I mean, I'm staying up. So I guess I could come over here and work on my fucking trash can. Or you could do it like this. You guys up on these fucking dark chocolate peanut M&Ms? The dark chocolate peanut M&Ms say 49% cacao. Cacao. I feel like if Portlandia made the cacao joke now, when did they make that joke? Fucking in the last like 5, 6, 7 years. If they made that joke now, I feel like some fucking blog would write about. Somebody would say that it's like misogynist or something. But yeah, I don't know. I like people that play the line like that. You know, it's to me, it's worth sticking your neck out, even if it's just for fun. Especially if it's just for fun, man. Because like, not everything has to be fucking eating your vegetables. Fuck that shit. Like, let's have some fun, and it doesn't have to be the kind of fun that's like dangerous and is like liable to hurt somebody. Can be. That shit's cool too. I fuck with that. I mean, I gotta slow down on it personally, but cacao. Make some fun, you know? Have some fun. Fucking people talking about how I mean, I get being sad and depressed, and I feel sorry for people who have it worse than I do as far as like being persecuted and being not taken seriously, but like you were born not being able to have fun, or like the world is so bad under Trump that you can't have fun. Seriously? Fucking imagine. I feel like Nixon was way worse than Trump, dude. Even like W was worse than Trump. I could be putting other people at risk by saying how I feel about Trump, like right after I've said all those other things. So I'm gonna sit here real quick and print. This is my room. Check out this poster. It's from Tony Ferrara at Denton I'm gonna print something real quick on my printer. The Quiet Pack. I don't know if this is all gonna save. I sure hope it does. You're up late, Maddie, if you're still listening. And then I'm sure there's like phone notifications I can check and shit, but I really do want to go back to actually working on. Fuck, I should look at the Megan chat. But that's on my phone, and that's in the other room, so let me open Pages real quick. Print this thing, and then get out of the room with the printer. I think I'm gonna start making these boxes of like, you know, the iPhone charger, but like with stickers. So I put some of these up on the. Yeah, I'm basically doing that. That's essentially what I'm doing. I'm supposed to be getting sober, like clean. And like checking into an outpatient rehab type of thing. Not checking in, but like signing up to like go to meetings every week. Which beats the hell out of checking into rehab. I did that once and it was an experience, so I'm grateful for it, but I don't know. If the only way to get clean is to fucking put yourself into essentially a medical facility where you can't leave every time, I think I am capable of doing it in a way that is less extreme. Yeah, it was rough. Yeah, it was on the west side of Chicago, which is already rough. And it was like, there were some young people like me, and it was sad to see that, like, I wasn't cool with them because, like, I wasn't part of this, like, fucking in-group of people that, like, spend half their time shooting heroin and the other half of the time, like, in rehab and in sober houses. But I guess that's fine, because, like, none of them were cool. Not because of that lifestyle, just, I don't know. Anyways, Quiet Back. Where's the Quiet Back thing? Recents. I made these beautiful business card type things for the sticker packs that I'm going to do. Maddie, if you and Cam have any ideas, I'll collab with you. Because most of the collabs that I have initiated so far, so Quiet Pack is going to launch in 2019, and Quiet Pack is like a sticker pack basically, except that it's expensive. It's like the supreme of sticker packs. And the point of it being expensive is A, like the stickers are going to look really nice, and also there's definitely going to be a few of them that have like a very political element to them, either overtly or subliminally or both, or you know, this and that. And so the reason that they're going to be expensive is they're like nice and they're like next level shit that is not whack. It's not like, I'm not doing Steve Rogenbuck Boost House. Pay for us to like, I don't want to mock Steve Rogenbuck on this because I respect the guy, but I was upset when he started a GoFundMe for Boost House and be like, there's some political, I mean, I'm just saying I don't want to talk about what Rogenbuck did and Boost House in a nasal voice and mock it. I have like legitimate beef with the way he did things, and we're not cool anymore. He doesn't respond when I email him, even if I just say something real simple and nice. And, you know, maybe that's because he's grown enough not to respond to people that he doesn't fuck with. But I don't even know if that's really grown, man. I think, like, we were cool back in the day. I did a lot of work for that guy. You know, I was his pal in a sense, in the sense that you can be a pal to that guy. And he took it to a place that I was like, nah, that's not the move, man. And it's not that he was doing something bad. He was doing something that I think a lot of people do, which is like, hey, I have this thing I'm trying to do, like, can you chip in? But he asked for a lot of money. And it was like to pay rent for a house so that they could start a book press. And that was all. That was the whole idea. And I got mad because I was working a 40-hour-week job making $9 an hour, man, in Fort Worth. And he was like, I'm going to move from Michigan to... They ended up going to Arizona, I guess, to start Boot House. Or no, Boot House was in Maine, or both. I don't remember. But yeah, I don't want my criticism to sound mean. I want it to be harsh if I feel strongly about it. But I don't want it to be a cheap shot at all. So when I get emotional about it, I try to check myself. Because I do have serious critiques about people all over the spectrum doing political art. To the point where I don't even have time to do this bullshit of like criticizing people for not doing anything. In fact, I think it's a whole lot cooler and more effective to inspire people to do something than to shame them into doing something. I mean, shame them out of doing something bad, like stop letting your friends be bros lifting up skirts or whatever, but like, you know, don't be like, I don't know. I was going to do like a nasally voice again. I had to stop myself. Anyways, I'm going to look at the chat again in a second. I got to find this recent document and then hit print. And then make sure I only print the first page because I don't need the second one. And honestly, like, I don't even like how I did that. Let me change that real quick and say, fucking, I don't know. So what font is this? Avenir, and it's the style of it is black oblique, and character spacing is like -7%. This is in Mac Pages, so, and I had to fuck with it to get the quotations to not like realign themselves and reformat themselves in a fucked up way. But I think I want to make that my logo because it looks clean as fuck. I'm gonna take the font down of this really big and then just add like the at quiet backslaps. Maddie, I feel like honestly you and then this person that you probably don't know, but no reason for you not to eventually know this person. Megan Sherman, who lives in Chicago. The two of you are like people that I've confided in, just like sort of giving updates on like, hey, I'm working on this thing. It looks like this, or like whatever. I feel like I talked to Megan. I've talked to Megan more than I have to you. But I do appreciate that I can talk to you. I feel like, sorry, I'm not, if you're responding, I'm not looking. I'm just babbling while I'm fixing this font thing. But it is like, okay, so it's Avenir Heavy 6 point, and this is Avenir Heavy 5 point. Why is it so much smaller? Okay, cool. Okay. Copy. Yeah, it's just nice to have someone to talk to, and there are some people that I can't talk to, that I'm either too close to, or that I like respect too much to like be myself around them or bother them with what I'm trying to do or whatever, you know. So like, I appreciate you being like, please don't take offense to this, just being like regular enough, you know, and friendly, and like, but also having like the good taste to like want to talk to me. Get me. And if you get any benefits out of it, more power to you. I mad respect. Do not. All right, so I have a third line. I have space for a third line. What should I? Series of limited run sticker packs. Dispatch from the future. All right, so the business card reads Quiet Pack. A series of limited run sticker packs. And then in brackets, disruptive visual comms communications, featuring kinetic voices at improbable vantages. Dispatch from the future, due to arrive in 2019. And then Instagram logo, Twitter logo, at Quiet Pack Slaps. And it says collab and or submit quietpackslabs@gmail.com or Gmail email logo.com. And then I have like space after I've done like 4 of those in one column and 4 in another. I have space for like a half size or a third size one at the bottom, so I only have a couple of lines. I think I'm gonna write it. Series of limited run sticker packs. Beat. Kinetic voices. Dispatched from the future. Due to arrive. What was I gonna say? This version was like after 2018. Due to, okay, yeah, I think I'm out of space for that, and then I'll just copy that and paste it onto the other column and mind my little line breaks here, because I got a lot of those for no good reason. Now, why is this one bigger than that one? I don't really get that. What's the deal here? Is it, yep, an extra little line break for no goddamn reason. Also, Maddie, okay, I should like switch over and see what you've said. You've said some things. Yeah, dude, let's figure out a way to collab. I mean, honestly, I'm trying to get back into writing songs. I think something's happening in the other room. Let me fucking print this. Or you tell me if you're watching that stream still, because I'm watching it on my fucking PlayStation. But if nothing else, like, can we just like if I write a song, can I send it to you and you send back like a if you want to sing harmony, and vice versa. Like if you write a song, I would love to fucking just put some little, country style, country folk style, like not on the same level, like of like volume, like the style where it's like you can just barely hear it and it's usually like at the end of a phrase. I love shit like that. And I love 2-part harmonies. Are you into Pine Grove? I recommend Pine. I know, I think I said that earlier to you guys. Oh yeah, so I made a FedEx thing, and then I wrote Quiet Pack on it. I don't know, stuff handmade. That's the wave, right? Boutique shit. And then, oh yeah, so okay, the rest of the explanation of Quiet Pack, and I've got to find a way to write this. Oh fuck, are they reading? Fuck, I don't even know what's going on because my PlayStation like fucking died or turned off or whatever. But basically, the point is like 25 or 30 people will pay a lot of money, hopefully, for like really well made sticker packs that have like beautiful and provocative stickers that you might want to put on your laptop or your bumper or your, I don't know, favorite street pole. And like make sticker art like fucking useful. Cannot connect to servers. And then, what are you talking about? And then that, by having it at such a high price point, okay, they're still doing nothing. I guess Megan is napping. Well, I'm not gonna fucking nap because if I nap, I will sleep through till fucking noon. So maybe I don't want to end my stream though. Fuck. I wish I knew when this was over. All right. Oh, hey, Dylan. Dylan Flower. Dylan, how do you say your last name? It's an Anglo thing, right? So I play bass. So I have this guitar that I had my brother like down tune. GHS used to make these strings. They used to be the Zakk Wylde boomers. Now I think they're just boomers. But it's like, if you can see in the light. So I put new tuners on it. I spent like $80 on these toes. And they're for like wider bore, they have wider bore holes drilled here so that you can put thicker strings in them. And so these strings, these are the bottom four is what they're called, right? Like the low end, the low notes. These two especially are actually supposed to be bass strings, or if they aren't just taken from like a pack of bass strings, they are like, low enough to, but the thing is that like they had to fucking, you're not supposed to take a 6-string guitar and try to turn it into a 7-string. Which is essentially what I did. I tried to take my 6-string and make it into an 8-string or a 7-string or a 9-string or whatever. I should have just bought a new guitar instead of fucking this one up. But they had to hammer down some of the frets so that like, these things wouldn't buzz too much. And that just means that like you can play the top strings louder, and like the down-tuned ones that they had to hammer, like you can't play them too loud. It's, I don't know. So like, can I add bass to your songs? Can I be your bass player? Not unless I buy a bass guitar or borrow one. Flarity or flat. Flat. Flarity. Flaherty. Okay. What's up, Dylan? Where'd you come from? How'd you find my thing? Oh, you were in Megan's and now you're bored? I don't know how much you heard of my rant or me talking about my new sticker project, but Megan Boyle is going to be in pack 1. Look, you can see my fingernail. Yes, I need to clip my fingernails. I keep them long because I have beautiful, long fingernails. Because I'm sexy as fuck, baby. Computer's about to die. But yeah. So I know I sent you my SoundCloud, and you don't have to say you listen to it or say you're going to or whatever. Like, I fucking wrote a bunch of songs in high school, and it was easier back then. I don't know why. I used Audacity and a fucking like $15 Radio Shack mic and wrote more songs. I wrote songs at a rate that, like, you know, professional songwriters do. Now, were they that good? Like, no, probably. Not, because I barely understand any music theory. Like, I fucking, I know how to do like a 3-chord song on like a major scale and a minor scale. So when I play minor scale, that's when I'm playing like metal. When I play on a major scale, it's usually when I'm doing sort of singer-songwriter folky stuff. That said, I can come up with a good melody that will add texture to a song. Just like a 1-string plucked melody. I feel like the way I talk, you know, the way I've got an accent sometimes, or whatever, you know, I kind of have taught my hand how to be, I mean, what's the word for when your tongue is dexterous? The way my tongue is dexterous, my hand is dexterous. In that, it's not even that I have the greatest ear for melody, it's just that I feel like I'm best as a rhythm guitar player. That's the short version. But I also I play a weird open tuning. It's fucking 3 a.m, otherwise I would turn my amp on. But let me turn down this fucking useless thing. Ain't nobody. So it's, what is it like? It's like Dad Gad, except maybe down to like C or B. So it sounds nice, open, and you can just go open 5 7, open 5 7, open 12. 5, 7, 11, 12. And what else? The idea was to do noodly stuff, kind of like bands like Chon or something like that, or Fall of Troy or something, where it's very. The guy's got a good soloing technique and can do a lot of exciting shit. But I'm just not that bright of a guy, and also like never wanted to put the time in and the effort in to getting good to where I could like join a band that like makes money. And then also like early on, like my first year of college, I am from Dallas, and like a suburb right outside the city line of Dallas called Carrollton. But I also lived in Dallas proper at points. And what was I gonna say? So right up north, like on your way up to Oklahoma, there's University of North Texas. I think Roy Orbison went there back in the day, and their jazz band is basically the best in the country as far as teaching people who aspire to play jazz. They're like on par with like Juilliard and fucking, I don't know the other schools that teach music, but their jazz band wins Grammys all the time. And so the idea was, okay, I'm going to this school in my hometown to be close to my girl, because I'm going to be, Rang dang dang. Oh, you guys know each other? Are you checking out each other's links like newly? This is fuck yeah. So I went to UNT and I decided to live in the jazz dorm, not because I really wanted to like jam, but I just wanted to hang out with musicians. And it's called Bruce Hall. I'm sure there are many illustrious people who have also lived there that I don't know about. But it's, it's sort of famous, especially among jazz people. But the band, the college town, Denton, like Neon Indian lived in Denton and made music with people that I hung out with after he left for New York once he had made it. He made it big and left Denton and went to New York. So Denton's got that kind of vibe. It's like, I don't know, like for the reason Madison, Wisconsin is cool, Denton's cool. Or like for the reason, I don't know, where's RISD? RISD's in Providence. It's kind of like that. I don't know. Dylan, throw a link up. What are y'all talking about? I'm interested. What kind of music is it too? Dylan, you said you came from the other chat, right? I should check on that. Do you live in New York, Dylan? Do you, fuck, I got a lot of notifications. Fuckity duckity. Actually, I don't have that many notifications. But I do not know what the fuck is going on with this. Can I check the chat on here? I don't know that I can. More. Another use a goddamn PS4. Stats for nerds. Well, sure, I'll do that. fucking cool. Oh, hey, Willis is here. I'm in the chat on Megan's thing, by the way. Rachel went to bed. Who else was up at the time? Funny how Willis shows up at 3 in the morning. Willis. Plumber. Any books? Is my Jewel dead now? Fuck. I'll follow you, Dylan. With my Instagram, I've got a policy. I'll follow anyone interesting or that I want to keep up with. Twitter, I cared about my ratio a long time. Kind of gave up caring about it now. Is it finished? I don't think it's finished. I think they're taking a break so that Megan can get a nap and some food or some food. But I don't think they would have left the stream going if... Yeah, somebody is like napping on the couch over there. That's what that noise is. I'm trying to respond to Willis in the chat. Willis says, I feel like it will go long based on nothing. Based on nothing. How do I link to my live stream? Let's see. Fucking, dude, I don't know. That's somebody coming up the. Somebody going down the stairs. You know, Klopp. Who's Klopp? No. Oh, you guys are talking. I'm sorry. Salmon Salon Worst Music. Yeah, I'll follow. Man, Willis Plummer. I love Willis Plummer came into my last stream of the last stream. Willis is somebody who's been doing these really great interviews with people, and I'm curious as to this process. I'd like to interview Willis about interviews and like other things. And I want to tell Willis that he it seems like there's two people here, so thanks, Maddie. I gave him the link to my YouTube, which is youtube.com/AustinXTexan, which I need to change to just Austin Charcoal or Austin Islam. Yeah, that's it. Okay. How do I then? First of all, mute this shit. Shut the fuck up. Man, imagine two of me. Dylan, I live in North Philly. I was in New York last night for the reading at Murmrr, which I didn't know what that was until I got there. But it seems pretty cool. And then I had to be back because I got a seasonal job at the J. Crew in downtown Philly. I was late today, and man, I thought they were going to fire me on the spot. But I live in North Philly for the moment because you can get an apartment like this, 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom for, what do we pay? Like $1,400, $1,450, $1,400, $1,375, something like that. I forget what we pay, honestly. Whereas like in New York, I don't know. You pay that for, so that's 2-bed, 2-bathroom. In New York, it's like you're paying $700-800 for rent. What do you get? What do you get? And you said you're in LA, Dylan? What is $800 after bills get you in your neighborhood, apartment wise? You get your own bathroom. I don't mind being in a. Why am I not following this Instagram account? Everybody, please follow Quiet Pack Slaps if you haven't already. I'm gonna put it up here. The first 100 followers, $1,800 for 1-bedroom in Silver Lake. Whew, man. So you must be a writer then, right? Or aspiring at least. So Quiet Pack Slaps. I feel like I'm going to do a couple of things. For the first wall. So what I was going to say about Willis Plummer, if you guys don't know Willis, is that Willis does these really cool interviews, or has been doing, on the Creative Independent with people. But also, Silver Lake is Chicago. No, Los Angeles. There's no Silver Lake in Chicago. Who brought up Chicago? I want to ask Willis questions about asking questions. Willis, if you ever want to talk about interviews, man. I mean, you're a precocious fellow in a lot of ways, but I think, I don't know. If you guys haven't seen, also I wanted to ask you about like cacti. Okay, so like, where was I walking? When one time Peter was cat sitting for you, and I offered to bring him dinner. at your place when I had money. So is that where I was walking? Yeah, I was like walking to that hip, that hip Mexican place that like has the like food truck outside where the food comes out of. Anyways, I was walking and then I saw a grocery store that had the cactus that you used. Isn't that kind of what it was? Like your website, Western Beefs of North America. Western Beefs, I found out years after I was reading Western Beefs that that's the name of a store, and then that the logo essentially is like from a different store. Yeah. And then thanks, Willis. I went on a long rant earlier. I'll try to like put up some time link because this is a 6-hour video. Did you see when Supreme did the little cactus? What did you think of that? I immediately thought of you, and I was like, are they doing a nod to Willis? Is somebody at Supreme, did they find Western Beefs of North America, or do they have a history of doing things with cacti? You know what I'm talking about, though, right? Like the keychain where they had the little cactus. And I was like, man, what the fuck does Willis think about this? But yeah, I walked past a grocery store that wasn't Western Beef. It was Chilo's. Is that what you mean? Is that the Mexican food spot or the grocery store that has the cactus? Anyway, so yeah. Me and Peter did that Brexit sticker and the Dwayne sticker, and that gave me the idea to do a project that would be like, okay, so like I've bought a pack of 10 Supreme stickers before, and some guy from the UK mailed it. It was like on Grailed or whatever. And so some of them were good, some of them were bad. Like it was like okay, yeah, man, the tacos there were good and the drink was good. And like I bought a bunch of food and then me and Peter split it at your place. Your cat, Majora, is also a sweetheart. And then where did I go? I think I slept at Rachel's that night. But what was I saying? Yeah, so your interviews are the shit. Western Beefs was the shit. I don't know if you're the one who found and bought the apartment, but congrats if you are the one who did all the work on that, because it's like, seems like a cool spot and stuff. But that's aside from like your personal work and stuff. I'm trying to see what the fuck is going on. What about this Connor guy? You know the guy Connor Lenahan? He got me in hot water last night, and I don't know. I feel like he was looking out for me or trying to, but I was just trying to message him and tell him it's funny the way you steal shit from Facebook and put it on Instagram. And I was saying it in a weird way, and it ended up getting me in trouble with Rachel. Anyways, Willis, what was I going to say? I guess I was talking about my sticker. So me and Peter did the Brexit sticker, and the Brexit sticker was a hit. And so I think I'm going to reprint that, but do it in different ways. But me and Precious are working on a sticker together, or a pair of stickers, and then me and Megan Boyle are working on a pair of stickers. So I'm going to do it's called Quiet Pack. Quiet Pack Slaps, at Quiet Pack Slaps on Twitter and Instagram. I think what I'm going to do for the first 100 followers on Instagram is probably give away one of these trash cans, these Puck Rock trash cans. Where's one? Here's one. And this is the blue one that I'm just about done with. it's got like some Supreme stickers on there, some band stickers, like the sticker of an ice cream place that I like here in Philly, and then like a bunch of random stickers that are like, I bought like a couple of different lots of stickers from China, just like a lot of it's like weird, like sexy girl licking a lollipop thing, but then a lot of it is like fake Stussy, fake DC, fake Supreme, like old World War II poster looking stuff. So, I'm mixing stuff like that. And then I've gotten into like the way there's like a graph writer community. There's also like a sticker slap community on Instagram. And so a lot of the people that are trading stickers on Instagram are just like, they have wood shops, and so they trade. Spitfire, yeah, actually I gave that one. My sister brought, oh man, I would love to trade something for some stickers you want to let go of. It doesn't matter. I feel that way about buttons, actually. I have a lot of buttons, and one time I put a whole I had this little backpack, and I had like, I swear, 100 buttons on it. And then like 2 good ones fell off, and I was like, what the fuck? But I started one of these punk rock trash cans, and I call it the punk rock trash can because it's like the bathroom at CBGB's or whatever. But my stickers are in the bathroom at Roberta's. So it's that kind of thing where it's like, if it's welcome there, it's going to stay there. And if you make it look nice, then. But the Brexit thing got me thinking, like, Peter often will not explain when he is. If you get him to do something, he'll just do it his way, right? Peter. So, like, I asked him once on Twitter, on DM, I was high or something, I don't know, and I was like, I'm going to make some stickers. What should I print? I'll probably mail them to some friends in, like, UK, Australia, whatever, Canada. And he was like, stickers? I don't know. I've been thinking about Dwayne a lot lately. And also Brexit. And then this graphic design person owed me a favor, so I cashed that in and had her like use. I could have done the Barbie one myself, but then I had her use the Carl's Jr. thing to make the Dwayne sticker. And then kept working on stickers that were just my Instagram images. And I want to keep doing that. But then I also want to make Quiet Pack a thing that is like a zine or a lit mag, where people are sending in different stuff. They don't all have, like, sometimes a magazine has a theme. This month is about lemons, or this is a queer POC zine, or whatever. But Quiet Pack is really more just about like whatever message you want to get out into the world, whether that is just like a beautiful drawing that you made, or something that says like Astroglide is the best lube for gay sex, or something. Like, I'm down with edgy stickers, I'm down with beautiful stickers, and I want stickers to be taken seriously as art. So one thing that I've learned from various artists, and I have to credit Brad Trammell just for giving away a lot of stuff for free, like, or not for free, but like, I don't know. I wouldn't say we're friends, but we have known each other for a few years now. And him and a couple of other friends have taught me some things about art that I never had to go to art school to learn. And one of them, I think fashion is like this too, essentially, is that like, if it's quality and you would wear it or use it somehow, then why not make 5 of it and charge $30 for it, even if it only costs you $5 to make? Because there's only 5 of them and they're the shit. So with that sort of thinking, the idea is to make 25 sticker packs. So me and Megan already have the idea, and I really I think her thing is like sets the tone for like what I'm gonna do for a long time. I don't know whose snore that is. I'm gonna turn this down there. My fucking Jules dead. I should put some music on instead. So yeah, Megan basically came up with an idea, and she came up with like the sort of intellectual, the messaging, and then I was like, well, here's the visuals that I think we could work with, and it's kind of like a remix thing, which is sort of what my Instagram has been for a long time. It's like I'll just screenshot something and like remix the colors or glitch it is what I've been doing lately. And so I think that's acceptable, especially since a lot of people who have like meme accounts, half the shit is they're just stealing other people's memes half the time, you know? So like, I think it's more honest to, instead of like half the time stealing something that somebody else wrote and then writing your own stuff the other half the time, like all the time be making stuff that you have made, even if you're like using a lot of samples. It's like making rap beats or something. Yeah, that's smart of you, the non-social media. I mean, I don't feel like I could do what I do without Instagram or Twitter, but like it's getting old, and I can't imagine that definitely explains how you're able to give so many and such detailed interviews, is that you have time to read things. But I'm not gonna let me print the stickers and then I'll send them to you. I don't want to jinx anything, because if I can't pull it off, do I have any vision? No, man, that's you, dude. You're the tech guy. I mean, are you talking about me personally or like everybody? I think I hope Twitter is here to stay, man, because the way it got started with the Arab Spring. So I was just talking to my aunt, Irene Khan, the other day. She was nice enough she lives in Rome, but she travels to New York sometimes to do work here. And she was nice enough to take an Amtrak into Philly to have lunch with me and my sister. She was the first female head of Amnesty International. Before that, she worked for the UN, and then now she works for an NGO, and her tenure there is about to end. So she's trying to figure out what she's going to do. Instagram is the worst one. Yeah. But are you the one who told me, or did Zach tell me that you told him to turn the colors off on your phone? That was an interesting experiment. I did it for 7 days exactly, and then I did realize, like, holy shit, this is potent stuff. But the difference between poison and medicine is in the dose. And also, it depends on I did tell Z to do that. Picked up from another Zachary. Yeah, he said a tech bro told you. That was like a thing that was going around. And yeah, very interesting experiment. And I would go back to it. I enjoyed it. I definitely realized it was like quitting heroin, honestly. And then, well, it wasn't even like quitting heroin, because it wasn't that hard. I didn't miss it. You know, it kind of sucked for like 5 minutes. And then honestly, I didn't look at Instagram, because what's the fucking point of looking at Instagram if everything is black and white? So I guess I see maybe what you're saying. I'm sure you have more behind why you say it's poison for your brain. I wish I could ask you to come on cam. I don't know if I can. If you want to, you're welcome to. But I'm kind of on a roll talking about Quiet Pack. So the Quiet Pack 1 is going to be a sticker pack. There's going to be an addition of 25. There's going to be 2 pieces from Megan. And they're sort of, it's like an A side and a B side. Or it's not even, yeah, it's like an A and B. And then I'm going to do one with Precious. And she just the other day asked me, try it, Maddie, and stick to it for, does that work on YouTube? I've done it with Stephen Michael McDowell, but actually that was a Google Hangout, and then he posted it to YouTube. So I guess it's only, and that, I just thought of that because that's when you search my name on YouTube, that's one of the only things that comes up. That was 2013, but since we're all getting together ever since, so there's going to be 25. They're going to each cost like $25. And that's really how much it's going to cost to print the quality stickers that I want in the quantities that I want. So 25 packs. And if you've seen a nice sticker pack from like an art label or whatever, it's usually like, it's got like a folded top, printed nicely on cardstock, stapled, and then it's either in a glue seal or a zipper seal bag. So I've got to figure out sort of some of the logistics there. But I have the numbers pretty solid. I have to just work with the artists. And also I'm doing it in a way that's like, okay, because what I was writing about earlier is that I like the Tyrant crew and I like what Tao's doing. I like what Red Scare's doing. I know you don't like Red Scare, and I would love to talk to you about that as well. I mean, you made a comment when we were at Zach's that was more or less like, I just don't get it. Like, why do people think this is cool? I have some personal bias because I like Meg and I like her boyfriend, but and I get why it's abrasive, blah, 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 but the idea is to take some of that energy because there's a want for making politics cool, because it's not cool to sit around and bitch about Trump, even though Trump sucks. It's not cool, you know, and not that everything has to be about being cool, but it's just like, you know, things can be sleek and can be nice to look at, and that's why you would want to spend money on them, right? Or own them, or wear them, or look at them on the internet at the very least. So, or listen to them as a podcast, or watch them on Netflix, or go see them at the theater, right? It should be sleek. The message should not be one that is poison, like borrowing your language. If anything, it should be helpful and nutritious, and shouldn't rely too heavily on, you know, chemicals. So it shouldn't be like McDonald's or something, you know, like you can cook dinner for 10 friends and it can be the shit. And everybody can bring some ingredients or give you $10 for spending a lot of money to feed 10 friends. Everybody can have a great time together. It's just the 10 of you at dinner talking. Maybe you've got some pictures or something, or you made some plans to do some other stuff. Strengthen your bond as friends. You had some good food, and then some of you get to take home leftovers. That's sort of the idea of Quiet Pack. Artists get together. at first it's going to be me collabing with people, but then I plan to sort of, I'm happy if people want to come to me with collabs, because the thing about it is that the money is set up in a way that I'm going to print. Me and Megan are doing 2 stickers together. There's going to be 100 of each one, 100 of A and 100 of B. Then I'm going to do the same thing with Precious. And then with the packaging, depending on how I finesse that, that's pretty much all the money I can afford. Assuming that I'm not losing money, and making money would be nice, but I want it to be clear that making money is not what I'm after. It's not about money and fame. It's about making politics cool, because politics are not cool. And so that turns off the people in the middle who we really need. Maybe I've dropped too much acid, but to me, it's all the same. And it all has to be in one very swift, well thought out, and athletic move. So, and if you do it right and you're not too sloppy about it, I mean, unless you think being sloppy is cute, and maybe that's another thing that you don't like about Red Scare, is that to them sloppy is cute. But with politics, especially if you're a guy, and I'm just talking about me heading a thing, you can't afford to be sloppy. The idea is to be sober-minded and to be very deliberate, and to have a balanced group of voices. And also there's got to be something from the artist that's like, we are interested in coming on board, coming online. So let's figure out money-wise whatever we got to do, but like, let's figure out, like, say you and Zach, or you and one of your friends worked on a sticker, right? And you guys could send me 25 stickers. Now, say you printed 300 of them. The idea is there's 25 packs of Quiet Pack 1. And then there's a whole lot of extras. And through street art, we can beautify our cities, our cars, our laptops, collect stickers, which I think is cool. I think, especially if it's political art, one thing Brad Trammell has helped me understand, and I would love to find out more resources to understand this, is like, where's the good political art right now? Like, there's so much trash, man. And there's so much, like, even stuff that I'm interested in. Like, I don't know. And I don't know, Zach let me read some of his book, and I felt like I want to talk to you about this, and like where I think it's strong and where I think that, like, I would take a different approach to things, just to bring it up, just to have a conversation and pick his brain about it. Not to ever suggest that he do something different. But I don't feel like me and him are close enough, and I feel like he's like, he's got a vision for things and stuff. So I don't feel like he'd listen to me maybe, but there were things in what he's working on. Calvin peeing on Trump stuff. When I'm saying political art is bad, I mean, sure, or like, but I don't know, if you did Calvin peeing on Trump and like Calvin was wearing a Supreme LV collab, that wouldn't be half bad, you know? Or like if you did a series of say it was Dilbert peeing on Trump and Kathy peeing on Trump and everything was in Comic Sans. There's a way to finesse anything, man. You just fix it, tweak it. It's easy to make something bad cool. Oh, word. Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, cool. I'll hang on to that. Nobody in the chat steal this. Yeah, I'm probably gonna post this, honestly. I just gotta double check it in a couple of days and make sure I haven't talked too much shit about stuff. I've been very careful because I brought up a lot of people here to illustrate different points, and there are some times where I'll talk about people to other people, but like I've learned that like if I haven't had a conversation with someone that I intend to have, like I better have that conversation before I start running my mouth outside. So that's why I'm being very careful about what I'm saying about Zach and how kind he was to let me stay with him and how kind he was just to pay me any mind. I think that was probably Rachel's effect because she knows how much I respect him. But him letting me read his book, I was like, I don't know, man. There's things in here that in the larger picture, like in the context of like, what are we going to do about Trump? And what are we going to do about Hillary? And what are we going to do about fucking Ted Cruz? And, you know, all this shit. Like, you broke up with your best friend. Why? And I'm sure there are a lot of good reasons, but my eye catches certain things and my memory is a sieve, so it hangs on to what's the most striking because I've done way too many benzos in my life, and also anyway, so yeah, my memory's bad, so I just remember things that I really don't like and things that I really do like, and everything else, you know, I've got fucking a stack of books that I'm just going to read the first 20 pages of. I think everybody should do that. I think normal ass Americans should do that. You don't have to, I'm not smart. I'm a fucking idiot, you know? I just like am a hustler. That's my talent. So I think more people should be doing stuff like this and linking up with people who actually are smart. Well, see, and I'd like to tell Zachary, well, I just wanted to have a good time and hang out at the beach. And I was grateful for him printing some stuff out and being open enough and vulnerable enough to hand it to a guy that he barely knows, and let him read it on his couch, staying there for a night. So what do I think of it? I don't really want to go around talking about that. I feel like I've said, but I'll say this. And I want to talk to Zachary about it. I just don't know how because I don't know him that well. And like, okay. Yesterday, I watched Hassan Minaj on Breakfast Club. I don't know if you saw that. I don't know if you watched it like that. But Middle America watches that shit. Middle New York, at least, watches shit like that. So that seems like a good benchmark, right? What does Middle New York watch? They watch The Breakfast Club. So Hassan Minaj is on there. Was it Breakfast Club or was it? Fuck. I'm pretty sure it was. And now give me a second. Who exactly was it? It was Hassan Minaj. Ibra. It was Ibra. Okay, sorry. Hassan Minaj. I don't know how much you know about his comedy. He's got the next Netflix special, Homecoming King, which I think that's another thing that I'm not that smart, but like it's my moment, and I'm not dumb enough to not realize that like I'd get better to start working and develop some skill, because if you can't tell that it's your moment, or it's about to be your moment, or it could be your moment, then that's why you're fucking 40 working at McDonald's. Nobody should be 40 working at McDonald's. I mean, like, nobody should have to be 40 working at McDonald's, because surely they don't. So what I'm saying is I don't want to be 40 working at McDonald's. And I don't want to sell drugs. And I don't want to sell insurance. Those are the same thing. And I don't want to rip people out. So, you know, I'm not smart, and I don't treat my smart friends like I'm smart. I just treat them like friends. And so it's certainly not my business to go around telling people who put a lot of thought into what fiction can do and what it's for, meant for, and how it ought to be. Certainly not my business, having read probably 5% of what Zachary's read in his lifetime. I would rather be his friend and tell him there were a couple of moments in his book where I felt uncomfortable. And I just don't know him well enough to know if that's cool. I would like to get to a point with him, though. And if you want to tell him this, that's fine. Yeah. I'm not asking you to, certainly. But again, to Hassan Minaj on Ibra. Hassan Minaj says, I mean, you should watch it. It's like 20 minutes. And to me, that's how I feel about Zachary's book. Hassan Minaj says, look, man, I'm American. And if you watch his comedy special too, then you have a little bit more context as to him meeting up with Ibra, right? With like this person and Ibra sitting down. What do they talk about? How exactly do they word it, right? And I love when people are in conversation and they're trading words, and sometimes you talk over the person a little bit or you cut them off. Like, to me, interviews are cool, written interviews are cool, writing letters is cool, but like when it comes to meeting of the minds and trying to create a piece of something, that's why I love Howard Stern, Letterman, fucking Johnny Carson, like, set a lot of standards, but like Stern, man, Letterman, man, even Bill O'Reilly, even Rachel Maddow, Joe Scarborough. I wish I knew more lefty people who, I mean, maybe, who's the Democracy Now? She seems like maybe a little too sweet. I like some male energy in my politics. Not that I don't like female energy, but what I'm saying is, like, you need people who don't agree on things to sit down and chop it up, and then use that, agree that, okay, we had a cool meeting of the minds here, whatever. You know, we kind of were civil and fair, and we made a couple points where it's like, you're A and I'm B. let's spell out exactly what that means and what does that line look like exactly, right? So I think the best way to do that is in sitting across the table from somebody, which is the only reason why I would consider living in New York, is to be able to be like going around talking to people, to be like a fucking, I guess, to be a reporter or something, or like a novelist that takes a reporter's approach sort of thing, or a some sort of artist that takes it. Otherwise, fucking what I'm doing I can do anywhere. But anyways, Hassan Minaj sits down with Ebro, and Ebro, he says, man, it's gotten bad. It's gotten to the point where, you know, I know people that don't talk to their family because of Trump. You can't do that. And Ebro immediately says, yes, you can. You can cut off people because they support Trump. And he kind of brings up Kanye a little bit, right? And Hassan gives him a moment and gives Laura Stiles a moment also to jump in, and then says, okay, but Ebro, I respectfully disagree with you. That's not how we're going to build things. And I think I'm glad that there are people who feel how Ebro feels, because we need Ebro, you know, like, especially because we have Kanye, we need Ebro, right? But I really think there's a South Asian mindset, and I wish I were smarter and more educated, but mostly just more smart and connected, so that I could figure out what is really behind this. Maybe it'll take a lifetime for me to tell this story, but at the same time, I'm only half. So at least now that identity politics are hot, I can lean on some things that I would have had to sell a lot harder before. What I'm saying is that yeah, man, you can't be breaking up with people and cutting off people and telling people they can't speak at colleges. Neither should we support racists. Neither should we let shitty things fly. No. Right? Like, no, absolutely fucking not. I don't feel that way. It's just that, no, there are certain lines you don't cross. Okay? And one is, yeah, go protest at a university. But if you are a director at the university, you're setting a dangerous precedent, man. Letting students, a small group of vocal students in a much larger body, tell you that, no, we shouldn't have that here. As opposed to, like, you know, a quarter of the school. If it's a quarter of the school, okay. But if it's like 100 really vocal students, yo, that's some ISIS shit, dude. And as a Muslim, and this is another thing I was talking with my aunt about, is like, as Westerners, we watch those people and we understand that, like, they don't really have a whole lot of options. That's why they're doing what they're doing. So when people protest Milo, or they protest Ben Shapiro, you know, or they protest, what's the Canadian guy? Like, what other options do they have? You know, they have backing, you know, the Shapiros, the Milos. I understand why you would go protest that, but like, then there's the university dean and the board there and the you know, professor class, right? I haven't heard from those people. And who's asking them? We just hear what the students have to say, which is fine. Let students have a voice, but like, why is it that we hear what the students that protest Milo have to say and then what Milo has to say? And why are we not talking to our brothers because their politics suck? I mean, how bad does your brother's politics suck? Like, does he give Trump a blowjob and lie and like commit perjury for him? Or is he just working in the first 4 years of Trump's campaign kind of thing, or Trump's administration, right? So you asked me a question about a book, and I said some other things. I don't know if you're still listening. I'm rambling, but I have like a list, and it's not that interesting to listen to me talk about this kind of stuff, which is why my main two things right now are like, as far as like my objectives are like, let's make politics cool. Let's accept that like literacy is not that important. It's actually elitist and shitty. I mean, if you sit around and read books all the time, thank God for you. And thank God that you were built that way. But that's not how we're going to change the world. A bunch of people who read books a lot of the time working on things. I mean, yeah. Who's the third person? Dylan. So Dylan came from the other live stream, which I'll try to find real quick. Dylan's a new person. I don't know. Who are you, Dylan? So, okay, literacy is not that important. We can fix things without literacy. Is it Megan? Okay. I'm glad that like she can't hear me screaming about my stupid idea of how I'm going to change things with stickers. Look, man, things have got to fucking change. Everybody knows this, except for like people that want things to stay the same. And I don't know anyone who fucks with those people. So we got to find new ways of doing things. And like, we just got to start trying shit, you know? So I don't know. It would be nice if Twitter stuck around because that was the original trying shit. To me, in my lifetime, you know, like before I got into politics because Ron Paul wanted to legalize weed. Honestly, that's how I got into politics. That's why I started watching Fox News, because Fox News was the only channel that would put Ron Paul on. MSNBC wouldn't have him on. And then I realized, oh, well, to have an idea, not know, but have an idea of what's going on. If all you have is cable news, you have to watch all of it, including C-SPAN, which is boring as fuck most of the time. So by learning things outside of the conventional channels, not going to fucking American University or coming up by working for political campaigns, by having a shitty hotel job basically in the country and being interested in politics because A, I work 40 hours a week, and then B, Steve Rogenbuck is asking me to fund Boost House after I did all this work with him and was his pal, and I liked his aesthetic for a moment, and I thought, you know, positivity and whatever, and then he kind of pulls a bait and switch, or maybe he just changed his mind or became more woke or whatever, and I'm all for that. Become more woke. or pull a bait and switch if that's your game, right? But like, I was working 40 hours a week teaching myself politics with social media and like Wikipedia and like the New York Times and like figuring out how, taught myself how to read New Yorker without a subscription, which isn't that hard, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not asking people for these things. I just partied and then did what I liked, and turned out that actually I was giving myself an education. That's the only reason I know I'm not a total dumbass, is that actually it turns out I sort of have given myself half an education. But so that said, we've got to try some different shit. So yeah, go to American University and let those people be in power. But nobody trusts those people. Any poll, doesn't matter if it's Rasmussen, Quinnipiac, any side of the spectrum, everybody knows we don't trust the government. And after Trump, now we really don't. We can't trust the Supreme Court anymore. No, you know what I'm saying? Like, the things that had a given amount of support, now you can't. There's no baseline anymore. So that said, there shouldn't be a baseline for saying that's whack, in the sense that, like, if a politician tells me that, like, I'm not going to be able to help him by taking uneducated sort of DIY artist approach to politics, I'm working with the next guy. I'm finding the next guy. I'm finding the next guy until I find one that will let me work for him and will pay me for it. And we're going to get him elected, or her, or them, or whatever, right? And so that's the other thing, is like, I've seen too many things that I thought maybe this is the thing, and then it happens. Or like it came true, or like I've been like, nah, that's whack, to too many things, and then they just died out. Or I've ignored so much shit that people told me was important, and it turned out not to be important. In 2009 is when I graduated high school, and I knew, like, after a year of failing my freshman year, which I shouldn't have done, I failed 31 hours of freshman year. Okay, that was dumb. But after a year, I realized, what the fuck do I want a college degree for? To be in bondage? To have to go do? No. Like, I want to party, A. So at this point, I'm like dedicated to being an outsider, because at some point, the way things are trending, I'm just going to get a check for it, for having tried to do things and accomplished a couple of things. I mean, I invented millennial pink. I'm curious to know, Willis, you especially, if you have any objection to that idea that I invented millennial pink. Because I've got receipts. I mean, I know pink is just pink, and I don't know who coined the phrase, and I know Google does that thing where you can just find out who started talking about a phrase. So I'm going to do some research on that, but maybe I need a lawyer, and maybe that should be my, maybe that can be my first, I can put that on my CV. I got to figure out how to do that. But if you know anyone else that thinks that they invented it, I keep saying I'm going to do research. I'm going to jot that down so I actually do it. It's Kathy with a C, though. But yeah, all right. Anything you say, man. I mean, let's work together. I mean, or you find, throw some, whatever you're up on. If you think that I would work with somebody well, I would love your help. And so again, back to the quiet pack thing. The idea is 25 people are going to fund a bunch of stickers. And the stickers are beautiful, they're collectible, and they're political. And therefore, since we made it exclusive for the 25 people by adding some extras, maybe there's a little zine in there that's got some stories or something. Or maybe I get like BB Zava to make 25 stickers or something, right? And so like the packs are exclusive, and then but they fund a bunch of stickers that were Megan's idea, and a bunch of stickers that are going to be Precious's idea, which is what I've told the two of them. Maybe I'll work with other people in different ways. Maybe I'll accept if you and Zadie Smith collab on a sticker, then yeah, I'd love that, and I'd love to, but what I've set up for myself collabing is that I've told these people I'm supporting your idea, and the way we're going to do the numbers, the money side, is that we're going to make it like Supreme or like Palace or whatever the fuck, and then the rest of the stickers, like, it's between you and me what's going to happen with them. They're like, all we're telling the world is that the only way they can get these is if they drop $25 on this pack that looks cool and is worth $25. Maybe it's worth 50. I'd like to figure out how to make it worth 50. I need some advice on that. And that's sometimes where I wish that, like, I weren't too embarrassed to ask for help, because I didn't go to college. I didn't go to business schools, so I don't have connections. And it is embarrassing to be out there asking for help all the time, because if you went to college, you just, were in class with people, you worked on projects with people. But at the same time, yeah, so then Megan has all these stickers, and me and her get to decide, okay, what you and I made a decision to make it say this and look like this. So who do you want to have this? And what can it accomplish? Can it accomplish something that is, do you want to give it to just your friends? Do you want to sell it on your personal website? Like with Megan especially? Do you want to, use it to sell LIVEBLOG? Same with Precious. Do you want to use it to sell a book, or, do you want to give it to your famous friends when you're making dinner and traveling the world or whatever, but then also, or should we put it, do you have a website that you could send it to where the money that it generates potentially okay, so the thing is, like, we've sold, say we put 2 copies of each one in the 25 quiet packs, quiet pack number 1. According to my rough numbers, we've got like 50 to 100 of Megan Boyle A, and 50 to 100 of Megan Boyle B, and 50 to 100 of Precious A and Precious B. So some of those can be in another pack. Some of those can be mailed to, if Precious knows fucking, is Bob Dylan still alive? If Precious knows Bob Dylan, then, like, I'm going to tell Precious, all right, you better mail one of those to Bob Dylan. You know what I'm saying? That sort of thing. We allocate those, and then at a certain point, that becomes cool. Like, it's no longer just me out here doing stickers. Like, other people are going to be inspired by that, steal it. Who was it? I don't want to sound like I'm ragging on somebody, but somebody was complaining. Okay, Sarah Rose Eder retweeted or posted a thing. She's in LA right now. I think she lives here in Philly. I don't really know who she is. She's new to me. But one of her tweets today was about how this Japanese artist made a thing of a bunch of cows. It was an art exhibit. And then Andy Warhol went and saw the exhibit. And then he did a series of cows. And the tweet literally said, "This is why she tried to commit suicide 60 times. Which, okay, there are facts. You're on the left, you're on the right. There are facts. And the last thing I'm going to tolerate, if I'm going to be on the left, is I clicked on your link. I'm waiting for it to load. Thank you for bothering. Oh, great. I can't wait. How well is this researched? The last thing I'm going to tolerate, if I'm going to agree to explicitly be on the left instead of covertly, like I am on the right, if I'm going to overtly support leftist causes, not just, socialism, but even support people because they're people of color or because they're not cis white males, whatever, right? Like things that leftists would do. All right, this is cool. This is a good length. Thank you for this. I haven't really read it. I just kind of skimmed it for names and numbers and length of it. But I will read this and oh, thanks for that also. Hell yeah. The last thing I'm going to support is the left deciding, okay, like has been done throughout the past 60 years of American history. Yeah, mostly 2017, right? Well, my tagline on Instagram is hashtag 1977 since 2013. And because there is a different Instagram filter that was like, brought out this kind of like blue and red, almost like a plaid. You would see like a plaid, sort of like a soft blue and a soft red. And I thought, man, I really like when that is kind of like pinkish. And at first there wasn't Instagram for Android. So when that finally dropped, I was like, that look that I've been seeing, I've been waiting so long. I've been dying to I've been using all these shitty Android photo editing apps. And so then I picked the one thing I liked and stuck with it. And now we have Millennial Pink. And I swear to God, dude, everything. Fucking Instagram ads, any magazine I pick up, doesn't matter if it's Art Forum, Elle Magazine, Vogue, GQ. I'm sure if I picked up I can't think of something ridiculous, but like I have a Uline catalog. Boycott Uline, right? But there's got to be some pink in there. So it's everywhere and it won't stop. And I don't know if I've just dropped too much acid and I'm making connections that aren't there, or maybe I have had the privilege of seeing some things but having no idea why or what the mechanics are or what phenomenon it is that I'm understanding. I think the acid has helped me see things that I will never understand why they happen. So I'm not saying I'm a fucking prophet. I'm just saying that I invented Millennial Pink, and it's not that I invented it, I just saw it coming. So I'm an idiot and I'm illiterate. I'm not literally illiterate. Fuck, why is YouTube, what is going on? Fuck. It's I gotta focus. Did I do this? Anyways, I'm gonna stop ranting because I've used up a lot of time and I don't know. We should just get lunch sometime or something, If that's your kind of thing. If not, maybe I'll just start doing more rants. But I'm not good at being coherent and not rambling and being focused. That's one thing I gotta learn. And also, I have so many questions for you, man, because you unfollowed me this year. I was writing you in rehab, and then I got really heavy into drugs. And I'm not asking you questions right now. I'm just saying I have so many questions for you because you're an interesting guy, and I think of you as a peer, but like in the sense that like I'm at the bottom of the class, and like you're younger than me, and like the shit that you're doing is hotter than what I'm doing. So I look up to you. I mean, not that age is really all that important, but it's just like, you know, I fuck with you, and I am interested in your take on things, and so I feel guilty having had this long one-way conversation with you. But I think there are different ways of doing things, and that's not valued enough. And thank God I graduated high school when I did, and realized that money is fake and that I can do anything I want with my life. And since I didn't grow up with much, I don't expect much. And so, unfortunately, I was given some opportunities that I wasted because I didn't know any better and I didn't care to. But my story, there's a lot of parts of my story that I haven't told yet because a lot of people think it's cool to tell their story just because there's a little bit of a story to tell. But way too many people don't understand that, like, it takes time for the story to even finish. So you write one chapter, or you and I'm not even literally talking about a story. I'm talking about people talking about their identities and their lives and like who they are and like, you know, fucking some idea they have, and you know, they've got one chapter, they got the first page, or they've got the outline, and they're like, okay, cool, I'm done. Why don't I have $1 million? I think one of the things I am blessed with is just maybe since I've been watching from the sidelines, and I have had this mindset for a long time, thanks to like the cool Gifted and Talented program at my public school, where like I literally was the dumbest kid in the class from 1st grade to 8th grade, and it was the same group of 30 kids pretty much. And now, you know, what they're all doing now is cool as fuck. But like I was always like, it was like me and like, you know, 2 or 3 other kids that were always kind of goofing off and struggling to make the grade. And, you know, did I get a girl pregnant in high school? Yes. Did she get an abortion, or did she have the kid? It's not time for me to tell that story. If I told that story right now, it would be wasted because I wouldn't know. Man, you know that fucking song that Uzi had? Wasted. Wasted. I fuck with that song so hard. We should trade music too. Do you use Spotify? I'm gonna look you up and see. If you don't, I'm curious to know how you like do playlists. Do you use Apple Music? There's some kind of bug in my Spotify that's like, really? Damn. But it seems like you have got to be missing out on a lot of stuff. I guess maybe you're not interested in this. Yeah, well, that's another question I've got for you then. Like, what attracts you to do that? And then B, like, is it a philosophical thing, you taking a different approach than other people? Or is that just how the cookie crumbled? Not just with the YouTube thing, but like, yeah, that seems scary. But at the same time, culture is trash, and it's scary how it's trash. Are you friends with Tao? I mean, like, do you guys talk and stuff? Are you like, is your thing related to his thing in any way? That's another question I have for you. You don't have to answer it. I mean, and also, like, to me, like, this sort of recycling this old micro celebrity kind of stuff is like still kind of fun and stuff, but like, I don't know. Tao doesn't need my help, and you know, it's not in his interest to help me. So like, I'm not hanging on to. I like Tao, and it's nice when I'm able to trade some mail and some email with him, or whoever it happens to be. But I'm fine just like reading his book and, you know, passing it to a friend who might also like it. Like, I'm definitely not the same guy I was 4 years ago. So that's another reason why I'm like, the longer things go, you know, the more of an adult I become, I realize like, oh man, like the things that I have to say, I better keep them to myself. A, because I'm not a lawyer, and so if you're not your own lawyer, you better be able to afford one, and I don't have. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard from him either. Is he off there? He's not off. He definitely doesn't use it like he used to. And he's got a girlfriend now or whatever, I think. I think I know that and he's on Instagram too. But I think he has figured out a way, like he did with the weed and the acid, in a way that most people can't. I know I can't do this. I'm balls to the wall when I grab something. So like, it's only like wisdom of growing up that allows me to slow down with things. Whereas I think Tao just realized it's like, oh, I'm doing this too much. And he just has a rational thought like that. And so he like reduces it in like a methodical way, but also knows that there's like a benefit to sort of being on there sometimes. I don't know. I mean, that should be the default, I think. If you are some sort of celebrity and have something to sell, that should be the default. You should be doing it yourself. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just suddenly feel very quiet because I've talked a lot, and honestly, it's very true that the older I get, I feel like I need to spend some time recording all of the things that I'm thinking on so that I know what the version was like at this time. Like, I can examine it from different sides, and I can put it through different, I can sample it and, put it in this machine and put it in that machine and get all different kinds of data from it. But you've got to have a sample. So that's one thing I need to do. But then to understand that there are there are already tools that exist like that, like just talking to people. And then B, because of Moore's law and shit, which I don't know how true that is mathematically, but definitely technology is not how it was when my dad got into computers in the late 70s or whatever. Like, or I guess early 80s, or I don't know when he got into it, but like, I know that there are going to be way different things that I can do with what I have. And so it's not worth my time to reduce the amount of time I have, because I'm just missing out on things in the future. And it's not worth handing out for free what honestly, it becomes clearer and clearer to me, simply me as a machine. You know what I'm saying? Like what I'm capable of doing, how I'm capable of viewing, synthesizing, organizing, prioritizing. I'm such a unique mix of things. There wasn't a group of kids like me growing up. And only because of the internet do I know that there are other people who have had experiences that are like mine. But all of our experiences are different. One person is this guy, Rehan Salam. He just wrote a book about how he is, I think he's also of Bangladeshi descent. And I think he was also born here. And I think he's like towards the upper end of millennials. No, go ahead, man. I mean, I can read. If you have something you want to say, jump in. But yeah, Willis' shit is hot. Fuck with Willis the long way. But this guy, Rehan Salam, I was listening to him on Ezra Klein, and Ezra Klein has a great podcast. I don't know. I'm also very curious about your podcast diet, Willis. Because that's part of my idea of literacy is not important. Like, there's so much learning to be done, and we don't have time to fucking get everyone literate in English. Like, God, what a waste of time that would be if that was the only way forward. So, podcasting is not just going to be for fun. It's going to be for teaching people how to code, things that are not possible right now. You can't teach people how to code with a podcast right now, you know? But, like, why not figure out how to do that? And then, you know, let Google figure out how to put it into 80 different languages. And then that's, you know what I'm saying? Like, people like us come up with ideas like this every week. And that's a fucking, somebody should give me $5,000 for that minimum. You know what I'm saying? If I had the proper, like, context, like I work at this firm or whatever, you know, and there's a pipeline at my job that I'm able to feed them ideas or whatever, or like there's an open source sort of funding for things, and then there's a willingness to entertain ideas that sound crazy because at this point, what option do you have? Trump is president. Like, you have to fucking fight crazy with crazy, not in a, you don't fight crazy by going like berserk. You fight crazy by like allowing the unconventional to get the most respect, you know, and letting convention just be there when the guy with all the ideas is taking care of himself, you know, and make sure that he's being taken care of, because that guy needs some fucking help taking care of himself. So I liked Kat Marnell's book. I hope she's okay. I liked Tao's book. I like Ezra Klein's podcast. The other day I was listening to Michael Silverblatt. He had Ann Beatty and somebody else, and they were talking about somebody else. And one thing Michael Silverblatt said was like, you know, back in the day, like, there wasn't anybody like me. There wasn't what I'm doing right now. So you had to sit and read and figure out what the guy was going at. We weren't having, if we were having group discussions, it was because we all were professors at a university, or we, I don't know, writers like letters to each other or whatever. But there wasn't bookworm, where three people sit in a room and talk about a person's life work and sort of like the what do you call it, this reading between the lines, and then thousands of people can then have access and actually consume these well-informed people analyzing this work. But he kind of apologized for it, because he was like, you know, in a way I'm cheapening the culture. Because it didn't exist when the guy was writing it. So he knew that it was only gonna something. I don't know. But like, that's how it is now. And I appreciated the apology, and then I appreciated him continuing to do what he's doing. You know, I feel like you've got to do both. You have to do both. Like, we need both of everything. We need the black and the white. He apologized for it, and he acknowledged that things will never be like they were. And that's sad. And he mourned it for a couple of seconds, and then he moved on. And he probably won't ever belabor that point again. What's wrong with taking that approach to everything? Nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just, I don't know. Everybody needs their 15 minutes. So I guess we gotta wait for some other people to get their 15 minutes before we can start working with them. I didn't even get 15 minutes. I got like 5. So I'm saving 10. Yeah, and I feel that. But I'm dumb. I like to read books too. It's just, you know, I find it hard to like, I wasn't taught how to use a library beyond like 4th grade. Like, I ignored it in high school and I didn't go to college. My 5 favorite books? 5 or fave? I assume you mean what were your 5 favorite books? I mean, in middle school, an English teacher gave me White Oleander by Janet Fitch, which ended up being a Lifetime movie. I liked that for a long time. What were my 5 minutes? I don't know. Fucking hanging out with Steve Rogenbach and like talking to people before alt-lit was a curse phrase. Like being able to talk to people and ask questions and sort of, you know, write with Josh Spilker for that blog. I don't know. That wasn't even 5 minutes, really. But like, I think of it that way, and then I didn't get my 15. Like, I feel like Rachel was starting to get her 15, you know, at Flip, and shout out to her. I'm really proud of her and what she's doing, and she's killing it. I like to think of it as like I was maybe given 5, and then I didn't spend those very well. So I wasn't given the rest of them. But I appreciate that. And I think I made some moves that were wise too, that allowed me to not be canceled, so to speak. I was like, Tully's fucked. I don't know what that guy's gonna do. But also, I wasn't behaving like that guy, you know? I was wiser than that. I wasn't, you know, you don't fucking play with shit like that. You don't play with a loaded gun, man. Just because you can. Anyways, aside from that, I do feel like the universe, if nothing else, was like, and when I've experimented with DMT, this idea has been reinforced, is that like, we know that you're not ready, so why don't you go do some work? And obviously you've got something, but that's not enough to have something. You've got to have intention and discipline. And until you get it together, then, you know, get out of here, kids, scram. Which is nice. Gives me the option to do it or not do it. But there is a generation after me, and I'm not able to talk to my dad. And there are just things about my story that people could benefit from, that if I could at least, I think about Colville all the time, man. We weren't close for that long, but we were towards the end of his life. And also Mark Balmer, I think about that, and I can't explain why I knew those guys right before they died only. And I almost died. Like that same summer that I was DMing Mark Balmer, maybe I killed him, but I think it was, we were all talking, and with Colville, I got to hang out with him a little bit, and, you know, just kick it and get high with him. I think it was just that, like, we wanted each other's company, you know, it was comforting, and we knew we were in the same predicament. We just all had different ways of going about it, and then, you know, there was a certain element of chance. Honestly, I think Mark Balmer killed himself, but I haven't told many people that. I mean, he did spend 100 days kind of, I don't know how much you care about that guy, Mark Balmer, but he did spend 100 days walking barefoot for climate change, talking about how he wasn't really getting the traction that he wanted, and then, you know, that he was in a lot of danger because of walking on the highway, and then on day 100 you get hit by a truck, you know? And then with Colville, I don't think he meant to do that, but at the same time, you know, I didn't mean to do what I was doing, but I OD'd, and thanks to modern medicine and Medicaid, like 28 days in the hospital, I was able to leave on my own 2 feet. But I was acting as if I didn't care if I lived or died, and in the time that I was acting that way was when I was talking to 2 guys that then died. Like soon after I OD'd, I guess it was like 6 months later, Andrew died. And then, was it a couple months before that, Mark Balmer died. And Suzanne died when I moved out and moved in with Heiko Julian. And not a whole lot of people knew Suzanne, but she was Rachel's friend. And maybe it's not that important. I don't know. My sister has put a lot. I've had conversations with my sister, getting to know her, living with her this last year. But she seems to place a lot of value or like emphasis on like some people are just destined to sort of like people who are dying come find you. Their spirits, their souls come find you. And or you're receptive to that or something like that. And I think how she feels about that, it was like, well, I was ready to die. And in that way, you know, if we'd all lived, I'd be friends with Mark Balmer and Andrew Colville now. But it's a shame because their luck couldn't sustain the way that they were acting or whatever it was, especially with Colville. Mark's thing is different. And who knows really what happened. You know, I don't know. I'd like to ask sometime. No, but what do you think? Amazon? I'll read it if you say. Yeah. Dennis Johnson's the author. Just used. Okay. So go to a used bookstore and hope or call around and hope that they have this book. You think they'll have it? Why not Amazon? I mean, I know why not, but like, what's worse, like Amazon or like eating chicken? Now I've got to find the tab where the chat was in so we can find your answer to that. Yeah, I feel like somebody may have brought it up probably in an interview or something. But okay, sure. Millennial Pink. I'm just checking this out. Dude, wow. So what is this one instance from May 2005? That's what I want to know. 7 in June 2005. So then can you dig into... I'm going back to this Google Trends thing that you sent. Apparently June 2005, that looks like... Did you set this time constraint 2004 to present? I mean, it seems apt, but okay, so how do I find those 7 from June 2005, which appear to be the first ones? It's here down there somewhere, or I just have to game this? Can I game the same tool somehow else to find those? Yeah, I'm pescatarian too. Amazon is worse than poultry, less bad than cows. But here's the thing, man, because I just started tracking 2004. Okay. I don't know. I got to go back and find where the stat was. The problem with learning on podcasts is that you often forget where the data came from. Whereas, like, if you're reading Economist and shit like that, you remember, well, in The Economist, I said this, but once on Ezra Klein, he's because he's also a conscious eater, and he says that, you know, he cites the thing where it's like, well, if we all just gave it up on Tuesdays, right? And then the other thing is, like, if you're just going to give up one thing, give up chickens if it's a moral thing for you, because and then also because like beef is not so bad because of the mass of a cow. But yeah, I don't know. No, that's Ezra Koenig. Ezra Klein is the guy who founded Vox.com. I don't remember if he went on to say that the actual like weight of a cow. There's some moral thing where it's like, you know, the size of the animal and then the value of its soul, right? But then you get into things that either can't be quantified or we don't know how to quantify them. Haven't read JSF Eating Animals. Okay. JSF. Yeah, ecologically. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I know cows are bad, but like, what about sustainable farming? To get some meat, you know, it's not necessary to eat a hamburger every day, but is there a way to farm cows so that we can all have like a hamburger once every couple of months, or a steak rather once every couple of months, you know? Like, I'm more interested in a conversation that gives you 3 and 4 and 5 options than just giving you a black and white. I only have done that once at White Castle, so I have to say no, because that was a forgettable experience. So I'm gonna forget it, and I'm interested in trying it. Didn't they have that at White Castle? Whichever, I'm pretty sure they had it at White Castle. But I would like it done right. Yeah, I'm interested in that. But at the same time, you know, I mean, you're not, I forget where you're from, but I'm from Texas, and people are always going to raise cows. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. And then you've got to have people who know how to create propaganda, man, because if you're not a propagandist, then you have to go to one. I mean, and I guess lobbyists are propagandists too. I mean, there's like 10 different kinds of propagandists, but sure. Gastric distress. Yeah. I mean, it's in my blood to eat fish and rice and lentils. So, you know, I'm all for that. But there's got to be better messaging, and like, it seems like there would be better messaging if there were good science to back it up, and it seems like there would be good science to back it up if there were more funding for it. And that's where I get lost, because I don't know anything about you know, that whole pipeline. You want something done, you want something to change, and it needs like legal action and science and stuff. So it needs funding, and it needs people's minds to change. You know, I listened to Arnold Schwarzenegger on David Axelrod the other day, and that was interesting, because as a Republican, but as an immigrant from Austria, who set it as his dream as a young man to become a bodybuilder, who then became a movie star because somebody had done it before him. I forget who. Then he got into politics because of who his wife was. You know, he's kind of, him and Reagan, but him especially, because they picked Reagan, but Schwarzenegger was like, I'm doing this shit. Saw your Atlanta link. But I liked his interview a lot because, you know, Governor of California, that's when they enacted the strictest regulations to date, I think, or at least they definitely like did a vast update, and then they were pushing against the liberal government at the time, or the Republican government rather, and they were pushing the EPA. Beans instead of beef, I fuck with that heavy. Donald Trump has called climate change a fabrication on the part of the Chinese. So, all right, that's a distraction. But aside from that, yeah. So say you fix something here, but how do you fix it in China? Man, and that's one thing that I was really grateful to talk to my aunt about, because I got to pick her brain and have a conversation where I did a sort of note taking that wasn't exactly note taking. I sort of just recorded the conversation, but just for me, you know. If the NSA wants it, then they're tapping my phone already, and I'm not about to publish it. But we talked about some things, and I'm skimming this article right now. Even if nothing changed, this one, substituting beans for beef. Okay. Even if people kept eating chicken and pork and eggs and cheese. Okay. All right, well, there's so much more to it than that, man. So much more to it than that. Yeah, okay. So you've done all the research to figure out that you can swap beans for beef and it'll solve all your problems. Like prison reforming, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, real quick about the beans and beef thing. Like, all right, so it's a feat enough to figure out that, like, if we could accomplish this thing, right? But, like, clearly that's fucking impossible, all right? Now, you just have to be crazy enough to believe that you can do something impossible. So, let's assume that we're crazy enough. I'm crazy enough to assume that. I mean, fucking Donald Trump is president, all right? And that's small potatoes that Donald Trump is president. Everybody that is freaking out, anyone that cried the day Donald Trump won, I mean, okay, like, I just don't get it. I've been following it for too long. And, like, I feel like old people think it sucks, but young people were, like, crying, man. And, like, maybe that's the saddest thing they've seen in their lifetime, but that's not the saddest thing that's happened in our lifetime. And it's not this is not the darkest shit. Like, W was so much darker. I don't understand, man. All our friends are idiots. So I think it's cool that you're off Twitter, man, because, like, even our smart friends that went to Ivy League schools are fucking idiots. All of them. Crying about Donald Trump becoming president. It's like crying because, like, flared jeans went out of style. Like, what the fuck does it matter? But yeah, I missed it. I just saw the door move, but we'll see. And I've got this weird thing overlaying. Let me make sure it doesn't cut off because the PS4 is saying it's going to cut off. And then let me take a picture of this weird overlay thing I've got. Wasted, dun, 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 wasted, dun, 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 dun. I mean, I was surprised when Trump won. I wasn't happy about it, but like, yo, the melodrama, it just makes me feel like there's so much like foundational work to be done before we can get real work done. Yeah, it's cool. It's I'm using the YouTube app on my PS4. I'll show you from this angle. So I just got this projector. I had a shitty one for the whole first year I lived here. I had one that, I swear to God, it was like 720p. And because of the size of this room, it's like, I don't know why I only spent like $200 on a projector when if I had just spent $700, it could have been like fucking the most awesome big screen TV of all time. But it really took my sister moving out and me being like, okay, this is my apartment now. We're getting rid of this fucking $90 IKEA futon. And I got myself a fucking couch, a used one, but like, I don't know. I don't know why. Like, my sister helped me, like, not be, like, intoxicated to the point where I couldn't function every day. But at the same time, like, I didn't take pride in my space. I felt like I was like being babysat, and I was like afraid to enjoy myself. And I'm out of money and shit. Yeah, I'm in Philly. Yeah, North Philly. Not anytime I tell my white friends, you know, Ed Halliday, right? Nobody comes up here. And some of my friends are like, what? You live up there? Like, they don't even bust their guns in Philly like they do in Chicago. And I miss Chicago, man. Philly sucks. The streets here are trash. Cool. I'd love to meet him. You should come to town. I've got an open room, and I've got this mattress. You know, you can stay, man. If you have time. I don't know if you do. But yeah, it's cool. And honestly, like, it's reasonable because it's so far out and it's so far away from, it's like 1.2. Oh yeah, that's Megan. I'm gonna text her real quick. All right, I've been emailing her. Me and Willis and Dylan. Does she end her thing or do I have to reload it? I keep having to reload it. Still live streaming your thing. Yeah, so I meant to get another trash can done tonight. Once I get 5 of these done, what the fuck is going on here? I want to do the sticker pack. Please let's link, man. Yeah, I'll get it set up to where it's like comfy. You can stay here as long as you want, man, because in these cold months, it's really hard for me to find a roommate. I've got to set it up. And maybe you've got some tips for me on how to make it Airbnb ready. Like, what are some... it's kind of an old, leaky place, but I think if I set the price right, I can really get some, like, business types who are, you know, here for, like, a month or something. And that's really who I want. And, you know, I don't know how to do that or make those connections. That or just like somebody who needs a place to do a residency. Where's my fucking PlayStation controller? But just give me a week's heads up so that if I have a busy week, I can make sure that it's. I'll do it this weekend. I'll just get it fucking set up. But yeah, I took your advice literally. You were like, you told me like Port Richmond or Fishtown. And so when people told me like South Philly, or like, where's YouTube? Fucking, I don't even know where it's at now. I was like, no, I'm gonna stick with Fishtown. And then when Zach came to town, because he was watching Playboy Cardi, he went to those 3 dates in a row, and we went to Johnny Brenda's, and that was my spot for like 8 months. I went there all the time. Where's fucking YouTube, bitch? Rainbow says back. I gotta be working on something. So, alright, so where do I go here? And then how do I take this fucking thing off? Is it a YouTube thing? Good morning. I'm gonna send her a picture of this. It's funny. And I gotta turn the sound back on. You always say up, but I guess I mean down. Texans are really bad about that. Texans do that shit all the time. Doesn't matter where they are. They're like, come down. It's like, dude, you live like 3 hours north of me. I'm not coming down anywhere. All right, I gotta figure out what I'm doing with the sound here. Is it up? Is it down? Yeah, and I've got this great Bose.
Right here.
Cool.
I mean, what I kind of want to do is when there's like when we're in the last stretch, just do it then.
Yeah.
Which I think we still got a few more hours before we get to.
I keep thinking like this is the last thing. This is the last thing. But it's not.
If I remember right, there's 100.
I gotta get some water.
Yeah. Something like that.
It's like 4 hours.
586. Yeah. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah.
Here's the other thing I thought of though, that complicated things. Do we have, so if we do go,
I think she's talking
are
to
we legit back in here?
the camera. Camera guy.
I mean, it'd have to be like before 1, and I don't know. It seems really hard.
Mm-hmm. Whatever the one.
Rachel, please.
Oh, oh, that's the case then.
I can just get in the bathtub. I started in the bathtub. I'll just turn in the
I
bathtub.
think his name is Kevin?
What do you mean you started in the bathtub?
Oh, like, one of the first things I do is in the bathtub. Oh. I have a bathing suit, so I'll be decent. Anyway. We can see. Anyone want any vitamins or drinks?
I'm gonna ask her if she needs another venue. Why don't they do it at your place, Willis?
Want a scoop of hummus?
Email her. Because like Rachel is like leaving and I guess doesn't want to have randos at her place while she's not there. I don't think so. Nah, she's sober, right?
I didn't expect to stay here, but I thought the snow. It's too lazy to go home.
Oh, yeah. I heard the wind being very strong and safe.
Is it? I know, right? I hope so too.
Like
Can I suggest you? Can I be like, it's not presentable? I mean, how long would it take? She needs like a corner.
Yeah. How about you?
Yeah. To be honest, we wake up at the same time, I guess. More or less.
I think so.
Weird.
I woke up, I think, a little before y'all. Then I was like, yeah. You got that fucking 21 minutes.
I suggested Precious's place. I don't know. I'm texting her and seeing what she's saying back. I don't know. She's looking at her phone.
It's cold and it's snowing. It only snowed a little bit in here.
Something about how like after like 1. I don't know why she said at 1 though, but only like 4 hours left to work. I don't know what the deal is. I am willing. Is this
start recording?
Does it sound too much?
Okay.
To help find things. Up. Yeah. People owe me favors, which is goddamn truth. I guess she's gonna start reading right now. If she's reading, I'm gonna go work on collage.
August 1st, 2013, 6:52 a.m. Transcription of video update. This is my third try at doing this because I keep on ending up rambling. Today's August 1st. I said I would update the live blog today. I don't feel like writing at 6:52 a.m. I got up. I'm in New York. I was in Maryland with Mom for some days tonight. Really briefly, what I'm doing. My friend Jordan is visiting either tonight or the next day, and he's allergic to cats. So most of tonight, since I've got him, I've been cleaning the apartment. I've been with the bottle. This isn't really coconut water. It's just water. Picks up Windex. I've been using this to kill. I left a lemon on my windowsill, and it was full of fruit flies when I got back. So I don't recommend this way of killing bugs because I think this is poison because it kills them. But it is good. You demobilize them. And I think eventually, like, even if you don't smash them after you demobilize, they like slowly kind of lose their faculties or something. They go on their own. I've been getting a lot tonight. I probably killed like 20 or something tonight. Can't believe there's so many. I feel like they're breeding. But where are they breeding? I'm pretty good at getting them with my hands. I went to Maryland because the guy I was seeing, who the omitted person, that ended. I don't want to get into it because I don't want to give him the satisfaction of getting talked about anymore. I mean,
it ended pretty bad. And so I was hanging out with Mom. I didn't do any of the things that Marilyn that I said I was going to do, which were to like something with my phone and print out applications for schools. So clean the apartment, that's what I've been doing. Last night, you can't tell how clean it is because I tried to show another, that's the laundry that I have there. Right now it's a temporary comforter, my old one, because the cats peed while I was gone, so a lot. I was shampooing and blow drying the mattress a lot. All the cat pees out. I just don't want to, I just want to sleep with the mattress pad on it tonight. No sheets. So I guess I'll show you 4 minutes. Is that kind of long? Show you some stuff that's different. This. This is called Fuck Tuna. There he is. There's the other ones. I commissioned Pat to make that because he made a similar one for someone, and I thought he gave it to me like really cheap. I really like the colors of it, and just like I like that. What's going on with that? It was really nice of him to do that cheap. Bathroom. Is anything different in the bathroom? I dyed my hair in here a couple weeks ago. That is it. It's like the last kind of days of my period. You can't tell. I cleaned it, the apartment. I cleaned it really hard tonight. Did I say why? I forget if I said why. Doesn't matter. What else? Let's get a variety of shots. I don't know. It just looks really clean to me, like the surfaces. And then there's not much crap around anywhere. Here. I was disappointed to only find spinach when I got home because I thought I had bananas and I can make a green smoothie thing tomorrow. Guess I can't. Here's the refrigerator situation. On the top shelf, I had kimchi raw and red cabbage raw, cat food as usual. Got some garlic, some hot sauce. I still have this chia mixture thing. I'm kind of afraid to see what happens with that. And under there, you can't tell, but I threw away the milk. I had milk and a bud clamato thing that I got both of those with whatever, omitted or whatever. Doesn't matter. So I'm going to show you this other stuff now really quick about my mom. My mom and I talked a lot. I had a really good time with Mom. I had a good talk with Dad today too. My mom gave me a lot of jewelry for kind of a sad reason. She thinks she wants me and my sister to have some of her stuff before she dies or something. So she's into, I'll get into that in a second. She gave me earrings. She has a lot of nice jewelry. It's like nice. These are like emeralds or something. And then she let me pick out rings. I used to wear rings a lot. And these I've always had. I've always felt a little weird about wearing them just plain. This one's my grandma's engagement ring, and then this one's my mom's, something special. But I feel weird, like a little like, it's not my married finger, but it looks like I don't know. I feel weird about wearing them, but I really like them. But I feel like it looks less weird because I have other rings now. This one is a stone called like peridot and on Mars. My mom said they found it on Mars. And this is special to me because my mom watches the Jewelry Channel a lot, and it's in Knoxville, Tennessee or something. It's not Home Shopping Network, but it's like that. And she ordered this. She likes the people on it, and she has all these little like plates with little rocks and crystals and stuff on them. She used to be into crystals when I was little, because she you should have them. They hold you onto the ground or something, and other reasons. She has this whole thing about crystals, which I think is really cute. And she gave me this, which is like an old butter dish. They used to put butter in this. And these are all from the Jewelry Channel. They're all pretty, sparkly, just nice, nice little jewels. And she's like, just look at them sometimes and think about how pretty they are and feel nice. So I'm gonna do that. It's funny to be talking about stuff like this, like ooh, rocks and stuff, but and like stuff. She was like, you can't give anyone any blowjobs if you wear this. Or you can't have butt sex, and you should start taking care of yourself or something. And I don't, but I like doing those things. Some people, I don't know. She is very. I I don't know. So anyway, it's weird because it feels kind of cool, kind of different to have those things. I think that's about it for what's happened tonight. I have oxycodone and I have Xanax. I ate 2 milligrams of Xanax earlier and 15 total oxycodone tonight since probably like 8 p.m. And I'm having a hard time sleeping a lot. And overall feeling, I was feeling pretty good. And the thing with the person happened, and I felt pretty bad. I've been feeling pretty bad since that. That happened Friday. Today's Wednesday, or Thursday night, technically. She's almost a week. So I don't know if I'm going to want to update LIVEBLOG right now for the next few days, because I want to be hanging out with Jordan and stuff and not want to type stuff. Or part of my plan when I stopped doing the LIVEBLOG thing, I was like, I'm gonna start writing articles for Vice again, and I'm gonna apply to colleges. And I sent in my FAFSA forms for colleges, but I haven't really done much of anything yet. I thought it would. Those are kind of things I wanted to kind of straighten out, or like, I'm going to do research studies or something. Feeling in general, like I don't have anything to say or to contribute to stuff. That was another thing with a guy, omitted guy. He kind of had his shit together and I kind of don't. Seemed to not bother him, but maybe it did. I don't know what it was. He seems more kind of obsessed with like sex than me. I could take or leave sex. And did I say he cheated on me? Said on Twitter, he cheated on me. That's never happened to me in this is from Coldwater Creek. Never happened to me in the beginning, like the 2 months beginning. It happened at the end when things are already bad, or I've already agreed with the person, like, we're going to see other people, and I'm pretty sure, I don't know, I don't want to get into talking shit. Days just keep going by, and then they turn into night, and then they turn into morning, and I'm up for all of it, and it sucks. And I'm a flaky person to hang out with, but then so seems kind of everyone sort of tolerated in this particular group of people that I like hanging out with sometimes. I'm probably the worst because I'm not even good at emails or stuff, or being consistent with stuff or anything. So I guess that's about it. No matter what, it always feels a little better if the apartment's really clean. Everything is really, really super clean. Really, surfaces are all dusted, and laundry, it's just like there's less cells of that person here. There's just less of it. This is really long. Thanks for listening if you want. It's here, let this tide you over. I'm not gonna update for a few days. So stupid. Okay. The end. Thank you for listening. Goodbye. 9:41 a.m. Laid in fetal position on mattress head. Placed beanbag eye mask on forehead. Realized I'm exhausted. Last night I asked Chelsea if she wanted to get lunch today. Haven't heard back yet. Set alarms, covered eyes to blackout light. 2 p.m. I've been resetting alarms and hitting snooze. Chelsea texted not long after I'd fallen asleep. 820 milligrams Adderall XR and experimented with sitting positions. Phone rang twice. It was numbers I don't recognize from Buffalo, New York, and Wayne, Pennsylvania. Last night I was in Maryland. The Wayne, Pennsylvania number looked a gargled Mothman prophecies like voicemail. Played it for Mom. My room felt scary because of its proximity to the balcony window. Remember pretending to naturally shift posture, supine body as if already sleeping. It prompted Mom to say, "Are you sleeping in here tonight?" I paused and said, "No, maybe for a few minutes. I'll get up though. I have to leave at in the morning." Woke in the afternoon in her bed. 4:14 p.m. Heard a crash. Walked around opening cabinet doors to scare fruit flies. Texted Chelsea that I'd fallen asleep. Asked if she wanted to hang out after Dan, the landlord, picks up rent around 6 p.m. Texted Jordan to see if he still wants me to send him a money grant if he knows his ETA. mentally replaying details of the last night I saw omitted. Mom said something like, people can't go from despairing to feeling okay. Getting angry is a way to jumpstart yourself out of the wallowing. He doesn't know that I know he lied. I figured it out. There wasn't time for him to shower between sex with the other girl and seeing me. He said they used a condom. I would have tasted or smelled the condom when I gave him the blowjob. Succumbed to urge to text him something mean, followed by the shitty princess. I'd like it if he didn't respond. I think Shirley was the one who peed 4 times on the mattress and comforter. Hell ride. 5:16 p.m. Loaded comforter and sheets and washing machine and walked upstairs. Searched room for quarters. I need more quarters. Wrote rent check for Danny landlord. Waved it to dry ink. Folded it in my back pocket. Walked to Pickles and Pies to get quarters. Then to buy groceries from Wildbounds for Jordan's visit. Thought, he hasn't responded. The MoneyGram place closes at 9 p.m., so I can't send him gas money after that. 9 p.m. is coming up. He would have said he needed money by now, maybe. Chelsea texted that she was taking her ex-boyfriend out for her birthday dinner tonight, and that I should bring Jordan to his birthday party tomorrow. Withdrew $60 from ATM outside Pickles and Pies, $28 left in checking account. Paid for e-cigarette refills with cash, and asked for $2 in quarters. Cashier didn't seem to count change. He handed me a lot of quarters. Walked outside. It was raining lightly. Standing as if stopped on the sidewalk ahead, a figure in a black cape stared at a vacant storefront next to Pickles and Pies. Walked closer and excitedly recognized Olivia, my old friend and boss, under the cape. It wasn't her. The caped woman stared at the storefront like she had traveled hours and made great sacrifices to arrive at this spot where she had been told a person would be waiting to give her further instructions. And the person still hadn't shown up. I thought, maybe ask if she needs help, but continued walking. A few seconds later, I heard a woman's voice behind me. Her voice sounded upset. I thought, it's the cape woman. She called the person who never showed up. The further I walked, the louder and faster the voice sounded. Heard your lies and another 2,000 years of this shit. Turned and locked eyes with the cape woman who looked like she'd been directing boundless ancient anger at my head since I'd passed. She was following me. People on the street, a man in basketball shorts, old person with a walker, 2 or 3 others, I think, watched us with blank expressions. I focused my eyes on the distance ahead as I walked and thought, do people think I robbed her? She looks wealthy. Do they think we're related? Who looks crazier, me or her? She's yelling and wearing a cape, slightly crazier maybe. Should I say something to her? What would I say? 2,000 years of this shit. It's funny. The woman continued following me and yelling, turned in her direction and avoided eye contact as I smiled exaggeratedly and twinkle waved my fingers in a way that, considering the rage I had somehow triggered in her, could have been interpreted as a tauntingly mischievous sign of the devil. Turned right into a post office parking lot, which is a shortcut to Wildbounds. But this is where it would make sense for someone to stop following me, right? Is she going to Wildbounds too? Does she know about the shortcut? No one would see her beat me up. No one is ever in the post office parking lot. Picture her beating me to the ground by a mail truck and then taking my wallet. I'd have to let the comforter air dry. Felt a little afraid. Decided to keep my face forward until I got to Wildbounds. Her yelling was fast but coherent. It sounded like she'd been waiting to say these things for a long time. Heard, I know where you're from. You're from something, township. You and your something. You just think something. That's all you do. Then after a few seconds, asshole. That was the last thing, asshole. It was quiet, but I didn't want to turn around. 2 men passed. Didn't think they made it in time for the asshole, but I still looked at them as if they saw and gave them a visual shrug. Combination of beats me plus get a load of this. Crossed the Wildbounds parking lot, anticipating the woman's face, eerily silent and close behind me. Didn't turn until I was close to the entrance. She was gone. Walked around Wildbounds, putting kale, 5 oranges, bananas, cherries, 2 avocados, a cucumber, watermelon, lemon, lime, 12 cans, cat food cans, 12 packs of 8 quart ice, sugar-free Red Bulls, flour tortillas, sourdough plastic comments, and toilet paper into a plastic cage-like carton with handles. I wanted to go to Wildbounds so that 1, I could finally get a Wildbounds savings card. 2, I could use the self-checkout to buy condoms, and 3, if the self-checkouts weren't working. Whoever rang me up might not notice condoms among the variety of things I was buying. I've only bought condoms once, I think, with my boyfriend at the time. The person overseeing the self-checkout saw us and said, "Have a good night." We laughed and joked about the good night we were about to have if we exited the store. Walked to the first aid aisle to look for condoms. 2 women were in the aisle. I thought they're on to me. Couldn't get a good look, but it didn't seem like there would be condoms. Thought, shit, that's right. Condoms aren't asking people things. They make the worst things asking people things. Picture myself asking Pickles and Pies, an employee, for condoms. That's all the employees know me. They can't know I want to buy condoms. Then they'd know I have sex. I don't want to add that to our dynamic. Maybe they'd be less friendly and flirt more aggressively. Maybe I'll just ask Jordan to pull out. No, scary. You can still get pregnant. Scary. Out of birth control. Scary. Remember Dwayne Reed. Thought there won't be enough time to go to Dwayne Reed before Danny Landlord's 6 to 7 p.m. window to pick up rent. He hasn't texted back either. Nobody's texting me back. It's okay. Karma. Make Jordan buy condoms, maybe. Maybe he has condoms. Condoms suck. What if Jordan shows up in a few hours without ever texting me back? Did something happen? Did he get in trouble? Maybe his phone died. Comforter will be in the dryer when he shows up. What if it still smells like cat pee? Shit, no, it's okay. Waited in a makeshift line at the customer service area where I thought wall-bound savings cards were distributed. 2 older men were ahead of me in line. The first man was returning a large cylindrical container of pretzel sticks. He looked unhappy. After his transaction, he looked at me and said, "All right, who's next?" So I kind of smiled and bumped my head, wanting to convey some combination of "That's life, nice, please don't say more," and "I am not next in this morning." The next man wanted cigarettes. He said, "Marlboro Gold Pack." The customer service girl said, "Lights?" He said, "No, Gold Pack." She scanned the cigarettes, looked at him and said, "Reds?" The man said, "No, Gold Pack, Marlboro Gold Pack." She pointed and said, "These?" He said, "Yeah." She took the new pack, raised her eyebrows and said, "These are called Lights." The man didn't react in a way other than paying her. As he was paying, I was preparing to ask her how to ask her for a wall-bounce car in a way that would equalize the man's ignorance about how they were called Lights. I would be the less bad customer, the spokeswoman for all lesser bad customers. Thought, this might not be where you apply for wall-bounce cards, but don't ask. She doesn't want to answer that. She's already answered that like 20 times today. Approach the counter with certainty. Maybe roll your eyes at the guy. Create a sense of camaraderie. No, too complicated. She might not get it. Plus, it would seem disingenuous. Plus, it would make her think more about you than this person wants a wall-bounce card. Smiled and made eye contact with her. She looked like she was on her last straw. Thought, no matter what I say, she's going to complain about this to her coworkers. More about the man than me. No, she doesn't talk to her coworkers. She doesn't talk to anyone. Her rage is private. The unstoppable, silent, complaint-free, next-level rage of a wall-bounce employee on her last straw. I said, "Hi, I was wondering if I could get a wall-bounce card." She said, "Here, fill this out," in a monotone and gave me a clipboard. Under the clipboard, stack of empty application forms. I took the clipboard to the counter and penciled my information in the top form with blank spaces. I felt a presence behind me. Turned and saw a short, smiling man watching, stepped aside and gestured to him like, "Go ahead, I'm not in line." He said, "Good morning" to the rage employee. Thought, good morning. It's almost 6 p.m. I like him. Didn't listen to their conversation, but sensed the rage employee's waves of chronic frustration. Stopped writing today's date below the words, "To be marked by store personnel only." Handy clipboard to rage employee. Thought, there's no way she cares that you wrote the date where you weren't supposed to. No chit-chat required. She is good. She wants as little from you as possible. She poked 3 cards from a perforated piece of plastic, handed them to me, and said, "There you go." I said, "Thank you." Too many people stood in self-checkout lines. I stood in regular line behind a woman, check carrying on, the cashier scanning her items, many of which were chicken cutlets. The woman bewilderedly said something like "the other walled bounce." I thought, how is this related to chicken? The cashier said things about the other walled bounce. The woman left looking overwhelmed. I put a pack of orange Trident gum on the black rubber conveyor belt. The man stood behind me in line. Cashier wordlessly greeted me and I said, "Hi." She said, "Do you have a wall bounce card?" And before I could say something stupid like, "Why, yes. In fact, I've just gotten one. Finally, after all these months." She saw it in my hand and I scanned it. I bagged groceries as they slid down the conveyor of rolling metal cylinders. The last conveyor belt they'd ever know. First the rubber one, now this rolling one, then no more forever, for as long as you both shall live. Swiped my card in the paying device, pressed credit, resumed bagging. The cashier said 5106. I stopped bagging. A glimmer of pessimistic hesitance peeked through the cashier's mostly blank expression. I said, oh, it didn't run as credit? The cashier said, yeah, but it only took $28. I remember seeing $28 on the ATM screen. The man behind me wasn't buying more than he could hold. More people stood behind him. I said, oh no, I'll just go to the ATM. The cashier said, the ATM over there? I said, yeah, I'm sorry, this is embarrassing. I'll be right back. Looking alternately at her, the man behind me, and the faceless line behind him. The machine worked the second time I swiped, withdrew $60 from the savings account, jogged back to the cashier and the people in line, most of whom seemed to be looking at me. Thought, shit, I could have said to cancel my order and waited until it was less busy. I handed cashier $60 and said, I'm so sorry, this is so embarrassing. My remaining groceries had been bagged. The cashier did things to the register. I said, thank you, sorry again, embarrassing. She handed me my change and either said something or looked at me like, I understand, it's okay, sometimes money is hard. As I exited the store, I felt like a fraud, undeserving of the cashier's sympathy, embarrassed about overstating my embarrassment and guilty that I didn't feel more guilty about inconveniencing a line. Wanted to apologize, not to the cashier, but something. 5:53 p.m., trying to evenly distribute weight of 4 bags on arms. Purse and Red Bull 12-pack threw off balance. Worried about not having enough money to fund Jordan's trip. I think he said it would be $400. Still no text from him or Danny landlord. Damp air. Dull hidden corners of the bags keep bumping my legs, causing their handles to twirl and cut off circulation in small areas of my arm before unwinding and bumping another bag with me again. Felt shitty carrying the bags, anticipating washed comforters still smelling like cat pee, maybe more pee on mattress. Buying condoms, how and why I depleted my savings account, how Danny doesn't know the checks I'm giving him today will bounce. I will need to ask Dad for money, how no one has responded to my text except the person I said I'd rather you not respond to. How saying I'd rather you not respond is pretty transparently self-protective and controlling and probably reads more like I'd rather not sound like a pathetic, fragile loser who not only would rather you respond, would rather your response be extreme enough to erase the last time I saw you and the thing that's been happening in my stomach when I think about how it felt to push against the weight behind your skin, or to watch your face change when you didn't know I was looking, or the smell of your pillows, or the drive to your apartment, or that baseball game we never went to. Saw a small gathering of people inside the apartment building. Walked in. Danny, landlord, and Mark were talking. Everyone was smiling. I said, hi, smiling really big. Danny said, I was waiting here for you. I swatted him and said, you didn't text me in a faux scolding voice. Everyone was just smiling, laughing, snickered typing that. What was everyone so happy about? Put grocery bags on the floor so I could get the rent check from my pocket. Mark said, you sure are popular today, huh, Megan? Mark has a way of, whatever he says kind of trails off at the end, or else he just doesn't move his mouth much when he talks, ventriloquist style. I like it. Danny said, hey again, like, hey, here we are finally. I gave him a side hug with one of my arms and said, it's nice to see you. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Were you here long? Handed him the check. He said, no, not long, don't worry. And his face matched. I put the bags back on my arms. Danny said, oh, hey, so how things working out? I said, oh, good, great, the apartment, great. Looking at the bags, he said, you got a job? Continued bag focus and said, yeah, I'm going back to school. And Danny made a noise with vague implications. I said, it'll be, so this spring, but I'm up for it. Mark and the other person were still talking. Mark had been holding the elevator for me the whole time. I looked at Danny and gestured to the elevator and said, well, kind of put this away. I'll see you next time. He said, okay, bye, and waved. I said, bye, Mark, thanks. Mark said, see you, Megan. I said bye to no one in particular as the elevator closed. Press 2. Felt like I had just run a marathon. Put away groceries and killed fruit flies with Windex. They liked the stink. Thought about putting away the laundry. Left out a long voicemail about the yelling cave woman and the cat being the fruit flies. Pressed a button and it was deleted. Left another voicemail that was mostly, I'm afraid the check is going to bounce. I'm out of money. Can you do it? 9:12 p.m. I think the guy at the deli just gave me an amount of quarters that seemed like seemed like was enough when I asked for 8. He's the guy who, it's hard to interact with him every time. There was always some misunderstanding. Which is all to say, I'm drying laundry right now and I am 1/4 short. I don't think I ever want anything as much as I want 1/4 when I'm 1/4 short of a dryer load. I looked everywhere spare change could be in my apartment, I think. I had 5 quarters and the cashier at Wegmans gave me a quarter too. There's no way that guy gave me 8 quarters. Going to the Chinese food place to exchange 2 dimes and a nickel for a quarter. 9:32 p.m. I lied about the quarters. I've been lying about weird things lately. I had $2. I was planning on getting change for $2. Walking back from Chinese place, I only got change for $1. I didn't get change for the other one because I felt guilty about lying and didn't consider that I could just delete 2 dimes, 1 nickel, and replace it with $1 or $2. I don't know what's going on. Stared at a package containing fist-sized mounds of dough wrapped in something that said almond cookie as woman gave me 4 quarters. I brought the dimes and a nickel in case I changed my mind and wanted to be a good Samaritan who does what she says she's going to do. 9:39 p.m. The lady gave me a Chinese quarter, I think. It did not work in dryer. 9:40 to 11:59 p.m. Answered backlog of Ask FM questions. Here I go writing things like backlog of questions again. At some point, Dad said. August 2nd, 2013, 12:56 a.m. Sam Cook texted that he and Mira and Gian were hanging out, planning to respond. I'll come as soon as I finish answering this question, or in 30 minutes. 2:56 a.m. Texted, are you guys still partying? Still haven't heard from Jordan. 3:38. Made a fist around orange. 30 milligrams of Adderall while looking indirectly at an area of my bed to give eyes a resting place while brain decides, maybe don't eat it. Remember Chelsea's ex-boyfriend, party is tomorrow. You'll be tired if you don't sleep tonight. Memory of reading Chelsea's text this afternoon and how the light looked, and put Adderall in mouth. My apparent interest in being social and very likely tendency to flake out of social events is becoming predictable in a self-parodying kind of way. Starting to get bored with this. To do this week, as in Friday, August 2nd to August 9th. Do 2 social things you said you wanted to / would do. This will be too easy because I'm committed to going to Sam's party tomorrow. 2 things. I want to do 2 things. 2 things, 1 week. I want to make 2 things 1 week, like 2 girls, 1 cup. Time-lapse footage of me over the course of 1 week, trying to motivate myself to do 2 social things I said I wanted to do, ending up sitting in different places in my apartment. The video is somehow more revolting than 2 girls and 1 cup. Or no, it could just be the same video. Yeah, it's just the same video. 2 things 1 week equals 2 girls, 1 cup. I'm aware of trying to sound like I did in the beginning of the live blog. Now I'm gonna stop doing that. Thing I've noticed, which seems to be a result of the live blog. When someone asks me about the specifics of an event, I do something like mentally accessing library where my memories are stored, which is I'm just scanning a mental index of live blog, and the memory of typing something often comes before the memory of the event I typed. 4:07 a.m. This is the longest I've sat at this table. The table is helping with something, I feel, non-specific helper table. 4:10 a.m. I wonder if anyone is actually a paid member of those websites that don't have real downloads of albums / movies, but always want you to be a member. Do those websites employ people? How does that work? 4:11 a.m. On the walk home from the grocery store tonight, I thought, people I follow on Twitter, people don't seem as interested in things. Something used to feel more active. I used to feel more aligned with something. Where do you go to find interesting things? Motherboard, HTML Giant, Gawker, IO9, Wired. No one cares anymore, even those places. Wait, was HTML Giant one of those places? Yes, I think. 6:13 a.m. 800 milligrams choline and 800 milligrams anti-racetium instead of more Adderall. Feel more alert than a few minutes ago. Peed and turned on bathroom faucet for Albie. 6:34 a.m. Have been looking for a way to re-download Eskimo Snow by Y. Was surprised to see the name Ben Rosamond in the comment section of a website that showed up on Google. Left this comment. Ben Rosamond. Damn, Ben Rosamond from Australia, New Zealand, maybe? It's 6:24 a.m. and I've been trying to find somewhere to re-download this album periodically for the past 2 hours. Have a new computer. This is Megan Boyle. Gonna give up and buy again, I think. 2009, Ben Rosamond, blast from the past. Hi, if you ever see this. 6:53 a.m. Left this comment. Damn, didn't know you contributed to We Fucking Love Music. Can't remember how I know about We Fucking Love Music or for how long I've known about it. I'm talking to Ben. Hi ho, Megan Boyle's still here. Pictured continuously commenting on this thread in this manner until it becomes like 600,000 words long. It happened really slowly over the course of 40 years. Bookmarking this page, maybe we'll do this, probably not. Shit now seems unavoidable. As I was writing that, it seemed highly avoidable. Okay, signing off for now, Megan. Hi again, Ben. Do you remember me? I can't remember if we've ever talked or emailed. I just know who you are, maybe from the BSG short story contest thing. Maybe we were just commenting on things around the same time. Okay, signing off for now, Megan. 8:45 a.m. Left these comments. Ben, I remembered I've read a G-chat between you and Zachary German that involved me in a funny way for a few lines. Haven't said anything about this album yet. I like this album a lot. 2009, Jesus. Yeah, that makes sense. That's when I first heard it. Probably my second favorite Y album. Alopecia first favorite. This one has 5 of my favorite songs by them on it, though. This Blackest Purse, Into the Shadows of My Embrace, Against Me, These Hands, January 20-something. I know the titles from looking at my phone. I just have those 5 songs from this album on my phone. I can't remember other songs, which is why I wanted to download. The full album was on my old computer. Afraid to sync my phone with this computer due to, I don't know. If I sync my phone with this computer, my old stuff will be gone forever. Considering the spectrum of things that could happen to a person, losing my phone's old stuff would not be that bad. Actually, it'd probably be good. I've been hearing vacuum noises coming from somewhere in my building since maybe a little before I wrote my first comment. It's 6:46 a.m. on a Friday. Why is anyone vacuuming right now? Never understood how vacuum is one of the most commonly misspelled words. In my head, it sounds like vacuum, and the Q and U transition easily, sensibly into U and U. The noise seems to be coming from above and to the left, opposite side of the hall as me, opposite above. They didn't have e-cigarettes in 2009. The person who invented e-cigarettes had yet to make their millions. And I feel like everything I've done since 2009 has disappointed Ryan Manning. I associate you, Ben, with Ryan Manning, same period of my life. I like Ryan Manning. He sent me an email recently that said, "What happened to you?" confirming my suspicions of disappointing him. He could have just been being friendly, though. Tried to think, he's probably just being friendly as I wrote response. Feel like he'll probably read this, and I don't know. I do seem pretty bad now, not too well off. Used to think something life-altering would happen to me when I turned every age I'm about to turn. Currently sort of hoping no one reads this. Or someone reads it and thinks, who is this crazy person? She does not seem too well off. Well off feels strange to type. What does it mean exactly? Sounds like it could have originated in Australia or New Zealand, like you, Ben. It would be funny if you're not the Ben Rosamond who I think you are. Am I harassing? 100% good intentions. Just want to take a break from the other stuff I was writing. Guessing well off means someone has left something. They are now off that thing. Since they've been off, mostly good things have been happening to them. Mostly good things have not been happening to me since I've left the things I've left. That sounds dramatic. I think I'm just getting older. Pretty sure my younger self knew that getting older meant there would be less choices for me to have made. Feels different to be living in a world of less choices, already made choices. Wonder what you were doing right now, Ben Rosamond. Rosamond sounds like a mound of roses. Pretty thirsty at the moment. Sitting at a table. Says this is too long to post as one comment, but I wrote it as one big thing. Guess I'll split it up. Okay, signing off for now, Megan. He usually says Tom Hanks when I comment on things, but I don't feel like signing into the email I registered my old blog with. That email is beckdoestherobot at AOL.com. I used an AOL.com email address for a really long time. The first email on my Yahoo account was from January 8th, 2007. It's a picture of a pizza-built platypus from my best friend at the time. The second email is a mysterious account confirmation from August 21st, 2007. Then there aren't emails until October 2007. How is that possible? In October 2007, I signed up for NaNoWriMo. Then there are mostly NaNoWriMo emails. At 11:58 p.m., January 5th, 2008, I registered with Domino's.com. At 12:03 a.m., January 6th, 2008, I ordered this pizza, 1 large, 14-inch, hand-tossed pizza, whole, cheese, extra sauce, green peppers, onions, bacon, bacon, jalapeno peppers, left, extra large pepperoni, extra mushrooms, tomatoes, extra diced tomatoes, right, Italian sausage, $10.99. It was one hell of a day, one hell of a 5 minutes. The pizza was delivered to my best friend at the time's dorm. We would order as many toppings as possible. I was a strictly cheese woman before we were close. Sometimes on Saturdays, my dad would bring home pizza and half of it would be topped with mushrooms and onions. For a brief period, I thought mushrooms and onions were the most popular pizza topping. Pepperoni was like something that happens on people's birthdays, maybe due to dietary restrictions. Says this is too long again. Okay, signing off for now, Megan. People are talking in the hallway now. Vacuum is still going. I used to say, I'm sorry when I meant, I see that something I've done to upset you and I wish, that something I've done has upset you and I wish you weren't upset. Now I say it when I mean I also dislike what I did and don't want to do it anymore. I was exaggerating about not too well off, but I was trying to be funny. I feel mostly okay about things that have happened to me. Not sure what I'm referring to anymore. Forgot what this website was called for a moment. Thought we heart our blog spot. Think I'm imagining the vacuum thing, going to try turning off the water faucet. When I turned it off, I was right. My cat likes to drink water from the bathtub faucet, so I turned it on sometimes. I can't believe all this time, not a vacuum, damn. Learning new things every day. I was getting pretty irritated at that vacuum person, vacuumer, vacuumizer, vacuum masseuse. Do you know the Jay-Z where he says, I'm not a businessman, I'm a businessman? For a while I tried to make something like that work with vacuum and acumen, not necessarily in that order. I don't remember the song other than that line. It's possible I just know it from people quoting it. Should I stop feeding my cats fancy feast? They act like they like it, but I'm pretty sure it's poisonous. My best friend's ex-boyfriend calls her dog the imp of the perverse. The dog is a tiny chihuahua that vibrates almost constantly. His face is extremely expressive. I think the imp of the perverse originated from the idea that the dog is a byproduct of all the misery in the world, like technically its parents are all the pain and suffering in the world. That's why it is the way it is. It's funny if you see the dog, maybe. This might be strictly seeing the dog-based humor. Mild background fixation on if and how and disappointing Ryan Manning. Wanted to do this partially out of a desire not to disappoint him. Realistically, I don't think he or anyone, but maybe my parents interacts with me enough that their experiences could be disappointing compared to their expectations. No, I don't know. Getting a little carried away with this comment. It's going to be 86 degrees today. At the end of the day, I will have eaten or not eaten a number of oranges, but right now it's anyone's game. Potentially 5 oranges could be eaten. I have 5 and do not foresee wanting more. Smart oranges on 1 orange will be eaten today. Anyone's game though. Anyone's at this point. I'm almost afraid to stop doing this. What will I do after this? Okay, signing off for now, Megan. 9:28 a.m. Ate 5 milligrams oxycodone for actual pain relief. Seeing less fruit flies. Strange abdominal cramping. Morning feels bad. To my right is a 30 milligram Adderall just in case. Seems like Jordan will not visit today. No word on the Jordan front. The Jordan front sounds like an early 2000s math rock band, maybe screamo band, maybe opening for Thrice this Wednesday at PowerPoint Live. All is quiet on the Jordan front. Would be funny if he showed up in a few minutes. Wonder what's going to happen. I haven't unpacked from Maryland or folded laundry or put clean sheets, comforter on bed yet. Surely he's not tried to pee the bed since yesterday. Wonder what's going to happen. 9:36 a.m. Sleepy. Can't believe I'm allowed to live like this. I'm only going to want to stop living like this if I can stop thinking things like, can't believe I'm allowed to live like this. It's okay to be living like this for now. There is obviously no other way to be doing it for now. Otherwise, I'd be doing that instead. 9:45 a.m. Whoa, felt insane bad for a few seconds. Normally, I'd just leave that like it is. Now I'm going to try to unpack what felt bad exactly. I was looking somewhere between water container and sugar-free Red Bull. Remember, I had updated recently. I recently made auxiliary Twitter where I tweet everything I eat / drink with anything I've ingested that tonight. I started thinking about how having multiple auxiliary Twitter accounts feels dark, especially considering me doing LIVEBLOG. Thought about how both men I've been close with since starting LIVEBLOG have not liked that I was doing it. Tried to imagine updating LIVEBLOG, or maybe a Twitter with this and felt just icky dark. Remembered things I've typed today and felt icky dark about them. That there was a time when I felt positive about anything I'd say in here. Then felt sudden overwhelming flashback type series of thoughts like, what was different about me in the beginning of this? If I find out what it is, then maybe I can get it back. I know I wasn't happy then, but at least it wasn't now, but that's the same thing I feel now. Remembered walking to the Chinese food place to get quarters last night. What's with me picking guys who don't like the stuff I like and then feeling sad when it's over? Okay, Boyle, that's dumb. Don't do that anymore. How about you seal off your romantic interest? Keg is tapped. Who decided that when there's no more weed, something is cast, and when there's no more alcohol, something is tapped? Wait, tapped means the alcohol just began. Tapped an ass. Want to make a to-do list? Would that make you feel good? Let's make a to-do list. Mail Matthew Donahue package, fix car inspection document, fax car inspection document to insurance people, read and write blurbs for Chelsea Martin and Heiko Julian books, party with Chelsea tonight, print out applications to schools, eat something, put away laundry, put other comforter and dryer. Maybe you can just let it dry though. Won't it just dry? Shit, I forgot to move my car. Shit, goddamn fucking shit ass. Well, no sense in doing it now. No, I should do it. What if they haven't caught me yet? I have 12 unpaid parking tickets. I looked last night. Can they arrest me? What can they do? I would let a cop beat me within an inch of my life if it meant I would never have to pay for or think about having another parking ticket ever again. Or I could just never pay the tickets and not get beaten up. That seems to be the way this is going. Knock on wood. 1:13 p.m. Killed maybe 10 fruit flies in kitchen with Windex. Moved at a slower than normal pace and avoided wiping until the end. It's unfair the flies get to rest, but most fish have to keep moving or they'll die. There's a hair in my eye. 800 milligrams choline, 1 gram anti-ractam. Feel more alert and less lumbering. Did I say I had a hair in my eye? It's in my eye, the hair. Wouldn't have been able to form sentences a few minutes ago. Bugs don't understand that everywhere is not outside. I've thought this before, that everywhere is outside technically. Sometimes this gives me a vertigo-like feeling. Was David Foster Wallace's graduation speech thing called "This is not a fish, this is not water"? Slideshow of things that aren't water. I don't even know if that's the real name of the speech yet. Oh, this is water. Haha. Slideshow of every kind of water, the water cycle. Wasn't there something about fish in his speech? The teacher spoke at my high school graduation talk for over 30 minutes, and people in the audience had bullhorn-like noisemakers and were booing her. Then people had something to talk about after the ceremony. Highly polarizing speech/event, the booing. She didn't know it, but she gave the Liberty High School class in 2003 and my family's friends gift of mirrored material for brief, less awkward exchanges with people who happen to be standing near you in crowded auditorium lobby. Topic is applicable to anyone here, even strangers and people you probably otherwise have very little to say to. She also gave me the gift of memory that, in 10 years and a few months, you can use to occupy yourself with the task of making into sentences for about 20 minutes in a live blog about your life that you will feel 51% apprehensive and 49% indifferent about updating. The only thing I remember about her speech was her leaning over the podium and talking about a rabbit with a carrot and a stick rope device strapped to its head. The leaning motion looks exaggerated in my memory. Her head gets bigger and she makes dictator gestures. She was a small person, feisty, fluffy head. Does it sound like I'm shit-talking her? I'm not. She was one of my favorite teachers. I liked it when she did the thing before everyone graduated. I liked graduating high school. Why is that funny to me? 3-minute YouTube commercial featuring hundreds of celebrities making eye contact with the camera, earnestly saying, "I liked graduating high school." You can't fast forward it. You have to watch. It's for the Global Health Fund. Global Health Fund charity benefit gala evening brought to you in part by CLGHS, celebrities who liked graduating high school. Too far, went too far with it. If I sound like I'm shit-talking my parents, I'm not. Did that thing earlier sound shit-talky? Shit, there's no way to change what you think, whoever you are. If you already decided something, I'm gonna prove. I'm not gonna.
just tuning in. Somebody used to use that as part of their drop. I don't know how I feel about this sound. I'm gonna like point it differently and like turn it down. I'm gonna sell some books this weekend. Too much shit going on. Oh shit. Does anyone have a copy of, what is it, Jesus the Son or Son of Jesus? It's shocked. So there's nobody in here. I guess that's because it's 6:20 a.m. on Friday. But I gotta say, I basically got the hottest shit of all time. How do I get the cheapest one? I want the cheapest one. They said from 3 something. That is $7. I need these places in what's it called?
Did you start filming it?
I just pressed record again.
Huh?
I just pressed record again.
Oh, cool.
I was sneakily trying to get sound.
I've gotten more comfortable with the sound over. That bidet is cool. But it's really cold. Okay. 2:04 p.m. Dad left a voicemail from a number that isn't stored in my phone. In the first 14 seconds, he apologized 3 times for being half asleep when we talked last night. Didn't know he was half asleep. Trying to learn English at this age would be very hard. 3:27 p.m. Administered another round of Windex to fruit flies in kitchen. I've been mentally referring to this as doing the genocide. Nostalgic for summer 2011 when I did a similar ant genocide thing at Dad's place. I'd forgotten it also involved Windex, fed cats, stuff I thought while doing the genocide. Respond to text at 3:30 p.m. in honor of 2:30 p.m., the 1-hour anniversary of when you said you wanted to do that. All is quiet on the Jordan front. The thing I do with the dry food, it's like, hold on a sec.
Start doing this. I mean, obviously 9 hours ago, but like things don't stop. Did I get the beginning of it? I mean, this is what
The thing I do with the cats, wait, the thing I do with the dry food, it's like the retard rotator, pouring the dry food from the bowl that they don't eat.
Fuck. What the fuck, dude? I don't understand, man. No.
Derogatorily, he like yells, "Hey, you fucking retards," so many times a day he doesn't even know what he's saying or who he's yelling at anymore. He and his cats equally don't know what he's saying. No one notices. It's like all the other noises in the room. What would you have to say to people at the party? All you've been doing tonight? You're doing the retard rotator on yourself somehow. What does that mean? It means you like thinking retard rotator. It's bad to say retard. Maybe I should stop. The flies like to hide in the hobby hole, vent above the stove. Someone would say hobbit hole whenever I'd say hobby hole, like they thought I didn't mean to say hobby. It's hobby hole. I don't know. It's always hobby something. The thing that makes it funny is hobby. The reasons why something would be primed with the word hobby. People with hobbies don't say hobby baseball rec league or hobby trivia night. Those are just their hobbies. The only thing I know that's hobby anything is hobby horse. Seems so insane, a hobby horse. I'm not even sure what it is. I think it's that plastic horse thing that's sort of floating midair, suspended in this wire frame attached with springs. They were around when I was little. I always wanted one of those things. You bounced on it. I'm pretty sure that's not what a hobby horse is. Is hobby horse like a name for a piece of wood, maybe? One of those weird nicknames that catches on, like dinghy? There are better examples. There is always something in my eye when I'm doing the genocide. Always the past few times. Always the past 2 times. The past 2 times I've done the genocide, there has always been something in my eye, and that is a fact. Should I take a break to write this down so I don't forget? No, I'll just remember whatever. What if there's a little gnome following me around saying things like, time is of the essence, milady? Would that be good? Who even said time is of the essence, milady? Why do I know that? Do British people say that? No, common misconception. People think British people say time is of the essence, milady, because the hobbits spoke with British accents in Lord of the Rings. Are there any midgets, dwarves who like Lord of the Rings and prefer to be called hobbits? Where are hobbits supposed to be from? Glendora. If I thought more about this, I could remember where they're from, but I don't care. A little hobbit following me around saying milady type things. How would that actually be different than what it is now? A lot different. No, that's what most people would probably be like, oh, that would be so good. I want that. But think about it. In what ways would it change anything? It would probably be annoying. It would be like something to adjust to. I would feel uncomfortable at first. What would we say when we weren't saying stuff like time is of the essence, milady? What if there was a sexual dynamic? What if one of us would mention something about it and then something would be different? We can never go back to the time when it was unmentioned. Also, people on the street would definitely notice. People feel more comfortable approaching strangers when their situation is obviously not normal. People think it's more okay to comment on it. I might get less done, go outside less because of this. I would adjust to the things, someone being around me constantly. When I'm around someone a lot, I start feeling annoyed with them. Or no, maybe I'm always annoyed. I'm just more likely to tell the person about it when things are slowing down and we're familiar with each other and I'm starting to feel like I can predict things about them, so it's getting a little boring. The habit would annoy me. I'd be like, why are you doing this to me? Why are you here? Maybe that passes. I've never gotten past that. Maybe something happens after the period of annoyance. It's probably just indifference. Calm, supportive indifference, ideally. So I'd probably just feel the same as now. It would be sad when the indifferent period would start. Like after a certain point, somewhere between annoyance and indifference, one of us would do a last gasp of air thing. We'd start saying, time is of the essence, milady, to each other again as a weak kind of joke with these desperate looking faces, making eye contact, but then it feels too intense. We pretend to not look away really fast, sharing a silent awareness of what it once was, probably each thinking, I bet they're not thinking about what it once was like I am. If they were thinking about it too, that would mean we'd be thinking the same thing, and it wouldn't feel like this. Mutually preparing to enter the phase of indifference, but still, that wouldn't be very different from now. It wouldn't be too much to handle. It would actually probably feel kind of nice, comforting. 4:25 p.m. Got carried away with Hobbit thing. I didn't think all of that while doing fly stuff. 2-hour anniversary coming up. 5:30 p.m. Mom called, cut phone call short due to wanting to prepare for party. 6:03 p.m. recorded a video which started out as a critique of my body from top to bottom. Forget if I've mentioned I've been making videos periodically as I've been losing weight to see progress and note what needs improvement. And just, I don't know, this whole thing is embarrassing to me a little. I'd been thinking I'll stay up all night and then I can be zany, sleepless person at the party. I usually like myself more and worry less / feel less self-conscious when I haven't slept. Started dreading party and dreading unresponded to texts. Ate 800 milligrams choline, 800 milligrams anti-Raystein, then 20 milligrams Adderall XR. Talked in the video like in this way I've been making long videos of me talking, which I almost rarely rewatch. It just feels nice to think something 100% non-judgmental is listening to me. Even though it's not really listening, it doesn't really need to be listening for me to get the effect I like from it. Ate an orange seems very unstable, the making of this video and the things I talked about, even though I can't remember most of what I said. Just the fact that a person would want to do this. Gotta stop getting down on myself about stuff like this. It just makes it worse. Aware of repeating myself, I think. Concluded it was okay to not go to the party or respond to texts. I could tell Chelsea in person or email her that I'm in a dark place and not wanting to be social. Feel like she would understand. Seemed shitty of me. I don't know, for most of the video, I'm just wearing a bra and underpants. Talked about a lot. Covered a lot of bullshit topics. Haven't watched all the way through, but I'm pretty sure I was talking almost constantly, or like maybe talking taking 30 to 90 second breaks. I was thinking, you're always thinking, just transition from the talking, thinking into the talking. Maybe make there be as little transition as possible from thought to language. Early on in video, I noticed that in this and in other videos, I'll get distracted and leave the topic or story mid-topics / story to focus on the distraction, which leads to more distractions. A recurring theme in this video was, Jesus, this is hard to type, hard to figure out words. I wanted to allow myself to get distracted by whatever and then eventually go back and finish all the things I started. I think it worked. I finished all or most things. Felt interested in doing this at the time, like this will be a documented example of the nonlinear way thoughts bounce around in my head. Seems sort of like what happens in novels. Things keep recurring. With a novel, you know the author is intentionally making things reoccur, but you're just thinking / talking. When you just thinking / talking, it feels like you're not in control of the reoccurring, but it's the same thing. Cried less in this video than the 6-hour video from July 2nd / 3rd. I started to transcribe. At some point, Shirley peed on the mattress pad, and I yelled and freaked out on her, like made her smell the pee and said no, sternly. Then on a website, I read that cats don't understand negative reinforcement. They just learn to be afraid of who / whatever yelled at them. Felt like the worst person. Bad. Actually, I took longer breaks towards the end during the cleaning cat pee time and nurturing Shirley and giving her treats so she'd feel less afraid time. Removed peed on mattress pad and replaced it with yoga mat and sat there. Shirley acted cautious and like she wanted to be left alone. Sometime during the video, it became August 3rd, 2013. 12 to 3 something a.m. Somewhere around here in the video, I stopped filtering thoughts before talking. The video became me narrating in a monologue, looking at the internet. Dressed in clothes I was wearing before video, looked at CDs of old pictures, aimed conversations, diary-like text documents from 2004 to 2009. Downloaded iPhone app called Anxiety Mint. Heated 2 flour tortillas on my stove and spread hummus on them, and filled them with raw red cabbage. I remember noting this is the first thing I've eaten besides the orange since he ate cashews on July 31st. 3 something to 7:45 a.m. Ended video accidentally for the best. Ate 10 milligrams oxycodone. My bed doesn't feel like a bed because it's technically in the kitchen area. Decided to make the table and bed switch places. First I measured the bed with the long side of Pop Cereal 3, a little more than 5 Pop Cereal 3s. Then measured the space I thought I could maybe fit, a little more than 4 Pop Cereal 3s. Moved it. The leftover / hangover length seemed negligible. Swiped and mopped floor. This will be helpful for Shirley. She will see the bed in a different place and maybe not want to pee on it. How do cats decide where to pee? Dressed in neon orange shorts, t-shirt, gray hoodie, glasses, flip-flops to move car. Expected to see a ticket. Played anxiety mid game on the walk. There was no ticket. 6:30 p.m. Woke. 6:30 to 11:59 p.m. Going to type rapid fire style what I remember. Called mom and talked for a long time. Thought about more thoroughly. Watching. Peed on blankets and things. Soaking in sink. Looked at internet. There was a block party downstairs that omitted and I had talked about attending. There was also a reading on Michael Seidlinger's roof. The reading was rescheduled for today. I was going to read at the first non-rescheduled, just scheduled haha reading, but canceled. And I think other people canceled too, and there was rain and the whole thing was canceled. Felt guilt about not responding to Michael's Facebook message, but like more of a latent guilt because it didn't actually feel like days had gone by where I hadn't answered it. I just knew they had. Read Mira's and Willis's tweets about the reading. Enjoyed looking at apartment from the perspective of new bed placement a lot. Like just sat looking at stuff. Colin knocked on the door to say he was moving out tomorrow. He asked if I wanted to hang out downstairs with a bunch of us. I said I wanted to order food and didn't feel social. This was around 10 p.m. I think. He offered to come by again in a half an hour to see how I felt then. I said, I mean, I'll probably be eating. He said, right. Not in a hostile, resentful way, just like, I understand. Ordered seaweed salad, salmon, avocado, cucumber roll, shrimp tempura roll, spicy scallop roll from Osaka, which according to Google Maps is 0.3 miles from me, but I got delivery to avoid interacting with people at the block party. Food came fast. Texted with Willis and made plans to hang out at the beach on Monday, August 5th. Felt solid about plans, like, yes, there's enough planning. Neither of us will flake. I want to go to the beach more before summer ends and hang out with Willis. This is a great opportunity to do both those things. Colin knocked at my door again as I was unpacking. He had a friend. He's told me about the friend, Reggie. They met during Hurricane Sandy. Reggie said he was hiding in his closet reading Bible verses during the storm. That's how Colin found him. Colin told me where he was moving, and I said, oh, I go to the library near there. He and Reggie looked surprised in a way that surprised me. Colin said we should hang out if/when I'm around there, and I believed him. He is a good person, I think. Reggie, too. Once we were talking, I liked talking, stood by my door and talked with them for a few minutes, feeling some kind of, it was similar to the latent guilt about Michael's Facebook message I didn't respond to. Like, I was never there, so like, how can I feel regret? But still, I don't know, it felt sad that Colin was leaving, even though I think our last longish, minimally awkward conversation was in May at his welcome to the building dinner, the ex-MTA wheelchair man and the fancy food. Yeah. Patrick's having some cool beats. Oh, hi, Willis. Hi, Austin. Thanks. Thanks for tuning in, guys. It's not letting me type. Fuck. 19 notifications. Wow. Oh boy, I can't wait for all this auxiliary content. This is fun. I'll have fun watching it. Yeah, Patrick. We all had a nice nap. Oh no, hey. Did you guys sleep at all tonight? Oh, who died, people? I feel like it's 2012 again too, Willis.
Hello.
Patrick says hi. I didn't.
I wish we had something
Good
to
job.
eat this hummus with.
I know.
It's taunting me.
Yeah, Patrick, do you have work?
Work?
Uh-huh.
She work. No.
Did you hear that?
Did Willis say that?
Yeah, Willis asked.
How far did you get?
How far? Here? 612. 612. less than 100 left. I think that it maybe feels good to do bathtub instead of beach.
Why is that?
Because it's stressy. I'd rather take a bath than go to the beach. But I don't know. Are you very set on it?
No, well, I'm more opposed to bath than dedicated to beach. And that's just because my answer is gonna sound pervy, but I don't mean it pervy. I don't like whenever it's like, oh, this is something where there should be nudity, but the person's wearing a bathing suit or something.
Oh.
And like, it always bothers me when I see people do stuff like that, where I'm just like, they should either just do it or don't.
Oh. Yeah, well, I'm not cool with being naked.
Yeah, that's not my, impassioned argument with you.
Yeah.
It's more an argument against doing that stuff than for you being naked for the end of your reading.
Oh. Okay. Well.
However, if you feel like in your heart that's this thing.
Well, I mean.
You want to end it
I don't want to like.
Tub.
I'm like, I don't want to go to Rockaway Park. What do you guys think of? Willa says do whatever I want. I could do, well, yeah, let's think about it.
Yeah.
I really don't, I'm like.
We got a couple hours before we really need to decide.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Like, feeling some kind of, it was similar to the latent guilt about Michael's Facebook message I didn't respond to. Like, I was never there, so how can I feel regret? But still, I don't know, felt sad that Colin was leaving, even though I think our last longish, minimally awkward conversation was in May at his welcome to the building dinner with the ex-MTA wheelchair man and the fancy food student from the 4th floor. Colin gave me a newspaper where he was quoted saying something about Rockaway Park. He said, "I want to give you this," and showed me the page where the article was before handing it to me. I looked at it. He said he and Reggie were going to a bar soon. I said I wanted to stay in. My food had just arrived. He said it would only be like for like an hour. I said, I'm really feeling kind of noise like and icky face and vague hand movement. He seemed to understand. It felt good to just say I wasn't feeling like going out. Sat in bed and realized it's normal to say I don't want to go out tonight. I don't feel social. That is a perfectly normal thing to say. I think I ate Xanax and watched TV. Yes, I did that. I watched the news. August 4th, 2013, 12 to 3 something a.m., 8 more Xanax, watched Stardust Memories, paused it near the end so I could look up YouTube videos of Ben & Jerry's ice cream so I could decide what flavor I wanted before I left apartment to minimize standing around deciding time at deli. I don't think I decided what I wanted. I just left after maybe 30 minutes, bought and ate a pint of Chubby Hubby. Pretzels were crunchier than I remembered. They are doing something new to the pretzels to keep them crunchy. It had freezer burn, but I didn't care. 3 something a.m. to 7:14 p.m. Remember waking a few times to walk around or pee, and almost immediately return to sleep. 7:15 to 11:59 p.m. Going to type what I remember doing rapid fire style. Woke and wanted to take walk on beach, but it seemed too hard, then started to become dark. Took pictures of my room with the sun hitting the crystals hanging in my window, which made rainbows on the wall. They used to hang in our old house when I was little. Mom let me have them, sent pictures to Mom to see what she thought about new furniture arrangement. Called mom after sending pictures. Mom didn't like the furniture rearrangement at first, but by the end of the phone call, she was saying, it really does make more sense for the bed not to be in the kitchen. I remember describing to her with childish urgency how it felt like there were 3 main rooms. The walk-in room contains records, books, record player. The bedroom contains bed, mirror, closet, bathroom. The kitchen contains kitchen table and kitchen. We talked for a little over an hour, I think. I asked her to tell the stories behind all the jewelry she gave me. Seemed like she'd get sidetracked talking about their value, which depressed me a little. It reminded me that she wanted me to have them in case I need money after she dies, and that she'd think I'd ever even want to sell it. That some part of her may have thought it could come to that for me someday. I remember saying, I don't want to hear about that. I'm never selling any of this. It's too sentimental. I just want to know the stories behind them or similar things. Whenever she'd start talking about how much jewelry could be worth, she knows a lot about gemstones. She used to write a newsletter about gemstones. She would go to jewelry auctions to cover them for a newsletter. Mom did the sweetest things with her life. She had her own newsletter. They paid her to travel around the world and write about it. Other things. She worked in a ticker tape room, all while having my sister, Jesus. Mom is a very strong person, I think. Wish I could have been her friend for all of her life. This is hard. Honestly, seems like the same day, all the days since August 1st or 2nd or before that. Turned on TV and watched Locked Up in The Office. New furniture arrangement makes TV feel more inviting. I've been watching TV every night, I think. Remember this feeling of it's okay, it's Sunday night that didn't make any sense. Periodically wondered if Jordan was still coming, I think, or if I had hurt Chelsea's feelings by not responding to her text and not showing up at the party before she left America again. Made and drank kale watermelon smoothie. Ate around 100 milligrams of morphine slowly, first 60, then 20, then 20, not feeling much. August 5th, 2013. Watched the Seinfeld where George and Jerry pretend the limo at the airport is for them, and George's name is O'Brien, then it turns out O'Brien is a Nazi. Continued feeling minimal morphine effects, but wanted to feel something else. Tweeted that my tolerance for all drugs I currently have, other than weed, seems too high for anything to be worth it. Asked if I should buy beer or smoke weed. Weed one, smoked in the kitchen. Remember thinking it'd be funny if someone did a wailing heavy metal guitar solo of the Happy Birthday song, like a really wailing, really wailing hard, winning Pulitzer Prize for wailing. Walking from the kitchen to the bed, I felt a strong wave of paranoia/anxiety. Stopped walking and grabbed counter. Face felt hot. Tried to discern what I was anxious about, which in itself caused anxiety. Seemed like I was mostly anxious about what is happening to my body. Vision started blacking out in patches that looked sparkly at first, then became dark. Then I couldn't see the room at all. It looked like my eyes were closed. Thought, this is it. You did it. Morphine and weed and nootropics. This is what finally does you in. Probably fully blacked out mid-walk to the bed, back to the bed. I had walked from the bed to the kitchen to get my phone just in case I needed to call 911. Didn't factor in the phone is broken or that I probably wouldn't know if I should call until after I woke, which might not happen. Before laying down, found bed by slowly walking a distance and pawing/lightly kicking the air. Felt completely blind as I walked, laid down, thought, do not go to sleep. You will not wake from this nap. Sleep. Unsure how I stayed awake. Vision slowly returned and I felt sober. First thing I wanted to do when I became more awake was have sex/look at porn. Looked for a while, but it kept seeming gross, or I don't know, something about seeing the bodies while touching my body. Couldn't do it, but not in a damn I missed out on something good way. It was more like no onions on mine, thanks. Smoked a little more and watched Netflix movie The Bachelorette. It was horrible but comforting, like here's your outlet to the world. This is what the rest of the world does, maybe. Sometimes thought what I didn't like about Kirsten Dunst and her friends were because I was stoned. Smoked while watching too, I think, due to not thinking I was stoned enough to think movie was funny or interesting. Still did not seem funny or interesting. Got obsessed with picturing the making of documentary of the movie, how it felt like a dollar store or something. Walking around in a dollar store, all the cast members going to their trailers quietly, and it's never sunny enough to look sunny, but it's not cloudy either. It always looks like 3 p.m. on Sunday. Just walking in and out of trailers, dollar store. Seemed extremely bleak to think of this as I watched the movie, how like how porn was unappealing when I thought about my body, but the movie was so comforting to watch and almost like idly concerned with its own bleakness in a way that seemed uplifting, like a forgotten documentary about some man 4 people knew. Laughing right now at ellipsis. 8 4 tortillas heated on the stove with hummus spread on all of them. 2 plain hummus, 1 hummus and raw red cabbage, 1 hummus and avocado. 8 entire avocado with lime and salt and most of a personal-sized watermelon I didn't use in a soon smoothie. Don't remember falling asleep around 3 a.m. according to web history, I think. Woke around 12 p.m. Remember this was Willis Beach Day. I had told him to come around 2 or 3 p.m. Didn't feel like doing anything. Felt overwhelmed with mental and physical sensation of depression, body thoughts both heavy and hard to move around. Thought, no more weed ever again, it's always like this. The lights were off in my apartment, discovered all the power was off. Texted Mark about the power being out, discovered via Twitter that Tao had eaten a large dose of mushrooms last night, deleted his Twitter, Facebook, Tumblr accounts, and threw out his MacBook due to being possessed by aliens. Thought, sounds about right. Willis texted that it wouldn't be a good day for the beach, and I agreed. Made tentative plans to hang out with his roommate at their new apartment tonight. Said I wanted to get stuff done before that. Mark texted he'd come see about the power around 4 to 4:30 p.m. Willis texted that I should come over because they were making a ticking thing. Read large chunk of text near the end of The Remainder by Tom McCarthy. Recommend this book. I feel like the guy in it, kind of. He's awarded £8.5 million from his car accident settlement. Doesn't want anything with the money. But then at this party, he's bored and goes to the bathroom and sees a piece of plaster on the wall, and all of a sudden has this sudden, unplaceable, eidetic memory / image of himself in an apartment, and he spends his money on physically reconstructing. He just recreates his memory of this thing. He's not sure why he remembers. Highly recommended. The lights came on around 5 p.m. Mark texted Mark, woohoo, you did it, thank you. Mark came up to check my electricity. Someone was doing repairs in the building earlier and remembered to turn on everyone's electricity back on but mine, and another person's. Mark did things to the stove, then the stove worked. We talked about cats mostly, I think. When he was by the stove, I saw that there was no way he could not see the things in the sink, so I said, oh, that stuff in the sink in my pre-laundry soap pile, and told him Shirley peed. His cats pee too. He said they recently got a kitten. I said I wanted it if he didn't, meant it at the time. Felt easy to talk with Mark. He's got a real gift of the gab, a lot of shit I don't pay enough attention to remember. They're kind of like wisecracks. I've thought for a while that Mark is on to me, but now seems okay. Not sure what he'd be on to other than shitty, embarrassing life I seem to be hiding from more than living. How would he be on to that? He left. Mark brought up his daughter and the kitten. The kitten was named Gary. I asked why that was his name. He said, I don't know, we left it at relative's house, and when we picked it up, it was Gary. I said, that's good. His daughter said something negative about SpongeBob. Gary walked around the apartment cautiously, which seemed to surprise Mark. He said, where's your other kitty? I said, oh, Alfie? You've never seen him, I don't think. He hides from people. Mark always seems surprised when cats act like cats. That's funny. I gave Gary treats. Gary is a Maine Coon. He is 6 months old. Mark, and forget daughter's name. We'll just call her Mark Jr. And Gary partied with Shirley and me for probably 20 minutes. Albie hid. At some point, I felt comfortable pulling out the big guns and said, you know Ernest Hemingway? This is his favorite cat, Maine Coon cats. He calls cats love sponges. Does Gary have a fifth toe? Albie does. Mark Jr. held Gary and the three of us looked for his toe. Mark Jr. said, I can't tell. I felt at the back of his foot in the toe spot and said, yup, he's got it, fifth toe. Mark said he went to Ernest Hemingway's house and saw the cats. I said, oh, cool, and tried to remember where in Illinois the house I walked by was that I thought was Ernest Hemingway's. He said, yup, Key West, saw some of the cats. I was kneeling by the door. I said, Florida, nice. He said something about seeing the house while on tour. I said, you were on tour? He said, yeah, you can take him. We toured the house. I said, oh, I thought you meant on tour, like, on tour. Made a rock and roll face and gesture. Mark said, well, yeah, I mean, it was a tour of the house. Forget how I fell asleep or if what I used to help me do that. August 6, 2013. 3:30 p.m. Woke. 7:52 p.m. Loaded laundry and coins into dryer. Have been thinking, you live on the beach, walk on the beach, do stuff there. Soon it'll be winter. Got e-cigarette and phone from room and walked along the shore, at first trying not to get wet, then standing in place, calf height in the water, letting it flush in and out with me in the middle. Not many people on the beach. A few men were fishing. They put a pole in the ground. 2 or 3 were sometimes lifted off the ground by parasail like kites. An oyster shell bumped my foot in the water. I tried to hold on to it with my toes. The tide pushed something that looked like a turtle back and forth. It was upside down the next time I saw it. Definitely a turtle. The waves washed it on the sand for a moment, and it walked confusedly. I walked away. A fisherman said, "Is that a turtle? You should have picked it up." I said, "Oh, I didn't know if it was supposed to be there, like sea turtles." He said, "We got 2 of them already." I thought something negative about turtle fishing, waded into the water with him. He said, "That's a freshwater turtle, freshwater. There's probably a lot more. We keep finding them." He picked it up and presented it to me. Its head and limbs were retracted into its shell. He said, "Look, there it is." I put my face close to it and pointed almost close enough to be touching it and said, "Oh, look it, turtle." The man's friend said, "We should give it to those ladies. They took the other 2, giving them to a pet shop or something." The man yelled, "Hey," and "Hey, ladies," to a small group of women. I pointed and yelled, "Turtle!" Like the 3 of us were in this together. Turtle alert squad, like at pet stores. The women were almost where the sand meets the road. They stopped walking and turned around. And the first man said, "What do you want to name it? You want to name it?" He was smiling incredulously. Felt like I had just been tagged. I looked at the retracted turtle head and said, Kenny." The man laughed and said, "Kenny?" He looked at me like I had just said a maybe inappropriate inside joke. Too soon to make this joke. I said, "Yeah, Kenny. See you later, Kenny." The man laughed and jogged to the women, now walking towards the water. I looked at the other man by the fishing pole stuck in the ground. I said, "You don't think it's a sea turtle, though, do you?" He said, "Nah, no way. There's probably a lot more where that one came from." I said, "Why is it there?" He said, "I don't know," looking in the distance. "They just keep showing up." My body was turning away. Could feel myself looking for an out to the conversation. I said, "Well, good luck. Hope you find more." Unsure if more turtles were what he wanted to find. Walked to apartment building. Approached one of the parasailing men. The kite lifted him maybe 3 feet off the ground. Felt on a roll from turtle interaction and said, "That looks like fun." He said, "It is. You pull this lever here, see? When you want to release, see?" I extended my arm non-committally, feeling expected to do this. He said, "Want to try?" I said, "Yeah," and grazed the main handle stick, which he pulled away fast. He said, "Oh, no, very dangerous. You need harness," patted his harness. "And man, you try? It lift him up over traffic and drop him, eh?" I said, "Oh, no." He said, No, you need lessons. I'm unprofessional, see? You need harness like me. You learn how to do it, see? You don't just do it." I said, "Can I take lessons from you?" He said something about a service called guide tours or kite tours and pointed to the 2 other men with parasail kites. He said something about Brooklyn. I asked if I could take lessons from him. He said, "Me? No. Brooklyn? There's a female teacher in Brooklyn." I said, "And it's called guide tours?" He said, "Yeah, just look up, the guy over there, he knows. Ask him. Over there, he knows." I pointed and said, I should ask him?" He said, "Yeah, he teaches, but I give discounts. I give cheaper deals to you," and smiled. I smiled and didn't know what to say. He said, "Ask that guy over there. He knows." I said, "Okay, I'll just ask him, thanks." And I walked over and I walked to the other 2 men. Both wore harnesses. One held a parasail kite that sometimes lifted him a few feet off the ground. Couldn't discern which man I was supposed to ask. Stood and watched them at distance close enough to make me feel like I was stalking them deviously. Stalking with ill intention, perpetrator, getting off on this somehow. It was like if they were sitting behind me at a cafe and I knew they could see me not so subtly playing their YouTube channels, full screen, full volume, from a chair where I sometimes turned to grin non-threateningly at them. The man in red didn't react. The parasail took the other man away. I said, "Excuse me, do you give lessons for that?" The man in red looked at me, then looked away as he mumbled something like, No lessons. This is just my friend." I said, "Oh, he told me to ask you," and pointed vaguely in the direction I came. The man in red said something I didn't understand, looking left and right, mostly at the ground. He said, sorry, I'm sorry, as I walked towards the road. I didn't know where I was looking in when I said that, but it wasn't at him. 8:17 p.m. In walk bounds now, buying laundry detergent. It's going to take more than one wash to get the smell out of towels and comforter. Surely pea smell is gone, but bedclothes have been soaking in the sink for 3 days, and now there is a moldy smell. 8:24 p.m. Smelled 2 versions of a Downy product you can add to your washing machine to make things smell nice. My current stinky things need it. Have been trying to decide between the 2 scents via imagining how they'll smell combined with the detergent I usually buy. How the smell of just washed things combines with my sweat or cats or dust or time or whatever makes new smell. Seems like either Downy product will create an odd smell, odd but not bad, better than moldy. Withdrew $40 from an ATM so I can get change for $20, more quarters for laundry. 8:28 p.m. in line, cashier said, who's the cookie monster in the house? To a man in front of me. He said, nah, no one, just 3 for $6. She looked at him funny. She said, who's gonna eat all that? He said, it'll get eaten. He had a black cloth urban outfit in his bag. He is definitely over 50 years old. 5:33 p.m. asked for 8 quarters with my change. She did it without questioning, surprised. She bagged my things. I said, thank you, in an accidentally breathy, distracted voice. And she said, you're welcome, in the same voice. Felt nice. I passed Candy at the self-checkout station as I left. The day I stopped live blogging, something happened with Candy that I thought, shit, I wish I could have written about this. I'm walking back to my building now, going to say typing the Candy thing for inside. I heard Candy's voice last night from the aisle across from me and felt endeared to him. Candy feels like my buddy. He's the only person here who I can't explain it, I don't think. Candy walking to his van as I was sitting in my car typing about him. The night I avoided the party, Candy's van driving away playing traditional sounding Mexican music. Candy scanning my things at the self-checkout. 8:39 p.m. Passed an old woman in sunglasses and nice clothes holding a plastic bag. She was just standing there motionless. She burped. 8:49 p.m. Removed things from dryer and reloaded in washer. Used Downy no stink product. Walked to 3rd floor by accident typing previous sentences. 10:49 p.m. Surely peed the bed again. Walking to deli to get baking soda, vinegar, hydrogen peroxide. Doubt they will have this. And paper towels. 8:56 p.m. Glanced at cleaning stuff aisle. Walked back to walled bounds. 3rd time today on walled bounds bound clown. For 11:12 p.m. Walking back to apartment. Bought hydrogen peroxide, baking soda, white vinegar, OxyClean product. Candy and the girl who gave me quarters. She's also the girl who once stopped me from paying in the self-checkout so she could use the store bonus card since I didn't have one. Then scanned my stuff on the 4th of July when I was with Omitted. I like her. She's quiet and doesn't move her face much. Has an affect of peaceful resignation to a life she'd rather not live, but has long given up on changing. We're standing by the self-checkout area. They were saying things about other cashiers going home. Hope this shit rids Shirley and Alvy and me of the pea smell. Rids us out of the pea smell. One-way ticket out of the pea days. I think she peed because I was gone for something like 4 days. There was still food in the extra food dishes I left, but I don't know. Annie used to pee everywhere too. Why are cats always peeing on my stuff? It would be so nice if everyone just peed where we were supposed to pee. 11:45 p.m. at apartment now. Here is what happened with Candy the night I stopped live blogging. I was the only customer, I think. It was almost midnight. They had closed down the self-checkouts. Candy was scanning my thing. In the produce section, I've noticed before they miss the vegetables, they play a variety of audio samples. Sometimes it's thunder, sometimes it's a few seconds of singing in the rain, sometimes rainforest. The rainforest sound happened. Candy said, what is that? Is that a bear? I always think it's a bear. I said, I don't know. Do they make noise? He said, yeah, they make noise. That's the noise they make. I said, oh no. He said, I'm just afraid there's a bear back there. You know, it's going to run out here and tear it all up, tear the place up, run out and eat me. I was smiling really big. Couldn't tell if he was serious. I said, you think it could eat you? And he looked shocked. He said, yeah, have you seen those things? They're huge, huge paws. He demonstrated the paw size of his hand. I said, oh, whoa, whoa. He said, I'm just worried it's going to come running out when I hear that, you know? I said, yeah, you never know. He said, they're huge, those things, grizzly bears. He was quiet for a few minutes while I paid. Picked up my bag and said, well, I think you're in luck. I don't think they like the beach. He smiled and we made eye contact, and then I knew he had been joking. Candy, love Candy. August 7, 2017, 12:54 a.m. Used old towel to blot vinegar peroxide, Bronner's baking soda, deodorizer on bed. Now I just have to wait for it to dry. Staying up all night, I think, to work on this and maybe, let's not kid ourselves, definitely not, but cute idea, Boyle. Nice try with that maybe. Other things. Taped rainbow lights under kitchen counter. Now kitchen looks like a hot spot in one of those not for tourist guides. Zagat rated for sure. Zagat kitchen. The Zagat kitchen, simply unforgettable. Rainbow lights will blow you away. Still probably have a suspended license, 12 unpaid parking tickets counted, countless unresponded to emails and texts, a more countable number of late packages to mail, no direction in life. No motivation to write things other than this. Nothing to offer as a friend or a romantic partner. Mattress full of cat pee. Two parents who seem to like me a lot, though. I also have rainbow lights. Let us not forget the rainbow lights, an integral facet of this up-and-coming hotspot. Remember sometime around when I moved in after I got the bed, saying something to Mom like, it feels good to have a bed now. It really makes a difference stepping out of a bed. I feel like I live in an apartment of a person who has their shit together. Someone who has their shit together would live in a place that looks like this. 2:54 a.m. At 8 p.m., I'm answering questions from the Alt Citizen Twitter account regarding my interview they posted today that they did in April sometime. And anything else people want to ask. Someone on Twitter asked me what my room looked like. Just took a picture of apartment, going to make a little Flickr album. I don't know. I'm aware that by doing this, I'm wasting time, but I still want to do it. And what time am I wasting anyway? My life is a giant accumulation of time-wasting events. The wasting cancels itself out, since it would be the same thing even if it wasn't wasted. Like how it's the same thing if you followed everyone on Twitter or no one. 830 milligrams Adderall before Juliet's email, but only feel mild effects. Thought my Tuesdays off would have done something. 3:04 a.m. Eating 60 milligram Vyvanse to test tolerance to see if it's just Adderall related. Going to want more Adderall before the Twitter question answering. I can't find Brandon Garrell's response to my considering soliciting Brandon Scott Garrell for advice about getting out of depression thing. It was on the Moo Moo House Tumblr, which is now deleted due to Tao's alien possession while on mushrooms the other night. Remember reading and thinking, I think I understand, when she used specific examples from his life. I tried rereading this entire thing a few days ago and only got about 4 days in. Originally, I just typed everything, like even stuff like, I want to be a female cat, Sam Pink forgot to spay, and then back into a Q-tip, he put Vaseline on. I stopped doing that. I think I got into mentality of, I don't know, this started to feeling less private. It used to feel like a game I was playing with myself that other people were watching, but that didn't matter. But when the omitted person wanted to be omitted, something happened around her. Or before that, maybe. I'm going to go back to including everything. Okay, here we go. Everything from this point on will be everything again, until I forget and restart. No forgetting. Too many things to remind myself of, though, it feels like, regarding everything. Things I type in here and other duties. That's just a way to rationalize not including everything. Why would I want to do that? Okay, stop doing that. There are the 8th of Vyvanse. Here we go. 3:22 a.m. Keep typing p.m. instead of a.m. Not new. Dreading looking out this window and seeing morning light. Not new. They say it'll be cloudy and rainy tomorrow. Not new. Why can't I just pause it so time keeps moving? But for me, the sky always looks like it's night. Listening to the Peter Criss Jazz by Don Caballero on repeat. Masha seems to have mostly vanished from the internet. In an email to Juliet, I said, wish the internet was just another state, like everyone on the internet at the same time would automatically be in the same physical location. Imagine the party. It'd be a party for like a week, and then we'd all be like, oh, okay. Maybe new people would keep joining the party. Point of annoyance. I said something to Omitted about why I wanted to keep doing the live blog. Like, yeah, but I'm doing it longer than anyone else has. He said something like, I don't know about that, and showed me the Tumblr of this girl he dated. It was just a Tumblr, someone's Tumblr. I don't know, her thing wasn't consistently updating / writing the events and thoughts of as many hours and minutes of the day as possible. It was like reblogging stuff I like, sometimes posting pictures or writing accounts of things that happened, but not tempting to say everything. Remember him saying something like she had prefaced her blog with a similar thing as me, but it was just a sentence. It was like, I'm going to use this blog to blog or something. I'm bitter about this because I didn't like the way he'd talk about girls he dated, I think. I didn't like being compared to this girl. I feel like I'm doing something more than just, I don't know, it's stupid, this is stupid. I didn't like that he saw me as doing the same thing as her, or was more surprised that he thought I was doing the same thing because I know I'm not. I don't know, it seems obviously very bothered by him not acknowledging that. I don't know, he was never that supportive of me doing this or interested in my writing in general, and I don't know why that bugged me, but it did. Stop writing about him now. I feel the vibe, I think. Getting whiffs of the formerly peed on comforter that didn't dry all the way, which is now sort of moldy smelling, draped over the chair next to me. Annoyed by this. Annoyed as 3:06 a.m. Can hear footsteps of the person who lives above me. They are usually awake when I am. Hours most people are sleeping. The person is me, I think. Like me 10 years from now. Some kind of time warp is going on. When Zachary W. and I ate mushrooms in May, we had an ongoing conceit about what if all the apartments in my building were actually just my apartment at different times. It got complicated. I wish I had written this part down. The building across from me was something about empathy. It was where people incapable of empathy lived or something. It was a factory, maybe. Shit, he made up this part. I wasn't completely following that part. It seemed interesting, though. 6:06 a.m. Live blog. For me, not you, remember? Not really, though. This would be different if I didn't think people were reading, I think. Would it? No, I don't know. 6:13 a.m. Peed. Left just enough toilet paper on the roll for one more time. One last go around on the wheel of glory. Can't be mad at me for leaving just this much because there's just enough left for next time. Defendable in the court of law. Restraining order. Eventually getting a restraining order against the insane future me who thinks I had left less than what was required to pat away those final little pill drops. You don't really need to use a lot of toilet paper. This is a lesson in conservation. Leaving just enough is benefiting all. UNICEF, Peace Corps. Alyssa Milano, sincere face, looking into the camera and imploring. One roll of toilet paper. What if that's all it took? Then it's replaced by a slow-moving slideshow of impoverished children's faces with big sad eyes holding cardboard tubes, some of which still have little white strips of paper attached to it, the adhesive. Then a voiceover. One roll of toilet paper every time. One rotation of toilet paper every time. That's less than 20 squares a day. What if someone told you that's all it took? That's all it would take to save a child in need. In all fairness to the insane future me who thinks I had left less than required, I really did leave the bare minimum. In fact, would put money on me starting a new role the next time, especially if it's a you-know-what, a poop. No question. I mean, no question at all if it's a you-know-what. It's funny when people call anything a you-know-what. I want to start calling normal things you-know-what. It's like, don't worry, Mom, I'll be sure to lock the you-know-what on my way out. 9:44 a.m. The sky is cloudy, just like they said it would be. 10:44 a.m. 820 milligrams of Vyvanse Adderall XR. Down to 520 milligrams XR. 30 milligrams IR, 160 milligram Vyvanse. Going to want to write more soon. Peed. I peed one other time since mentioning the toilet paper. I used the just enough I had left, mostly out of I told you so, and started a new roll. The pee I just peed was wiped with the paper of a crisp new roll. If the cat pees or poops in the box, I've been scooping it into the toilet right away. I'm here, so why not, you know? The least I can do. The least I can do is helpful, every time. Every time you guess something correctly, you should get a point. The points can go to anything you want, I think. I haven't figured it out yet, how the points would work. It's just a way to pick up bonus points, catch-all, like when your health points are down and you have cancer, if you can correctly guess if the nurse will pause before she pronounces your name or guesses the color of your shirt of the next, or guess the color of the shirt of the next person who walks by, or guess what vegetable they'll bring with dinner. I don't know, you should get something. Even if it's just a little sign by your head that says how many points you have and like an index of your best wins. You can guess more points for guessing harder things. Like a few days ago, shit, I forget this completely. No, I don't. It was with my mom. I guessed it was 78 degrees exactly. At the last minute, I changed from 81 to 78 for no reason. You should get something for that. I'm officially going to start getting something for that. We'll keep a tally of points I earn. It's going to start with a tally. Then I'm going to make my $1 million iPhone app. Once I can correctly guess how to write code. Now that would be something. Damn. I feel like there are definitely people out there, very successful rich people who have gotten everything they have just by guessing. No, maybe just a few people. Less than I would think, actually. Probably no one. I think it's in Sirens of Titan. Someone gets rich because he discovered a code in the Bible or alphabet that corresponds to the stock market. Maybe there already is a point system. The Illuminati knows about it. Damn, this seems real to me. Maybe I'm onto it by... I'm discovering it the way the first Illuminati person discovered it. Maybe they can tell. They're listening, maybe. Can you guys tell I figured out the point system? Can I be a member of your thing now? I'll write a report. I won't use ellipsis the way I just used them, and will limit or restrict using the words things, something like willing to limit seems if you think that it'd be a problem, but would rather not restrict completely given the nature of the paper I think you want me to write. If I got in the Illuminati, here are the only things I'd want. This is all I'd ask of them. To get my car insurance situation taken care of, to get a New York license so I could get the car insurance situation taken care of, to unsuspend my license, 75% sure it is, so I could get a New York license so I could get my car insurance situation taken care of, to pay my parking ticket so I don't feel like a criminal when I go see if my license is suspended so I could get a New York license so I could get my car insurance situation taken care of, for someone to fill out college applications for me or give me a job or money so I won't have to go to college, for the lawyer person to send me the accident settlement money already or give me a job or money so I won't have to use the accident settlement money, for someone to fix my phone, for Shirley to stop peeing the bed, like a garbage disposal and a printer and a juicer that works. Luxury items can wait. I think that's all. Looked around my room and checked to-do list several times to see if I'm missing anything. Illuminati probably can't get me other things I want that aren't on the list. While I'm at it, might as well I'm really pushing my luck here, but I like a device that gets all the crumbs off my feet before I put them in bed, like a suction thing, self-wiping floor. You just peel off a new floor every few hours. I would peel off in that way. It would peel off in that way plastic covers for certain electronics peel. It's a very special kind of peeling I'm talking about. Like you want to put it back on right away just so you can peel it off again and hear the peeling noise and feel how light and flexible the plastic is. My dad leaves the peels on his things, drives me nuts. Imagine peeling the floor, your entire floor. I get chills. I just did a little. The Illuminati floor peel. 3:21 p.m. Things to do by 11:59 p.m. today. Mail packages for Matthew and Juliet. Shower. Do Twitter thing for all citizen article at 8 p.m. Okay, little steps. It's okay. Little steps are okay. Remember, there's still steps. The least you can do. Tomorrow you can go to FedEx. Wait, it makes more sense to just make one trip to FedEx. Real reason is the facts document to car insurance people. Revised list for today. I'm going to think about it. Thinking about it deadline is 5 p.m. I should decide if FedEx happens today or tomorrow by 5 p.m. Actually, the faxing involves a phone call, which should happen at FedEx, and my phone says no service and won't make/receive calls. Asking to use the FedEx phone with no sleep and thinking about I should be back by 8 p.m. to do the alt citizen thing. Shit, no, it's too stressful. That was easy. FedEx will be another day. I've sort of been entertaining the idea of getting away from it all, haha, in Maryland, and okay, be realistic, be real, do real talk, real style. No, but I was thinking, but why should you go to Maryland? The people at the AT&T store know you and it'll be easy to get your phone fixed. Kenny knows how to rewire lamps and your floor lamp is broken and it'd be nice if it wasn't. Can use the printer at mom's house for college applications. Can go through the storage unit and organize what remains of your stuff so dad doesn't bug you about the storage unit anymore. Can get your health insurance card, which will help you get when you get that new gynecologist, whenever that magical day will be. The drive feels nice, change of scenery, and it feels like you belong there. Get to party with mom. Why you should not go to Maryland. There are AT&T stores probably everywhere in New York, all qualified to fix your phone. Surely peed on the mattress the last time you were gone. The last 2 times you've gone, you haven't fixed your phone or printed things like you said you would. You just partied with mom. Might be good for you to stay in the same place for 2 weeks. Your apartment/neighborhood might feel a little more familiar if you were here more often. Makes things feel most important, getting phone to work, getting away from here, staying here to see if that helps this feel less like a place I want to escape, more like a when I want to escape, I come here. So sort of at a standstill. We'll probably end up going to Maryland tomorrow. Yeah, here's my big dream, waking at 9 or 10 a.m. naturally, feeling refreshed, making a little hobby stop at the neighborhood FedEx before chugging down to Maryland, either arriving before the AT&T store closes or arriving after, having a nice dinner and talk. Oh man, if you get there before 7 p.m., you can even go to a yoga class with mom, going to her sleep before 2 a.m. without drugs, waking naturally, refreshed around 9 or 10 a.m. on Friday, get to the AT&T store to do their business to you, drop off broken lamp at location to be determined, bring dad a coffee at his office, maybe talk or go to dinner, then make your merry way back to your favorite beachside hidey hole. That'd be okay. That'd be good if I did all that. 3:49 p.m. 800 milligrams choline, 1.2 grams anti-racem, 400 milligrams phenylethylamine. I started eating similar amounts of these things daily a little more than 2 weeks ago. It's not what I wanted to talk about. I was spooning these powder thingies onto my tongue and chasing them with water. Here's what I was thinking. If someone who's won the Pulitzer Prize had to live inside me for a day, it'd be, they would know what hard is. Can I make that funny? Seems too mad or complaining. It's just not funny. The hard thing is when easy things feel hard, because not only do those things feel hard, most people do them with ease, which could mean or not mean any number of things about you, but it does seem reasonable to conclude there's something dysfunctional about this person, especially if there are no real reasons for you to feel this bad. Your basic needs are met. I wasn't thinking that. I wasn't thinking the basic needs thing. I always want to say I know people have it worse than me and stuff when I complain to create a guilt/blame-free buffer zone. That's just the same faulty comparing myself to masses of people thinking, which is what initially makes me feel inept, and that if I'm viewing rationally doesn't make sense to do. I don't know how to stop thinking things like this, how to stop getting in the way of myself. Where I went to the basic needs buffer zone, the point I was trying to make, which, whatever, here's the point. No matter what, any solution that is offered to me by anyone or that I invent on my own, I will find a problem with that solution. 6:01 p.m., 830 milligrams Adderall, moved to bed, sitting on dried baking soda pea cleaner mixture. The Adderall is just making me feel normal. I got caught up in the problem solution thing. Why do I feel pressure to stop doing stuff like that? Stuff I get distracted by. Interesting. The pressure to stop makes me want to keep going. Glad I saved all my, I think it's empty, e-cigarette cartridges for a time like this. Do not feel like buying new you-know-whats. Can feel my boobs on my stomach when I sit like this. 6:05 p.m. Highlighted everything I've written from that last sentence until the text directly under August 2nd, 2013. It says 21,765 words. Seems impossible. What the hell? 6:11 p.m. Walked around saying, "Where's the Shirley? Where's the Shirley we all know and love?" and things like that. Found her under the bed. Don't cats hide when they think they're going to die? Shit. Should I take her to a vet? Shit. She's probably just spooked by the baking soda. Now she's sniffing around the bed. Spooked by the baking soda. Classic. Oldest trick in the book. Want to know a surefire way to spook a cat? Wait for them to pee on your bed, then rub the baking soda on the pee. Get them every time. Spook to high hell. 6:12 to 11:59 p.m. Signed into alt citizen. Answered maybe 4 questions. Mostly talked with Kirsten about funny hypothetical situations involving Tom Cruise. Felt aware of concurrent 3-hour only online premiere of Adam Humphries and Zachary's movie Baseball. August 8th, 2013. 12 to 2:03 a.m. I've been G-chatting with Zachary, laughing aloud a few times. Craving being in the same room as him. Surprised to hear he and ex-girlfriend live together and don't have sex. Seems complicated. It's probably not though for them. I could be a dick and say something about his prediction that I might find true love in some alternative arrangement. 810 milligrams oxycodone. 2:24 p.m. Read first few pages of Adam's Summer Purgatory. It makes sense that Adam is Canadian. In my 6th grade textbook, there was a picture of people playing basketball indoors, captioned Canadians. They do what Americans do with slightly colder weather. It was confusing. No one had told me about Canada, though. 5 milligrams oxycodone. Shirley peed the bed twice. 12th bed pee since I've been back. So the last 2 pees don't smell. There's a small amount of baking soda left in the box I bought yesterday. From Vancouver, I wanted to add. Feeling the Humphreys influence, the unmistakable Canadian influence of a Humphreys Gone Wild. Its first taste of freedom. Adam is a nice person. Here are some things I thought while brushing caked baking soda off the bed, sweeping that from the floor, picking a hair in my eye, scooping turds in the trash because toilet is clogged due to too much toilet paper filled with cat pee. Do I sleep on the comforter tonight? The other comforter is still dry. Probably still contains pee, smells wet. I lay on top of the dry comforter.
I'm so glad that happened before. I'm about to run up. Fuck. I gotta run. 4 large pea stains, and the other has 5 or 6, but which side is better? The side with the most stains? The most of the stains were already there, but both sides contain recent pee. Both the mattress pad and below the mattress pad is the mattress, weighing in with 4 pea spots. Piddle pad, Shirley's deluxe piddle pad beach blanket bonanza. Tell all your friends. The event is the summer. It doesn't matter where we pee. I hate anyone who has pets that don't pee on their bed. I hate them and I hate their pets. How can parents do this with cats and dogs and babies all at the same time? Scared if I ever become a mom, I'll find out the secret my parents were protecting me from, which is that it's not fun to have children. But if you don't tell them you love them, they'll turn out really bad. And sometimes they turn out bad even if you do love them, as my parents likely have discerned by now. I understand Shirley's "it's okay to pee anywhere" attitude. I have that too. Humans pee everywhere. They just put a toilet wherever they want to pee. I wasn't around for the toilet invention, and I couldn't build one on my own. Like, I couldn't just invent a toilet. There's no way I would have known what to do after I invented the toilet. There would be no toilets today if I had invented the toilet. Oh, cool. I'll just feed you guys and give you water so you can drop some more stank turd and pee where I sleep. Then later maybe you'll stand just far enough from my hand so that I can almost pet you. And when I pet you, you start moving around out of reach. Oh, okay. So here we are in this apartment where I bring us food to eat. We poop and pee, sit mostly alone, and sometimes we make noises that startle each other and we all jump and freak out. And that's what we've got going on here. That's our thing. Okay, admittedly, I was a little more enthusiastic about giving you attention when I wasn't sleeping in your excrement. Just one of those things about me. I know, I hate it too. It's like how some guys have really freaky opinions about what you should do with your pubic hair. I'm like that guy. I'm the pubes guy. It's a quirk of mine and neuroticism, just learning to accept that I am now sleeping in excrement. I downloaded something that's supposed to help. It's an app. The app is supposed to help me with this. To let a 23-year-old person like I was adopt cats? No, it seemed like I had hope back then. I get it. Plus, there are just so many cats. What are we supposed to do? What do other people around my age do when a cat starts peeing the bed? What do other people my age do in general? Do they live in, like, warehouses, lofts? Is there a lot of newspaper on the floor from art projects or whatever? Do the cats just pee on that? No, that's not 27. That's like 18 to 25. I guess I missed out on that. Never seemed like anyone cleaned at those places. 27-year-olds live in places with refurbished kitchens. They have small business startups or something. They're married, not like how I am. They're like pressured. They experience pressure to settle down. I don't know if I'd like that. I can't do something like that right now. A small business thing. There's this air of things calming down, but they're still exciting, and I'm looking forward to whatever adulthood has in store for me. About people my age, definitely not me. I think my air is more like, can you tell I sleep in excrement? That is, when I sleep. I mean, most of the time I'm sitting in my bed, but that's not really sleeping. Do I look awake to you? Too awake? Am I too awake? I'm sorry, I'll go lie down. Thank you for your time and consideration. 3:11 a.m. The band 311 is really funny. I light a candle, currently obsessed with "does it smell like poop in here?" I'm having the Adderall or no sleep thing of, it feels like there are little hairs in my eyes. As I was tweeting from Alt Citizen, I experienced a neon spinning spherical turtle shell made of tiny shifting geometric patterns of
And if I look close, stuff that looks like the outlines of rice kernels, which I used to think were my rods and cones. I get this around the 36-hour no sleep mark I've noticed. Earlier in the bathroom while picking at a baby non-existent hair, I thought Richard Yates didn't like himself very much. He or someone like him said something like, if people relate to what I'm saying, that's bad. People who are doing well should not relate to this. It feels strange to think about someone reading this, relating to this. 3:12 to 11:59 p.m. I don't remember most of what I did. Things I'm pretty sure I did. Ate 2 milligrams Xanax, stood up, mattress upright against the wall, and used carpeted cat tower thingy to prop it up so there would be no Shirley P when I returned. Broke part of bed frame doing this. Walked pickles and pies for e-cigarette cartridges. A man named Paul approached me on the street as I was walking to P&P. It went something like this. Paul, hey, how you doing? Me, okay. Paul, you live around here? Me, yeah, pretty close. Paul, oh nice. Hey, I'm Paul, what's your name? Me, hi Paul, I'm Megan. Paul, where are you headed? Me, pickles and pies. Paul, cool. Hey, can I get your number? You want to get a drink sometime? Me, I don't think so, no, sorry. Paul, it'd just be a drink, something I forget. Me, no, it's not going to, no, I'm feeling pretty depressed and antisocial lately. Paul, concerned face, what do you do? Me, nothing, writer. Paul, oh, cool, writing, that's cool. Hey, can I just get your number? Me, it started walking faster than him. No, really, knowing me lately, I think it's not going to happen. I don't feel like, I'm like depressed. It's solitary confinement. Paul, well, okay. Here, how about I just give you this? He hands me a business card then, just in case, all right? Me, okay, sure, okay. Paul, I live right over here on 117th. Me, oh cool, have a nice night. Paul, you too, Megan, give me a call. Got 2 slices cheese pizza from Slices and Ices. Moved my car from Beach 113th Street to an It's Okay to Park Here on Friday zone 3 blocks up on my street. Ate 2 milligrams Xanax. August 9th, 2013. $12 to 3-something a.m. Used free coupon to watch Oblivion, a post-apocalyptic Tom Cruise movie. Tweeting with person who was tweeting funny things about Tom Cruise with. Tweeted with person who I was tweeting funny things about Tom Cruise with during Alt Citizen Q&A. 3-something to 7 a.m. Was afraid of looking at LIVEBLOG and averse to typing during this time. Googled my name. An Argentinian article came up. Seemed hard to focus on one thing. / completely read one website. Ate 2 milligrams Xanax. Was going to eat a half, then thought, fuck it. 6 milligrams Xanax total tonight. Saw naked reflection in mirror laugh. Lighting looked okay. Recorded a video. Parading my naked shit ass. Buffalo Bill Silence of the Lambs style. Things are looking unwashed and spiny. I haven't weighed myself for about 2 weeks. Is that my phone? Weighed myself for about 2 weeks. Omitted scale said 129.4 pounds. Pretty sure now I'm less. Hate myself when I write shit like this, but whatever. It'd be in my head if it wasn't words. Yuck, master Buffalo Bill. Rubbing the lotion on its skin, or else against the hose again. Actually, no, I shouldn't hate that. I want to weigh less and it's happening, so I should feel good about that. I do, a little embarrassed to think about what other people other people knowing this about me, but nah, okay, not embarrassed anymore. Is there any person who has never thought about their weight or how their body looks? Anyone? If that is you and you're reading this, how much do you weigh and what does your body look like? Haha, made you think, haha. Recorded video of typing an email response to Rachel White, who had emailed a few weeks ago asking me if I wanted to participate in a gallery reading art show event she's organizing August 30th. She suggested, for my part of the thing, I would be live blogging in front of a video projection of me live blogging. Seems funny, potential to repulse maybe 15 people. Decided not to send the email right away via 6 milligrams Xanax, sleepless, potential incoherence. Watched ASMR videos to fall asleep. Woke a few times. Remember eating an orange and a banana. 1-something p.m. Woke and didn't want to be awake. Think I just laid there half asleep and dreaming for a few hours, or just like in a very light sleep. 3:46, saw 3:46 on the clock. 3:58 p.m. Looked for e-cigarette, phone, computer plug for what felt like 30 minutes. Fed cats. Julie is acting weird and hiding, worried about P's situation. Albie stood on the litter box and vomited, then he dug at it and sniffed it, and it looked like he was going to eat it. 4:15 p.m. 800 milligrams choline, 1.2 grams anti-racetams, 600 milligrams phenylethylamine, and drank a 0-calorie monster. Jordan emailed, he's having some kind of insane money crisis and his parents are kicking him out of his house. Going to MoneyGram him $300 remaining in savings account. Jordan's hell sounds worse than mine. He has a job at least. Shit. A few days ago, he emailed that he still wants to come to NYC, but things were complicated and I understood. 4:47 p.m. Walking down apartment building stairs. Smells like weed. Pee-proofed, I think. Bed. Using mattress. Maneuver from last night. Wearing shorts bought in 2010. Didn't fit until summer 2011 and are now a little baggy. 20 milligrams Adderall XR before leaving. Having addictive flashbacks to dream last night involving trying to save 3 kittens and their mom. 1 kitten and the mom were missing an eye. Someone was moving into an apartment on the 1st floor, but it wasn't my building. I kept climbing up and down a fire escape to take the kittens up to an empty apartment on the 3rd floor where it was safe. Buttercup was there. We were looking at the apartment, empty except for cats, saying it seemed small, way too small. 8 a.m. now. 5:10 p.m. Withdrew $300 from savings and walked to Dwayne Reed. They're playing the song that's like, there's a hole in my heart that can only be filled by you. It makes me feel like a sad, empty dollar store. They use a phone to do MoneyGram things. I spelled and said Jordan's name twice, and each time the woman repeated Gordon back to me. She said, I need his middle name initial. I said, does it really matter? She started to sound irritated and said, yes, the name must match the person's official ID who you're sending it to. Wanted to say, it's Louis or Francisco or something, sounds Spanish. I said, I think I know it. Can I think for a minute? She said, and after a few seconds put me on hold. I hung up the phone. Looked to see if my phone picked up Wi-Fi, no dice. Asked cashier if I could use cash. Couldn't picture how the cash in my hand would get to Ohio. Another customer approached. Cashier said, I think so, yeah, and paged the manager. I looked at the customer. He had started to ring up. I said, I gotta find out a middle name. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Cashier said, cool, pick up the store phone. Said, cancel. Currently walking upstairs to apartment. Still smells like weed. Feel like I'm going to pass out. 5:18 p.m. Sitting on toilet, out of breath. There is a new email from Jordan in our email chain. Since I blacked out the other night, I've been periodically feeling faint and like I need to lie down, but that kind of makes it worse. Use toilet paper to wipe Albie's vomit from the floor, then drop the clump of it in the toilet. 5:35 p.m. Sitting on floor, listening to What That Was by Magical Clouds on repeat. Waiting to hear what Jordan's, or Gordon's, as he is known in certain MoneyGram circles, middle name is. 6:01 p.m. Descend apartment building stairs. Jordan is at the grocery store where money should be sent. Worried this isn't going to work. It's going to work. Got that middle name in tow, Julio. Me and Julio down by the Dwayne Reed MoneyGram station. Wish Jordan was here, dreading apartment re-entry. Feels like the bleakest place, solitary confinement headquarters in a bad way. 6:05 p.m. Put phone in pocket and waited to pass a man standing by a van to write this. Forget what I wanted to write. Remembered as I was typing, but I don't feel effects from Adderall anymore. 9:25 p.m. When I said Jordan's middle initial was J, the MoneyGram man said, J as in Jordan? There was a $25 service fee. I had $2. The cashier said the whole thing had to be in cash. Tried Dwayne Reed ATM several times, but it didn't read card. Ran to Pickles and Pies ATM 3 blocks away and withdrew $60 from checking and ran back. There was a line. A female cashier waved to me, and I waved and smiled. She said, just step over here, and I walked to the MoneyGram phone. Female cashier asked who I was sending money to. I said, Jordan Castro. Male cashier said, that's me. I said, oh my God, Jordan, I haven't seen you in so long. You look so different. We laughed. Female cashier handed me 18-inch long receipt with reference number on it. Then everything was good. I thought, let's push my luck while I'm at it. Asked her for quarters in exchange for $3. Said, I have a laundry situation. She wordlessly laid out little stacks of quarters, then said, here you go. I said, woohoo, thank you. She smiled and I walked out the door. 6:41 p.m., walking upstairs to apartment, winded. 6:46 p.m., Jordan emailed that it all worked out. Sweet ass, hell yeah. Emailed back that this gave my day purpose. Also, things about wanting to get pounded by him. Damn, want Jordan sex bad right now. Picturing him at grocery store, receiving money and feeling happy. I was able to provide help for a good person. This is making me feel better. I am less wasteful. Surge of horniness. This is funny. Feeling horny due to these circumstances. Genuine horny thing. Imagining Jordan at my door and like grabbing him, making out. Damn. Laying in bed with Jordan, reading a newspaper. I thought, haha. Both of us in smoking jackets or fancy bathrobes, side by side on the bed with our legs extended after sex, holding newspapers, non-committally quoting the stock market. 7:33 p.m. Chelsea emailed something very sweet and thoughtful and funny and emotional. She is in Curacao. Fucking so happy Chelsea's in my life. Wish everyone could know Chelsea or have a person like Chelsea in their lives. People like Chelsea make me want to keep going. Took pictures of myself in bathing suit from freshman year of high school. Smells like chlorine. It has always been tight around the waistband part. Still gathers / bunches at waistband a little, but all in all, not bad. Not bad, shit ass. I've always wanted to have one of those inviting gaps between my upper thighs. Why? So the guys know, so they can more clearly see where to put it, I guess. No, really, no reason really. I have achieved inviting thigh gap achieved, and just look at where it's gotten me. Woohoo. Took down pee prevention for it, did 400 crunches, chewed 300 milligrams Adderall IR with incisors, opened fridge, and a 12-ounce sugar-free Red Bull and 0-calorie Monster drink fell on the floor. Opened the Red Bull over sink and tried to drink the fizz to help wash down the Adderall. Albie just had a hilarious scare with my earphones. I haven't showered since August 1st. This might be a personal record. My friend Alec and his 2 friends are visiting NYC this weekend, and I said they could stay at my place. Forgot it was weekend already. Sent him a Facebook message saying he could stay and that I've been feeling bad, and it's all seemed like the same day since Sunday, day of his last message to me. He responded a few minutes ago with something very sweet and empathetic that, damn, don't want to type it all, just want to respond. 9:20 p.m., wrote a long emotional response to Alec's message, which basically said, here's how to park, this is where I live, I want to be alone tonight, I want to see you and have you stay over tomorrow / however long you want to visit. 10:04 p.m. Just going to insert abandoned now in parts where I thought I'd write more and stopped. 10:05 to 11:59 p.m. Abandoned. August 10th, 2013. 1:08 a.m. Keep losing my goddamn e-cigarette batteries. Keep losing. Stood to look and got dizzy. Heart beats faster when I stand up. And rapid it'd be like heart beats faster when I stand up. Noise that goes from low to high, like when something powers up in a game or something. Shit, why do I know this sound? It's like, then the beat drops. 1:51 a.m. Bought Turns by EP by Magical Clouds from iTunes. Think it's actually Clouds. Shit, I always forget the main idea of this live blog, which is that nothing is permanent or something. I think the main idea was to feel like things were more permanent / I had more agency, or I don't think permanence was addressed. I completely forget my introduction to this, the prelude. I'm laughing. Prelude to a live blog. One of Keats's lesser known, very rare. You can only see it if you do a tour of his house. It's like in a journal that's kind of falling apart. They keep the journal in a clear bulletproof plastic case. Bulletproof. It needs to be. You don't need to know why it needs to be bulletproof. It just is. It's not even open to the page of Prelude to a Live blog. Because that part, he actually, he ripped it out before he died, actually. He was too ashamed. People think a poem about a Grecian urn is like something, but a lot of those same people think what I'm doing is something else, bad. I don't know that to be true. This is just a feeling I have. I'm laughing. What the hell am I trying to say? Peace be with you, Keats. Murmrr about your name being almost the same as Yeats. Bet that gets you rolling over in your grave. Wonder how many poetry MFA's first exposure to Keats and Yeats was Cemetery Gates. Oddly enough, I know about Keats and Yeats a few years before I knew about the Smiths, or knew that those names were mentioned in a song I knew by a band called the Smiths. You don't really talk about the Smiths much. Oh my god. Chat room is full. Oh, hi, Tal. Hi, Spider-Man. Whoa.
What is that? Is it
Somebody's phone's
ice cream
going
truck?
off. Like someone's phone. Is your phone going off? Is it Rachel House? That's nice.
Yeah. It's been going for like 15 minutes.
Yeah. 7:45 a.m.
What page are you on?
I don't. 6:40. No, 6:41.
Is it 640 or 641?
6:41.
And that make all the difference.
I'm gonna close my eyes for 5 minutes on the floor.
I did that for a while just now. It was great.
Yeah.
This one will be take 24.
Huh? 24 hours. You want this? No, it's 6:41. Oh, you're gonna be here? Oh, cool. Yeah. Okay, we'll wait till you get here to start. So I'll wait. I'm so tired. Just call me when you're here. I'll come get you. Okay. Bye. Yay.
I just borrowed a guitar from Kevin that lives in the other apartment. I guess I gotta get on this chat, see what's going on.
No, let me do like 2 more. Right?
Yeah.
2 more hours.
Yeah, if it goes over that, probably won't be like a whole take. It might go like 15 minutes over or something. It'll depend how fast you go.
I feel like I'm slowing. I'm starting to like up words.
Yeah, get your shit together, Boyle.
I don't think I'm gonna go to Rockaway Park.
Then we should not go. No need to add additional stress.
Because I wouldn't have done it in here. It would have been too much. Just clowning around.
I'm gonna go look outside.
Okay.
Because I haven't been out this door for 36 seconds.
Austin, I finished for the tape ran out, and Willis is about to get here. Want to participate in the live stream chat, Patrick?
Hello, Austin.
Are you still there, Tao? Would you like some chlorophyll?
Chlorophyll?
Yeah.
Like the plant?
Guess it's made from plant matter. No, didn't finish. I mean, just finished like the tapes are like an hour long each. So we finished the 24th tape. And there's like 2 more hours left. Page 641. I forgot about the floor method. Floor makes you stay a little bit more awake than the chair, which is comfortable.
Wow, this fucking noise is
The
wild.
stand-up method is too tough.
Mm-hmm. It's like a short-term thing. You do the stand-up for like 10 minutes, and then you go back to
How do I like
the floor or the chair.
mess?
Yeah.
Like amp thing.
That was a good one that you did yesterday.
What?
The one you're doing now, where you got the book just underneath you.
Yeah.
And standing like that.
That was good.
You did it for like 10 minutes.
I think because the blood was going to my head.
I think it would be normal / natural fine if I wore a bathing suit in the tub, because I just like wear a bathing suit in this sometimes.
I was thinking the same thing. I was also thinking that I was like, whatever, Nick, just get over yourself. It'll be funny.
Yeah, I'm not doing it to be like MySpace. Isn't it I before E except after C?
I before E, except after C, yes.
Will never work.
Hey. Cool. Cool. You're right there. Cool.
How do I pick up the wick out of this wet candle? Fuck. Damn, Willis is there. I really wish I had stuck around, but
You want some nuts or dried cranberries?
Your name's Nick?
Yeah.
I thought you were Gene Carney. My name's Patrick.
Hi, Patrick.
So you're just you're the camera guy? Your role?
That's what I'm doing.
So you don't work today? Neither of you
I
guys?
can work remotely.
Cool. Would you like any hummus or?
Oh man, I meant to bring you tortillas.
Oh, God.
Well, we need to ask you for. You asked me the link to the thing you guys are building using Gatsby. The reason why I feel like I don't have to work on the stream.
It's not letting me type. Happy everyone's here.
I set up WordPress. And this WordPress thing, it was so much easier than I expected that I was going to finish all this stuff. Maybe I'm all working towards WordPress. They wanted to be. That looks WordPress. It's like a node front end. Yeah. I just wouldn't say like build. I think it's funny, classic like things. Yeah, we're going to do that thing over there.
Should we go?
Yeah.
Should we go? Can I get you guys anything?
Wait, where are you going?
Wait, huh? Where am I going?
Oh, wait, you what? What else do you have?
Huh?
Where you going?
Where am I going?
There's hummus, nuts and cranberries, apples.
The other thing where I was watching on the computer and especially tonight, I think I was able to like basically get consistent screaming all the way on the train. It was
Whoa.
really crazy.
Whoa. Oh yeah, you can get reception on the train.
I had this vision that I'd like walk in and it would still be going and I'd like take off my headphones and it would just be continuous, but it like cut out when I got off the train.
Yeah. That's cool. How long have you been watching?
Since you were asleep, so like 3 a.m.
Oh, cool.
Austin did like a side stream where he's casting it onto his wall and then streaming. So I was in that for a while.
Oh, cool. Austin is still here?
He's in Philly, but he has a projector, so he is projecting your live stream and then walking around.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
It's like the halftime show.
Yeah. Thanks, Austin. That's cool.
Is the full video from that just going to be available on like your YouTube channel, or does it go away after it?
This will be on my YouTube, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
You can control it.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you staying on the floor?
Yeah.
Cool. Let me-
You like pick up the fork and then it's like a graveyard shift. You know, it's just the last 2 hours.
Unfortunate people got
7 a.m.
Yeah.
Slash whip.
Yeah.
People don't really talk about the Smiths much, in contrast to a period in my life where some of my close friends were into them. I like them. I like Morrissey. What the hell is with Morrissey? What is that thing? Gotta love him. I've told MS Word to stop capitalizing Morrissey 3 times, but it keeps doing it. I feel like that's Morrissey's fault. He's doing that. Gotta love him. What a polarizing fellow. Morrissey and DFW, polarizing. That means they're doing something right, I think. I feel a default interest in anything that seems polarizing due to not really knowing what I want / like. Interested in things that cause strong feelings in people. No, not accurate. I'm not interested in religion or politics. Also, I know what I like / want, I think, mostly. Shit, I don't know. What I'm doing right now is I'm trying to make up an idea about myself. I think people do this easily. They're like, hey, I'm this thing. Guess I did make up an idea like that. Hey, I don't know. Whew. 3:22 a.m. Chewing 30 milligram Adderall IR with incisors. Albie made a nasty stank poop. Laid one hell of a Grecian urn. 5:20 a.m. Hearing voice of omitted in my head saying, "Is the live blog getting in the way of other things you could be? Other ways you could be being productive?" Not his voice. It's not my voice. Voiceless thing. Wish my inner monologue had a definite voice. Sometimes I remember people's voices, or like if I'm tired, zany, or / lighthearted, I'll hear a voice pop in. Going to try to discern the voice of the thing doing the thinking, the baseline voice of the thing. I don't like when people say voice, when they talk about like the voice of this story. I'm not talking about that, or kind of, you could say I'm talking about that, I guess. What I was wanting to talk about is the actual, if my inner monologue could speak the way I can talk, how that voice would sound. You would think it would sound like my talking voice, I bet, but no. When I hear a recording of my speaking voice, it's never like, oh yeah, that's me. They showed this really well in Being John Malkovich, when someone is inside the Malkovich and looking through his eyes and his voice is sort of muffled and vibrating, contains more bass. What voice does my inner monologue sound like? It's like a combination of these. If you could combine these things into a neutral, voiceless thing, which is also somehow able to talk. John Arbuckle. Surprised that's the first thing that came up. John from Garfield. Haha. Daria. Monotonous qualities more than sarcastic qualities. Batty from Fern Gully, voiced by Robin Williams. Jesus, I'm just listing these as they come up. Keep picturing an inhumanly beautiful, faceless, slender man who is like just out of reach, who kind of wants me to touch him, but is content with being wispy, I thought. The Ringo character from Yellow Submarine, but not British. When I'm crying, it sounds like a dialogue between Hal from 2001 and the shoe from Who Framed Roger Rabbit before the evil guy lowers it into the vat of liquid that destroys cartoons. Why the hell are they cartoons? What the hell? Interesting. Goldie Hawn felt pressured to think of an actual person. Think my speaking voice just sounds like her. The voice my friend Brian and I used to do, and we do the voice of my dog Lady, kind of like the belly voice Jerry Seinfeld would want to do to his girlfriend's belly while she was sleeping. 6:17 a.m. Oh great, it's morning again. Time to turn out the lights. Almost. Shit. No. Not going to sleep. We'll be zany, sleepless Megan around Alec today. Everything will be fine. But then, even if it's not, still okay. 1:29 p.m. Don't want to talk about it. Goddamn. Ha 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 ha. Like Nelson. Wish my keyboard would make a sound like Nelson going ha ha when I type, or just like sometimes random intervals to keep me guessing. Having a weird period like cramping again, but it is way past my period and no way I'm pregnant. I've been listening to What That Was by Magical Clouds on repeat since sometime last night. Sad, pretty song. Sad in the dollar store way, but it's not like a dollar store, not depressing. It like has the yearning of a dollar store, the quiet, forgotten yearning of a dollar store. Which is all to say, this is why I think dentistry is a scam, fake industry, totally made up. What, your teeth are going to fall out? Seriously? Come on. You just wanted to be another kind of doctor, and they hadn't invented tooth doctor yet. Come on, jig is up. Fake ass DDS, jig is up. You know it's just DDS because they were still in the process of figuring out how to spell dentist and gave up. That's like if I was Megan Boyle, AASDFADFSDF. In fact, that is me. That is what I am. That is my suffix. I'm a special kind of doctor. I specialize in people finding the best angles to tilt their heads. Fuck you, this is important. Tilt specialist. Certified licensed full tilt specialist. AASDFADFADFADSDF. If you think this is bullshit, fine. Just don't come crying to me when that far right corner of your ceiling suddenly disappears from your peripheral vision. 1:37 p.m. I don't feel like going back in time to talk about how a few nights ago I went all out and bought a lot of cards. I've not even mentioned that I've eaten a box of cereal since then. Oh my heavens. Shit, I want to do laundry before I see Alec. Also showering, major issue, must address, major, oh my heavens. Alright, guess I'll get the shit show on the road. Here we go, heavens, my heavens. Wait, before I do that, I want to, important thing, it doesn't help to write to-do lists in this. 1:47 p.m. How are people so uniformly relaxed about whether there's a comma in 4-digit numbers or not? How has there been no authority about what this should be officially? How is this, of all things, something we haven't figured out yet? This is what ended up undecided for so long. All this time, slid through the loophole, no one cares. In 500 years, people are going to type like, I don't care about that, actually. It's just a comma. Chill out. The number is still at least 999, whether there's a comma or not. All is good. All is quiet on the comma front. 2:31 p.m. Cats seem to have lost their taste for food that is not the mechanically separated and poisonous, I think, Fancy Feast. Fancy Feast makes appetizers, which are smaller and more expensive and feature upscale packaging. They are just like fish, like a can of tuna, but probably not tuna in a vacuum-sealed plastic tray. Cats hate them. They've clearly lost their appetite for the real fishes. What have I done? My son, what have you done? 2:49 p.m. I'm afraid to update this, just afraid. What the hell is my life? I'm devoting my life to this thing. Think I've made it impossible to call me out on anything regarding it being a shitty, wasteful person. If anyone ever says anything like that to me, I'll just be like, oh, you must have read my live blog. It would be a sick person who'd want to pick on a person as sick as me. It'd be like having sex with someone in a coma who is related to you. You sickos, I know you're out there. Actually, it'd be nice if someone would kick my ass somehow, show me a better way to live, better ways to think. I feel like this is something that needs to be demonstrated to me. I am open for beatings or harshly worded anything. 6:23 p.m. Need to get more cat food plus shower plus laundry. Goddamn it, I just want to be on the porch drinking Mountain Dew with a little something else in it. And seems like that's all I want. Yeah. Should I eat? One of the last Adderall to keep me going, or what? What the hell? The stuff about worrying about getting called out seems like my dad, so great. Now I know that. So great. Sometimes people try farming. Should I let the cats roam free and try to work at a farm? Free cats back into the ocean, where all the fancy feasts in the world awaits them? The fanciest of feasts? Wouldn't they be happy in the ocean? That is an awful thought. No, especially because Shirley has been good with her peeing all day. Will it ever be back to normal? Need life Adderall to get me back to normal. Why even feel the effect? Mountain Dew on a porch, a little something else in it. When can I go home? Do I ever get to go home at the end of this? 7:26 p.m. Swept and mopped. Thought I wouldn't be able to do it without eating phenylethylamine or an opiate. Opiates will just make me more tired. Don't want to eat Adderall. Imagine trying therapy again would be a struggle to leave apartment. And the talking, explaining context, I'd be smiling like the last time I tried it, because I'm always smiling, because things don't want to hurt you as much as you're smiling. It would take forever. I would just be a smiling idiot for like 4 months saying, well, I guess it's just a slump. Imagine not doing that, like going all in, allowing my face to be like it is now, with no muscles tense, shaking therapist hand saying, I'm going to try something different. I'm going to try not smiling or bullshitting with you at all. I haven't done this before. And 6 months later, something later, when when it's not like this, the therapist would say, I knew it. I knew from the minute you said you didn't want to bullshit me. This one would not be like the other hopeless cases. Congratulations, you made it to the other side. She would hang a photo of us in her waiting room. In the photo, our arms would wrap behind each other's shoulders with the casual, natural interdependence of two people steadying their balance after running a marathon. The other therapist would have initially mixed feelings about the photo, but pretty soon similar photos of themselves with patients would cover an entire waiting room wall under the banner of cut-out letters spelling greetings from the other side. Between stacks of magazines on a nearby table where there would be a little upright plastic apparatus for offering free tickets to the other side, simple time management strategies for jump-starting your progress, and therapy pamphlets. That one opened to a page with the heading, number 1, stop smiling, you're not okay. Opposite a page with the heading 2, saving the bullshit for the other 23 hours of the day, and thoughtful tips under both. My therapist would keep a framed copy of our photo on her desk to remind her of the success story that started it all. The photo was taken right after we finished the first draft of the pamphlet. Got lightheaded when I bent over sliffering. Remembered someone saying something like, don't worry about it. There are plenty of idiots out there in the world who would really like you. It wasn't that exactly. I don't remember when it was said. It was just a lot of stuff like that. They were jokes, I think, but also true. Remember, sometimes people get hospitalized for exhaustion. Sounds good. It would feel bad to be there, though. What they would think of me. Isn't exhaustion just politically correct code for drug problems? Maybe I have a drug problem. A lot of my problems do seem centered around drugs. The hospital staff would know all about people like me. They would have biases. They would maybe be required to do a bi-monthly training workshop about tolerance. It's part of the job. The older hospital staff wouldn't even think biased thoughts anymore, partially because of the training, mostly because they would have seen too many people like me and it wouldn't matter anymore. Get a sick little annoyingly symbolic thrill when I see less of myself in my reflection. I like seeing more of me that's not there. The least I can do is make it go away a little. The least of it, make a little less of it a little more each day. The least you can do. Stood in front of a mirror for a daily inventory session of what remains of me from yesterday, as if my mental report of this would be directly sent to some forensics lab, which experts would analyze and then send back to me so I could finally know what happened to the body and get some sleep. Case closed. 7:59 p.m. Brushed hair, a lot fell out. Typing, saying seems interesting or seems funny after anything makes you sound like, don't worry, I'm in control. A lot of the time when I say it, I think I mean, don't worry. It feels worse when someone is worried. I don't like it when people have answers to everything, but I'm like that too. Most of the white parts of my eyes are red. I've been wearing a bathing suit all day, all night. No reason to not wear other clothes. A lot of how I'm feeling right now is probably due to not sleeping for 31 hours and Adderall leaving body. This is a miserable existence, thinking about what drug to eat, preparing for the shower. Jesus Christ, how will I respond to Alec? I want to see Alec. I want a beer or something. I would fall over maybe. Maybe the e-cigarettes are making me feel faint. Should I not wash my hoodie as a souvenir of this smell? The smell is really something else. 8 to 11. Whoa. I thought this was a proof. 8 to 11:59 p.m. abandoned. August 11th, 2013. 12:46 a.m. Responded to Alex's message after I'd resigned to a depressed night of not responding. 12:57 a.m. Feeling better. Tweeted with Tao. Debated ordering pizza. Listening to The Hole in My Heart That Can Only Be Filled by You song from Dwayne Reed yesterday. Dollar store song. Ate 1 milligram Xanax for motivation to shower or do laundry and walked around pausing arbitrarily but with doom intervals. I've been wearing bathing suit from freshman year of high school since last night. Red light, rainbow light, and soft yellow light are on. It feels nice. 5 milligrams oxycodone. Wonder how Tao is watching Oblivion. On phone, he is in the UK without a computer. Clicked on these horses have better hair than you, link. They did. Unsure to 4-something a.m. Red frowns need friends too. Feeling comforted and sometimes laughing. Watched The Office. Ate 1 milligram Xanax. Avocado with salt and lime and what remained of a bag of Pirate's Booty cheese puffs. It seemed like I had hidden in a cabinet. At 2 a.m., I saw Alec had responded to my message at 1:30 a.m. saying we could hang out if I picked him up in Bed-Stuy now. I hadn't showered yet and felt sleepy and said I was going to stay in. 10-something a.m., woke and saw a clock. Thought, great, up early, I'll sleep for another 10 minutes. 1:37 p.m., woke feeling groggy. Alec and his friends are driving back to Rhode Island tonight. I just read in a new message. He asked if I wanted to come too. 2:49 p.m., ate half a personal-sized watermelon, 800 milligrams choline, 1.2 grams aniracetam, 800 milligrams phenylethylamine, driving to Rhode Island at 6 p.m. Personal Jesus by Depeche Mode is playing in my head, only it's your own personal melon. But sometimes when I think about personal-sized melons. 3:17 p.m. Before leaving, buy cat food, e-cigarette cartridges, shower, pack clothes, shit, packing. Gonna get moving with this. 5:57 p.m. 2 women walk behind me as I walked from Pickled and Pies to Walled Bounds. One said, I got a grandson that's 18 years old. Psh, I ain't got time for this. Saw a gold cube on the ground in the post office parking lot. It was near where the woman in a cave yelled asshole at me. Picked it up, think it's a bouillon cube of bouillon. Considered putting it back in case a homeless person wanted to use it in their food. Then thought, no one will ever see it. This is my cube. In Walled Bounds, a dad-looking guy pushing a shopping cart said, what kind of soda does Shannon like? Someone said Sprite. He said, I won't get Sprite then. The girl I like, Candy's friend who used the store card for me and doesn't move her face much, was monitoring the self-checkout line. When I passed her to exit, the sun was hitting the back of her head and she was smiling at whoever was talking to her. It was nice to see her smile. Fed cats, washed dishes, laid out extra food with water, packed clothes in a hurry when I got home around 5:45 p.m. Sweat a lot while doing dishes, took off dress, removed sheets and things from bed, put comforter and pillows in closet, and stood propped mattress upright against the cat tower to prevent pee while I'm gone. Still seems like there will be pee. Looks like some of the pee from the mattress pad has sank into the mattress. Going to do a cleaning, scrubbing bonanza when I return the throwaway mattress pad. The package with no return address, which looked internationally sent, arrived a few days ago. I've been afraid of it. It was hydrogen. I had ordered it a few weeks ago. It's used to treat dementia, invented by the guy who invented LSD. Ate half a tablet before I left for P&P and Walled Bounds. Seemed to be sweating more. I don't feel like I need caffeine. Feeling better than yesterday, like baseline mood is better, but that could just be circumstantial. Ate other half a tablet a few minutes ago. We'll see. 6:08 p.m. Alex said I should leave around 6:30 p.m. Asked Juliet if we could reschedule our final video interview for tomorrow or later tonight. Gonna write directions and get this shit show on the road. 8:07 p.m. Think about how many people would kill themselves if they knew they could see how many people would react to their death. I would definitely do that. Then I'd probably get bored and want to be alive again. Listening to Barr, stopped at a CVS for UTI pain medicine. Sometimes I'm really moved by Barr. He seems really intense, maybe, to hang out with. I feel like we get it and probably have the same sense of humor, but I wouldn't be able to stop myself from arguing with him about things he feels more strongly about than I do. He reminds me of Zachary. The music thing Zachary did, Fishkin, was like a funnier version of Barr. Picked up a bag of Unreal brand candy. It's candy without corn syrup and preservatives and hydrogenated things. There are 3 kinds: fake Snickers, fake Reese's peanut butter cups, fake Milky Way. Got the Reese's kind. Who the hell eats Milky Ways? I did when I was little. Have a memory of running in a field after, I think my parents just parked so I could run or something. I was always wanting to run everywhere. It was in a grassy area of the parking lot in my memory where I ran and my dad said, time to go. And I said, can I have the Milky Way? He said, there is one waiting for me in the car. It was in the car. It was a Milky Way dark. That can't be right. Warped memory. I like the warped one better. Got goosebumps, tingles when I listened to Barr. Haven't listened to this in a long time. Sometimes I laugh, cry, not a wet cry. Before I started writing this, in this, I had done that. I was laughing and crying and said, what the fuck about the last song on the album? 8:26 p.m. Missed exit on 687, turning around, using written directions via broken phone. Past NY Times building. The breakup song is good. I like when he catharsis is real. 10:10 p.m. Slow traffic on 95. Past building that says 1 Stanford Forum. Looks misspelled. Stop for gas. Ask for directions earlier. Think I'm in Connecticut. Hope Alec and his friends also encountered traffic. Before I left, I thought I had lost the phone and quickly accepted that. I wouldn't even try to get another one. Life without a phone seems fine, maybe better. I like not feeling reliant on Gene maps for directions. It's like an adventure in nature. August 12, 2013. 1:48 a.m. Driving to gas station. Arrived at Alex a little before 1 a.m. Was driving up and down his street a few times looking for his house. Knocked on door and rang bell and walked around porch. Left him a note. On their way into city, saw a building with decorative neon red design that looked like another language, alien language. What if that was my spaceship and I missed it? I'm in Rhode Island. Haha, what am I doing in Rhode Island? Rhode Island, Rhode Island everywhere. Not an Alex to answer his door. 1:49 to 6:46 a.m. Bought Crave brand disposable e-cigarette from Shell Station. Drove past Motel 6 exit several times. The thing to take ecstasy was made by magnetic fields on repeat. Didn't feel bothered by missing an exit. Enjoyed driving. Checked into a La Quinta Inn around 3 a.m. Talked with girl behind desk. She said she'd been playing games on her phone. Didn't even realize what time it was. I said I've always wanted her job. She said it was fun except on Fridays and Saturdays. They get a lot of Motel 6 drama and cops come. I asked who causes the drama and why. She said they just come here already fighting, or they don't want their rooms to be transferred. She said there was a free continental breakfast starting at 6 a.m. and that she'd be awake for it. I said, I don't think I'll be up, in a vaguely fatherly joking voice. Got the feeling we were friends. Considered asking her if there were any 24-hour food places around here, if she wanted me to bring her anything. I said, I'm gonna just go grab my stuff from my car. She said, okay. When I walked back in with my stuff, she was there. A man who looked like the guy in New Orleans when Cal and I asked if he thought Darth Vader would die in the new Harry Potter movie, asked the overnight check-in girl for change. She said she had it, made brief eye contact with both of them, and maybe waved as I walked to the vending machine area. Didn't seem to be anything good in the vending machine. The guy approached the vending machine area and stood by me and said hi. I said hi and walked away. Looked at Dunkin' Donuts website in my room. The Dunkin' Donuts by me closes at 4 a.m. Considered driving there, seemed too hard. Sent apologetic Facebook message to Alec, thinking he had maybe thought I would arrive earlier and had maybe heard me knock and ring the bell, but was upset that I was late and didn't want to answer. Said I understood if he didn't want to hang out tomorrow, but if he did, to contact me, and that I felt okay with staying in the La Quinta Inn. Emailed Juliet that I could do the interview now. Got TGI Fridays cheddar bacon potato skins bag from the vending machine. Spent a long time deciding between cheddar cheese combos and the TGI Fridays thing. Was surprised to see email from Juliet on screen when I returned to room. 3:30 to 6:46 a.m. Talked with Juliet. Considered going to AA meetings in Brooklyn. Juliet said there were a lot of attractive people there. Near the end of the conversation, I asked what was the thing that made her want to get sober. She said she was surprised that she did, that it seemed like a bunch of coincidences lining up. Agreed that anything that ever happens to me that stays is due to just like feeling right, series of coincidences. Something like that. We talked about God and then it's now August 20th. I'm doing retroactive update. I like Juliet a lot. She's coming to NYC at the end of October. Told her she and Scott, my parents, should move into Colin's empty apartment across the hall from me, feeding soup using feeding tubes. Juliet is good. We'll miss talking to her on Skype. I think it was hinted at or said outright that we both liked our talks and would like to talk more. 82 milligrams Xanax, 7:10 a.m. Decided to take advantage of free continental breakfast. Overnight check-in friend said, oh, you're up. I said something politely meaningless, smiling. Another girl was at the desk too. Walked to the breakfast room where many people were seated, mostly alone. 2 TVs were on. 2 teenage girls holding styrofoam containers circled the Belgian waffle station, taking turns talking in a kind of call and response conversation led by neither about whether their pizza and chicken wings would be enough to eat. Seemed like they'd never decide. Walked to the carb toasting station, and stood beside an old man in a tank top with big lips and a fishy face who seemed to be waiting for something in the toaster, built to toast 4 things at once. I asked where the knives were, and he silently handed me his knife, gave me a chivalrous nod, and looked away. Cut semi-pre-cut bagel in half using plastic knife and placed it in the toaster.
And fix it in toaster. Looked around the room a lot, didn't know where to look. Everyone seemed to be furtively redirecting their gazes to an arbitrarily wide variety of points, at intervals suggesting a collective heightened yet non-committal awareness of fulfilling their roles in a situation they've regrettably involved themselves. Wondered how long I'd have to wait for my bagel to toast. The fishy-looking older man was turned away from me, looking at the TV. Thought, lucky him, he has the TV to look at. But if I try to look at the TV, he's in the way. I might feel my eyeballs looking at him and think I'm staring at him. Found the area where plastic cutlery was stored. Brought the fishy man a knife, and he said thank you and resumed looking at the TV. Filled a styrofoam cup with hot water and a chamomile tea bag to bide time. People seemed to be watching me, I thought, because of my outfit, platform wedge sandals, and old lady polo shirt and pink shorts. Returned to toasting station, bagel still not toasted. Got a banana from the other room, closer to the check-in desk to bide time. When I returned to the toasting station, my bagel was done, but the fishy man's muffin still wasn't toasted. Said a few words with him about the toaster seeming broken. I said, you should try my side. I think your side is broken. He nodded slowly, almost graciously. I liked him. Thought he was probably a trucker. I said, have a good morning. He said, you too, darling, or you too, sweetie. Was surprised at whatever term of endearment he used and felt warm about him and our quietness. Took 2 things of Philadelphia cream cheese and walked back to room. Ate bagel while watching The Office. Knew I'd feel sad when the bagel was over. 9:55 a.m. Moved to aggressive door knocking sounds. Voice on the other side said, you have to check out by 12 p.m. I said, I'll just pay for another night. Voice said, you have to call the front desk. Barely remember calling the front desk to do this. 11:02 a.m. Woke to door knocking sounds. It was maid service. 4:17 p.m. Alec had sent a Facebook message around 4 a.m. He apologized and said he had fallen asleep. Thought he definitely ignored my knocking on purpose. No, it's possible that he didn't. He would, though. Maybe. I would understand if he did. There's no way to tell for sure. I think he'd say he didn't if I asked him in person. Whatever the reason, it is okay. I called him from the hotel phone. He was at a cafe with a friend. I said I'd meet them in 30 minutes. Parked across from the cafe. Talked with Alec and his friend Alexandra for a few hours. I liked her a lot. Alec and Alexandra is going to Brown University this fall for master's programs. And moved in early. One of the first things Alec said was that he tried to call my room at the La Quinta Inn after he saw my Facebook message, but the check-in woman said no one with my name had checked in. I thought, shit, he thinks I lied. I said that was really weird. We talked about how it was probably a legal issue. They're not allowed to give out information about who's staying at the hotel or something. Talked for a long time about Woody Allen and Fellini movies. Also, another movie about Hannah Arendt. Remember trying to access my Hannah Arendt. What do you know about her? File in my brain. And could only think of something funny Zachary said in an essay I remember not enjoying reading in a women's studies class. I dropped after something like 2 weeks, my first year at DePaul. The movie seemed good. Hannah Arendt wrote an essay about how the evil part of the Holocaust was that people who didn't seem outwardly evil were Nazis. Remembered this after Alec and Alexander talked about it. I don't think this is the essay I had read. The movie was about how Hannah Arendt's friends turned against her and called her an anti-Semite after she wrote the essay. Sometimes felt dwarfed by how much Alec and Alexander knew about things, movies, culture things. Like I wasn't sure what I could contribute to the conversation if I talked. Felt like an imposter a little bit talking to them. Like how could they not know him? How could they not know I'm? How can they know I'm not smart? How can they not know I'm not smart? Something they aren't picking up at how I'm an imposter. Somehow they're not picking up on how I'm an imposter. Alex said something that struck me. It reminded me of how my parents sometimes talk in a Richard Gatesy way, where they think they're concealing something. Alec was talking about a woman in a Fellini movie who, I forget, Alexander liked the movie. The movie is about a woman with some degree of clairvoyancy. I think Alec was saying something like she was self-involved and unaware of her craziness. Thought he was like saying a parable or something about me, that he might think of me as similar to his interpretation of the woman in the movie. Based on our recent interactions and me seeming flaky and depressed and self-involved and maybe losing some kind of awareness, the thing Alec was saying about the woman didn't seem related to other things, and Alexander wasn't agreeing or disagreeing. I hadn't seen the movie. Alex said something like, I'm sorry, I don't know how I got to talking about that for so long at the end. Felt embarrassed and wanted to make a joke. Like I wanted to say, I get it. The woman in the movie is kind of like me. Also thought, this isn't about me at all. I'm projecting / being crazy and overthinking. We talked about Keurig cups, funny things about the future, reading star charts, astrology, ways to make coffee, Google Glass, I think. There were funny things now I'm forgetting. We developed a running joke type thing about buying and selling, like financial jargon. Forget how this happened. Something about Pace University. That's where Alexander went and where Colin went. We talked until it was dark and Alexander wanted to go home. Via not having a bike light yet. Alec asked Alexandra to text him when she got home, and she said she would. I'd forgotten to last night due to her roommates talking, and Alex said I figured that's what happened. Alec asked what I wanted to do, and I said I wanted sushi. Neither of us knew the area where. Well, we went inside to use the bathroom. The bathroom was a one-wheeler behind the employees only area. I went in first. A girl usurped Alec's spot in line, surpassing the employees only area. I stood by Alec and we kind of shrugged and laughed about the girl and talked about pooping. I said, I like your shoes. Alec had business shoes. He did not.
You're watching The Breakfast Club.
No, I'm not. I'm not watching Breakfast Club. I'm watching LIVEBLOG.
Back to Providence, I wasn't sure. The girl left the bathroom. Alec asked if he could leave his backpack, large black JanSport. I think it was surprisingly light in contrast to its size and turtle shell-like protrusion. And I said yes. My phone was picking up Wi-Fi, so I checked the email. Jordan emailed that he had been arrested. Alec emerged from the bathroom, and the female coffee lady was standing next to a younger male employee holding a white bag of sushi leftovers. The male coffee guy said the name of the sushi place. 8:28 p.m. Alec and I walked to a Shell station, and I bought Crave brand e-cigarette starter kit. Interacted with the Shell station cashier with like grandeur. I keep thinking bravado, rapport. I knew what to say, and I said it. Paid and left, vaguely in the direction of the sushi place. Neither of us remembered how to get to. Sometimes making non-committal statements about how it must be one way or the other. Alec asked about e-cigarettes. I said I liked them more than regular ones and had no desire to smoke regular ones anymore. He said that seems mature, a sign of maturity or something like that. Gave Alec a regular flavored Crave cigarette and smoked the menthol one. Alec said I seemed taller, and I said something about my shoes. He asked about the shoes, the decision to wear high heels. I said something like, I just liked them lately, not wanting to talk about how my recent wearing of high heels has been partially due to a pattern of dating men as tall as me or shorter or taller than me, but who didn't like high heels, and feeling like my high heels incentive is stereotypical. Alex said he thought he had a spine tumor, and I said something about a bump on the top of my spine that's always been there. He moved to feel it, and I put his hand on it. I said it's always been there. Asked him where he felt pain, and he said it was mostly an all-over kind of tension, and maneuvered my hand to an area on his spine. I said it's probably not a tumor. He said it was probably not real, just due to anxiety. Past the hardware store with an intricate window display, Alex said something about the display. I said it doesn't seem real. It looks like an art thing. And sort of walked backwards for a minute, thinking if Alec followed me, we would look at the display again. Shortly after this, we saw the sushi place. Alec asked if we see it outside. Looked at the menu, sensing both of us doing the thing where you look at a menu without reading it. You just like absorb it at first because there's so much information. Said things about what we wanted to eat. I held the paper sushi list and asked him if he liked salmon, eel, other things, if he had preferences. He said he didn't. Felt anxious about the waiter appearing. I said, do you just want me to pick a bunch of things from the list and we'll get appetizers or something? Alex said, yes, you seem to know much more about this than I do, which I felt I didn't. Alex said, do you think it would be okay if I got beer from somewhere and we drank it here? I said, probably, yeah, and then looked at the menu to see if it said BYOB. It did. I said, yeah, that'd be fine, it's BYOB. We talked about appetizers, decided to get shrimp dumplings and seaweed salad. Alec asked about beer again, seeming unsure. I said, it's BYOB, it says on the menu, it'd be fine. Feel like he left for beer, still uncertain about it being allowed. 8:50 p.m. The waitress brought one set of chopsticks. I said, one more set? She said, one more? I said, one more for my friend, 2 people. She said, 2 people. Notable things I remember from dinner. Alex said he hadn't read Type E, felt surprised and asked him why. He said he doesn't want to read things that make him more depressed, like he is wanting to read things that make him happy lately, a lot of which are classics, I think.
think he said Dickens, something about how depression or writing depressed things folds in on itself and becomes Jesus, I forget. We talked about how we first met and he asked if I knew he had a crush on me for a little bit in Baltimore. And I said yes. He asked how I knew, and I said, when you asked to spoon me that night. He said, you asked me to spoon you. Remember this specifically in other ways. Nickering right now. I could have asked him to spoon me though, now that I think about it. Remember the night it happened, his 20th birthday, the day before we took a bus to New York and stayed with his friend Ryan for a few days. Walked around Brooklyn a lot, and I bought sandals and shorts. Then I met Jordan and Mallory for the first time with Cal, Pure Food and Wine, and we ran around Times Square. Then I cat sat for Zachary at his apartment in Brooklyn while he was on vacation with his then girlfriend Jamie, who'd been living with him in the same apartment since sometime this summer. Alec and I did a power hour on his porch in Baltimore the night of his 20th birthday. The only other power hour I'd ever done was on my 20th birthday too. Regarding the spooning, I remember thinking it's possible that we could have sex, but I feel platonic. Maybe spooning would be okay. Something about a hand, thinking it's okay if you hold my hand. I like Alec and wishing I felt romantic things. After dinner, I drove us to La Quinta Inn so I could check out. A new person was at the desk. She said my room was good until tomorrow morning and said I could keep my key in case I decided to come back. Alex said we should give the key to a homeless person, and I said, yeah, and felt interested in doing that. Idea dissolved quickly, I think, but I forget how. We decided to put the beer at Alex's apartment and go to a bar called the Grad something. Look at the receipt the check-in person gave me in a manner that reminded me of how my dad looks at checks at dinner. He will stop everything to make a display of how he's examining the check. He has a story about why he does this. His dad was poor, but somehow friends with a rich man who was involved in building the New York City subway system. When they go out to dinner with the rich man, he would examine the receipt, really give it a good up and down, really consider how much money everything costs. Then my dad's dad started doing that. I usually feel annoyed when my dad does it, like he's performing an examination of the receipt rather than examining it. I felt myself being annoyed with myself as I did that in front of Alec, wanting to prove to him that I in fact checked in last night and wasn't lying. Alec and I looked at the receipt. I don't think the receipt said what time I checked in, so it's possible Alec still saw it. In my mind, it seemed possible for Alec to think Megan probably didn't leave New York until very late last night, which is why the check-in person said no one under Megan Boyle had checked in. Megan probably just checked in a few hours ago, so she could have an alibi. Alec pointed out the top of the receipt where it said Margaret Matlock. We said things about how that was probably why they didn't connect him to my room. Felt relieved, but also like Alex probably still didn't believe me / thought I checked in right before I came to the coffee shop or something. The only thing I lied about was not reading his Facebook message he sent at 4:30 a.m. I saw it after the interview with Juliet, but felt committed to staying at La Quinta Inn for the night and didn't feel like hanging out or calling him at 7-something in the morning. Was a little suspicious about him being asleep when I knocked, and then waking at 4:30 a.m., knowing the previous night he'd been up late and it was possible that he had just ignored my knock out of spite / intolerance of me being flaky the past few days and inconveniencing him by not having a phone. I understood and didn't resent him for any of these possibilities or variations on these possibilities. Walked into Alex's apartment, noticed the light was on inside a room with a closed door, used the bathroom and put down my stuff. Think we were talking about Alex's roommates who he met from Craigslist. Alex said something about not liking the Nintendo 64. There was an N64 game console on the ground. He emerged from a room and noticed the light on in the room with the closed door and said, oh shit, do you think he heard? And we started whispering as we left the house. I said, he didn't say anything bad, he just don't like Nintendo 64. Walked around the young / college part of town, joked about how people say urban but mean black. Passed an Urban Outfitters, made jokes, talked about Johnny Rockets. This part of town seemed depressing, something about its smallness and affluence and who it seemed to be built for / who would enjoy it, and the people I was seeing mostly through my peripheral vision. A girl with big light red hair and a Union Jack shirt and maybe a boyfriend passed Alec and me. Alex said, did you see the Union Jack shirt? And I said, yeah, it's bad here. The bar was on the Brown University campus in the basement of a campus building. It was cool. You had to go downstairs. It reminded me of stairs at my high school. It looked like the bar in Twin Peaks. There were maybe 5 rooms and an oddly placed glass display showcasing a large skeletal or tooth-like sculpture made of what looked like balsam wood, eating a can or a plastic bottle of soda. The bar looked empty except for a table of lavish people who left shortly after we arrived. We sat on a couch side by side, but something seemed bad, even though the view from the couch was where the bar looked the most like the Twin Peaks bar, and I thought I'd like it. The couch was silver and plastic and sparkly. I said we should move, and we did. Before midnight, I think we'd had 2 or 3 drinks each. I drank vodka club sodas, and Alec drank beers I hadn't seen before. August 13th, 2013, 12 to 2 a.m. Sat at the bar, drank 4 vodka tonics and 2 Negronis. Alec ordered a new kind of beer every time, I think. He suggested a beer. Can't remember everything we talked about, and I'm unsure Alec would feel okay about me saying everything I do remember. We caught up on a lot of things, life incidentals. I vented about omitted. Alec had read the remainder and liked it. We were talking intensely about a philosophical aspect of the remainder. I remember thinking, when Alec first met me, I was studying philosophy and had things to say about philosophy, but now I forget everything. I wish I knew more. Alec said his friend Anto, who I'd met last summer and liked, reads my live blog. Anto recently told Alec, it doesn't seem like Megan does drugs for fun. He responded, sounds like you get Megan. Exited bar and walked on street, asked Alec if he wanted to split 10 milligrams oxycodone, and he said he did. I yelled something like, I'm on drugs, I have drugs, at a cop car. Then we said things like, who lives in that house? Someone must live there. We passed a pizza place. Alec said he'd like it if I wanted pizza, but he didn't want me. I wanted something, didn't want to be the only person eating pizza. We stood outside the pizza place. Alex said there were chips and hummus in his house, and haha, the tone of this part of the conversation was funny, like wartime decisions. A lot of me asking short questions about the specifics of the chips and hummus. Alec giving 1 or 2 word answers, me nodding with a concerned face and looking at the sidewalk, maybe pensively touching my mouth or chin, receiving enough information to declare the big decision, let's just eat chips and hummus. Resuming walking, Alex saying, are you sure? Me saying, yes, it'll feel better. By the time we got to his house, I decided I want to turn around and get pizza. But we realized where we were and walked inside. Wanted one aspect of the food to be hot. I thought it'd be better if the hummus was hot. Fried hummus in olive oil in a frying pan. The frying made it really mushy. We were laughing a lot during this, laughing in the kitchen, eating the hummus. I mostly ate it with salsa, I think. There was a soggy chip in the salsa. Drank the beers we had saved from earlier. Ate several mini Hershey bars that had been sort of vulnerably arranged in a strange graph-like pattern on the otherwise empty kitchen table. Brought a handful of mini Hershey bars to Alec's room. Alex said, I want to see you eat that while we listen to Limp Bizkit. Listened and sang along to Limp Bizkit and other new metal things, then the Goo Goo Dolls. Got in a maybe 30-minute fake argument about how we couldn't be friends because I was in a relationship with Alec's dad. We were being really serious, like acting, improv, yelling. Alec was hiding in a box, and then I hid in a closet. Wish I had video. It felt actually kind of cathartic I think I was only able to fake argue like that, doing real arguing like that. Felt good to make fun of it. Laid in bed and read parts of the remainder to each other. Can't remember how this happened, but at some point we kissed briefly, and I said, no, I can't. I think we spooned. It felt similar to the time we spooned in Baltimore, like, wish I was romantically attractive, but I'm not. Usually if I feel, usually I don't stop myself from something sexual when it starts, even if I know I'll feel bad after it. But I was glad I could stop because it seemed like it would negatively affect the friendship, or I'd feel guilty if we had sex and he had feelings for me. I wouldn't be able to ignore the guilt because I like him too much. 8 2 or maybe 3 Ambiens and gave Alec 1.5. 2-something a.m. to 11:27 p.m. Alec woke me once, but I was too sleepy. We had plans to walk around the RISD Museum with Alexandra at 3 p.m. Alec woke me again, saying something like, do you want to shower? I said, no, I'm fine. The shower thing was repeated, walking around groggily. Alex said, sometimes some people like to shower in the morning. I don't know. I didn't know if he wanted to do that. There wasn't enough time for me to shower. I thought even if I wanted to, I felt inhibited. Alec had been up for a while. I wasn't sure how to act. Felt like the thing I wanted to avoid by not doing sexual things it was just there. I wasn't able to avoid it. Some kind of tension. I didn't want the tension. Gave Alec choline and anti-racetium. He requested less than I usually take in a way that stuck out to me, I think, because normally people I'm giving drugs to don't specify the amount of drugs they want. If an amount is requested, I think it's usually for more than less drugs. I ate the amount I usually eat. Alex said, it's making me feel groggier. I think I said shit. I drove to a coffee place where Alec went inside to buy coffee for Alexandra and me, and I stayed in the car before picking her up at her house. When Alec returned to the car with coffee, we said things about directions and something I'd forget, then it was quiet. I said, I wish we'd been filming the argument last night. It was so funny. Alex said it was, and something about how it was better or more special that there wasn't a video. Perched on the hill outside Alexander's house, noticed a butter-colored lion sculpture on the porch. I pointed and said, look, butter lion. Alec looked in the direction I pointed. He said, it's the same color as the I said, it's the same color as the staircase last night. Butter color, lots of butter here, Rhode Island. I paid to get into the museum, and students got in free. Alex said something funny about, like, as soon as we got our Clippy shirt visitor tags, he said something about a nearby pole, like, so what aspects of this, or what aspects should we be taking note of here? We walked around a log cabin-like area with desks, pretending it was art. The museum felt like that part of in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, where they walk around the museum. The first painting I saw was a giant, bright red neon optical illusion type painting. Stood close to it and went, whoa, read the plaque about it. I forget what the plaque said. Alec approached me, still looking at the red thing, and said, look at this. It was a painting of impressionistic grayish-brown splotches. I think the plaque said something about the Holocaust. I pointed to a splotch and said, so what's this part? Is this part Anne Frank? Alec said the red painting was Anne Frank, actually. Alec and Alexandra joked around, but also had informed interesting things to say about art. I had mostly potty humor or I like it things to say about art. We walked around an exhibit about the dandy. It was cool. It was mostly outfits, standing headless and mannequin-like, donated or purchased or reconstructed from some dandies. I liked seeing how big the people were, like Truman Capote and John Waters. I didn't know there was an official thing called dandy or that so many people fell under the category of dandy, but it made sense. There was a drag dandy woman from the 1920s I felt interested in, a small picture of her with a bald head cocked to one side, not smiling, arm on her hip, a big white space before the frame, wrote Claude Cahoon and iPhone. Couldn't tell if I was sexually attracted to her or liked something else about her. No plaque said she wrote things. I think it said surreal. Alec and Alexander came up to me and I said, she's cool. They looked. We talked about how people in the olden days probably stood for pictures expressionless, slouched with their hands on hips because it took so long to take one picture and they wanted to be comfortable. Broke away from Alec and Alexander for an amount of time. Read a lot of the plaques. A woman was showing Alec and Alexander a picture on her phone from the opening of the dandy exhibit. The picture was of a real-life socialite dressed like Scarlett O'Hara. The woman was really excited. Alec was asking her a lot of questions. I liked the woman so much. She had an accent, but I couldn't tell what it was. She was smiling and so excited about the exhibit and other paintings. She liked Andy Warhol. When we were at the exit to the exhibit, the lady said, you know the Wicked Witch of the West? Andy hunted her down for 8 years. Tried to get her picture for 8 years, and she finally let him. I said, from the Wizard of Oz? She said, yes. I said, the actual person? She said, yes, the Wicked Witch of the West. That's his picture of the Wicked Witch, smiling really big. She said they had a Warhol painting that wasn't included in the dandy exhibit. Alex said it should have been. The way she said it, how she said it, and her reaction felt like if Alec had said, your son was a brave fighter. He should have come home to you. I will always remember him. After the museum, we walked around Providence, walked downhill on a sidewalk made of asphalt with a lot of potholes. Felt a little preoccupied about food or just like wanting something. I kept saying things about the sandwich place near where we parked, but didn't really want to eat there and dreaded feeling sandwich stomach and sitting at the place. It had a trendy name like Something Fat Sandwiches, a black storefront, and what I imagined, I don't know, I felt like I could smell the atmosphere of crumbs on tables and artisan soda. Walked by a plaque that said, built by John Updike. Someone said it must be a different John Updike. Someone said, no, he could have built it, the famous John Updike. Things were said about the building. The first floor was some kind of restaurant or furniture store, I think. I took a picture. Alice said something like, do you want a picture? I want a picture of you guys. Come on, picture time. John Updike. Alexander and I stood by the plaque. I wasn't sure what to do first, but then one of us suggested we make the dandy posture. Decided to take spontaneous road trip to Newport, Rhode Island. Alex said he wanted a sugary, nasty gas station type iced coffee before the car ride. Pulled into a Dunkin' Donuts, got coffee latte. Alec and Alexander got small coffee flavored ones, and I got a medium mocha. Alexander said something about Pep Boys, and Alec told a story about his friend prank calling Pep Boys. Could tell it had been funny in the moment, but probably funnier to see than hear, and that Alec probably knew this. Got some kind of secondhand enjoyment from this, like relating to the accentuation of telling
You had to be their story. It was just as good for me, I think, because of the feeling of relating. Driving Newport on the main drag of town, I saw a dress on display and said, I want that. Can we go buy it? Parked in a lot, one block out from the store. Alex said something funny about dads. He said, should I bring my jacket? It might get cold. I said, you can wear my cardigan for guys and girls. Looked at Alexander, who said I could call her Allie, and she was smiling. There was a Newport conceit going on. Seemed like we were regarding Newport as a bizarre and slightly offensive spectacle in this faux entitled Travel Channel tourist show about tourists watching tourists play. The three of us entered the store with the dress. I found a medium on a rack and bought it without trying it on. Alec was being really funny with the cashier. Sometimes Alec goes into Tim and Eric's show presents Woody Allen mode. He was asking the cashier questions about the appropriateness of certain things. She was responding minimally. I was trying not to laugh. He said, thank you for letting me stand in your store and look at your things, earnestly, and she kind of rolled her eyes and smiled. So funny. Alex said, I want to buy sunglasses, and we walked around the sunglasses store. I couldn't tell if Alec really wanted them or not. He said, guys, should I buy Oakley's? Should we all buy Oakley's? I said, yeah. Tried on sunglasses with frames that looked like martini glasses. Allie and I were mostly joking about who would buy those sunglasses. Kept picturing a guy on his yacht going party time. Alex seemed maybe seriously interested in buying sunglasses and was walking around the store in a way I felt I walked around the Disney Museum earlier when Alec and Allie had things to say about paintings that I did. Walked to Ben & Jerry's to use the bathroom. Employee gave directions to the public bathroom inside of some mall with an antique store we just passed. There was a gathering of middle-aged women standing outside the bathroom. One of us asked if they were in line. One lady said, I don't know, it's for both men and women, but there's a guy in there right now. The door was open, and a young voice from inside the bathroom said, you can come in and see inside. Allie and I walked in. The man was peeing in a urinal. I peeked over the top of the stall and watched Allie walk away. The man said something like, there's a spot if you know how to use a urinal. Exited bathroom and Allie entered. Heard atonal single note piano noises coming from the hall. Alec was standing at the piano. The lid was mostly closed. He said, I'm playing my song. I started playing Heart and Soul, and he said, oh, that's an actual song. I couldn't see the keys. Alec must have walked into the bathroom, and Allie came out. We talked about the urinal thing and looked at a mounted black and white photo of about 60 people sitting and standing in lines. The picture was from the 1940s, but I forget when. It was captioned something planned date. I pointed at a group of 3 darker-skinned people and said they probably had to cook. Allie and I looked mostly quietly at the picture, sometimes pointing at funny expressions of people not yet accustomed to the idea of photographs. Alec came out of the bathroom and said, you're still here. And we said things about the antique store / mall containing the bathroom. How strange it seemed that it was in business. There was a telephone booth for sale. I said, first iPhone. Walked on a dock behind a man and a child. Allie said, yeah, let's put our feet in the water. At the end of the dock, some kind of sign advertised the tour or ferry. Inflatable boats were tied to the dock. Alec or Allie said the inflatable boats take you to your yacht. There was a little debate about if we were allowed to be walking on the dock. I said, hey, this is public property over here. We're walking here. And we started saying variations of, hey, this is public property over here to each other. It was really funny. Felt aware of the man and child passing us and seemed to disappear at some point. Alec and Allie stood at the edge of the dock. The light was really pretty. I said I wanted to take a picture, and I did. Allie took out a cigarette. Alec said he wanted a cigarette, and I gave him my e-cigarette. Then Alec gave him a real one. Walked in the direction of the street. The man and child who had been behind us were somewhere ahead by a parking garage. A cool-looking 1980s Honda scooter in the parking garage seemed to interest Alec and Allie a little more than me. I thought I could take a picture of this, but no. Alex said, my friend Anto, I think, has a scooter. It's so cool. We kept yelling, hey, this is public property, hey, and I'm walking here, hey, and things like that as we walked. We got focused on finding lobster rolls. Followed Alec into a candy store where he was being hilarious, Jesus, asking people about lobster candy. They sold lobster-flavored candy, where to get lobster rolls, saying how good the candy store was, and how he wanted to recommend it to people. The candy store employee gave complicated pictorial directions to a place called the Lobster Bar. Alec was egging them on, kind of like repeating the last thing they'd say in a funny, non-antagonistic way. Shit. Thought he's not paying attention to directions, but he had been. Passed the sign that said Dropkick Murphys. I said Dropkick Murphys and pointed. No one looked.
I was glad because I didn't have anything to say. Stopped to ask a guy with black slick back hair and tattoos about the lobster bar. He was sitting by a petty bike. The tattoo bike guy gave similarly detailed pictorial landmark-based directions. Thought it was funny how people in Newport, this is how they gave directions, this is the Newport way. Thanked the guy and kept walking. Approached the shopping peninsula where it seemed like the lobster bar might be. A teenager, slightly older than teenage guy, played a guitar leaning against the wall. Ina said, "Do they have a punk scene in Newport?" Is Newport punk? To minimal response. Saw a sign for the lobster bar, briefly sat at the bar and ordered beers with clean plastic cups. Then hostess seated us at a table where it was pretty and the sun was setting. Noticed unusual green lights and transparent floating orbs in the water. Pointed out lights to Alec and Allie. Waitress took our pictures. Alec asked the waitress about the green lights. She said, "Oh, we turn them on. We're in charge of the lights. We turn them on at night, for the effect. It looks different at night." Alec was making smooth conversation with the waitress. She said she gets to take a lot of pretty pictures at work. She moved to get her phone, then gestured and said, "I shouldn't do this. I'm at work. I'll get in trouble." And one of us said, "No, show us." She passed around the picture and she said she wanted to submit it to a contest. Alex said, "You should." I said, "Yeah, do it. You should do it." People took pictures by our table, got obsessed with taking pictures of the man who looked like Werner Herzog standing near our table with a professional camera. Alex stood in the Herzog zone so I could look like I was taking a picture of Alex. Herzog man seems hilarious to me. Herzog stood behind me. Alex took pictures. The waitress returned and said something about an appetizer they don't serve anymore. Alex said, "Why not?" She said, "They just couldn't get it right this year. They kept trying." Alex said, "Thank you for telling us." The waitress said, "Yeah, a lot of people here, they'll say," made a face, "We're out of that, but I like to tell it how like it is. They just couldn't get it right this year. I don't know why." Alex said, "That's good. I appreciate that kind of honesty." She said, "Yeah, I won't lie to you." Alex said, "Thank you. I won't lie to you either, ever." I said, "Yeah, thank you. I won't lie either," smiling at Alec. I ordered seaweed salad and a lobster roll with fries. Allie ordered a lobster roll. It comes with chips. Things were said about this, I think mostly between Alec and the waitress. Alec ordered clam chowder, surprise. That was all he wanted, especially after the grand lobster roll hunt. Things were said about how I had eaten seaweed salad last night. The seaweed salad they brought was really big. I had a somewhat involved conversation during dinner about humor and what makes things funny. Allie talked about departing crimes and misdemeanors, I think, where a character says, "Comedy is just tragedy with timing." I tried to paraphrase a Schopenhauer quote about humor that I think is something like, "The most tragic, problematic, important, serious feeling things are the source of the most humor. The ability to view serious seeming things as funny is intelligent or something, and people laugh as a reaction to feeling some degree of dissonance about a topic, situation." I did not do a good job of paraphrasing now or then. When I said it aloud, it was probably something like, "Well, there's that thing Schopenhauer said, all the serious stuff can be viewed as funny. It's like, that's kind of why it's funny," or just as like the most controversial things are also the most laughed at. But then there's the other thing, the two types of humor, the mean kind and the other funny, the second type, what Freud said, mumble trailed off. Somehow felt like I was annoying Alec during this conversation. He left for the bathroom and I asked Allie if he seemed annoyed and she said she didn't know. We talked more about the humor thing. Allie used the bathroom. I said, "Am I annoying you? I'm sorry for being annoying. Was something annoying you about the humor thing?" To Alec, he said, No, not at all. Not looking at me. We asked them to split the check. There was an error with my check. I had ordered the most food and made a miscalculation and there was $15 left over. Seemed tense. I told the waitress to charge me an additional $15. Something felt different. Made myself go into kamikaze sensitivity mode. Felt myself go into kamikaze sensitivity mode, where I interpret everything as the people around me are not having fun and it's my fault. Used the bathroom, walked past gigantic farm with maybe 6 15-foot long lobster tanks that I saw and wanted to look more closely at when we entered the restaurant. Wanted to take pictures. The tanks were filled with about 8 inches of water, lobsters, and anonymous, displaced seeming fish crowded together in small clumps. The ceiling was very high and unfinished, with large dusty industrial pipes and vents. Saw Alec and Allie in the distance, taking pictures of their faces inside a cutout area of a giant plywood painted lobster. People were gathered under a tent nearby, watching a band play covers of John Mayer-like songs. Allie took a picture of my face inside the lobster. I said, "That's so good, Facebook, send it to me, new Facebook pic." She did thanks to her phone, felt people putting up with me as I emailed the picture to myself. Keep thinking something seemed different. We left the lobster bar and walked destination list saying things about how we felt cold, but we could only get but we could get ice cream. Alec and Allie talked about Harry Potter. Alec said, I'm only talking about Harry Potter so much today because last time I was in Newport, I read one or all of the Harry Potters. I saw a storefront with a sign that said Scrimshaw. I thought Zachary would think it was funny. I don't know what a scrimshaw is, just Scrimshander Scrimshaw. That would be fun. Stopped to take a picture. Alec and Allie continued walking. Wondered how long it would take them to notice I wasn't there. A long time, I thought. I moved closer to the window of the Scrimshaw store, saw some kind of gift shop selling things that seemed too disparate to be parts of a theme, or maybe all of these things were scrimshaws. Felt something complex watching the people inside the boat figurines and pipes and glass objects, knowing none of us were really looking for anything. Didn't see Alec and Allie for a moment. They were maybe half a block ahead on the sidewalk. It looked like they'd only recently stopped walking. I waved and smiled and jogged to them. I don't think any of us mentioned what happened. I didn't feel bad about it, just something. I did it. I made the thing possible, the thing I felt. They were still talking about Harry Potter a little, I think. Alec pointed at a candy store and said, maybe there'll be fudge samples, and we walked inside, where people who looked like families milled around. No free samples. I stared at a box of head-sized pastry labeled elephant ears. Alec said, should we just buy a thing of fudge, a big thing? I said, yeah, let's do it. Let's get fudge. Alec said, or elephant ears? I said, no, not that. A man and a boy approached the elephant ears. The man was giving the boy a lesson about pastries. I said, let's just buy fudge. Alec and Allie were exiting the store. I said, I want ice cream. Alec said, I saw a place called Kill Ones earlier that had ice cream. It looked like they had free fudge samples too. Past crowded Ben and Jerry's, which I felt indifferent about, but Alec and Allie seemed averse to standing in line. Someone said, should we ask the Ben and Jerry's people where Kill Ones is? Walked into a Subway. It was hot. They were baking bread. The sandwich makers were busy with 2 customers. Felt eyes looking at us. We were just standing there saying things about how hot it was, not ordering. I stood a little closer to the employees and made eye contact. Alex asked if they knew where Kill Ones was. More people looked. Alex said, it's an ice cream store? We're looking for ice cream. An employee said we should go to Ben and Jerry's. Walked into a gelato store. The employees were helping a gathering of mostly small, upset children. The gelato was all sorbet, no ice cream kinds. Alec or Allie said it must be miserable to work here within earshot of the employees. I said, yeah, it's really bad in here, also within earshot. Someone said, why did we come in here? I said, I saw it earlier. I thought I didn't have the creamy kind. Someone said, this is all sorbet. I said, I know, let's go. Walked out as a group and looked at a picture on the wall signed Andy Warhol. We looked at each other and made Seinfeld-like faces and said, Andy Warhol? And oh, Andy Warhol. Allie walked into a New Age themed accessory shop and with a sidewalk display of tapestries and incense. Alec followed Allie briefly, then returned outside with an employee following him. Alec asked about Kill Ones. The employee used a different pronunciation of Kill Ones and said it was in the opposite direction. Allie came out. She said, there's a certain kind of rosemary incense she likes, which only some stores have. I asked what it was called. She said, I don't know, I just know it when I see it. Talked about Blue Velvet while walking to Kill Ones. Allie hadn't seen it. Alec said, let's go back and watch it at my house. I said, do you have it, the movie? He said, no, he had Amazon Prime, which gives you free shipping, and offered use of his account to Allie and I. He said, you could also watch movies with it. We found Kill Ones. It was in a strip mall type arrangement of stores across from a live lobster bar. There were a lot of little colored lights, a lot of lit up things, little hills or something. As we crossed the street, Alex said, I feel like I'm in Disney World. I thought, me too. He said it right. This feels like the parade at the end of Disney World. Which I had forgotten I'd seen until that moment, I think. Like, I'm watching the parade at the end of Disney World. I said, me too, me too. It feels like that exactly. Entering Kill Ones, we talked about people who would go to Disney World and Newport, Rhode Island to save their marriages. No fudge samples were available inside. Many people mill around, but not many seemed to be in line. I stood in line. Alec and Allie were elsewhere. I'd asked to try a few samples of ice cream. Didn't really like any, but ordered turtle cheesecake and chocolate peanut butter in a waffle bowl. Felt shitty. It was $7. I snickered and said, "You guys aren't getting anything," which sounded more like an antagonistic observation or maybe question than the deadpan jab at myself I had intended. I wanted to continue on, like, don't even think about getting a bite, but it seemed like I was the only person interested in or aware of what I was saying. Alex seemed, I wasn't sure what he was doing at first. He picked up a box of chocolate-covered cherries, encouraged him to do it, thinking I was either encouraging him to buy or steal the cherries. He said, "No, I don't want to steal from them." I was mostly behind Alec and Allie as we walked to the car. They were talking about Bob Dylan. Allie likes Bob Dylan a lot, felt happy to be occupied with eating ice cream, not talking for now. We approached the parking lot, finished giant bite of the waffle bowl, and people seemed impressed. Remember telling, oh my God.
Stretching? Dude, I want to do the same thing. I'm so tired.
Close. We take a break every time I run to the end of a tape. It's become a Pavlovian response for her.
I like the break part.
Yeah. My favorite thing about reading LiveBlog. I like getting the little breaks in between.
I didn't realize, I lived with her.
What, really?
Yeah.
Allie?
After they broke up, yeah, she moved in with me with the cat.
Whoa, I didn't even know they had a cat.
Yeah,
Wow.
really crazy. And at first I thought you were just saying Alec in a different way sometimes, but then I was like, holy shit. No, Emily's best friend is like her best friend from college. It's crazy.
Whoa.
They went to new school together.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like, it's like if I like hit you, I don't know. Every time I try to get out, they pull me back in. Like Michael Scott. Is that Scarface?
Godfather.
Oh. I didn't even know that they dated.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Or I guess it was sort of like under focused on when I saw him the last time.
Yeah. Big time.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's funny. Also, I didn't realize I was in the book as much as I was, because I asked Dave and he was like, I think one time she says, like, I feel like Willis is here, but he's not.
Oh, yeah.
But we had plants in there then.
We did.
Yeah.
I think a couple of times. You're supposed to were gonna come too one time.
Yeah. Never did that.
Never did.
No.
It's far away.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
They just finished 24.
24. Oh.
You weren't here for the mutual flaking on the beach plans?
I weighed in on it in the chat. Yeah.
I like mutual flaking is good.
Wait, what?
40 pages left.
So when I got here, how many pages did she have left? It seems like she's reading so fast, but she's goes by very quickly.
She's doing like this. We figured I think she's averaging like 30 pages an hour.
Gotcha. Wow, so I might just be able to get online for work right at the end. Yeah, the way that Megan reads is so nice. It's just so like soothing. It's very ASMR. So how do you fit into this whole thing?
I don't. I'm an outlier.
Okay.
No, I know Megan because I write a column for a film website. That's basically just about like either stuff that nobody's ever heard of or stuff that like is basically I write about whatever I want, but just things that are of interest to me, and it's usually things that I don't see other people like talking about. But MDMA films was something I wanted to write about because like when it was around, there was a lot of little like articles and things about it, but then it kind of just went away. But and like yeah, also like you couldn't see them anywhere. And I was like, so it was kind of a challenge. Like I was like, I wonder if I could get a hold of these because one of them is available online. And,
oh yeah,
and
you have like the Vimeo.
That's what I ended up. Actually, I don't even know if I told Megan this part, but I like emailed the MDMA Films email address, but it took like a year before Tao responded to it.
Oh.
But in the meantime, a friend of mine, like, I managed to like track down like copies of them that a friend of mine had gotten like at one point, and like he sent them to me. So I actually already had them whenever he sent them to me. But anyway, I wrote some articles about them, and then I ended up getting a copy of LIVEBLOG while I was writing those articles because like a press copy, because I was like, oh, I might as well get this and like incorporate it into it to some extent. And then then heard about this and was like, I was like, I want to go. So yeah, that's my relation to it.
You're using film? What are these little cassettes? Mini DV.
Yeah, mini DV cassettes. They were popular for home movies for about 3 years.
Yeah, like when I was 10 and making skateboard videos.
Did you use those?
Totally.
Nice.
Yeah. Trampoline tricks and stuff.
Tramp tricks.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're not gonna finish on this hour unless you go real fast. You got 40 pages left.
Yeah. Okay. I'm so tired.
Probably got about an hour and 20 minutes left.
Do you guys want a snack? I can do something.
Ooh.
Get tortillas.
Yeah.
For that
Tortillas.
That'd be cool. Yeah. Yeah.
Very thematic. That was what I was gonna bring.
Oh, fuck. Oh my god. Yeah. I'm reading about all the hummus.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of like to take like a little, like just lie on the floor
Yeah.
for 10 minutes.
Yes. Works for me.
Is that cool?
You're the boss.
Cool. Gotta charge it up.
I think you should quit.
Yeah, I've done enough, right? I know how it ends. Oh.
I was vaguely worried at night that I was like the one thing that was keeping you from quitting. Like my physical presence.
Oh god.
It'd be horrible. Imagine just like having to do it because of the one person.
Has there been
God.
someone here?
There were 2 guys who were here like for I didn't know, and I think that they maybe were staying for that reason last night.
What reason?
Like, cause maybe they felt like they couldn't leave because
Yeah, they stayed for like 12 hours.
yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know if they're enjoying it.
And one of them was like, yeah, he asked me if I wanted to go to a reading, and I was like, sure. He was like, didn't know he was signing up for like an hour.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously he wasn't like being held hostage. He was happy to, like, thought it was interesting. But
What's going on in the comments?
We got Austin's blowing it up.
It was crazy. They were all trolls. Like, it was just me and Austin, and then someone who said they were my cousin, which is maybe true, but confusing.
Whoa.
And then, yeah, like 7 a.m. suddenly it was a bunch of trolls being like, have you ever heard of a line break? Like, just like idiots.
Whoa.
It's like, this is what time 4chaning except that
Damn. Oh,
for school.
that was on this one?
Yeah.
Damn. Oh, I can't wait to get into that.
So if I go out, I won't get locked out.
Thanks.
No, you can just call me.
Yeah, now that,
I'm gonna lie quietly for 10 minutes.
yeah, I don't think there's been more than like 5 or 10 minute stretches where there hasn't been at least one other person here. Like, I think the only times that it's just been me and Megan where like someone else was here that was like, oh, I'm gonna run to the store or something like that. Yeah, there's been at least one other person here almost the whole entire time.
I thought you were Giancarlo, wanting to have a tape made of it. It's
Not me.
The boss. It's a good name, boss.
Wow. Yeah.
I like sticky turn. Sorry, guys.
I'm making tea. Because I guess it's gonna be going for a while. So I'm gonna make a double green tea, and then when it's over, I'm gonna sleep. I don't have any plans today. Tomorrow, though, my friends Chris and Angie are gonna come over and watch. We're gonna make pizza. So if you're watching this on Friday, if you're gonna be in Philly on Saturday, come over. You know, afternoon, evening. I'm gonna make like a double batch of dough, and we're gonna use. I have like $40 worth of cheese in my. I'm tired, man. Shout out to Megan. Mad respect for this whole thing. I mean, I still plan to like write about like how I felt after finishing the book, and then like correspondence I had with Megan, and then like finding out about this reading and like getting a job and having to ask like make sure I didn't work that day, and being like having to leave. I'm tired, man. Anyways, if you're watching this part, it seems like very few people make it to this part where I'm just talking to the camera. But shout out to you. I fuck with you. Tell you what. It's like when it's okay. I'm gonna pour some tea. I'll be right back. And then I'm gonna make an exclusive offer. I'm gonna say a code word, and if you email me this code word, I'll send you something cool. Loving level, loving level. All right, so it's about to turn 11:45. Here it is. If you made it this far organically by watching the whole thing, or if you watch significant parts, shout out to you. The code word is pumpkin spice. Okay? Send me that code word. You can spell it however you want. It's my email, austin@salon@gmail. And send me your address. I'll send internationally too. But I don't know. There's gonna be restrictions. Like, if this is up like 5 years from now, I don't know. If you find this 5 years from now, and I'm still alive, fucking tell me that you watch this shit. I don't know. It's just been cool to be a part of this, you know. We had Megan on Space Dads, like I was ranting fucking 8 hours ago or something. We used to host a live stream called Space Dads. I was in Fort Worth, Texas. Daniel Alexander was in Burleson, 30 minutes south of me, and he was snack pack. And then Chase Kersey lived like outside Atlanta, and we kind of took a look at a Steve Ruggenbuck's page and like made our own Spreecast show. At first, I started doing open mic readings, and then the three of us guys decided to make a show together. But I was really the one that copied Steve, because he would have friends on his little show that was all about him. And I was like, well, I like open mics. And then it turned into a reading series. And so, like, I think it was like, there were like 4 Space Dads episodes or 5. And we had Mira Gonzalez, we had No Gladcon, we had Zachary Wood. We had, who do we have? Daniel had all these friends, like, he knew Kitty Pryde and Hot Sugar, so they would show up on other things, but I don't think they were on those things. We had that guy, Audio Opera. And then there was one that was Megan Boyle, and she read maybe 3 weeks into her starting the LIVEBLOG, something like that. So, anyways, I ran about that for 3 minutes. Yeah. I have these mugs I haven't dropped. So, pumpkin spice gets you a mug, which they're like, I think I'm gonna try to sell them for like $15. A mug, or I'll send you whatever for $15. You want some of my books? I fucking have a bunch of books. So I got hella CDs. If you like CDs, and I'll send you some of my stickers and try to get a copy of my book and stuff. In fact, I'll probably send you way more shit than that, because I think I'm just gonna like, I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna say there's a code word in the last I don't know. I guess I could be like, once I put the boxes up, right? Tell me you gotta watch that and see what the code is. No, all right. I'm gonna do a different thing today. Today or like tomorrow, I'm gonna be like, okay. So I did this live stream. When the sun came up, I put on the boxes, which is better than it being on the wall, you notice. So if I told you, watch the box section, because I don't believe that you watched 12 hours of this. I mean, if you're watching this 5 years from now, pumpkin spice, email it to me, and that'll be really
I don't know
special.
if you saw the picture, right? Hour 29.
Oh, it's been 29.
Scratch that.
Since it was like from 9 o'clock the first night.
Yeah.
The real password actually is.
Fuck. I'm getting pretty tired of live.
It's warm and
Fuck this
balanced.
book.
Yeah. No, I like it.
Warm and balanced. It says on this stupid discounted copy. That's the password.
Zachary stuff.
Email me that.
Favorite to read. I think I like whenever I get to do voices of people, just because it like keeps me interested.
It's been interesting seeing how they're, and I mean, maybe I'm only noticing the ones whenever they are here because I don't notice if somebody's not here and you mentioned it. But there have been a lot of people who happen to be here right whenever they like pop up in the book, which has been interesting to see.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. Like caps are always fun. I like saying the typos out loud. That's funny. That's funny for me.
I like the just the like random letters. He goes, we gotta do that.
Yeah, that's fun. I kind of want to like keep going.
Go.
I think Willis will be okay. I think he'll survive.
Okay. You just want to start?
Yeah.
You're gonna be
I
in the
might-
chair.
Yeah. I might move around a little. I feel like little. I think too much caffeine having an effect of like it doesn't really work anymore. It just makes me like nauseous.
Right.
But I also feel like I need it.
Are you all situated? Do you need anything
No.
in arm's reach?
Patrick, would you let Melissa when? Cool, thanks. Or he's not there yet.
Yeah. I'll do.
Cool.
Actually, I might need to.
I can't not make sure. Okay. All right.
No, hang on a second.
I was mostly behind Alec and Ellie as we walked to the car. They were talking about Lowe's plumber, who's at the door.
Actually.
Yeah. Hey. Cool. I mean, you know. No. Patrick. Oh, hell yeah. Those are easy to eat.
So this window behind you is kind of making it so I can't see your face.
Okay. Should I sit on the floor again?
Yeah, that was working fine.
No.
Okay.
You could actually, if you want to be in a chair, you could probably do it.